Chapter 356. A game of wits with the Leggy and Sensual agent. The greatest fear for an individual lies in idleness. Once one succumbs to excessive leisure, they risk becoming a mere shell of their former self. Long Zhan, a man of ambition and dreams, found the confinement of his home intolerable. Finally liberated, he felt a surge of vitality. With a sense of leisure, he mounted his beloved motorcycle and set off to fetch Stella from school, taking her to a fine dining establishment for a romantic candlelit dinner. After their meal, they strolled along the beach, and upon returning home, he indulged in a delightful bath. Following an evening of intimacy, he embraced Stella and casually mentioned that he would be venturing out the next day, with an uncertain return time. Stella, having been well-fed and accustomed to Long Zhan's lifestyle, received the news with calmness, merely expressing her concern for his safety. She did not wish to relive the painful experience of their previous separation, where their reunion was marked by the sterile environment of a hospital. Long Zhan offered no verbal assurances, opting instead to silence her worries with action as he pressed her against him, affirming his resilience. The following day, at 2:47 p.m., Long Zhan arrived at the headquarters of the base, retrieving a standard equipment pack from Team B's storeroom before heading to the Bay Island Naval Air Station. Guided by ground staff, he approached a C-17 transport aircraft. As he entered the cabin, he noticed a woman had arrived before him. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her height accentuated by sleek black stilettos that brought her close to 1.8 meters. Her long legs, clad in form-fitting black trousers, exuded an aura of elegance. While the combination of high heels would undoubtedly amplify her allure, she wore a crisp white shirt beneath a tailored black suit, her curvaceous figure stretching the collar to its limits, raising concerns about the integrity of the buttons. Her features conformed to the archetype of a classic Western beauty, a prominent nose, full lips, and light blue eyes framed by golden hair tied back in a ponytail. In essence, she embodied the phrase a capable and alluring woman. Long Zhan, Special Operations Agent of the Navy SEALs, your personal bodyguard, he introduced himself, placing his personal belongings aside before extending his right hand to the woman, presenting himself with a hint of humor. Helena Grimaud, but you may call me Black Fox, she replied, shaking his hand while appraising him with a discerning gaze. Raising an eyebrow, she quipped, you certainly have the physique of a bodyguard. Let us hope you are not merely a pretty face. In common perception, a large physique often implies clumsiness and rigidity. However, Black Fox understood that while the drug enforcement mission she was about to undertake was not overly challenging, the environment was intricate, and only a clever individual could excel in a protective role. Am I not capable? Long Zhan smirked, leaning closer with a playful grin. It is just the two of us here, and the cabin is spacious enough. Would you care to test my abilities? Are you confident in yourself? The Black Fox remained unfazed by Long Zhan's proximity, her breath brushing against her face as she calmly spoke, lifting her leg for a sudden knee strike. Long Zhan's audacious teasing upon their first encounter irked her deeply. She was determined to deliver a fitting reprimand. She was confident that even if Long Zhan's stature was imposing, he would be brought to his knees, clutching his groin before her. However, Black Fox overestimated her own speed and mistakenly assumed Long Zhan was the type to lose his composure in the presence of a beautiful woman, completely lowering his guard. As a first-class operative from DG, Long Zhan was the strongest newcomer in history, having shattered numerous records. Even before Black Fox could launch her attack, he detected the hostility in her gaze and prepared himself accordingly, especially against the common tactics women employed, such as foot stomps and groin strikes. When Black Fox unexpectedly lifted her knee, Long Zhan adeptly sidestepped her lengthy leg at a precise 90 degrees. In a flash, he seized her shoulder with his left hand, grasped her collar with his right, and executed a powerful shoulder throw. The steel plating of the C-17 cabin was unforgiving, contrasting sharply with Black Fox's soft physique, resulting in a delightful collision that produced a distinctly crisp sound, an echo of both firmness and resonance. A ground crew member, tasked with notifying them of the impending takeoff, was momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the scene before him. Forgetting his duty, he pressed the button to close the cabin door and pretended not to see as he walked towards the front. Reeling from the impact, Black Fox was taken aback not only by the force of Long Zhan's throw, but also by his astonishing speed and strength, which hinted that he was no ordinary individual. The realization that such a formidable character was assigned to protect her left her in a quandary of whether to laugh or cry. At that moment, The previously fierce Long Zhan transformed into a figure of sincere apology, bending down to assist Black Fox and expressing regret. "Madam Helen, I sincerely apologize. It was an instinctive reaction to an attack. My muscle memory got the better of me." Long Zhan aimed to seize the initiative. Akin to a personal bodyguard or VIP security, maintaining control was paramount. Only by asserting absolute authority could he ensure cooperation from the protected party during the forthcoming protective measures, avoiding any rebellious antics. With his purpose achieved, establishing dominance over Black Fox, he deemed it appropriate to offer her a way out, to restore the atmosphere. After all, they were partners in a closely knit protector-protected relationship, and allowing tensions to escalate would benefit neither party. Witnessing Long Zhan's fluctuating demeanor between aggression and gentleness only heightened Black Fox's apprehension, leading her to suspect his true identity, a Devgru first-class operative. The presence of such a powerful individual assigned to her protection dissolved her previous grievances regarding Long Zhan's earlier frivolity. Seizing the opportunity presented by Long Zhan's amicable gesture, she accepted his apology and rose with his assistance. Perhaps it is true that one must endure a struggle to foster acquaintance. Or perhaps it is the inherent nature of conquest that exists between the sexes. After being thrown over the shoulder by Long Zhan, the Black Fox experienced a complete shift in attitude towards him, and the atmosphere of their conversation became seamlessly harmonious. The journey from Beach City to Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, necessitates crossing the vast Atlantic Ocean, making it a lengthy expedition. To strengthen their relationship and better fulfill his protective duties, Long Zhan took the opportunity to inquire about the Black Fox's involvement in drug enforcement operations. Although the Black Fox refrained from divulging specific details of the operations, he provided a thorough account of the mission's relevant content. Chapter 357. The Chaotic Black Triangle. Their mission's destination, known as Dadaab, is referred to locally as the Desert City. This large city, situated on the border of Kenya, lies adjacent to the war-torn Somalia, and this shared boundary is ominously dubbed the Black Triangle. Unlike the renowned Golden Triangle, the Golden Crescent, or the White Triangle, the Black Triangle has emerged as a unique production hub, and it stands as Africa's largest source of illicit goods. The turmoil of the Black Triangle, compounded by its proximity to the incessantly strife-ridden Somalia, has given rise to the world's largest refugee camp in Dadaab. Originally intended to accommodate only 90,000 refugees, the camp's population has now surged to over 460,000, more than 5 times its capacity, with 460,000 impoverished refugees congregating. Devoid of any economic means or resources, they rely solely on international aid and self-sufficiency. One can only imagine the terrifying spectacle that unfolds. Rampant sexual violence, overt drug transactions, daily shootings, and the arbitrary abuse of police power by law enforcement, alongside fierce turf battles among various gangs, have become commonplace. Such phenomena have descended into normalcy and are now integral to the lives of the refugees. A day without multiple gunfights, without dozens or even hundreds of casualties, or without large-scale brawls is now deemed extraordinary. Yet, in this vast refugee camp, where death reigns and order has completely disintegrated, the population continues to swell rather than diminish due to the violence. The primary influx comprises refugees fleeing the relentless turmoil of Somalia. Compared to the daily threat of artillery fire and the looming specter of ethnic cleansing, the chaotic refugee camp appears, in the eyes of these individuals, to be a sanctuary of safety. It must be said that being born in the Third World is indeed a tragic fate. Moreover, this year marks a significant drought in Kenya, the worst in 60 years, exacerbating the humanitarian crisis and leading to unprecedented chaos in Dadaab. With insufficient food supplies, desperate refugees have been compelled to join drug trafficking organizations. Under the control of these syndicates, they resort to cultivating vast quantities of cannabis and poppy to exchange for meager sustenance, resulting in a dramatic surge in illicit production from the Black Triangle, surpassing even that of the Golden Triangle and other regions. The Black Triangle is a primary production area for illicit goods, rather than a key consumer market. The unique creations produced necessitate their sale, inevitably establishing a direct connection with Mexico, the country renowned for its substantial trade in singular items. Ultimately, these unique products that enter Mexico will find their way to the United States, a major consumer of such exclusivities. Thus, the mission of the enigmatic Black Fox was conceived, to dismantle certain disobedient elements within the Triangle of Darkness, to restore order to the rare item distribution, and to curtail the influx of these products into American territory. As for the unique items that retreat from the American market, their final destinations do not concern Black Fox. Other specific details of the mission, which involve classified information, were not disclosed by Black Fox, nor did Dragon War inquire further. He understood that some knowledge could be a double-edged sword. The following evening, a C-17 aircraft, having traversed the ocean for over 20 hours, landed in Nairobi, Kenya. As Black Fox and Dragon War exited the airport, they were approached by two United Nations officials clad in suits, who identified themselves and escorted the pair to a black sedan. They proceeded directly to the UN office. The United Nations operates two primary management centers across Africa, one of which is located in Nairobi. Through discussions between Black Fox and the officials, Dragon War unearthed a surprising revelation. Black Fox was not affiliated with the CIA, but rather served as a narcotics consultant dispatched from the UN headquarters, specifically tasked with overseeing this drug enforcement operation. The seamless transition of identity intrigued Dragon War immensely. What intricate machinations lay behind such a transformation? Unfortunately, upon arriving at the UN office, Dragon War was swiftly taken to a hotel by one of the staff members. Black Fox merely informed him to await her call before departing with the two officials, leaving Dragon War unaware of her whereabouts. This marked Dragon War's inaugural experience participating in a mission under the auspices of an international task force, involving prestigious entities such as the United Nations, the CIA, and the U.S. government. The gravity of the task filled him with a sense of wonder, akin to an adventurer stepping into uncharted wilderness, embarking on a quest of curiosity and exploration. This operational model starkly contrasted with military missions, exposing Dragon War to a diverse array of collaborative modalities, thus providing him with a novel experience. After Black Fox's departure, she did not return, and Dragon War received no further communication. It was a tranquil night. The next morning, shortly after 9, a staff member knocked on Dragon War's door, escorting him to the police headquarters in Nairobi. A convoy awaited at the entrance, including two armored police vehicles. The elusive Black Fox, who had been absent throughout the night, was found waiting on the steps at the entrance. Upon seeing Dragon War arrive, she led him into an armory crowded with officers from the Black Brother police force, all lined up to receive their weaponry and equipment. The black tactical vests, black bulletproof vests, black helmets, and large bulletproof shields, along with an array of police shotguns, submachine guns, breaching tools, riot shields, tear gas, and stun grenades. All of these are clearly police equipment, specifically designed for counterterrorism units. It is indeed surprising that such a small African nation as Kenya possesses a complete set of special police gear. However, considering the chaos of Dadaab, where the number of human traffickers is countless, it is understandable that the elite police force must be well equipped to handle the situation. The police gear leans towards being portable and multifunctional, lacking the lethality of DGS equipment, and is primarily mass-produced standard issue. Dragon Zhan, equipped with bespoke high-end gear, showed no interest in these second-rate police weapons and took only a few bulletproof plates to insert into his heavy-duty tactical vest. While he may forego the finest weaponry, he insists on achieving the utmost in ballistic protection. Any space that can accommodate a bulletproof plate must not remain vacant. The traffickers are cunning and devious, unlike armed militias or terrorists, and Dragon Zhan wishes to avoid any missteps that could leave him vulnerable to their treachery. Once the Kenyan Special Police were fully armed, the night passed swiftly, and the figure of the Black Fox, now transformed into the operational commander, ordered everyone to board their vehicles and prepare for departure. As the personal bodyguard of the Black Fox, Dragon Zhan boarded the same armored vehicle. Proximity is essential for a bodyguard. The other 20 or so Kenyan Special Police, clearly well-trained, did not resemble a disorganized group hastily assembled. At the command of the Black Fox, they efficiently divided into two armored personnel carriers and a leading off-road police vehicle, all heading towards Dadaab. "Are we heading straight to Dadaab?" Dragon Zhan inquired, frowning as the armored personnel carriers sped along the road. "Are you afraid?" The corners of the Black Fox's lips, adorned with a subtle gloss, curled playfully. "Afraid? You are truly humorous," Dragon Zhan replied, puffing out his chest, which was broader than the Black Fox's, to assert his strength. "I merely asked out of curiosity. After all, those you brought along seem rather unimpressive. Look at how nervous they are, almost ready to wet themselves." while Dragon Zhan's comment was a candid observation. It came off as exceedingly arrogant to others. Within the vehicle were also 5 Kenyan special police officers, whose expressions turned grim upon hearing Dragon Zhan's disparaging remarks. Though they wanted to rise and retort, their anxiety rendered them speechless. In this nation, traffickers wield immense power, brutally killing both police and special forces. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie. Some wished to teach Dragon Zhan a lesson, but the imposing presence of his stature deterred them. Even if they clenched their fists in frustration, they did not dare to move. Ultimately, they could only glare at Dragon Zhan, their anger palpable. It seemed as though he wished to vanquish Long Zhan with a mere glance. In comparison to you, they truly appear inferior. However, within this nation, they are undoubtedly the finest special police officers. Black Fox did not concur with Long Zhan's assertion and cast his gaze over the 5 special police officers, inquiring, "Are you afraid?" "No, sir," they replied resolutely, eager not to appear diminished in Long Zhan's eyes, and their tension visibly alleviated. "Indeed, you seem much more agreeable now," Long Zhan remarked, patting the face of a nearby special police officer with a satisfied smile. Upon hearing Long Zhan's words and observing the now less anxious officers, Black Fox instantly comprehended the audacity behind Long Zhan's earlier bravado. This tactic of diverting attention combined with provocation proved far more effective than any mere encouragement. This individual is increasingly enigmatic. With just a few words, he dispelled the officer's anxiety, earning Black Fox's renewed respect. He then addressed the 5 special police officers. "Fear and anxiety will dull your reflexes. In the execution of high-risk tasks, this could be fatal. You must remain composed at all times to ensure your survival. Dadaab is akin to a devil's concentration camp. If you do not wish to be reduced to mere pulp, heed my words." The Kenyan Special Police Force is relatively new, lacking a systematic police academy, and indeed, compared to their counterparts in larger nations, their capabilities are somewhat lacking. Yet, they are the backbone of this narcotics operation and the only armed force against drug trafficking in Kenya. Their absence would be detrimental. Black Fox continuously advocated for them, imparting invaluable leadership experience to enhance their abilities, all in pursuit of ensuring the successful completion of this mission. Yes, sir. In the eyes of the Kenyan Special Police, Black Fox was a top-tier figure from America. Now, with the guidance of such an authority, their spirits had finally stabilized. "Black Fox, while my sole task is to protect you, now that we are en route, shouldn't you share some insights with me?" Long Zhan, still in the dark regarding the specifics of the narcotics operation, expressed his unease. Although, as a bodyguard, it sufficed to follow along. He was not fond of the unpredictable nature of this DG-style intelligence sharing model, preferring a more familiar approach. "All right, let me summarize briefly," Black Fox replied without hesitation. Retrieving a military tablet from the tactical vest's pocket and enlarging a map, he informed Long Zhan, "Liboy, a border town, there is a drug trafficking den here. About a week ago, one of our informants was captured by the traffickers, possessing crucial intelligence that we need to rescue." "Okay, understood." Upon learning that the mission involved merely infiltrating a small trafficking den, Long Zhan felt reassured and refrained from further inquiries. "Oh, by the way, have you studied CQB?" Black Fox suddenly asked as he stowed the tablet. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. My fee is not excessive, 1,000 per hour. And I offer overnight practice at half price. What do you think? Are you interested?" Long Zhan spoke with a solemn tone, laced with sarcasm, implying that he could easily assume the role of a teacher, questioning whether she believed he would not. In a bid to counter Black Fox's seemingly rhetorical question, Long Zhan also playfully teased her, yet his insinuations were so overt that they nearly breached Black Fox's defenses. "What the hell, practicing all night? And the tuition is halved. Do I really have to pay for you to play?" Had she not previously witnessed Long Zhan's violent prowess, she would have been compelled to make him pay for his flippancy, teaching him the true strength of a little wildcat. As the operation commenced, she instructed him to follow her at the rear of the formation, leaving the rest to the Kenyan Special Forces. To avoid being affected by Long Zhan's antics, Black Fox succinctly outlined his task and averted her gaze toward the window. Out of sight, out of mind. Close quarters battle, CQB, demands a high degree of teamwork, where each action performed by one member must be intricately linked to another. Introducing someone unfamiliar with the procedure would undoubtedly disrupt the tactical cohesion of the CQB team, potentially leading to a complete operational failure. Black Fox had faith in Long Zhan's CQB capabilities. However, since he had never collaborated with the Kenyan Special Forces. They lacked any form of synergy. His involvement could inadvertently hinder the fluidity of the Special Forces tactics. Hence, she specifically instructed him to remain with her at the back of the unit. My duty is solely to protect you. Everything else is beyond my purview. Of course, should you desire me to undertake additional tasks, I would not be opposed, but it would require extra compensation. Long Zhan playfully pinched his thumb and forefinger together, adorned with a warm smile. Black Fox, having encountered such unabashed greed cloaked in righteousness, was left speechless, rolling her eyes as she remarked, "Mr. Gibran, you truly broaden my horizons. Thank you for the compliment." Unperturbed by Black Fox's subtle jibe, Long Zhan, having had a restless night, longed for a peaceful slumber in the spacious vehicle. Unfortunately, that was not to be. The prospect of a restful sleep was utterly unattainable within the confines of the vehicle, a reality that seemed insurmountable. Although the armored vehicle's weight provided some stability, allowing one to doze off amid its gentle swaying, the harsh African environment was enough to alter everything. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the warm orange sun transformed into a blazing golden orb, causing the concrete roads to shimmer with rising heat waves. Gazing into the distance along the road, the entire world appeared distorted. Chapter 359. Principles of Engagement. The Kenyan Special Forces armored personnel carrier lacked air conditioning, quickly becoming a veritable sauna under the relentless sun. Clad in a heavy tactical vest, Long Zhan felt as though he was swathed in a thick winter coat. Soon, he was drenched in sweat. Even after removing his bulletproof helmet and loosening his collar for ventilation, he remained engulfed in perspiration. His 3-sand camouflage uniform and tactical vest became thoroughly soaked through. The Black Fox, along with our elite SWAT team, was equally drenched in sweat, which visibly coalesced on their faces, ultimately forming large droplets that trickled down from their jaws. The heat was unbearable, oppressively sweltering, akin to being trapped within a pressure cooker, lacking only the addition of star anise and cinnamon for flavor. In a moment of desperation, they opened the rear door of the vehicle and propped up the cover intended for the gun turret, allowing a modicum of relief from the sweltering interior. It was imperative that no one succumb to heat exhaustion before the operation even commenced. Enduring this stifling heat, the convoy traversed from the morning until just past 11. Without a single pause. "Commander, we have entered Liboy and will reach our destination in 2 minutes," reported the navigator of the lead off-road vehicle over the radio. "Understood. Proceed as planned." The Black Fox responded, then pressed the intercom to issue a command to all units. "Attention, we will arrive at our destination in 2 minutes. Execute everything according to the established plan. Vehicle 1 will now move to the rear, Vehicle 2 will take the lead, and communications will switch to open mic. Once we breach the premises and enter, our primary objective is to locate our rescue target. Should there be any resistance, you are authorized to eliminate the threat on the spot. Is that clear?" Team 1, acknowledged. Team 2, acknowledged. All SWAT members switched their radios to open communication. Having removed their helmets and headsets due to the heat, they ensured their weapons were loaded and ready. "Remember, stay right behind the assault team, understood?" The Black Fox reiterated to Long Zhan, genuinely concerned about his unpredictable nature. Not only was there apprehension about disrupting the formation, but also about Long Zhan, whom the Black Fox viewed as having a propensity for extreme violence, potentially wreaking havoc during the operation. Although both police and military personnel wield firearms, their rules of engagement are fundamentally different. The military employs a decisive and lethal approach against armed adversaries, while the police and SWAT teams operate under a contrasting principle, to uphold the law rather than execute immediate judgment. Thus, the guiding principle during this mission was to avoid lethal force whenever possible. "Understood." Long Zhan signaled an OK to the Black Fox, fastening his drenched tactical vest and donning the heavy ballistic helmet and noise-canceling headset. With a click, the 48 Malawian Quach's light machine gun was loaded. The Black Fox compared his Remington shotgun with the HK MP7 submachine guns wielded by the other officers, then glanced at the imposing weapon in Long Zhan's grasp. He contemplated advising against the use of such a volatile weapon for a narcotics operation, particularly in a close-quarters battle scenario. But upon observing Long Zhan's formidable stature, occupying nearly 2 seats, he swallowed his words. What appeared to be a hefty machine gun in their hands seemed rather diminutive in Long Zhan's grip, perfectly befitting his imposing presence. The thought of him wielding an MP7 instead struck the Black Fox as ludicrous, akin to an adult holding a child's toy gun. Liboy. Nestled adjacent to the southern border of Somalia lies a diminutive town, occupying less than 2 square kilometers of flat, arid terrain. The inhabitants of this locale are far from pristine. They are either armed associates of major drug lords, relatives entwined with the traffickers, or farmers cultivating opium poppies. Among the structures that line the main thoroughfare of the town stands a large house, the target of an imminent operation. This edifice sprawls over 1,000 square meters and is enclosed by a wall, with a road leading directly to its courtyard. Its decor and layout are strikingly simplistic, ill-suited to the grand scale of its footprint. The building is divided into 2 levels, with every window obscured by curtains and shutters, rendering the interior completely inscrutable from the outside. Not a whisper of sound escapes, and everything appears eerily tranquil beneath the midday sun. However, this calm, bathed in the harsh light, is soon to be shattered by violence. A convoy composed of 2 armored personnel carriers and an off-road vehicle swiftly approaches along the road. The lead armored vehicle hurtling forward at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour, showing no signs of deceleration. With a thunderous crash, the armored vehicle collides head-on, sending debris flying. The left side of the wall crumbles under the impact, and the leading armored personnel carrier slightly reduces its velocity, veering toward the far left of the courtyard. The second armored vehicle barrels toward the far right. The last vehicle, an off-road truck, halts in the middle of the road, effectively blocking access. 4 elite police officers emerge from within. 2, armed with sniper rifles, dart to the left and right flanks, swiftly claiming elevated positions. The remaining 2 utilize the front and rear of the vehicles as cover, positioning themselves strategically in front of the house as main entrance. Upon reaching their designated locations, both armored personnel carriers execute a remarkable maneuver. The drivers, demonstrating exceptional skill and reflexes, deftly reverse, aligning the rear of their vehicles against the house's wall. Engaging reverse gear, they slam the accelerator down. With a resounding roar, the armored vehicles charge forward like frenzied buffalo, effortlessly crashing through the walls behind them, their rears penetrating the interior of the house. This brutal and rapid breach method, while seemingly unconventional, is a familiar tactic for Long Zhan, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, who remains unfazed by such displays of force. As the rear of the number 1 armored personnel carrier breaches the wall, the rear door swings open. 5 fully armed Kenyan elite police officers pour out in a coordinated stream. Through the thick dust billowing from the collapsed wall, they swiftly scan the room's corners, pinpointing a bewildered man, momentarily stunned by the destruction. Elite police unit. Do not move. Hands on your head. Lie down. Lie down. Lie down. A squad of Kenyan special police officers vociferously warned and approached with weapons drawn. Chapter 360. The most vengeful creature. Inside the room, a male drug dealer, clad in a vest, jeans, and slippers, sat on a dilapidated sofa watching television, seemingly oblivious to the sudden breach of the wall. 6 ominous gun barrels were already pressed against his forehead. However, the dealer exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he raised his hands in a composed manner before adeptly dropping to the ground, cradling his head. His surrender was executed with such proficiency that it was evident this was not his first encounter with law enforcement. He appeared to be a seasoned inmate. Long Zhan chuckled inwardly. Where are the hostages? Speak quickly. Where have you hidden them? Noting the dealer's capitulation, 1 special officer stepped forward, kneeling on the dealer's neck while brandishing handcuffs and demanding answers loudly. The other 4 officers did not wait for a response. They opened the door and moved into the corridor outside, forming a standard CQB formation as they advanced to search the premises. The lead officer wielded a 1.5-meter-tall folding ballistic shield in his left hand, capable of deflecting 7.62mm rounds, while his right hand held a handgun aimed forward. The second officer readied his submachine gun, targeting the left front, while the third officer aimed to the right. The fourth officer's movement was distinctive, with his weapon pointed backward as he sidestepped, relying on his left hand for visibility while grasping the shoulder of the third officer. This represented a quintessential police CQB clearing formation, maximizing their safety and ensuring immediate awareness of any potential threats from either side. Through their coordinated actions upon entering, Long Zhan's perception of the Kenyan special police shifted. Their tactical skills were far superior to his initial expectations. In such a small African nation, the ability to cultivate such competent special forces must have come at a significant cost to the Kenyan government. This also subtly indicated the severe proliferation of drugs within the country, compelling the government to invest heavily in combating the issue. While the first team's assault unfolded seamlessly, the second armored personnel carrier similarly breached the door, and its teams swiftly disembarked to commence their operation. One officer remained to guard the subdued drug dealer inside, while assisting the driver in managing the vehicle, while the remaining four, shielded, initiated their search and rescue mission. They ascended not to the first floor, but directly to the second floor via the staircase on the left. A strategic choice informed by detailed structural intelligence that Black Fox had acquired beforehand. Knowing the layout, they dispatched two armored personnel carriers, one group to clear the first floor, another to tackle the second, while a third team of special officers in an all-terrain vehicle secured the high ground around the building, ensuring that any drug dealers attempting to escape would be contained within a 100-meter radius. As the assault operation commenced successfully, the three teams of special officers collaborated effectively, transitioning into the search phase, at which point Commander Black Fox disembarked from the armored vehicle. Accompanying him, Long Zhan remarked, "I take back my earlier statement. These fellows indeed appear competent, likely having undergone professional training." "Your judgment is commendable," replied Black Fox. The Black Fox smiled and remarked that the Kenyan Special Police Unit and the Dallas Police Department in the United States collaborate on drug enforcement, with captains having undergone advanced training at the Canadian World Police Academy. The government has also engaged retired special forces from various countries, who possess extensive teaching experience, to serve as instructors, providing systematic training to the team members. Although their combat experience may still be lacking, their operational capabilities are undoubtedly proficient. True to her profession in intelligence, the Black Fox seemed to know the Kenyan Special Police Unit's background intimately, clearly indicating prior thorough investigation. "Indeed, this is commendable." Long Zhan nodded in satisfaction. "If they can handle the matter efficiently, it will save me considerable effort." "No, I won't allow you to be idle," the Black Fox replied playfully, not slowing her pace as she exited through the open door. "Isn't it better to sit back and watch the show?" Long Zhan sighed, observing her alluring silhouette, even in loose combat attire, as he stepped forward with determination. At that moment, the search and inspection operations on both the first and second floors had reached a fever pitch. The occupants within the room had realized the situation and, unwilling to surrender, began to resist with firearms, engaging in a fierce exchange of gunfire with the Kenyan Special Police, who shouted for them to lay down their arms amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the wounded. With the overwhelming advantage of their equipment, the clearance of the large house could be completed within 5 minutes. "Let us proceed to the backyard." The Black Fox pointed out a row of simple flat buildings in the rear, since her assistance was no longer required within the main house. She beckoned Long Zhan to prepare for a search of the premises together. The structure of the row of small buildings was straightforward, featuring only one window and a door, with little room for concealment, appearing to pose minimal danger. Based on her personal experience, the Black Fox assessed that she could handle such a simple structure alone, especially with the assistance of Long Zhan, her robust bodyguard. As they made their way to the backyard, the Black Fox casually suggested, "Would you like to adopt a codename? While I'm uncertain if Gibran is your true name, using a codename would render you more enigmatic." "Enigmatic? I believe it merely serves to impress," Long Zhan teased. "Haha, that's one way to interpret it." The Black Fox chuckled at Long Zhan's candidness, playfully adding, "I think King Kong suits you perfectly. It aligns well with your image." "A foolish brute reduced to mere brawn?" Long Zhan frowned, clearly reluctant, but then his expression shifted, a smile breaking across his face as he quipped, "If you are willing to be Andero, I might consider it." Andero is the female lead from the King Kong film, known for a peculiar romance with the giant gorilla. Long Zhan's remark was a subtle implication. "Do you possess such prowess?" The Black Fox, with a wild spirit and an unyielding nature, shot him a provocative glance before continuing, "Or you could go by dragon." In Western culture, dragons symbolize strength, yet they are also regarded as malevolent beings. The Black Fox's disdain for Long Zhan's brutish demeanor, likening him to a gorilla, is palpable, especially as she suggests he adopt the moniker dragon, subtly implying his violent nature. It is evident that the painful memory of their initial encounter, marked by a back throw, still haunts her. Indeed, women are renowned for their capacity to hold grudges. Long Zhan stepped closer to the Black Fox, deliberately correcting her with a tone of authority. "My full name is Long Zhan, Long, not Dragon." The specific roster of the first-level combat unit remains classified and is never disclosed to outsiders. Thus, it matters little whether the name is shared publicly or not, rendering the code names inconsequential. As their exchange unfolded, they reached the far left of the row of small flat-roofed buildings. Noticing Long Zhan's indifference towards the code names, the Black Fox momentarily suppressed her thoughts. She leaned forward, shifting her sniper rifle into CQB mode, and inquired, "You take care of security at the back, and I'll handle the front, okay?" "Okay," Long Zhan affirmed with a nod. To ensure the safety of the search operation, he promptly adjusted his demeanor. Despite the presence of merely a few cottages, he would not allow any room for complacency or negligence. Years of combat experience taught him that the most perilous situations often befall those who are overly confident, for caution is the cornerstone of survival. Chapter 361. Do men and women work better together? The row of flat-roof cottages lacked proper doors, instead adorned with thick, opaque fabric curtains that hung down. The fabric was too soft to support itself, unlike sturdy wooden or metal doors, making it easy to push open with minimal effort. This characteristic rendered traditional CQB techniques, such as pressing against the wall to slowly open the door while shielding oneself, less effective here. The sole window was framed in wood with frosted glass, allowing light to filter through but offering no visibility inside. Even shattering the glass with gunfire would prove futile. If anyone were hiding within, attempting to peer through the window could invite perilous retaliation. Such an observational method is fraught with danger, as it could easily result in a fatal shot from within. Faced with this unconventional scenario, Long Zhan's military approach would be simpler than dealing with a solid door. He could unleash a barrage of gunfire through the fabric curtain, obliterating whatever lay inside. After all, he had a plentiful supply of ammunition. Alternatively, he could toss a defensive grenade beneath the curtain, ensuring a swift and thorough resolution. For a gentler approach, he might deploy a stun grenade or flashbang. As the fabric offered no real barrier, simply disengaging the safety and tossing it inside would suffice. With a grenade clearing the way, he could then charge in, maximizing safety. However, the Black Fox, now serving as the commander of the SWAT team, was bound by police protocols that favored capturing suspects alive over lethal force. Given their mission was to rescue hostages, and with none located thus far, resorting to gunfire was out of the question. If a hostage were present, a burst of gunfire could be catastrophic. Thus, a more measured approach to clearing the rooms was necessary. As a seasoned CIA operative, her expertise lay in intelligence gathering and disguise, making her the more adept in such delicate situations. From the onset of her actions until now, the CQB, close quarters battle, techniques she employed seem quite commendable. Although they may not rival those of Long Zhan, they are undoubtedly adequate for this situation. She must have undergone specialized training, truly worthy of her status as a senior agent. The gentle method of breaching the door that Long Zhan conceived was also considered by Black Fox, who removed the safety from a flashbang and deftly tossed it beneath the fabric strip. A resounding bang erupted, illuminating the surroundings. Black Fox deliberately waited for approximately 2 seconds by the door before swiftly and steadily entering. When an individual is under stress and suddenly confronted with an attack, they are likely to react impulsively due to the shock, making erratic movements. Black Fox's 2-second pause was intentional, aimed at preventing any potential assailants inside from firing wildly in response to the flash. Had she charged in immediately after the explosion, she might have encountered someone inside who, startled by the flash, could have opened fire, effectively running into the line of fire. Of course, had it been a high-explosive grenade or a stun grenade, the overwhelming noise would likely incapacitate the occupants, allowing for immediate entry post-explosion. The type of grenade and its accompanying tactics significantly influence the approach taken. This illustrates how details can determine success or failure. Special Police Team Freeze. Black Fox exclaimed as she pushed aside the curtain and rushed into the room, her voice preceding her presence with the distinctive phrase of the Special Police. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly surveyed the surroundings. The room was approximately 3 square meters, cluttered with various objects, the light somewhat dim but sufficient for observation. Black Fox charged into the room, while Long Zhan remained outside to provide cover, executing his actions with increasing professionalism. His face and the direction of his weapon aligned outward, aiming to capture a broader field of vision. Leaning against the wall, he positioned himself away from the door, minimizing his physical exposure. "I'm out safe," Black Fox announced loudly, having found no one inside, and turned to retreat. Exiting, she patted Long Zhan on the shoulder and stealthily moved toward the next door. The tactics of the special police differ slightly from those of the military, and Long Zhan comprehended Black Fox's intentions. He lowered his weapon, turned, and advanced, repositioning himself to continue providing cover for Black Fox. Black Fox's method of signaling Long Zhan to follow her to the next room through a shoulder squeeze rather than verbal communication was primarily to enhance their stealth. This subtlety does not imply that the enemy could remain unaware of their presence. After all, demolishing each room with grenades would make their approach quite obvious. Rather, the aim was to prevent any potential adversaries hiding in the next room from discerning their precise external position through their dialogue, thus enabling them to prepare adequately for an ambush when the agents approached. Freeze. Special Police Team. Black Fox repeated the entire procedure from the first room, successfully inspecting the second room. Long Zhan continued to guard the entrance, his back to the door, his left shoulder braced against the wall, his right hand gripping his weapon aimed outward, his gaze sweeping a 120-degree arc behind him. "I'm out safe." Black Fox repeated her earlier routine. However, before proceeding to the third room, Black Fox casually removed 2 stun grenades from Long Zhan's tactical vest and affixed them to his own. Long Zhan had a particular fondness for stun grenades, despite the inherent risk of causing fatalities. One was an elite Special Forces operative, while the other was a senior CIA agent. Their first collaboration in a real combat scenario was marked by a commendable level of synergy, as they efficiently cleared 4 rooms without encountering any unforeseen dangers, with the stun grenades expended and only 2 rooms remaining to be inspected. Perhaps their previous successes had lulled them into a false sense of security. The absence of any unusual sounds from within the rooms, coupled with the cessation of gunfire from the larger room, suggested that the search was complete, awaiting Black Fox's return for final verification. Misguided by her own assessments, Black Fox grew complacent, abandoning her earlier caution and deciding against the time-consuming return to fetch 2 more flashbangs for the search. Stealthily approaching the 5th room along the wall, she made a sudden dash inside. Hesitation would yield nothing. Decisive action was imperative. This reflected Black Fox's current mindset. "Special Police Unit, do not move," she announced as she entered. Simultaneously, her keen eyes scanned the room, revealing no signs of life, thus reinforcing her initial hypothesis. These small bungalows were merely storage spaces, highly unlikely to possess any recognized value. Moreover, the flat-roof structures lacked insulation, rendering the interiors stifling and sweltering after a few hours under the sun, quickly leaving one drenched in sweat. Drug traffickers would undoubtedly avoid such confinement, and it was improbable that hostages would be held there. Black Fox surmised that the final room would yield no discoveries. Although she was certain no one remained, she felt compelled to search thoroughly, leaving no unexplored area. As a CIA agent, her meticulousness was an intrinsic aspect of her professional nature. Upon reaching the last small bungalow, Black Fox gestured for Long Zhan to remain vigilant, just as they had done previously, and prepared to charge in. Yet, at that very moment, in Chapter 362, a sudden sound caught Long Zhan's attention. The noise was nearly imperceptible to the naked ear, leaving Black Fox completely oblivious. However, equipped with DG's specialized audio-enhancing headphones, Long Zhan's device processed sounds of footsteps, the pulling of grenade pins, and the chambering of various firearms, amplifying them for his ears. Despite its subtlety, years of combat experience enabled Long Zhan to swiftly deduce its significance. He could unequivocally identify the sound as that of a pump-action shotgun being cycled after being loaded. The question arose as to why one would pump the action again after already chambering a round. Long Zhan's immediate inference was that the individual was exceedingly anxious, to the point of doubting whether their weapon was indeed loaded, necessitating a second verification. Coupled with this crucial piece of information and the proximity of the sound, the conclusion was all but inevitable. The individual wielding the pump-action shotgun is situated in this final small room. The thought of the Black Fox charging in fills Long Zhan, the bodyguard, with a sense of dread. This is his first mission with the Special Operations Group 6, and the target has already met his demise in his grasp. This transcends mere embarrassment. There is no time for contemplation, nor the luxury of shouting warnings like in the movies. When danger strikes, Long Zhan's instinct is not to call out. The very notion of such a response does not even cross his mind. In that fleeting moment of realization, he reacts by swiftly pivoting and lunging forward, embracing the Black Fox, who has already pulled aside the curtain and stepped inside. Just as Long Zhan tackles her to the ground, a gunshot erupts. A gaping hole is blasted into the curtain door, courtesy of the shotgun's pellets fired from within. Though the hole is initially the size of a palm, the spread of the numerous lead projectiles can easily cover an area the size of a basin, each capable of penetrating a human skull. Through the breach, one can vividly discern a face, tense and glistening with sweat, eyes bloodshot and contorted in rage, staring toward the door. A mere 5 seconds after the shotgun is discharged, Long Zhan crashes to the floor with the black fox in his arms. She is momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, her breath constricted beneath his imposing frame, nearly gasping for air. At this moment, Long Zhan cannot afford to indulge in sentimentality. He raises the 48 Malawian kwaches with his right hand, aiming it at the curtain door and pulling the trigger. There is no time to rise. He resorts to firing from this awkward position. The sound of rapid gunfire fills the air. Fortunately, Long Zhan's robust physique allows him to stabilize the weapon with one hand, unleashing a barrage of automatic fire. The bullets pierce through the curtain door effortlessly, zipping into the room beyond. Having fired once and missed, the assailant prepares to pump the action for a second shot, only to be caught off guard by Long Zhan's swift retaliation. Before he can react, he is jolted upwards as if dancing to a disco beat by the force of the 7.62mm bullets that tear through him, accompanied by a spray of flesh and blood that stains the wall behind him crimson. This entire sequence, from defense to counterattack, exemplifies the clinical precision of the DG Special Forces. The thought process is lucid, decisions are decisive, the execution is swift and effective. As Long Zhan holds the black fox down, she watches the shell casings clatter to the ground before her. Through the curtain door, now utterly shredded and collapsing, she sees the assailant, riddled with bullets, slumping to the floor. At last, she comprehends the gravity of the situation. Long Zhan had just saved her life. Had he reacted even a second later, her fate would have resembled that of the lifeless body now thudding to the ground. With the cessation of the continuous roar from the light machine gun, the atmosphere shifted. Mr. Gibran, how does it feel to have me pressed beneath you? Is it an experience you find difficult to forget, one you wish to revisit? With this act of salvation, Heihu's demeanor toward Long Zhan underwent a notable transformation as she ventured into the realm of playful innuendo. No need to find another time. Tonight will suffice. Room 104 at the Venus Hotel, I shall await your arrival. Long Zhan was not one to exhibit humility. He thrived on seizing opportunities. As he rose from the ground, he unabashedly took advantage of the moment, delivering a playful slap to her pert backside. The sensation was both springy and soft, producing a light, crisp sound, truly the finest of treasures. You scoundrel! Heihu exclaimed, her chest still aching from her previous tumble, now compounded by the tingling sensation coursing through her rear. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth, nearly rushing at him in a fit of rage. Fortunately, she paused. Reminded of Long Zhan's valiant act, she resolved to spare this towering brute. Having already lost face aboard the transport plane, she could not afford to be further humiliated by Long Zhan in front of the Kenyan Special Police. Casting him a fierce glare, Heihu hastened into the small cabin. Opposite the door, a pool of crimson stained the wall. The lifeless form of the dealer sprawled on the ground, his face nearly obliterated, his body still convulsing. Beside him lay a KS-23 pump-action shotgun, a military weapon developed by the former Soviet Union in the early 1970s. Its appearance might seem rudimentary, featuring a wooden structure. Yet it fired 23mm shells capable of devastating close-range destruction. It was one of the most formidable close combat weapons during the Cold War. A single blast at close range could obliterate a person's internal organs, rendering any chance of survival nearly impossible. The distance from the dealer to the door was less than 3 meters. Had that gun been fired, Heihu would have faced certain death had she recklessly entered the room. Gazing at this lethal instrument and recalling the harrowing moment, she felt a shiver run down her spine. In the wake of such a brush with death, she instinctively turned to Long Zhan outside, her expression subtly altered. The final room had been cleared, and Long Zhan no longer required cover. He turned just in time to catch Heihu gazing at him with an almost infatuated stare. Hush, he whistled, teasingly remarking, Hey, lady, I know I exude masculine charm. Do be careful with those looks. You might just fall for me. Heihu, taken aback by Long Zhan's audacity, shot back by extending her right hand into a fist, ultimately delivering a playful flick of her middle finger. Ha ha ha. As Long Zhan observed the black fox extending her fist, he was initially curious about her intentions. To his surprise, she displayed a rude gesture. eliciting an uncontrollable laugh from him. Internally, he marveled at the unexpected comedic aspect of this vengeful and aggressive seductress. Having vented her frustration with the middle finger, the Black Fox chose to disregard Long Zhan's formal demeanor and redirected her focus to the mission at hand. Chapter 363. Malicious incident. The row of bungalows in the backyard had been thoroughly searched, yielding no trace of the hostages they had come to rescue. Hope now rested solely on the larger house. Here, the Black Fox was coordinating the progress of various units. Through her radio, she issued commands, and the response from each operational unit followed in succession. This is Assault Team 1. The first floor is secure. We have completed the sweep, neutralizing 4 individuals and capturing 2, but no sign of the rescue target. Over. Assault Team 2. The second floor is secure. No hostages found. 3 individuals neutralized. 3 suspects apprehended. Over. This is the stop team. All is normal. Over. This is cover Team 1. The left flank is secure. No suspicious targets have escaped. Over. This is cover Team 2. The right flank is secure. Over. The operations of the various teams proceeded smoothly, with no injuries reported among the personnel. Yet, the Black Fox furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. The core of the mission was the absence of the hostages. The assault teams were ordered to conduct a renewed search of the building, determined to locate the missing individuals. The Black Fox issued new commands to the special police. Murmuring in confusion, the intelligence cannot be mistaken. The informant was captured here and has not left since. Where on earth have those wretched scoundrels hidden them? After expending such significant manpower and resources to pursue the drug traffickers' hideout, it was unacceptable to have merely eliminated a few dealers. The failure to locate the hostages meant a severance of leads, jeopardizing the continuation of their narcotics operation. As the person in charge, her frustration was palpable. Just then, Long Zhan sensed something amiss. As a seasoned veteran familiar with the battlefield, he was most attuned to 2 things: equipment and the scent of death. A foul odor wafted through the air, triggering an instinctive recognition within him. His sixth sense alerted him that something was wrong. He began to sniff the air, searching for the source of the repugnant scent. It was the unmistakable odor of decaying meat. This room, so arid, hardly resembled a place for food storage. How could such a smell emanate from here? The Black Fox also detected the anomaly. This small bungalow, barely 5 square meters, could be thoroughly observed with a single glance. The only significant item was a rickety bed adorned with a mat, accompanied by basic living necessities, nothing that could produce such a foul stench. While Long Zhan's sense of smell was not superior to that of an average person, his ability to discern odors was far beyond the ordinary. Even amidst the metallic scent of blood from the drug dealers, he pinpointed the precise origin of the decay. Here, the source of the putrid odor was unmistakably identified. Following the direction indicated by Long Zhan's finger, a wall stained with the blood and flesh of readers came into view, marked by several finger-sized holes. As Long Zhan approached for a closer inspection, he discerned something peculiar about these bullet holes. Typically, whether constructed of bricks, tiles, or cement, walls are not easily penetrated by 7.62 millimeters bullets. The bullet holes exhibited a shape that was larger on the exterior and smaller within, clearly revealing the embedded positions of the projectiles. Yet, peering into the holes revealed a dark interior, reminiscent of gazing into a sealed box through an aperture. The wall was hollow. Exchanging surprised glances with Black Fox, they reached a silent consensus. Black Fox produced a tactical flashlight and aimed it at the holes, seeking to discern the situation inside. But the narrowness of the holes and the profound darkness rendered it impossible to see anything clearly. Long Zhan flipped the firearm and rapped the butt against the wall, producing a dull, hollow sound. It was evident that this was not the typical brick and tile structure. It resembled a wooden panel coated with a layer of lime or plaster, as indicated by the sound it emitted upon impact. This building was of brick construction, and yet here was a wall disguised as wood, an anomaly too striking to ignore. Something lurked within, with an increasingly grave expression. Black Fox's unease deepened as he fixated on the holes in the wall. "Let me take a look. I'll break it open," Long Zhan said, gently pressing his right hand on Black Fox's shoulder, nudging him aside to create sufficient space. He raised his secured 48 Malawian kwaches and began to strike. Thud, thud, thud. Under Long Zhan's forceful blows, the metallic butt of the gun crashed against the lime-coated wooden wall, akin to a stick piercing through tofu. With a single strike, a substantial portion crumbled away. The bullet hole swiftly expanded to the size of a fist, then further to that of a small basketball. As the hole widened, an odor reminiscent of excrement simmered beneath a lid for half an hour erupted forth, akin to the explosion of a gas grenade. Coughing, Long Zhan found himself positioned directly in the path of the noxious fumes, the acrid scent overwhelming him as he staggered back 2 or 3 steps. The physiological reaction triggered by the stench sent his stomach churning violently, nearly provoking him to vomit on the spot. Black Fox, having stood further back, initially escaped the brunt of the foul stench, but even he began to feel queasy. The intensity of the odor emanating from the wall heightened his sense of foreboding. Determined to uncover the source, Black Fox covered his nose and approached the now vacated space left by Long Zhan, shining the powerful flashlight inside. What he beheld caused his face to pale dramatically. He was unable to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit, clutching his mouth and stumbling hastily towards the exit. Upon crossing the threshold, he could no longer contain himself, leaning against the wall as he retched uncontrollably. What on earth? Long Zhan wondered, covering his mouth as he drew closer to the gaping hole, retrieving Black Fox's fallen flashlight and directing its beam inward. To his horror, through the now darkened plastic film, he glimpsed the most repulsive sight imaginable. Even at close range, when obliterating the enemy's head, Long Zhan, having endured the brutal streets of Somalia, faltered and retreated within mere seconds. The reason? It was simply too revolting. The sheer disgust provoked a visceral reaction, causing turmoil within his stomach. 10 minutes later, 2 teams of tactical police arrived, demolishing the entire wall. Upon witnessing the horrific scene concealed within the wall, their physical reactions were even more intense than Long Zhan's. Overwhelmed by nausea, they hastily retreated, some leaning against the wall while others crouched down, succumbing to the urge to vomit. At that moment, Black Fox was already retching violently, expelling even gastric juices, his complexion turning pale as he rushed to the restroom to splash cold water on his face in an attempt to regain composure. All present were highly trained special police officers, and both Long Zhan and Black Fox were at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Yet, why did they exhibit such extreme discomfort upon seeing the scene within the wall? The answer lay in the grotesque truth of what was inside. A revelation that could shatter the human perspective, an experience that 999 out of 1,000 individuals would never encounter in their lifetimes. One could scarcely fathom that hidden within the wall was a wooden cabinet-like compartment, containing an intact corpse wrapped in plastic, sealed within by wooden boards and lime. At this point, the body was in the throes of decomposition, covered in writhing maggots, with viscous fluids mingling with putrid flesh, dripping down in grotesque drops. The strands that oozed out were 1,000 times more repugnant than the thickest mucus. For those who savor meat dishes drenched in gravy, this vision would undoubtedly resonate with them, instilling a lifelong aversion to gravy. Update notification. Alas, a headache ensues. It seems some sensitive individuals have reported it, leading to Chapter 363 being automatically blocked by the system, and an appeal for unblocking is underway. However, it is now after hours, and the editors are unavailable. To ensure a smooth reading experience, the 2 chapters typically released around 5 a.m. may be delayed, pending the unblocking of Chapter 363. I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 364. This is the sensation of being a kept man. Long Zhan remained oblivious to the extent to which the other officers and Black Fox would succumb to nausea. He only knew that for the next 3 days, he would be incapable of comfortably eating, particularly anything resembling mush. This was not due to a lack of resilience on his part. If it had been the decay of pigs or dogs, he would have merely felt discomfort without any significant reaction. However, what lay before him was a human corpse, grotesquely decomposed and oozing. Moreover, it was not just one corpse, but a multitude, the entire wall crammed with them, their forms grotesquely distorted, teeming with maggots. When one's eyes are met with such a sight, combined with the nauseating stench, the body instinctively reacts with overwhelming retching. Who could withstand such a horror? Even if one attempts to maintain composure, the brain's response and the relentless convulsions of the stomach refuse to heed commands. As this horrifying scene unfolded, Long Zhan finally comprehended why the lone trafficker, despite knowing he was the last one remaining, chose not to surrender, but rather to exchange his life for vengeance. This was due to the heinous crimes they had committed. The only fate awaiting them was a death sentence by execution. At 7 o'clock in the evening, upon discovering such a grave homicide case, The police department urgently dispatched forensic experts and other specialists via helicopter to clear and search the crime scene. Long Zhan, along with Black Fox and a senior officer from the SWAT team, took the return helicopter back to the police headquarters in Nairobi. Given the severity of the trafficking-related murder incident, an urgent high-level meeting was undoubtedly necessary. Sweating profusely under the scorching sun and overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of decay, Long Zhan and Black Fox needed to quickly regain their composure. The two of them took a police car from the headquarters, with Long Zhan driving them back to the Sheraton Hotel. It was at this moment that Long Zhan discovered Black Fox resided in the adjacent suite. As the quicker of the two, Long Zhan took a shower and changed into casual attire, descending to the lobby to await Black Fox. A crystal-clear television mounted on the lobby wall was broadcasting live news from the traffickers' hideout, displaying a bold headline: "A terrifying house of corpses discovered in a border town." A news anchor stood on the road outside the house that Long Zhan and his team had raided, microphone in hand, reporting to the camera. So far, a total of 35 bodies had been uncovered. According to clues revealed by the police, some of the victims, hidden within the walls, had already turned into mummies, with their time of death exceeding a year. The identities of the victims remained undetermined. They could be casualties of turf wars between rival gangs or illegal immigrants unable to pay ransom. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of such a heinous criminal case so close to the Dadaab refugee camp undoubtedly indicated that the activities of the Liboy trafficking group had escalated and were becoming increasingly rampant and severe. Why such a shocking atrocity occurred in this border town, and whether there were similar incidents, could only be answered by the police. Once granted permission, we would enter the premises for on-site reporting. Let us go. Black Fox, having completed his grooming and donned casual attire, appeared significantly better than before. His complexion no longer pale from nausea. The previously aggressive aura was replaced with a more alluring charm. 35 individuals entombed within the walls, forced to share eternal slumber. Such acts could only be perpetrated by traffickers. Long Zhan, accustomed to the brutality of war, found himself reflecting on his life back in his homeland, unable to suppress an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The peaceful existence devoid of war and death had become the most distant memory in Long Zhan's mind, destined to remain unreachable, relegated solely to reminiscence. At this hour, one would typically anticipate dining, but following the extraordinary experiences of the afternoon, both Long Zhan and Black Fox found themselves lacking appetite. Thus, they chose to forego the hotel restaurant and drove back once more to the Nairobi police headquarters. Long Zhan followed Black Fox as they ascended to the third floor via the elevator, disregarding the bustling police officers and personnel. They made their way directly to the inner sanctum of the high-level conference room. "Sir, you cannot enter," a guard stated as they reached the entrance. Black Fox effortlessly strode inside, but when Long Zhan attempted to follow, he was halted by a security officer stationed at the door. As newcomers to Kenya, Long Zhan and Black Fox were strangers to the guard, who could only act according to the passage permit. "Ah, is this how it is?" Long Zhan chuckled, raising an eyebrow and inquiring why. "Apologies, you do not possess a pass." The guard indicated subtly toward the blue and white badge hanging beneath Black Fox's chest. "Must I have this as well?" Long Zhan thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated but refraining from voicing his frustrations. His sole duty was to ensure Black Fox's safety. The success of the narcotics operation was of little concern to him, and thus he held little interest in the conference. While Long Zhan's entry was inconsequential, Black Fox was not so easily dismissed. "He is my assistant and has the right to accompany me inside," she asserted with an air of authority, her gaze piercing as she regarded the guard. She gave a slight nod to Long Zhan, signaling him to disregard the guard and simply follow her in. Such was her commanding presence, undeniably domineering. Was this the fabled sensation of being shielded by a woman? It seemed rather intriguing, explaining why so many were keen on living off others. This was Long Zhan's first encounter with such an unconventional experience, and he found it quite refreshing. Black Fox exuded an impeccable demeanor befitting a dignified envoy from the capital, yet the guard remained resolute, unmoved by her words. "This is the headquarters of the Kenyan police. Please adhere to our regulations," he insisted stubbornly. Observing the guard's lack of social awareness, Long Zhan opted not to force the issue, shaking his head with a smile. "This lad's path is becoming increasingly narrow," he mused. Feeling her authority undermined by the guard's dismissal, Black Fox's countenance darkened, and her patience waned. In an instant, she turned and struck the guard across the face. Then, retrieving a credential from her pocket, she thrust it before the guard's eyes, nearly pressing it against his face. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, "I am a United Nations Special Anti-Terrorism and Narcotics Consultant, officially authorized by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and invited by the Kenyan government. My assistant equally possesses privileges. What right do you have to bar him from entry?" The once self-assured guard, upon hearing her formidable credentials, visibly deflated, standing there in a state of bewilderment. Having been struck in front of others, he remained silent, fully aware that neither the United Nations nor the Kenyan government were entities he could afford to confront. Just then, the tightly shut conference room door swung open, revealing a man in a dark purple police uniform adorned with the rank of senior superintendent. "Commander." The guard immediately stood at attention. He was about to explain the situation when the senior superintendent waved him off. "The meeting is time-sensitive. Let them in." "Understood, Commander." The senior assistant commissioner personally emerged, and the guards, realizing they had provoked someone they should not have, promptly bowed their heads and made way. As a high-ranking CIA operative, coupled with the authority of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, his words carried undeniable weight, allowing him to assert himself even in foreign territories. The Black Fox, unrestrained, brazenly confronted the police within the highest echelons of another nation's law enforcement. Not only did he evade capture after the altercation, but the opposing party even felt compelled to apologize. Today, Long Zhan gained a newfound perspective. One cannot deny that this sense of superiority and reckless abandon is immensely gratifying. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this time, he merely benefited from the Black Fox's influence. If he could attain such prowess himself, Long Zhan mused, the satisfaction would be unparalleled. Status, prestige, and boundless wealth. These are the aspirations of every individual. Long Zhan eagerly anticipated such prospects. "Thank you. If you hadn't stepped in, I would likely be left outside to brave the elements." As they entered the conference room side by side, Long Zhan expressed his gratitude for the Black Fox's public support. "Gratitude? Unnecessary, for you are mine, are you not?" The chill on the Black Fox's face melted away, leaving behind a cryptic remark as she tucked her credentials back into her pocket and strode confidently into the meeting room. "How amusing, how intriguing." Long Zhan chuckled softly, admiring the elegance of her retreating figure as he followed suit. This woman was becoming increasingly captivating. Passing through the partition between the two glass doors, Long Zhan and the Black Fox entered a high-level conference room, greeted immediately by a cacophony of voices. The room was evidently soundproofed, allowing a dozen individuals to discuss matters without their dialogue penetrating the exterior. What a grand occasion. In such an esteemed venue, a glance around revealed numerous high-ranking officers. Despite Long Zhan's familiarity with significant events, he felt a flutter of excitement. Attending a supreme meeting of a national police headquarters was indeed a first for him. Fortunately, Kenya was merely a small African nation. In a major power outside the Third World, entry into the highest echelons of national law enforcement would typically require diplomatic standing, necessitating at least a departmental or ministerial rank. Given Long Zhan's current status, he would likely only be waiting in the lobby. The notion of attending a meeting alongside the elite, such dreams linger only in the realm of fantasy. It was the combination of the Black Fox's audacious confrontation and the subsequent gravity of entering a national power institution that sparked a shift in Long Zhan's aspirations. Though he may not have realized it at this moment, the seeds of ambition were taking root deep within him, driven by the desire for greater power and status. Long Zhan had little interest in the specifics of the meeting or its relation to his mission. He casually approached the second row of the circular conference table, selected a chair, and sat down, arms crossed, curiously surveying the surroundings. At the center of the room lay an oval table, flanked by 2 rows of chairs on either side. Long Zhan, along with over a dozen Kenyan police officers adorned with ranks such as inspector and superintendent, occupied the second row of chairs, belonging to the category of those without a voice. In the row before him sat Black Fox, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, as well as 2 middle-aged African men clad in dark purple police uniforms, their ranks seemingly significant, seated at either end of the elongated conference table. At the head of the table was a man in his 50s, dressed in an elegant black suit. He was none other than the commissioner of the Kenyan police force. "Miss Helen, may we commence?" The commissioner inquired, reflecting the high regard for Black Fox's presence at this gathering. "Let us begin." Black Fox nodded in affirmation. The commissioner surveyed the assembly and stated, "Gentlemen, today is regrettable, as our informant remains unaccounted for. However, we have gleaned considerable insights. Now that everyone is present, we shall proceed with the meeting. Miss Helen is a senior advisor dispatched by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, authorized to assist our nation in anti-drug initiatives. Possessing extensive operational experience in counterterrorism and narcotics enforcement. Henceforth, Miss Helen will preside over the meeting and elaborate on this drug enforcement operation. It is a pleasure to collaborate with all of you. Black Fox, languidly reclining in his chair with crossed legs, straightened up, placing his hands on the table before him. His expression inscrutable, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Even in the company of high-ranking police officials, Black Fox's charisma dominated the room. This drug enforcement operation, spearheaded by the Narcotics Control Bureau, or the codename Operation No. 1 Pursuit, with our primary target being Mu Hoda Air Wu Shou. After nearly a year of investigation, we have ascertained substantial information regarding him. He has a brother named Jihad and a cousin named Foster Akalon, who operates an international shipping company known as Red Ocean. This enterprise, aside from having 25 commercial vessels seized this year due to loan defaults, otherwise engages in entirely legitimate operations. There appears to be no discernible issue, which is indeed a testament to his cunning. Unfortunately, even the most astute fox will eventually reveal its tail, and our mission is to ensnare this self-satisfied fox. With a subtle lift of his finely arched eyebrows, Black Fox radiated confidence and charm, exuding an air of competence. Coupled with his striking D-cup physique, he was undeniably captivating. After outlining the familial background and pertinent details of our target, Black Fox uncrossed his elegantly long legs, opened the folder on the table, and distributed its contents to each attendee. The precise intelligence we have gathered indicates that Mu Hoda Air Wu Shou South Company has maintained close ties with the Soleda Drug Syndicate, the largest trafficking organization in the Golden Triangle. Utilizing the logistical advantages of his company, Mu Hoda Air Wu Shou has been systematically exporting large quantities of semi-processed narcotics out of the Golden Triangle, which are then refined in Mexico before being sold across the Americas at exorbitant profits. Yet, the company's accounts reflect annual losses, and Mu Hoda Air Wu Shou, residing in refugee camps, is not merely the owner of Red Ocean. We possess direct evidence suggesting that he is highly likely to be the core executive of the Soleda trafficking group, the elusive third figure who has remained undisclosed until now. Should Liboy's operation successfully rescue the informant, we would be able to ascertain the whereabouts of Mogadishu, but alas, the informant has merely shrugged, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. Chapter 366. More dire than Mogadishu, although the autopsy report has yet to be released. The decayed body extracted from the wall this afternoon is likely that of the captured informant. The individuals present understood the implications, their expressions revealing a sense of discomfort. Without the informant, locating the hideout becomes impossible, thereby thwarting the execution of the capture mission. Hi-Hux, equally at a loss, continued, the Dadaab refugee camp is far too chaotic. Without the precise location of Mogadishu, we are unable to initiate any action. Mobilizing a significant number of military and police forces to assist in the refugee area and conducting large-scale searches and arrests would inevitably create a detrimental international backlash. Thus, even though we know he is the mastermind behind the drug trade and that Liboy's series of murders is inextricably linked to him, we find ourselves powerless. Moreover, the property in question is not registered under Mogadishu's name, leaving us with no grounds for prosecution. Hi-Hux's lengthy exposition essentially encapsulated the primary objectives of the premier drug capture operation. Initially indifferent and uninformed about this anti-drug campaign, Long Zhan, after absorbing the information, finally grasped the overarching outline. In summary, the process comprises 3 steps: identifying Mogadishu's hiding place, uncovering evidence of his drug trafficking, and ultimately either neutralizing him or capturing him for trial. While this entire procedure may sound straightforward, the reality is profoundly intricate. In an era governed by evidence, the existence of law is undoubtedly beneficial. However, in certain exceptional circumstances, the law can be less than favorable, particularly in nations with flawed legal systems. The law may serve as a shield for wrongdoers. The necessity of evidence to apprehend criminals has become a safeguard for those adept at exploiting legal loopholes. It is widely acknowledged that Mogadishu is problematic, yet the lack of compelling evidence, compounded by the unique nature of the refugee area, complicates matters. Due to various international constraints, Kenya is unable to deploy troops en masse into the Dadaab refugee camp for a comprehensive search, nor can they extract Mohatarushu to face legal consequences. The sole viable solution to this conundrum lies in dispatching an elite SWAT team to discreetly retrieve him. This approach would facilitate a successful capture without igniting chaos in the refugee area, thereby preventing the loss of innocent lives and mitigating adverse international repercussions. However, infiltrating the refugee camp with a small, specialized unit is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. It necessitates swift action. The Dadaab refugee camp, housing over 400,000 refugees, harbors tens of thousands with ties to the syndicate, and armed drug traffickers are ubiquitous on the streets. Furthermore, the police system in Dadaab has become thoroughly corrupted. By the time the police headquarters initiates any action, the word has likely already reached the gangs and drug dealers within, along with the elusive Muatarwas. Should a conflict arise and fail to be swiftly resolved, even the most elite SWAT team would be rendered ineffective, resulting in a situation far worse than that of Mogadishu. Therefore, to ensure that the SWAT team can accomplish their mission in a remarkably brief period, extracting individuals before the traffickers can react, the paramount priority is to ascertain the precise hiding location of Muatarwas. This cunning individual has cleverly chosen to conceal himself within the refugee camp, a zone deemed sensitive where the Kenyan government dares not take significant action, allowing him to live freely. Long Zhan mused inwardly, admitting a begrudging admiration for this fellow's cleverness. Had he hidden elsewhere, even within the treacherous triangle, his fate would be sealed as long as he remained within Kenyan territory. Only the densely populated refugee area, safeguarded by various humanitarian organizations, has become a lawless haven. Colonel Irina, you possess extensive experience in drug enforcement operations from your time in Mexico. Do you have any viable strategies? I can grant you additional authority, and resources will be readily available, as long as we can apprehend Muatarwas. As the chief inspector of the Kenyan police, Kipsarelakoi is indeed overwhelmed. The pressure is immense, yet he has little recourse. The U.S. government, through the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, has repeatedly pressured the Kenyan government, asserting that its inadequate drug enforcement has led to the proliferation of narcotics within the United States. If the issues surrounding the trafficking from the Triangle are not swiftly resolved, the U.S. government threatens to withdraw its aid to Kenya. Many African nations are impoverished, with assistance from developed countries being a vital pillar of their survival. Thus, the Kenyan government is genuinely intimidated by the ultimatum issued by the American Eagle in an effort to swiftly address the outflow of narcotics. The Kenyan government has imposed stringent directives on the police headquarters and has also sought assistance from the United Nations and the United States, resulting in the arrival of the formidable Black Fox, who has assumed command with an air of arrogance. If Muatarwas is not apprehended promptly, Chief Inspector Kipsarelakoi will face dire consequences, potentially losing his position altogether. The outcome of his future, whether he will dine well or struggle, hinges on the success of this paramount drug enforcement operation. As the sole hope for this mission, Black Fox must be treated with utmost respect by Chief Inspector Kipsarelakoi. Recognizing the Chief Inspector's willingness to cooperate, Black Fox, seemingly confident and devoid of any pretense of modesty, straightforwardly asserted, "The informant's line has been severed. We must expand our investigation range to have any chance of capturing Muatarwas. First and foremost, I require you to assemble an elite task force, which I will command with full authority." Chief Inspector Kipsarelakoi, can you facilitate this? This is not an issue. Commissioner Kipsire readily agreed. Addressing the middle-aged police officer to his left, you shall take charge of this matter, ensuring that the finest special forces are selected. Understood, Chief. The officer nodded in assent. Black Fox then proceeded to make another request. Furthermore, I require the dispatch of a liaison to join my team, serving as our point of contact. I wish for him to manage all minor details during the operation. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford delays in this regard. Certainly, that poses no issue. I will ensure that he is provided to you when the time comes. This request was easily fulfilled by Commissioner Kipsire, who agreed without hesitation. Lastly, Black Fox presented his final request, his demeanor markedly altered from before. After a brief pause, he stated, "I wish to meet with Jihad personally to ensure that everything proceeds smoothly." Hearing the name Jihad, the brother of Mudir al-Wasil, the previously accommodating Commissioner Kipsire hesitated, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Upon mentioning Jihad, Both Black Fox and Commissioner Kipsire displayed signs of concern, while the two other middle-aged officers exchanged wry smiles. What was it about this jihad that made collaboration so challenging? Long Zhan sensed the unusual gravity of the situation. Observing Commissioner Kipsire deep in thought, he curiously opened the file that Black Fox had previously tossed, seeking answers within its pages. After quickly scanning through several pages, Long Zhan soon discovered Jihad's personal information. Jihad was the half-brother of Mudir, both hailing from Kenya. However, unlike Mudir, who remained in Kenya engaging in logistics through the Red Wave Transport Company, Jihad had acquired nationalities from Somalia, Kenya, and Ethiopia. He subsequently ventured to the Ethiopian side of the Black Triangle region, where he assembled a gang involved in the transport, cultivation, and trafficking of narcotics. Approximately a year prior, Jihad had been embroiled in a gunfight with another gang in the Ethiopian locale of Bulob. Although his group outnumbered and outgunned their opponents, they suffered significant losses. Ultimately, the Ethiopian police, who had been monitoring him and had received intelligence, laid a trap nearby and apprehended him on the spot. Unbeknownst to the circumstances surrounding his capture, Jihad had been incarcerated for nearly a year without trial, currently held in the detention center of the border city of Dilla, awaiting judicial proceedings. The file contained limited information on Jihad, yet it was sufficient to dispel Long Zhan's doubts and provided a deeper understanding of the situation. Jihad had been arrested in Ethiopia, but his nationality was Kenyan, granting the Kenyan government the authority to extradite him for trial. Handling transnational cases is inherently complex, particularly when it involves the extradition of a significant figure from the so-called Golden Triangle. Successfully adjudicating such a case could mark a monumental triumph in the fight against narcotics trafficking. Long Zhan, a former military officer, understands well the esteem in which both police and military hold honor. To persuade the Ethiopian police to surrender Jihad, one must present equally substantial incentives. Otherwise, success is decidedly improbable. Moreover, Jihad has neither been sentenced to death nor executed by the government. His status as one of the foremost drug lords within Ethiopia implies that at least two distinctly motivated factions are undoubtedly monitoring Jihad's every move. Firstly, there are Jihad's subordinates, who will undoubtedly devise methods to orchestrate his escape. Secondly, his competitors, as well as collaborators in the illicit trade, may include corrupt officials within the Ethiopian government and law enforcement agencies. These individuals, whose hands are stained with wrongdoing, fear that any testimony from Jihad could implicate them, leading to irreparable exposure in court. Therefore, they would be inclined to ensure Jihad's demise, which is likely the reason he has yet to face trial. Only the lips of the deceased can be deemed truly secure. In light of this, when Black Fox proposed the need for Jihad's cooperation in the investigation, the matter transcended mere coordination between Ethiopia and Kenya. Successfully transporting Jihad back to Kenya hinges upon the efficacy of both nations' police forces. The journey itself poses significant risks. Once Jihad is released from detention, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions eager to either rescue or eliminate him. The endeavor to bring him back is destined to devolve into chaos. Given the immense challenges associated with Jihad's extraction, it is understandable why Inspector General Kipsire would be alarmed upon hearing this request. A few months prior, had the U.S. government not issued a final ultimatum to the Kenyan authorities, Black Fox's audacious demand would have been met with immediate refusal. However, the situation has changed dramatically. For Kipsire, failing to sever the drug trafficking routes promptly would only intensify the pressure from the American Eagle. The cascading demands from the Kenyan government would ultimately place him in jeopardy. Consequently, after a brief deliberation, Kipsire, driven by the desire to preserve his reputation, reluctantly acquiesced to Black Fox's request. Even at the cost of exhausting his connections, he resolved to facilitate Jihad's return. Demonstrating a fierce commitment to his own future, Kipsire worked diligently, and by 4 p.m. that very day, he provided Black Fox with a response. The specifics of the price paid by the Kenyan government remain unclear, but it was agreed to extradite Jihad. The following morning, at 8 a.m., Long Zhan and Black Fox boarded a helicopter, arriving at the military base in the border city of Marsabit. Commissioner Kipsire, at the behest of Black Fox, has dispatched 12 elite SWAT members along with a seasoned liaison officer, who are now poised here for action. Additionally, there is an agent in plain clothes named Billy Lipschitz, sent by the Drug Enforcement Administration. The official explanation for his presence is that the primary arrest operation did not proceed smoothly, given the increased complexity of the mission, They have deliberately assigned an expert in transnational drug enforcement to assist Black Fox. However, Long Zhan quickly discerned that the DEA's rationale was questionable. Rather than merely aiding the investigation, it seemed more plausible that Agent Lipschitz had ulterior motives. As a significant figure in the drug trade, Jihad must harbor numerous closely guarded secrets, which presents an irresistible temptation for the DEA, a domestic law enforcement agency with offices in 82 locations across 62 countries, extending its reach globally. The intricate relationships and rivalries among intelligence and law enforcement agencies such as the FBI, CIA, DEA, and Homeland Security are no longer a secret, with instances of mutual apprehension having occurred on more than one occasion. As a senior CIA operative, Black Fox is well accustomed to the interdepartmental meddling within the government. Displaying little concern and willingly accepting Billy's involvement, he assertively reminded him, "Regardless of your intentions for being here, you must remember that I am in command of this operation, and all orders will be followed." Long Zhan, hailing from a military background, was somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of law enforcement, merely observing the unfolding drama. In Chapter 368, Tenfold Difficulty Task Mode, the addition of Agent Billy from the DEA merely represents internal strife within American law enforcement and does not significantly impact the operation. After reviewing the pertinent documents related to the extradition at the base, Long Zhan developed a rather ominous premonition regarding the mission. In accordance with Black Fox's various requests, Commissioner Kipsire submitted the application for Jihad's cooperation in the investigation, personally liaising with the Ethiopian Police Department with the assistance of the Kenyan Foreign Ministry. Following a series of negotiations, they successfully established the necessary procedures for the transnational extradition of the suspect for the investigation. However, while the extradition agreement was reached, it diverged significantly from the original plan. Each nation has its own taboos, with the entry of armed personnel from foreign countries being among the most sensitive. To avoid this taboo, extradition procedures are meticulously defined. The standard international protocol for the transfer of prisoners mandates that law enforcement from the country of origin escort the suspect to a designated location, typically at the border for the handover. Even with an extradition treaty in place, the receiving country's police are prohibited from crossing borders with weapons to apprehend a suspect or convict. Only agents of Interpol, with special status, may carry weapons into another country following proper application and approval. The recent extradition of prisoners between Ethiopia and Kenya has entirely shattered established norms. Ethiopia has consented to transfer Jihad to the Kenyan police through a prisoner exchange, as part of a cooperative effort to combat the escalating menace of the drug trade in the so-called Black Triangle. This clandestine collaboration between the two nations necessitates discretion, precluding any public fanfare or the deployment of a joint task force comprising border security and police units to escort Jihad to the Kenya-Ethiopia border. Given the limited law enforcement resources in their border towns, they are ill-equipped to manage the transfer of the suspect independently. Although Ethiopian authorities did not clarify their inability to handle the transfer alone, it is well understood that both borders harbor elements of the drug trade, and there exists an unspoken apprehension regarding the involvement of independent traffickers and gangs. It is indeed peculiar that the police, as the enforcers of the law, are intimidated by these criminal factions, yet this is the stark reality. The failure of the Liboi operation, which aimed to rescue an informant, has resulted in the loss of the only reliable source of intelligence. Inspector General Kipsire does not wish to see Jihad, the last flicker of hope, meet an untimely demise during transport. Consequently, after extensive negotiations, Kipsire and the Ethiopian side have devised a cooperative escort strategy. Ethiopia has permitted Kenya to dispatch an elite escort team equipped with standard police weaponry to retrieve the hostage from the courthouse. Ethiopian police will deploy a special operations unit to the border in advance, forming a joint escort convoy with the Kenyan special police team. Both parties will commence their journey from the border, with Ethiopian officers leading the way. They will initially transport the exchanged prisoner to Dilla before retrieving Jihad, and then the convoy will retrace its route back to the border. Only upon successfully crossing the checkpoint into Kenyan territory will the operation be deemed a complete success. According to the stipulations proposed by Black Fox yesterday, it would suffice for the special police team to simply travel to the border and bring Jihad back. However, after these adjustments, what was once a straightforward operation has morphed into a perilous multinational escort mission, increasing the task's complexity tenfold. Despite the inherent dangers of traversing the Black Triangle along the sole transnational highway, where the risk of armed attacks by independent traffickers looms large, there is no turning back now. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they must press on with unwavering resolve. As the lead orchestrator of this primary arrest operation, Black Fox bears the weight of immense pressure. Every decision she makes will directly influence the safety and success of all participants involved. This burden is considerable, and few could withstand such strain. Fortunately, as a seasoned CIA operative, Black Fox has encountered a myriad of high-stakes situations, equipping her with a wealth of experience that surpasses that of ordinary commanders. Additionally, she has surmised the identity of her formidable companion, Long Zhan, whose exceptional combat prowess far exceeds that of mere special police. This knowledge bolsters her confidence immensely. At 9 a.m., the operation is set to unfold. The golden sun blazed fiercely overhead, causing the temperature within the military base to rise sharply, reflecting the tense emotions of the elite Kenyan Special Police as they prepared for their impending mission. With less than 3 hours remaining until the convoy personnel were to converge at the border, time was of the essence. After departing from the Marsabit military base, the journey to the border between Kenya and Ethiopia would still require an additional 2 hours by vehicle, leaving scant time for preparation. In the final half hour, the enigmatic Black Fox summoned everyone to the grand meeting room, intending to utilize this brief interval to elucidate the newly formulated plan and to reassign each individual's tasks and operational details. With a click, the projector illuminated a satellite map on the screen before them. Black Fox activated the laser pointer, directing the red to the border between the two nations. Articulating clearly, the convoy of the Ethiopian police will rendezvous with us at the border and escort our vehicles along this sole transnational highway to the detention facility, located here in the heart of Dilla. As the laser highlighted a relatively large building in the center of Dilla, Black Fox circled it for emphasis. The high-definition satellite imagery vividly displayed the prison area housing the detainees, situated directly adjacent to the courthouse, a rather unusual architectural arrangement not commonly observed elsewhere. The clarity of the images suggested that the CIA had provided technical support, as such advanced technology was beyond the capabilities of the Kenyan government. This revelation instilled a modicum of confidence in Long Zhan regarding the operation. The perilous nature of the mission weighed heavily on Black Fox, who intensified his tone as he solemnly stated, "There are 2 locations where we are most likely to face an attack. The first is the point of prisoner transfer, where Jihad will emerge from the prison and be exposed to public view. The second is during the convoy's departure from the courthouse detention center, as we navigate through the city center, where armed assailants could ambush us at any moment. Merely exiting the urban area alleviates some risk. Yet the remainder of the journey remains fraught with potential hazards. We cannot guarantee that gunmen will not lie in wait." Chapter 369. Long Zhan's codename. To ensure the success of this operation, I require each of you to maintain the utmost vigilance and stay alert. I wish to avoid any unnecessary mishaps, and I trust you share the desire not to leave your lives behind in Ethiopia. I am confident that if we adhere to the plan, we will successfully bring Jihad back. Having concluded the detailed operational briefing, Black Fox scanned the faces of those present, his previously stern demeanor softening slightly. "Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am the commander of this operation. You may refer to me as Advisor Helen or simply as Commander." After introducing himself, Black Fox gestured to Long Zhan, seated at the front. "He is my special operations assistant, and you may call him Dragon King, a code name I have personally bestowed upon him. Despite his reluctance, I find it quite fitting. Should you extend sufficient respect towards him, you may unexpectedly reap significant benefits. His capabilities are as formidable as his imposing stature, surpassing your wildest imaginations." Following an enthusiastic commendation of Long Zhan's excellence, he was arbitrarily assigned a code name. Subsequently, Hu introduced the members of the team: the narcotics officer Bill Lipschitz, the SWAT team leader Yager, the government liaison Glenn, and 2 court officers responsible for prisoner handover and legal documentation. The remaining 11 elite Kenyan SWAT members were instructed merely to follow orders, aware of their leaders for this operation. Hence Hu refrained from having them introduce themselves individually. After presenting the primary operatives, Hu dedicated an additional 10 minutes to elaborate on the tasks each individual was responsible for, as well as the critical points to heed throughout the operation. For instance, Group 1 was primarily tasked with overseeing the prisoners, while Group 2, led personally by her, was to handle any emergencies encountered en route, including responses to potential gunmen. Long Zhan held a uniquely special designation, being assigned the role of a free agent. Following a previous raid on a drug den, where Long Zhan had saved He Hu in a moment of crisis, he had demonstrated his prowess as a super bodyguard, leading to a notable shift in He Hu's attitude towards him and an increasing trust in his abilities. Long Zhan harbored no objections to He Hu's arrangements, for the title of free agent allowed him to excel and enhance He Hu's safety. The only source of vexation for him was the codename Dragon King, which He Hu had enforced upon him. While he could tolerate the dragon aspect, representing the Western notion of a fearsome dragon, the addition of King left him speechless. It felt rather juvenile, especially for someone in their 30s. Had he the choice, Long Zhan would have preferred the previous moniker Diamond, which at least sounded reasonable and aligned with his persona. Noticing Long Zhan's dejected expression upon hearing the codename, He Hu bore no remorse. Instead, a smile crept upon her lips. She concluded the meeting with a reminder. Remember, the mission is not complete until we return here, even after crossing the border. Understand? Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. They were to remain vigilant, alert, and prepared, with a 5-minute countdown before dispersing. He Hu clapped her hands to conclude the assembly, then coolly gestured to Long Zhan, snapping her fingers. Follow me. It's time to update your equipment. 5 minutes later, the team was fully prepared and assembled for departure. The convoy, comprising 12 elite Kenyan SWAT officers, 1 narcotics officer, 1 government liaison, 2 court officers, Long Zhan, and the operation commander He Hu, totaled 18 individuals. They proceeded to the parking area, boarding 3 SUVs, which flanked an additional vehicle transporting 2 prisoners as they exited the military base. The journey from the Marsabit military base to the border occurred entirely within Kenyan territory, where Border Patrol and police forces had previously secured the route, ensuring a smooth passage without incident. After a 2-hour journey, we arrived smoothly at the border between the 2 nations. A convoy from Ethiopia awaited us at the roadside on the other side of the border, having only paused for less than 10 minutes. The liaison officer sent by the Kenyan government conferred with the Ethiopian border officials, who had been notified in advance, to finalize all the necessary immigration procedures. The convoy set off once more. Ethiopia had dispatched merely 2 vehicles and fewer than 10 police officers, one of which was an armed pickup truck, the kind equipped with a heavy machine gun mounted in the truck bed. In the enchanting realm of Africa, both rebel forces and government troops favor such armed pickups, which are often retrofitted with heavy weaponry. Even within law enforcement agencies, these armed vehicles are utilized, compared to the armored vehicles like China's Tiger armored car, America's Bearcat armored assault vehicle, or Russia's Tiger armored vehicle, each exemplifying a blend of robust defense and offensive capability. The armed pickups prevalent in many developing nations boast notable advantages. They are cost-effective, easily modified, and possess formidable firepower. Whether employed against drug traffickers, gangs, or hostile armed groups, their effectiveness is remarkable. This reality has led to the expectation that any armed department, regardless of its nature, must possess a few armed pickups to maintain its stature. However, despite the jest, armed pickups are typically reserved for military use. The special police forces in Kenya do not deploy them, as such intense firepower is deemed unnecessary. In contrast, the Ethiopian police that joined us were equipped with armed police pickups, highlighting a grim need for substantial firepower to combat drug traffickers and gangs, underscoring the chaos prevalent along Ethiopia's southern border. Relative to the fierce firepower of the Ethiopian police, the convoy dispatched by Kenya was significantly less equipped. As this operation fell under the category of armed cross-border collaboration, per prior agreements between the 2 governments, the escort team was only permitted to carry light police equipment. Consequently, no heavy weaponry was included. Even grenade launchers were absent. The most formidable weapon present was Long Zhan's custom-made 7.62 caliber 48 Malawian Quachas, while others, including Black Fox, were armed with submachine guns and police spray. Contemplating the possibility of an encounter with intense firepower, Black Fox glanced at the light weaponry in hand. He turned to Long Zhan with a charming smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. If they were to face an assault with heavy firepower, their weapons would prove inadequate. Yet, armed crossing was already a considerable challenge. Indulging in hopes for heavier artillery was clearly unrealistic. Black Fox could only place his trust in the Ethiopian police. On their two armed police pickups, they were equipped with M2HB heavy machine guns, which, with their 50 caliber, 7mm, could play a critical role in turning the tide during moments of peril, provided they were used effectively. Chapter 370. The Perilous Border City. While still within the confines of Kenya, Long Zhan discerned that both the higher echelons, such as the enigmatic Black Fox, and even the least formidable law enforcement officers, exhibited a certain degree of ease. The atmosphere within the convoy was remarkably relaxed, with conversations flowing freely and laughter resonating among the vehicles. The joint convoy, formed by the two nations, had nearly doubled in personnel, augmented by an additional pickup truck, significantly enhancing their escort capabilities. Logically, one would presume that the internal ambience of the convoy would remain equally buoyant. Yet, paradoxically, this was not the case. As they crossed the border en route to Dilla, the atmosphere within the now six-vehicle convoy grew increasingly somber and oppressive. No one seemed inclined to jest. All were on high alert, maintaining a state of utmost vigilance. Weapons were unsheathed, bullets chambered, and each individual's gaze was fixated outside the windows, scanning the surroundings for any signs of unexpected peril, ready to react swiftly should the need arise. The distance from the border to Dilla City spanned 145 kilometers, characterized by minimal elevation changes and harsh conditions, rendering it a desolate expanse. Apart from the swirling dust raised by the convoy, the landscape appeared tranquil and devoid of life. Yet, it is often in the most serene environments that latent dangers lurk. The desert terrain, with its unique topography, stands apart. Unlike a barren desert where undulating dunes offer no cover, or the expansive grasslands lush with diverse vegetation, here one encounters low hills adorned with scraggly shrubs, devoid of towering trees. The terrain, though not dramatically undulating, is far from flat. The hills flanking the roadside rise and fall like a complexion marred by acne, the tallest summits reaching a modest height of 20 meters, while the shallow depressions merely dip 1 or 2 meters. Such irregularities in the landscape significantly impair visibility. A mere glance offers no insight into the conditions that lie beyond the hills or within the hollows. Should an assailant wish to launch an attack on the convoy, they could easily conceal themselves within a 50-meter radius of the roadway, eluding detection by the escort team. This scenario is exceedingly perilous. Had there been a helicopter accompanying the convoy, providing aerial reconnaissance, it would have alleviated this concern splendidly. Regrettably, this operation was classified, lacking even military escort, making the deployment of a helicopter implausible. Perhaps the subterfuge orchestrated by Black Fox proved effective. The convoy did not utilize police vehicles or more robust armored personnel carriers, but rather civilian off-road vehicles and SUVs, which bore no resemblance to law enforcement transport. Alternatively, the presence of Ethiopian armed pickups may have sufficed to instill a sense of deterrence, or perhaps there were other undisclosed factors at play. In any case, after nearly 3 hours of travel, the convoy successfully entered Dilla, the largest border city in southern Ethiopia, without encountering any incidents, a far more favorable outcome than initially anticipated. The convoy of armored vehicles approached the main highway into the city, where 3 motorcycles, resembling those commonly seen in southern China and adorned with police insignia, awaited at the roadside. Upon spotting the convoy advancing along the road, the motorcycles immediately blared their shrill alarms, merging ahead of the procession to clear the path. What had been promised as a covert escort now seemed to unfold into something unexpected. The sudden appearance of the 3 mounted officers, without any prior notification, set off alarm bells in Long Zhan's mind, causing his brow to furrow in concern. The piercing sound of the alarms did not seem to signal a clear passage, but rather appeared to be a summons to the entire populace. This unsettling thought struck him as peculiar, and despite his inability to rationalize it, he found his unease growing, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, it was unlikely to be as dramatic as the televised portrayals of brazen assaults on police convoys. Inwardly reassured, he glanced at the Black Fox seated in the front passenger seat, only to notice a significant change in her expression, indicating that she too sensed something amiss. Dilla, the largest city in the southern border region of Ethiopia, felt inferior even to the 5th-tier cities back home. The city's sprawling area might suggest a large metropolis, yet its urban landscape, with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers, was marred by slum-like neighborhoods. To Long Zhan, the surroundings resembled a time capsule from the mid-20th century. characterized by monotonous rows of one- and two-story buildings, with three-story structures deemed as landmarks. Furthermore, the city's layout was chaotic, with houses haphazardly strewn about without any semblance of order. The streets and major thoroughfares were in a state of disrepair, with no stretch of pavement remaining intact. Some roads were riddled with deep potholes. Even vehicles capable of traversing rugged terrain bounced along as if navigating a bumpy amusement ride. The traffic situation was equally chaotic, with a plethora of dilapidated small motorcycles, scooters, tricycles, and bicycles weaving through the streets, paying little heed to traffic signals and competing for space with cars and trucks. To make matters worse, amidst the daylight, gunfire could occasionally be heard in this city, which ostensibly had law enforcement agencies, with some exchanges erupting fiercely, forcing the convoy to divert its route. Amidst these myriad challenges, the joint escort convoy, despite the presence of mounted police and pre-established checkpoints at each intersection, moved at a snail's pace, averaging less than 10 kilometers per hour. After winding through the city for nearly half an hour, coupled with 2 instances of gunfire erupting along the planned route, one instance occurring within a mere 100 meters, forcing a change in direction, the beleaguered convoy finally managed to enter the prison within the courthouse premises. A sigh of relief escaped Long Zhan. At last, no mishaps had occurred. The detention facility was surrounded by imposing walls standing 5 to 6 meters high, with armed guards stationed on watch, giving Long Zhan the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized from the windows. Yet, he could finally exhale, grappling with the realization that in a city center rife with gunfire, he was witnessing the unvarnished reality of life. Welcome to the true third world, an experience that is likely rare for you. He opened the car door and stepped out, observing Long Zhan's serious demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary, a smile gracefully curving at the corners of his mouth. I prefer descending from the heavens rather than this wretched unfolding, Long Zhan remarked candidly. This is merely the beginning. He removed his helmet and wiped his brow, uncertain whether it was the heat inside the vehicle or the tension within that prompted the perspiration. Indeed, Long Zhan gazed through the large gate towards the outside of the prison, noting numerous eyes fixated upon them. He chuckled softly, saying, "We are akin to fish ensnared in a net. Entering is effortless, but escaping may prove challenging." Chapter 371. Killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. The process of transferring and exchanging the inmates was overseen entirely by 2 law enforcement officers, the SWAT team leader, and a liaison officer, while Long Zhan and who waited beside the vehicle. Approximately 10 minutes later, a prisoner clad in denim jeans and a jacket, with both hands and feet shackled and a black bag over his head revealing only 2 small holes, was escorted by 2 law enforcement officers and placed into the SUV. Long Zhan did not need to inquire. He was already aware that this individual was the target they sought, Jihad. With the target secured, the convoy prepared to return to Kenyan territory. To ensure safety throughout the journey, the personnel configuration in the escort vehicles was realigned under whose orders. In the first off-road vehicle at the front, 5 Kenyan SWAT officers led by the SWAT team leader were seated. The second SUV carried Jihad, 2 law enforcement officers, and the government liaison officer, who also served as the driver. In the second off-road vehicle trailing the SUV were the operational commander, Long Zhan, and a Kenyan SWAT officer at the wheel. Finally, the last off-road vehicle was manned by the second group of 5 Kenyan SWAT officers. This newly structured convoy was fortified with ample firepower both in the front and rear, ensuring that Jihad in the central SUV remained in the safest possible position. The Ethiopian police convoy made no adjustments. At the forefront were still 3 police motorcycles, followed closely by 2 pickup trucks from the Ethiopian police, trailing the lead motorcycles. The escort convoy proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. As they commenced their return journey with the addition of the suspect Jihad, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, heralding the onset of genuine peril. As the joint escort convoy exited the courthouse, a red Chevrolet sedan parked on the adjacent street immediately set in motion to follow them. Although this Chevrolet was on a different street, both Long Zhan and along with the other members of the escort SWAT team, could observe the red sedan maintaining pace from across the street through the gaps between the buildings. Identifying the suspicious vehicle, inquired, "Tow car. Is that vehicle your undercover officer? It's at 9 o'clock on the left lane." "No, Commander, it is not one of ours," replied the Ethiopian police representative. The thrill of the chase had begun, and the audacity of these drug traffickers stirred the once tranquil Dragon battle, igniting a fervor within. The first suspicious vehicle emerged, instilling a sense of peril within the escort convoy, prompting all special police officers on board to enter a state of readiness. Yet, this was merely the prologue. As the convoy ventured further from the city, the number of dubious vehicles multiplied. At the 4 o'clock position to the right, an undercover police motorcycle appeared, closely followed by an off-road vehicle. I needed to ascertain their identities. Black Fox called out once more. They are not one of us. The situation is dire. Should we use the police vehicle to intercept them and create a green corridor for a swift exit from the city? Tokar inquired. Yes, let's wait a moment. Dragon Battle interjected, a spark of excitement illuminating his eyes as he proposed. We currently hold the initiative. I suggest we find a location to draw them closer. Why? I need to understand the reasoning, Black Fox insisted, trusting that Dragon Battle was not speaking frivolously. Thus, she sought his rationale. Do you believe we can exit the city unharmed if we do not eliminate them? Even if we manage to escape, do you think they will simply relent? As he affixed a silencer to his weapon from his tactical backpack, Dragon Battle articulated, it is far more effective to take the offensive than to remain passive, waiting for an opportunity. In any scenario, the primary focus ought to be on attack, not defense. Since evading them is impossible, why not strike first and resolve this concern preemptively? Dragon Battle's assertions resonated profoundly with the principles of military strategy. Offense is indeed the best defense. Upon hearing his explanation, Black Fox experienced a moment of clarity. Her assessment of Dragon Battle elevated once more. She concurred with his perspective, recognizing that in situations such as this, an aggressive approach would disrupt the assailants' plans, denying them sufficient time to launch their attack at the opportune moment. Consequently, Black Fox altered her stance, opting to heed Dragon Battle's advice and issued orders to Toril, who was leading the way ahead. Draw them closer? Are you certain about this course of action? Tokar, an experienced officer, surmised Black Fox's intentions, yet found it hard to believe she would make such a reckless decision. Black Fox turned her gaze to Dragon Battle, who, with a confident smile, nodded and declared, I will handle them personally. It's a trivial matter. With Dragon Battle's assurance, Black Fox affirmed, indeed. I need you to arrange this immediately. Although Tokar remained perplexed about Black Fox's willingness to take such a risk, he complied with her directives and began issuing commands. In less than 3 minutes, Tokar, the head of the Ethiopian police, swiftly completed the necessary preparations. Commander, our personnel have set up a checkpoint at the exit of the city, and we anticipate that within 5 minutes, the main road out of the city will be completely blocked. Tokar communicated through the radio, reiterating the deployment, which overall was commendable. The strategy involved deliberately obstructing the intersection, thereby immobilizing the convoy and restricting the movements of any pursuing suspects nearby. With everyone trapped on the highway, it effectively forced both parties into a static confrontation. Subsequently, the checkpoint would reopen in 1 minute, allowing Tokar's team to facilitate a green channel for the escort convoy amidst the flow of traffic, enabling them to exit the city ahead of the potential pursuers. This meant that the vehicles ahead would yield the road. And during this interim buffer period of approximately 3 to 5 minutes, Black Fox would have the opportunity to neutralize the trailing threats. If Black Fox could proactively strike and swiftly resolve the situation within this time frame, the escort convoy could leverage the newly established green channel to escape the city and evade any subsequent pursuers, thereby minimizing the risk of falling into danger once more. It was a perfect strategy, achieving 2 objectives with 1 decisive action. Chapter 372, Rules of Engagement? Just do it at 1:18 p.m. The fully prepared joint escort convoy turned left onto the designated Akun Street. After traveling less than 300 meters, they encountered a severe traffic jam, with vehicles forming a line exceeding 200 meters in length. The joint convoy significantly reduced its speed until it came to a complete halt, merging into the congested traffic. The special police officers held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, for the suspicious vehicles that had been tailing them had not retreated due to the traffic. Instead, they took the opportunity to close in on the joint convoy, with one motorcycle officer barely 10 meters away. Ethiopian Police Chief Tokar, witnessing the situation, felt compelled to issue an early warning over the radio. Commander Helen, there are too many vehicles gathered here, and they are all innocent civilians. As the sheriff of this area, I must caution you. You and your team must maintain composure and focus solely on identifying and neutralizing threats. I suggest that removing their car keys to restrict their movement will suffice. If you do not clearly observe lethal weapons or any intent to attack, it is best not to fire indiscriminately. Neither you nor I wish to be accused of harming civilians. If multiple innocents are mistakenly killed, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident. Tokar was genuinely concerned. Black Fox and her associates were outsiders, and this escort operation was clandestine. Once it concluded, they would simply depart, leaving the ramifications for him, the local, to bear. Thank you for your reminder. My sole mission is to ensure the safety of the prisoners aboard. As for other matters, they are beyond my purview, Black Fox replied dismissively, unperturbed by the potential accusations. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings outside. And in a hushed tone, she commanded, Team 1, the white Toyota sedan in the outer lane at my 4 o'clock position is yours. A team has been dispatched, positioned on the outer lane to the right, where a white Toyota sedan is located. After receiving the response from the SWAT team leader, Black Fox issued another command. Team 2, prepare yourselves. Remain in the vehicle at the 7 o'clock position of the Great Wall pickup. Long Wang, have you spotted that motorcycle? Keep a close watch on it. The moment it exhibits any suspicious behavior, eliminate the threat immediately. Long Zhan glanced at the police motorcycle less than 10 meters ahead, giving an affirmative OK gesture. All units, attention, countdown to action. With Long Zhan's confirmation, Black Fox placed his left hand on the car door switch and held the MP7 in his right, beginning the countdown. 5, 4, 3. As Black Fox's countdown progressed, the tension within the vehicles escalated. Each SWAT officer's nerves were taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Their gazes locked firmly on their respective targets. Inside the suspect vehicle, the gunman, perhaps seeking better visibility, rolled down the windows, filling the car to capacity. Despite their attempts to masquerade as bystanders, their performance was lacking. The seemingly casual glances cast towards the escort convoy betrayed an unmistakable malice, amplified by the grotesque tattoos adorning their arms and chests. It was evident to anyone not oblivious that they were not ordinary citizens. Their hands were positioned in a manner that concealed them from view, resting in the blind spots below the windows. Their identities were all too clear, either armed drug traffickers or gang members. These menacing individuals exhibited an arrogant demeanor, treating the city as their dominion. Their gazes fixed on the joint escort convoy, as if it were prey. Unbeknownst to them, the quarry they underestimated had already initiated its counteroffensive. 21 Action. At Black Fox's command, the door swung open, and he exited with fluidity. He swiftly approached the rear of the off-road vehicle, aligning with the members of Team 2, forming a tactical formation to advance on the suspect Great Wall pickup. Simultaneously, Long Zhan, seated inside the vehicle, positioned himself by the window, raising the suppressed 48 Malawian kwaches to target the rider of the suspect police motorcycle. The SWAT team leader, accompanied by his unit, disembarked from the off-road vehicle. Adopting a standard covering formation, their sights trained on the Toyota sedan as they cautiously advanced. The sudden maneuver of the joint escort convoy disrupted the plans of the gunmen within the suspect vehicle, leaving them momentarily flustered. Some began to reach for their phones, seemingly inquiring how to respond to the unfolding situation, while others, perhaps overwhelmed by nerves or driven by aggression, raised their weapons from beneath their concealment. They wielded a mix of Soviet-style assault rifles, UMPs, and Uzi submachine guns. Their identities were unequivocally revealed. SWAT team leader Yager, upon spotting the firearms, signaled his team to seek cover. He pressed the communication device, inquiring, Toyota sedan, occupants armed with automatic weapons. What are the rules of engagement? Glenn, the government liaison officer, explained, according to the agreement signed by both governments, we possess only the right to self-defense and temporary search authority. We may conduct a search, but can only return fire if the target opens fire. All units, pay attention. The Black Fox commanded, we have less than 2 minutes left. We cannot afford to waste time here. If we possess the authority to inspect, we shall advance. Should the target exhibit any intent to attack, even the slightest movement of a firearm shall warrant immediate and unrestricted gunfire to ensure our absolute safety. This was clearly an instance of the Black Fox exploiting a loophole. By feigning an aggressive advance, he aimed to compel the gunmen into perceiving a life-threatening situation, prompting them to act out of panic. Once the gunmen exhibited any form of aggressive behavior, the subsequent actions would be straightforward. Regardless of the nature of their actions, if they were armed, it could be construed as an intention to attack, and thus, they could be shot down. As for the right to self-defense, it was stipulated that one could only retaliate after the adversary had fired. The chaotic nature of a gunfight on the road would inevitably obscure the truth of who fired first. Ultimately, only the survivors would dictate the narrative. The Ethiopian police dared not act with such audacity. Upon hearing the Black Fox's orders, they remained motionless. In truth, these Ethiopian officers were intimidated and lacked the courage to engage. Otherwise, the city's drug dealers would have been eradicated long ago. The 12 special police from Kenya were different. They were not bound by national allegiance, nor did they fear threats against their families from drug traffickers or gang members. They were indifferent to the liaison officer's so-called right to self-defense. Throughout this escort operation, they recognized only the commands of the Black Fox. They acted as instructed, and upon receiving the operational directive from him, one unit of special police, led by their captain, advanced with fierce determination, keeping their weapons trained on the Toyota sedan. This ensured they could fire at the target with minimal delay when necessary. The gunmen inside the vehicle were taken aback by the imposing presence of the special police. Believing their presence had been compromised, panic ensued among them. One particularly young gunman, barely in his teens, exhibited a lack of composure due to his age. Coupled with a history of brazen behavior in the city, he felt no fear of the police. In his terror, he instinctively raised his firearm, ready to engage. However, before he could even elevate his weapon to the window, Captain Yager swiftly pulled the trigger. The MP-7 submachine gun unleashed a barrage of bullets, all striking the upper body of the youthful gunman. Several bullet holes punctured the car door, irrespective of whether the bullets struck his body. He was hit 3 times in the head, one shot directly obliterating his eyeball. Chapter 373. The CIA's Common Tactics Dealer is a city that has entered the era of the rule of law, where everything is dictated by legal principles. Yet it is also a chaotic and disorderly place where the law is mercilessly trampled. This duality renders the law a double-edged sword. On one hand, it restricts criminals from unlawful acts. On the other hand, it provides protection to those very criminals. Within the confines of the Toyota sedan, the armed black gunmen frequently roamed the streets with weapons in hand, while the local police, lacking substantive evidence of their crimes, were powerless to act against them. For an extended period, the police had been unable to gather the necessary evidence to apprehend the armed drug traffickers and gang members. This has led them to develop a mindset of inertia, where the protection of the law imposes constraints on the police, rendering them incapable of taking the initiative to fire upon individuals. However, now, these officers, clad in civilian attire yet equipped with full tactical gear, have unexpectedly shattered the gunmen's preconceived notions. These officers not only exhibited decisiveness in their gunfire, but also displayed remarkable accuracy. A volley of bullets shattered the skull of a dog. When faced with the specter of death, humans either flee under the grip of fear or succumb to a frenzied hysteria. The gunmen arriving on motorcycles, each with blood on their hands, belong to the latter category. Reckless individuals who, upon witnessing one of their own slain, became irate. They hastily retrieved their concealed weapons and engaged the officers before them. Unfortunately, these street thugs typically relied on sheer numbers and the intimidation of the police's family members to bully untrained officers who don their uniforms without any specialized training. Confronted with the well-trained Kenyan special forces, their violent bravado lost its previous potency. As the gunmen harbored intentions of attack, the Kenyan special forces, following the orders of Black Fox, unhesitatingly squeezed the triggers. The sound of suppressed submachine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down upon the gunmen inside the vehicle. The 5 assailants within the Toyota sedan barely had time to fire a single shot before being annihilated within the car, their bodies reduced to a bloody mess. The surrounding vehicles remained unscathed, a testament to the precision of their crossfire. The sudden appearance of plainclothes officers enforcing the law and eliminating the armed gang members inside the Toyota elicited no extreme reactions from the civilians in nearby cars or pedestrians on the street. There were no screams or panicked runs. At most, they merely opened their car doors and fled. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Special Forces Captain Yager confirmed the death of the gunman and reported back to Black Fox. This is Team 1. The Toyota has been cleared. 5 suspicious targets neutralized. Over. Meanwhile, Black Fox personally led Team 2 and effortlessly eliminated the gunman in the pickup truck, leaving no survivors, only a vehicle full of corpses. With a series of gunshots, Black Fox confirmed the demise of the assailants within the truck, extracted an AKM from the vehicle, and fired a burst into the sky, the spent shells clattering to the ground. Subsequently, she tossed the fired weapon back into the pickup. With her right hand, clad in black tactical gloves, she gestured to the 4 accompanying Special Forces officers, indicating for them to manage the other firearms. She then pressed the intercom and commanded, Team 1, immediately secure the scene. I do not wish to leave any traces behind. You have 20 seconds. This command reveals that, despite appearing domineering and unyielding, Black Fox possesses a meticulous nature, considering every detail more thoroughly than anyone else. The Kenyan Special Forces, all elite operatives with extensive experience in clandestine missions, instantly grasped the implications of Black Fox's orders. The gunmen, unable to fire their weapons, left behind their arms, which were then aimed skyward as a few rounds were discharged, creating the illusion of an intense gunfight. Some special police officers meticulously collected the spent cartridges from the ground and tossed them into a vehicle, further fabricating the appearance that the gunmen had engaged in a fierce firefight from within the car. The entire process flowed seamlessly, almost artfully deceptive. It was no surprise that such skilled operatives emerged from the CIA. Their methods of staging scenes and framing the innocent were indeed impressive, and I found myself enlightened by the experience today. Witnessing the adept handling of the situation by Black Fox, Long Zhan could not help but admire the finesse. If they were to simply drive away, it would be evident that the gunmen had not fired a single shot, in blatant violation of engagement protocols. However, with the manipulation by Black Fox and the special police, a narrative was crafted, portraying the gunmen as ferocious combatants. In the aftermath, even if someone sought to challenge the account, they would find no faults to exploit. The Kenyan Special Police executed all of this with precision, and the previously blocked streets began to clear. 3 mounted officers activated their sirens, guiding the obstructing vehicles to the sides, creating a forced green corridor amidst the slowly moving traffic. Black Fox glanced at the right front and noticed that the plainclothes officer on the motorcycle remained in place, prompting her to curiously inquire of Long Zhan, "Is that individual not making any moves?" "Indeed, he has shown no signs of activity," Long Zhan replied in a low tone. To witness the demise of 2 vehicles filled with gunmen while remaining a passive observer, without even attempting to flee, indicated a mindset not common among ordinary individuals. The stationary rider's lack of unusual behavior prevented Long Zhan from taking lethal action. Could it be that my judgment was flawed? Black Fox squinted at the rider, sensing something amiss. His identity could only point to 2 possibilities. Either he was an accomplice to the gunmen, deterred by the unfolding situation, or he was sent by another faction altogether, which would complicate matters significantly. Upon hearing Long Zhan's analysis, Black Fox's expression grew somber. The presence of multiple factions eyeing jihad implied that Long Zhan's assessment held considerable weight. Moreover, the choice to tail the convoy on a motorcycle, regardless of the changing roads, ensured that they could maintain proximity to the escort vehicle. This contrasted starkly with the brazen approach of the gunmen, who arrived openly in cars. It underscored the likelihood that the mastermind behind the motorcycle was far more seasoned and had likely prepared contingencies. It is not the ferocity of the enemy that is feared, but rather their cunning. Confronting an adversary with intelligence often proves to be the most challenging threat to manage. Unlike the overt actions of the gunmen within the city, the Ethiopian police could swiftly arrive for support, creating various advantageous conditions. However, if the battleground were shifted outside the city, the local police would be unable to assist, significantly diminishing the escort convoy's advantages. Should they manage to lay an ambush on the road, they could even gain the upper hand. Initially, Black Fox had not considered such far-reaching implications, but with Long Zhan's reminder, she fully grasped the gravity of the situation. There was a strong possibility of an ambush outside the city. Chapter 374. The carnage of the old godmother's heavy machine gun. Just give me a nod, and in 2 seconds, I can make him vanish. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence and composure. No, we cannot proceed in that manner. He who understood the implications of Long Zhan's words. A single bullet could indeed eliminate the motorcycle rider, serving a purpose. However, she could not bring herself to do so. Entering another nation's territory armed is already a precarious situation, and to indiscriminately kill unarmed individuals would yield dire consequences. Commander Helen, I've just received word that a large number of gang members are advancing towards us. We must act swiftly and exit the district through the green corridor immediately. Sheriff Tokar's anxious voice echoed through the communication channel. The gang members within the city were in a state of upheaval, evidently incited by the elimination of 2 pursuing gunmen, prompting the hidden puppeteers to finally reveal their hand in desperation. This situation was urgent, as the commander, who needed to make a decisive choice promptly. To avoid being encircled by the armed thugs and entangled in a chaotic urban warfare scenario, which would hinder their ability to escort Jihad back safely and jeopardize their primary mission of apprehension. She could not afford to concern herself with the faux police officer any longer. She ordered the convoy to set off once more. With the advantage of the forcibly cleared green corridor, the convoy surged forward swiftly, racing through the streets and ultimately triumphantly exiting the city. Where their entry had taken over half an hour, their exit was accomplished in just over 10 minutes. It remained uncertain whether the lurking enemies had failed to keep pace or had simply recognized the futility of engaging within the city limits. As no further incidents occurred during the latter half of their journey, the motorcycle rider remained in tow, maintaining a distance of 50 to 100 meters, even as the convoy sped along at over 80 kilometers per hour, well outside the urban area. However, this brief calm was soon shattered. Approximately 10 minutes after the convoy had exited the city, they entered a densely packed area of hills. About a kilometer ahead, flanked by 2 small hills, the road was constricted within a narrow passage. At this juncture, the rider suddenly decelerated significantly, inexplicably abandoning the pursuit. Hu and Long Zhan were momentarily taken aback. After trailing them for so long, the rider's abrupt withdrawal raised questions. Nevertheless, the absence of a tail was, in essence, a positive development. Moreover, based on Hu's experience, they had now joined the main road leading to the border. As long as they maintained a stable speed, the gang members within the city would be unable to catch up, which indicated that they would likely encounter no further complications. Hence, they did not dwell on the mysterious rider's sudden disappearance. Yet, Hu misjudged the situation. The rider's vanishing act did not signify safety, but rather heralded the onset of a genuine crisis. Hu and Long Zhan, responsible for the crucial rearguard, found themselves positioned in the second-to-last vehicle of the convoy, with the command vehicle centrally situated, adhering to standard protocol. Although the Black Fox could not discern the situation ahead of the convoy, it was led by the Ethiopian police, who were well acquainted with the terrain and supported by heavily armed pickup trucks. Under normal circumstances, such a configuration would undoubtedly ensure the safety of the journey. Even if there were vehicles obstructing the road ahead, the flat highway, with its excellent visibility, would allow for the detection of anomalies from a considerable distance, enabling timely countermeasures. In the event of an ambush from either side of the road, the firepower could effectively suppress threats, allowing for a swift departure from danger. Based solely on normal conditions, Black Fox's judgment was entirely sound. However, in abnormal circumstances, numerous uncertainties could arise. As the saying goes, plans seldom keep pace with change. Just as the motorcycle rider departed, an unforeseen turn of events occurred that none had anticipated. Leading the united convoy was an armed pickup truck, with 2 policemen in the rear compartment operating a heavy machine gun, their barrels initially trained on the front. Yet, as they approached within 500 meters of the narrow pass, the Ethiopian policeman controlling the machine gun shifted the barrel, oscillating between the left and the rear. He placed his hands on the firing grip, chambered around, and disengaged the safety. Tokar, seated in the passenger seat of the second vehicle, witnessed the policeman's actions but dismissed them, believing instead that his subordinate was performing admirably in maintaining vigilance along the roadside. The peculiar terrain ahead, characterized by 2 hills, was indeed conducive to ambushes, making the lead vehicle's caution quite necessary. Unaware of any irregularities, Tokar failed to inform Black Fox in the rear. However, as the convoy neared the narrow pass, now less than 50 meters away, the policeman controlling the heavy machine gun abruptly swung the barrel 90 degrees, redirecting it from the left to directly rearward, aimed squarely at the second pickup truck where Tokar was seated. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened fire. The M2HB machine gun erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, unleashing a torrential barrage of devastating 50 caliber rounds. With a mere 10 meters separating the 2 vehicles, the gun's muzzle was almost flush against the front of the second pickup, unleashing a terrifying metal storm upon it. The horrifying kinetic energy of the 127mm bullet instantaneously shredded both the driver and Tokar, who was struck in the neck, his flesh torn to shreds by the immense force. His head, bereft of support, rolled beneath the seat, his lifeless eyes wide open in shock. As the commander for the Ethiopian side, Tokar could scarcely have fathomed that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own comrades. The driver in the front and Tokar were both slain, and the two policemen in the back seat were not spared from the Grim Reaper's grasp. The formidable penetrating power of the 50 caliber rounds pierced through the two in the front seat, continuing to breach the backrest and subsequently striking the policeman in the rear. It was as though steel was slicing through tofu, effortlessly obliterating all in its path. In the ensuing 3 seconds of relentless machine gun fire, Tokar, devoid of his head, along with the driver, had their upper bodies nearly obliterated by bullets. The two police officers in the back seat met a similar fate, their bodies almost reduced to fragments. The air was thick with the steaming blood and pulverized flesh, painting the interior of the vehicle a gruesome shade of crimson. Those within the car were shattered in an instant by the close-range barrage, and what once appeared to be a sturdy pickup truck was, in mere moments, rendered riddled with holes. The hood was perforated like a sieve, the engine was left in ruins, engulfed in flames, while the radiator was breached, expelling steam, leading to the engine's complete failure, belching black smoke. Ultimately, propelled by the inertia of high speed, the vehicle careened off the road, tumbling and rolling for dozens of meters. Chapter 375. Fierce highway battle. From the thunderous roar of the machine gun echoing through the sky to the second pickup truck tumbling off the roadway, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 5 seconds. In the third vehicle, Special Police Captain Yager could scarcely fathom that the armed pickup from the Ethiopian police would turn against their own, unleashing a massacre. In a heartbeat, his superior, Sheriff Tokar, was extinguished by his own underlings. Cold sweat gripped Yager as he witnessed the second pickup barreling off the road. He urgently instructed the driver to decelerate and evade. Yet it was already far too late. With the second vehicle obstructing their line of sight, by the time the driver attempted to maneuver, the bullets from the machine gun were already roaring toward them. The deafening crack of 50 caliber rounds was devastatingly powerful, effortlessly shattering 2 sections of the front windshield. Fortunately, the traitorous officers on the armed pickup were not well versed in firing from a moving vehicle, coupled with the fact that the third vehicle was over 20 meters away from the first. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far graver, with the harrowing fate of Tokar and his companions likely repeating within the third vehicle, ensuring no survivors among Yager and the other special police officers. 2 gaping holes marred the car's windows, while the machine gun continued its furious assault. The driver of the third SUV felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively jerking the steering wheel to the left in a desperate attempt to avoid the line of fire. However, such a drastic maneuver at high speed could lead to catastrophic consequences. In the next moment, Yager's SUV executed a sharp left turn and screeched to a halt, leaving 4 black skid marks on the ground, veering off the road and toppling onto the roadside, sliding quite a distance. As the second pickup and the third SUV encountered their calamities, chaos and carnage unfolded in an instant. Thankfully, this provided a brief window of reaction time for the vehicles trailing behind. The fourth vehicle, an SUV carrying Jihad, afforded the driver ample time to respond. Unlike the frantic reaction of the second vehicle, the driver performed an emergency stop, skidding several meters before executing a left drift to come to a halt across the road. Establish a defensive line, protect the target vehicle. With the urgent command from Black Fox, the Kenyan Special Police demonstrated their professionalism. The 2 off-road vehicles trailing behind, under the skilled control of their drivers, elegantly overtook the SUV from both sides. At the very moment they surpassed the SUV, the 2 vehicles simultaneously executed a drift, coming to a halt sideways. The front ends of the vehicles collided gently, their rear ends facing outward, effectively blocking the road and forming a barrier in front of the SUV. While these off-road vehicles appeared to be civilian models, they had undergone significant modifications. Although their ballistic protection was inferior to that of armored personnel carriers and lacked the costliness of specialized armored vehicles, their resilience was markedly superior to that of ordinary civilian automobiles. In the event of an unexpected incident, they could serve as makeshift cover against gunfire. Even when faced with direct fire from heavy machine guns, the rounds could only penetrate one side of the vehicle, failing to traverse through to the other side, thus preventing further harm to the vehicles behind. This commendable level of ballistic protection proved invaluable in the current situation. As the 2 vehicles completed their formation and came to a standstill, Long Zhan was the first to exit, followed closely by his co-pilot, Black Fox. Their reactions were remarkably swift. With the off-road vehicles now serving as shields, the armed pickup truck came to an abrupt halt. At this juncture, the distance between the two parties exceeded 80 meters, making it exceedingly difficult for the armed pickup to pose a continued threat to Long Zhan and his companions if it remained stationary. The moment the armed pickup stabilized, the traitorous machine gunner in the truck began to adjust his weapon. Gu was preparing to unleash a new wave of carnage. However, someone reacted even more swiftly, with marksmanship that overshadowed his own. The first to disembark, Long Zhan, adhered to his favored Chinese strategy, attack as the best form of defense. He did not opt to shield Black Fox. Instead, seizing the moment while the heavy machine gunner was still adjusting, he positioned a light machine gun on the front of the vehicle. He swiftly set up the stand, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. With the stability provided by the mount, the 48 Malawian Quaches, under Long Zhan's adept handling, unleashed two rapid bursts. The heavy machine gunner, adjusting his weapon over 80 meters ahead on the road, was struck down, blood spraying forth as he collapsed to the ground. This vivid scene was a consequence of the bullet piercing through flesh. A splendid performance. Within a mere 2 seconds, Long Zhan executed a precise shot. His reaction time, marksmanship, and clarity of thought elicited an involuntary commendation from Black Fox. He immediately commanded the special police officers in the vehicle to disembark and attempt to rescue the downed off-road vehicle. Thanks to Long Zhan's precise suppression, the other special police officers finally had sufficient space. Upon receiving Black Fox's orders, they swiftly exited the vehicle, splitting into two groups. Two of them sprinted to the left side of the road, crawling towards the overturned off-road vehicle. The others took cover behind the vehicle's body to shield themselves from the sweeping fire of the heavy machine gun. Engaging in a gunfight with the treasonous police officers who had also disembarked and were using the armed pickup as cover from a distance across the road. The caliber of these Ethiopian traitorous police officers was certainly no match for that of the Kenyan Special Police, especially with the formidable Long Zhan in their midst. In a scenario of mutual engagement under normal circumstances, the remaining 5 treacherous Ethiopian police officers would scarcely endure 3 minutes before being neutralized by the forces of Black Fox. However, upon witnessing Long Zhan's impeccable marksmanship, these Ethiopian defectors suddenly became astute. Armed with assault rifles, effective at distances of 200 to 300 meters, they adopted a cunning strategy of retreat and delay. The Kenyan police, executing a cross-border operation, were constrained by the terms of an agreement between the two governments that prohibited the bearing of heavy weaponry. The light machine gun carried by Long Zhan was the sole exception. All other Kenyan Special Police, Black Fox, and agents from the Narcotics Bureau were equipped only with submachine guns, police shotguns, and handguns. Both the submachine guns and handguns utilized 9mm ammunition, which, beyond a distance of 50 meters, exhibited a significant decline in kinetic energy and penetration capability. At a distance of over 80 meters, it would be exceedingly difficult to even breach the door of a pickup truck. As for the shotgun, its effectiveness was limited to close range. While it could inflict devastating damage at short distances, even wearing body armor would not suffice to withstand its extensive coverage area. The spread of multiple projectiles from buckshot beyond 20 meters rendered accuracy a matter of sheer luck. It was utterly ineffective. Even the most distant single projectile, when aimed at a target 70 meters away, would prove inadequate. A definitive ruler of close quarters, yet utterly futile at range. Under such constraints concerning weaponry, even the finest marksmanship of Black Fox and the Kenyan Special Police could not manifest any advantages. Though they yearned to close the distance, the open road offered no cover. Rushing forward would be tantamount to seeking death. The remaining Ethiopian defectors exploited their absolute superiority in long-range firepower, refusing to retreat or advance, instead utilizing their vehicles as shields to engage in a firefight. The old Leganma sauce in the back of the truck was rendered useless. Their entire demeanor indicated a disregard for whether they could hit anyone. Their sole objective was to obstruct the route, thus stalling the joint convoy. Observing the actions of these renegade officers and glancing at the mountain peaks on either side, both Long Zhan and Black Fox, after a moment's thought, recognized that the defectors were merely biding their time, likely awaiting a substantial reinforcements. Should they succeed in stalling the convoy here, the consequences would be unthinkable. The escorting convoy found itself in an exceedingly passive position, and as the commander, Black Fox felt a tumult of anger, anxiety, and frustration. yet remained at a loss for a solution. If only they had brought along a rocket launcher, a single shot would suffice to neutralize the pickup truck. Alternatively, a grenade launcher would have been more than adequate to deal with the vehicle. Even a sniper rifle would have sufficed, allowing for maneuvering left and right to exchange distance for shooting angles, potentially resolving the current dilemma with armor-piercing rounds. Alas, they possessed none of these. The mastermind behind this premeditated attack, having infiltrated the ranks of the police, meticulously exploited every flaw in the convoy's security and executed a targeted deployment, thus seizing complete control of the situation. Should the treachery of the rogue officers remain unaddressed, the impending encirclement by pursuing forces would yield catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, the formidable Dragon combat unit was present. Whether facing the CIA's elite agent Black Fox, secret operatives from the Narcotics Bureau, or the specialized Kenyan tactical team, their prowess, while formidable compared to the average individual, paled in comparison to the Dragon combat unit, a paragon of elite combat capability. Black Fox found himself at an impasse. The tactical team unable to break the deadlock, yet the Dragon combat unit remained undeterred. Hold your position here. I shall devise a strategy to advance over there, Dragon combat proclaimed, gesturing towards a nearby hillock. Black Fox followed the direction of his finger and recognized it as an excellent vantage point, enabling an elevated assault on the rogue officers behind the vehicles. Equipped with an 48 Malawian Quach's light machine gun, Dragon combat possessed sufficient range. However, the open terrain between the convoy and the hillock offered no cover, rendering the crossing perilous. His slender brows furrowed in contemplation. In this barren expanse, making a dash of nearly 200 meters was fraught with danger. Sensing Black Fox's hesitation, Dragon combat fixed him with a confident gaze and teased, "Trust me, I can handle this. After all, I am the Dragon King, as you have aptly named me, haha." In the midst of such peril, Black Fox found himself bemused by Dragon combat's levity. Does fear resolve problems? Is there anyone here besides me capable of extricating us from this predicament? Dragon combat's pointed inquiries left Black Fox momentarily speechless. After a few arduous seconds of contemplation, he finally nodded, conceding, "Very well, I'm counting on you." To ensure Dragon combat's approach was as secure as possible, Black Fox activated his radio, issuing commands to the remaining tactical officers. The Dragon King requires the occupation of the right high ground. Teams 2 and 3. Be alert and rotate to provide full fire cover. Ensure the enemy is suppressed. Team 2, prepare to fire. Upon hearing Black Fox's orders, the 3 remaining tactical officers of Team 2, disregarding the imminent danger, emerged from their cover to unleash a concentrated barrage upon the armed pickup trucks. The sound of gunfire erupted. Rapid bursts of automatic fire from 3 submachine guns unleashed over 60 rounds in mere seconds, striking the pickup with an explosive clatter akin to a barrage of popping beans. Reload. Team 2 expended their ammunition rapidly, and Team 3 immediately took over the firing sequence. Once their magazines were emptied, Team 2 swiftly reloaded and resumed their ready position, awaiting the command to switch fire from Team 3. This orderly coordination between the 2 teams facilitated seamless transitions in suppressive fire. During the suppression of the Ethiopian rogue officers, Dragon combat entrusted half of his fate to fortune and the other half to his prowess, charging forth like a cheetah. Hesitation would lead to missed opportunities. Once the resolve to fight with all one's might was forged, there was no holding back. If these second-rate traitorous officers, under duress, can strike a moving target from over 80 meters away, one can only attribute it to a lack of preparation, for Dragon Zhan has little to say. Although Dragon Zhan is a formidable figure, his sprinting speed is notably swift, consistently clocking under 12 seconds in the training assessments of the Green Team. After a barrage of firepower from 2 SWAT teams, Dragon Zhan had already sprinted over 50 meters. The 4 traitors, sheltered behind an armed pickup, finally spotted Dragon Zhan and surmised his intention to ascend the hill based on his trajectory. Their expressions transformed in an instant. Should Dragon Zhan maneuver around the right side of the hill, he would render the entire rear of the armed pickup vulnerable, leaving them exposed to gunfire. Despite their desire to obstruct him, the traitors found themselves unable to reveal themselves, their marksmanship woefully inadequate. Frustrated, they marveled at how a behemoth could run so swiftly. As Dragon Zhan, agile as a monkey, utterly shattered Black Fox's preconceived notions about large individuals, nearly leading her to doubt her own eyes. However, recalling that Dragon Zhan might hail from DG, And with increasing certainty over time, Black Fox came to accept this reality. To the average person, DG members appear as enigmatic elite soldiers, their true prowess a nebulous concept. Only those like Black Fox, privy to certain secrets, comprehend the terror that DG and CG embody. They are monsters, defying conventional understanding. As Dragon Zhan drew nearer to the hill, the tension in Black Fox's heart eased slightly, believing that once he reached the summit, his prior marksmanship would swiftly dispatch the target. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. With a piercing whoosh, a supersonic bullet soared across 200 meters, hurtling towards the sprinting Dragon Zhan. In his lateral dash to create distance while running straight ahead, Dragon Zhan, focused solely on the armed pickup, was blindsided by this unexpected assault. A heavy impact struck his back, sending him crashing to the ground, motionless. The gunfire finally echoed from the left hill, reaching the ears of those on the road. Damn it! Watch out for the sniper, 10 o'clock. Black Fox recognized the sound of a sniper rifle with immediate clarity. Her face paling as she witnessed Dragon Zhan struck down, her anger erupting in expletives. Despite her urge to rush and aid Dragon Zhan, her instincts as an operative held her back. With a sniper lurking, venturing out would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. The only course of action available to Black Fox was to take cover behind the vehicle and accurately relay the sniper's general location, alerting the Kenyan SWAT team to remain vigilant. Chapter 377. The man who cannot be killed by sniper fire. The emergence of the exceptionally skilled sniper who felled Dragon Zhan, the sole beacon of hope, intensified the already dire situation of the convoy. In stark contrast to the intimidated Kenyan special police, who huddled behind their vehicles, the Ethiopian renegade officers exhibited an exuberance, their voices rising in excitement. The reinforcements had finally arrived. If they could eliminate all adversaries here, their actions would remain shrouded in secrecy. They could not be blamed. The financial incentive was simply too alluring. The wealth earned from this operation would take a lifetime of honest policing to match. The four defectors were of rather mediocre capability, yet they felt emboldened, holding their ground against the pressure exerted by the Kenyan special police, especially when they noticed Long Zhan preparing to flank them, which was indeed quite intimidating. At last, the sniper rifle had come into play, effortlessly immobilizing the escort convoy. Once the main force arrived, capturing their quarry would be as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. However, in a moment of collective belief that Long Zhan had been felled by a sniper's bullet, the Black Fox seethed with rage and frustration, while the renegades reveled in their newfound momentum. Despite having been struck by a sniper's round, Long Zhan found no blood seeping from his back. Cursed be the day. The pain of the shot was genuine, yet fortune favored him as the bullet struck precisely upon his ballistic plate. Had it deviated even slightly, his life might have been forfeited in that instant. Crouching on the ground, Long Zhan grimaced, taking deep breaths to alleviate the pain in his back. He had consistently opted for heavy tactical vests, recognizing the heightened danger of this cross-border mission. During preparations at the military base near the Kenyan border, he had even taken 2 extra ballistic plates. In total, he wore 4 plates, with 2 layered on both his chest and back. Little did he know that this precaution would save his life, although such a display might appear overly cautious, painting him as a timid coward. Much to the amusement of the Black Fox before their departure, Long Zhan's prudence had proven its worth. Regardless of perceptions of cowardice, endurance and resilience were paramount. Survival was the ultimate goal, overshadowing all else. This philosophy had long guided Long Zhan's approach to survival. Today, it was fortunate that he had layered 2 ballistic plates. Without them, he might not have withstood the sniper's shot and could very well have met his end here. Nonetheless, the combination of dual ballistic plates and a heavy vest, providing triple-layered protection, was somewhat attributable to luck. Should he be struck again, the outcome could be dire. Determined to eliminate the insidious sniper, driven by a desire for retribution for the gunshot wound and the necessity of preserving his life, Long Zhan resolved not to remain in a prone position feigning death, but to pursue his initial objective towards the hillside on the right. The unique terrain offered no cover. The uneven ground provided ample hiding spots for those on the road. Yet for the sniper atop the hill, he enjoyed the advantageous high ground, surveying all below with clarity. The small depressions and elevations offered no substantial protection against his gaze. To survive, Long Zhan had only 2 viable options. He could either engage in a perilous direct confrontation with the sniper positioned atop the mountain, risking his own demise, Or he could make his way to the summit of the hill directly opposite, placing both combatants on equal ground. If he could reach that right side peak, not only would he be able to eliminate the 4 traitorous sentinels below, but he could also match wits with the sniper on the left hill, testing whether the accuracy of the sniper rifle or the ferocity of his own machine gun would prevail. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, as the pain from the bullet wound in his back began to subside, Long Zhan seized the moment, leaping to his feet and sprinting with fervor towards the target hilltop at the utmost speed he could muster. In this frantic dash, he remained acutely aware of the left hill, uncertain of the sniper's precise location and thus unable to retaliate. In this phase of his bold advance towards the right hill, he was essentially a bait. Should the sniper fire again, Long Zhan would have the opportunity to discern his position. As Long Zhan dashed forward with remarkable speed, the sniper on the left hill, observing through his scope, was struck by a shock tenfold greater than that felt by Black Fox and her companions. Stunned into a momentary stupor, he forgot to continue firing. As a professional sniper, he understood all too well the consequences of a bullet striking its target. Yet, the speed at which this man was running, seemingly unaffected by his injury, was nothing short of bewildering. What was this phenomenon? The sniper found it utterly illogical. How could a sniper's bullet fail to incapacitate him? What sort of creature was this? Meanwhile, the 4 traitorous sentinels, hiding behind a vehicle, were astounded to witness the apparent resurrection of a man they believed to be dead. Their minds struggling to comprehend the sight before them, they rubbed their eyes vigorously, convinced they must be hallucinating. How could he possibly be unscathed? Black Fox was equally astonished, never having encountered anyone who could not only endure a sniper's bullet, but also continue to run as if nothing had transpired. Her gaze upon Long Zhan mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. A thought flickered through Black Fox's mind, that Long Zhan had managed to take away 4 ballistic inserts, and her intuition hinted that this was somehow related. Yet, her knowledge contradicted this notion. The Kenyan military possessed only inexpensive aluminum inserts, lacking polyethylene or ceramic options. Each aluminum insert weighed over 3 kilograms, and 4 of them equated to 12 kilograms, combined with a heavy ballistic vest, making the total protective gear exceed 20 kilograms. Such a method of wear was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person, and in her lifetime, Black Fox had never witnessed anyone don such weight. When she had initially seen Long Zhan take the 4 inserts, her jesting remark about him being a coward had been mere banter. She never truly believed he would wear them all. According to their protocols, they would be considered merely as spares. To the Kenyan Special Police, Long Zhan's entire sprinting episode resembled a scene from a zombie film, where the dead rise once more. The seemingly lifeless Dragon Zhan abruptly sprang back to life, delivering a stunning visual shock. He Hu and the contingent of special police stood in disbelief, grappling with the miraculous resurrection of Dragon Zhan, while simultaneously feeling a surge of excitement. After all, Dragon Zhan's ability to reach the hill on the right was pivotal to the fate of their entire convoy. Life or death hinged upon him. In Chapter 378, Serpent-like Maneuvering, Dragon Zhan's sudden revival drew the attention of all present. Given the fierce intensity of the ongoing battle, their astonishment lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds before they resumed the fierce exchange. He Hu, relieved to see Dragon Zhan unharmed, found his spirits lifted, inspiring the remaining special police officers to rally with renewed vigor. Their firearms seemed to gain an almost supernatural precision, allowing them to shoot with greater accuracy than before. The once dominant Ethiopian traders now found themselves in disarray, with one frantic trader hurriedly dialing a number, seemingly to connect with the shadowy figures backing him. As the sniper on the hill regained his composure, he witnessed Dragon Zhan boldly sprinting toward the base of the right hill, igniting a tempest of fury within him. He felt that his dignity as a sniper had been grievously insulted. To run so openly without seeking cover was a blatant disregard for his prowess. How utterly disrespectful. As a professional assassin capable of entering the kill list, he felt compelled to eliminate this individual to restore his honor and avoid becoming a laughingstock within the assassin community. With renewed focus, he recalibrated his aim, taking a deep breath and holding it. His movements were fluid and precise, culminating in the critical calculation of lead time. Hitting a moving target at a distance is far more challenging than striking a stationary one, as bullets can lag behind if not properly calculated. It required a meticulous assessment of the bullet's velocity and the target's movement speed to derive an accurate lead time for a successful hit. The assassin wielded a FRF-2 sniper rifle, equipped with an 8x scope, boasting an initial velocity of 852 meters per second and utilizing 7.62mm NATO sniper rounds. With high precision, formidable power, and minimal sound, it was ideal for medium to long-range stealth attacks with a mere 0.3-second delay at 300 meters. Dragon Zhan, however, was swift, reaching a peak sprinting speed exceeding 7 meters per second. As the bullet exited the barrel and traversed the 300-meter distance, Dragon Zhan could advance over 2 meters during the bullet's flight. This was merely his peak sprint. Throughout his dash, he exhibited unpredictable lateral movements, suddenly decelerating before accelerating again in a series of seemingly absurd evasive maneuvers. Yet, these seemingly nonsensical movements were precisely the source of Dragon Zhan's audacity to keep running. A professional sniper is unperturbed by an S-shaped evasion. Such tactics merely extend the distance one must cover to escape. The anticipatory disruption caused by such actions would be completely neutralized by the additional time required for predictive calculations. For a skilled marksman, the situation could become even more perilous. Professional snipers do not shy away from directly targeting those who charge at them with reckless abandon. Aside from quick transitions between cover at short distances, snipers can effortlessly compute precise lead times in any open terrain. Hitting the target accurately is not particularly challenging. The most daunting adversaries are those like Long Zhan, who run in a straight line but employ unpredictable and erratic maneuvers. During a rapid forward sprint, this player randomly decelerates significantly every 1 to 3 seconds, only to suddenly accelerate once more. His movements are interspersed with parkour-like actions and tactical maneuvers, such as rolling forward and leaping to change position and elevation without significantly hindering his forward momentum. The greatest fear for a sniper lies in the unpredictability of the target, and Long Zhan has perfected this uncertainty. Instead of simply fleeing, he employs a variety of random movements and serpentine dodges that defy precise prediction, leaving observers bewildered as to where he might move next. This relentless capriciousness drives the sniper atop the mountain to the brink of madness, elevating his blood pressure with frustration. Having aimed for over 10 seconds, the sniper, drenched in sweat, finds himself unable to pull the trigger, as he cannot discern even the slightest pattern in Long Zhan's movements. How could he possibly calculate an accurate shooting point? Long Zhan's adeptness in evading sniper fire stems from his previous life as a mercenary, where he frequently engaged in a battle of wits against snipers, meticulously studying ways to evade their predictions. In this life, he joined the SEALs as a machine gunner, a role that often exists in a delicate balance of mutual destruction with snipers. To avoid falling victim to a sniper's bullet, Long Zhan advanced his self-created serpentine dodging technique from his past life. Combined with the extraordinary physical prowess he possesses in this world, he finally mastered this skill. Previously, Long Zhan had no opportunity to apply his training in real combat. However, the sudden appearance of a sniper today provided the perfect chance to showcase his long-honed art of serpentine dodging. After sprinting nearly 100 meters, the sniper on the left hillside remained silent. Long Zhan realized that his meticulously crafted techniques were indeed effective. Years of effort had not been in vain. Despite the immense physical exertion caused by his frenetic dodging, which nearly left him exhausted, he found the outcome worthwhile. A profound sense of achievement surged within him. What curious tactical evasive maneuvers! I have never witnessed such peculiar actions before. Though they may appear clumsy and awkward, their effectiveness is undeniable. Black Fox, initially concerned for Long Zhan, feared that such reckless advancement might once again lead to him being shot. However, after witnessing the entire set of movements executed by Long Zhan, she could not help but indulge in a mental simulation, ultimately arriving at a rather helpless conclusion. If she were a sniper stationed atop a mountain, facing Long Zhan's peculiar evasion maneuvers, she would be utterly incapable of making any predictions, lacking even the assurance of a mere 110% accuracy. As a professional top-tier sniper, the minimum standard within a limited range is a 100% hit rate, with a maximum range hit rate not falling below 50%. With a mere 10% accuracy, a sniper would be compelled to forego firing altogether, for once a shot is fired, their position is compromised, leaving scant opportunity for subsequent shots. It is nearly impossible to fire 10 consecutive rounds. Although Black Fox was not a specialized special forces sniper, her marksmanship far surpassed that of an ordinary soldier. Yet, under Long Zhan's innovative serpentine footwork, She found her confidence in hitting the target completely eroded, while simultaneously becoming increasingly captivated by Long Zhan's extraordinary skills. Black Fox was awed by the flamboyant serpentine movements, leaving the sniper on the mountain in a state of mental disarray. As Long Zhan ascended the mountain, he would inevitably lose his advantage. Frustrated and enraged, the sniper was forced to abandon his reliance on professional calculations for a kill, resorting instead to the very luck-based strategy he typically scorned. With no means of precise prediction, he could only gamble on chance. Bang! The FRF-2 sniper rifle fired for a second time. Whoosh! The 7.65 sniper round, traveling at over 800 meters per second, soared from over 300 meters away. It was perfectly positioned to strike Long Zhan's head, yet by sheer misfortune, Long Zhan slowed down at that exact moment, causing the bullet to pass a mere 20 centimeters from his nose without making contact. Finally, the sniper had taken a shot. Long Zhan had been awaiting the sniper's gunfire, immediately employing triangulation techniques to pinpoint the sniper's approximate location based on the sound of the shot, 10 o'clock direction, approximately 270 meters away. Damn it! The assassin muttered under his breath in frustration as he prepared for a second shot. Click! The bolt was pulled back, ejecting the spent cartridge, which clanged sharply against the rocks. In a short span, the sniper attempted a series of single shots, relying on luck to compensate for quality, a most inadvisable method, yet the assassin had no alternative. Long Zhan was now perilously close to the foot of the hill, an area shrouded in a visual blind spot. If he did not fire soon, he would lose his chance. Bang! Bang! The sniper fired 2 more shots in quick succession. Yet again, he failed to hit Long Zhan, who had already dashed beyond 300 meters, disappearing behind the hill. Unable to eliminate Long Zhan, the sniper had no choice but to adopt an alternative strategy. He aimed to eliminate the Kenyan special police officers within the convoy. Bang! The sniper rifle discharged. A Kenyan special police officer screamed as he fell to the ground. Merely exposing less than 10 centimeters of his side, the officer was precisely struck in the shoulder. The sniper, unable to hit Long Zhan, demonstrated that his marksmanship remained sharp. Conceal, cease fire, conceal. To prevent further casualties, Black Fox had no choice but to order a complete retreat into a defensive posture. The Black Fox and the Kenyan Special Police found themselves suppressed, forced to take refuge behind the vehicle, with Long Zhan, who had reached the hilltop, becoming their only glimmer of hope. The sound of gunfire echoed as the sniper on the mount provided a much-needed suppressive fire, emboldening the traitorous officers, who began to expose themselves and unleash a hail of bullets towards the convoy. 4 assault rifles fired simultaneously, the bullets ricocheting off the off-road vehicle, creating sparks and sending projectiles flying in all directions. One of the traitors, having emptied a magazine, feeling dissatisfied with the rifle's inability to penetrate the vehicle, climbed onto the rear compartment to seize the heavy machine gun known as Lao Gan Ma. With a furious roar, the 50 caliber machine gun erupted, transforming the scene into chaos. The bullets effortlessly pierced the body of the off-road vehicle, forcing the Kenyan Special Police and the Black Fox, who had been sheltering behind, to retreat urgently or huddle behind the wheels for safety. The withdrawal of the Kenyan officers from behind the vehicle provided the sniper on the hill with an advantageous angle for shooting. A shot rang out, and a special officer, attempting to dash towards the SUV, was struck in the thigh and collapsed to the ground, shrieking as 2 other officers dragged him back to safety. The sniper atop the hill aimed to deliver a fatal second shot. However, just as he chambered around, a high-velocity object whizzed past, nearly grazing his head. The sniper, relying on his extensive experience, quickly deduced that it was a bullet and instinctively lowered his head to avoid further harm. Yet, according to the intelligence provided to them, the convoy was not equipped with a sniper rifle. The assassin recalled the information given to him by the independent group and reconsidered his earlier assessment. Could it be? The sniper remembered Long Zhan, who had recently risen from the dead, now armed with a light machine gun. With a mix of doubt, caution, and a measure of confidence in his own sniper rifle against an opponent armed with only a light machine gun, he adjusted his aim and peered towards the opposing hill, seeking to locate Long Zhan, to validate his suspicions and to exploit his weaponry superiority to eliminate him with a single shot. However, as he raised his head, it became the final motion of his life. At that very moment, he spotted a figure crouched on the summit, a light machine gun already positioned before him. Even though the sniper reacted with remarkable speed, aiming at the target and preparing to pull the trigger, he was ultimately a heartbeat too slow. A single 7.62 round whistled through the air, penetrating the left side of his forehead and exiting through the center of the back of his skull. The bullet's cavitation effect tearing away half of his cranium. Red, black, and white sprayed outward in a radial pattern. In the final moments of his life, the sniper felt neither the terror of death nor the longing for life. Instead, his pupils dilated in astonishment at the surreal scene before him. How could a sniper, an elite assassin renowned for his precision, be bested by a light machine gun? This thought lingered in his mind as he slipped away from the world. Daring to expose oneself in search of others, one must possess an unparalleled confidence. Is possessing a sniper rifle truly something to boast about? Can a light machine gun not serve as an instrument of precision? Witnessing the gruesome spectacle of a head exploding through a 3x magnification scope, all the frustration from Dragon Zhan's prior gunshot was swiftly eradicated. A deep-seated vendetta had been avenged, bringing forth a modicum of satisfaction. Having eliminated the most formidable sniper, Dragon Zhan did not lose sight of his original objective for being here, promptly making his way to the summit of the nearby hill. The peak lay a mere 200 meters from the traitorous police, devoid of any obstructions in between. For Dragon Zhan's marksmanship, it was akin to shooting at a stationary target. Securing a favorable position, he lay prone, stabilized his weapon, switched the fire mode to fully automatic, and locked onto the target with their back facing the hill. The 4 traitorous officers remained oblivious to the sniper's demise, still under the delusion of possessing a significant advantage. Their expressions were twisted with malice as they unleashed a hail of gunfire. Little did they know that death had already arrived, with its sights firmly set upon them. With remarkable proficiency in light machine gun fire, Dragon Zhan pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of automatic fire. The weapon trembled violently, yet the aim remained steadfast on the armed pickup truck. Bullets surged forth at a staggering rate of over 10 per second, creating a terrifying metallic curtain that descended upon the targets. The 4 traitors were enveloped in this onslaught, failing to comprehend the unfolding chaos before they succumbed to their wounds. Collapsing into pools of blood, with the immediate threat successfully neutralized, Dragon Zhan felt a slight easing of his previously fraught emotions. Just as he prepared to report the situation to Black Fox, informing her of the sniper and the 4 traitors' elimination and urging her to organize for an expeditious evacuation. A brief glimpse from the corner of his eye caused his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Occupying the advantageous terrain of the hilltop, Dragon Zhan observed a convoy of over 10 vehicles hurtling towards him from the direction of Diller City, 2 kilometers away, at a speed exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. Connecting this with the actions of the Ethiopian traitorous police, it became evident that they intended to intercept the transport convoy. The purpose of this convoy was unmistakable. Such a grand scheme was indeed audacious, first trailing with motorcycles, then employing bribed officers to halt the convoy midway, followed by a substantial force to wrap things up. Had the sniper and the traitorous police not been dealt with, the thought of being ensnared in a deadly encirclement with blocked escape routes sent shivers down Dragon Zhan's spine. Without further ado, he sprinted down the road while urgently relaying the alarming situation to Black Fox via the radio. A convoy was approaching from behind. Black Fox, initially poised to commend Dragon Zhan for his adept and decisive handling of the situation, momentarily diverted her attention upon hearing of the impending reinforcements. She immediately organized the remaining Kenyan Special Police to clear the area and assist the wounded. By the time Dragon Zhan returned from the hilltop to the convoy, Black Fox had already restructured their formation. The injured Special Police and the deceased had been transferred to the 3 vehicles still operational, while additional vehicles capable of ignition were gathered. Apart from the SUVs that had remained unscathed, 1 off-road vehicle and an armed pickup truck were also intact. 18 individuals were crammed into 3 vehicles, including 4 injured and unconscious Special Police officers and 2 fallen comrades, whose presence occupied considerable space. Alongside these officers and Long Zhan, all of whom were formidable and well-trained, muscular men, the available space in the 3 vehicles proved utterly insufficient. However, with a large contingent of enemies pursuing from behind, it was imperative to find a way to accommodate everyone. Ultimately, they forcefully squeezed themselves into the vehicles, and with the armed pickup's rear compartment capable of seating 5, they managed to fit everyone and began their retreat. They pressed the accelerator to the floor, departing at the utmost speed. 2 minutes later, a convoy transporting over 50 armed individuals arrived at the ambush site. Unfortunately, They found the area deserted, save for the lifeless bodies of Ethiopian traders. A sniper who had been shot dead atop a hill, and a wrecked pickup along with 2 destroyed off-road vehicles. The leading figure, a young man adorned with colorful tattoos, was incensed upon witnessing the scene. In a fit of rage, he brandished an AK-74 and unleashed a full magazine in a furious spray before ceasing fire. This young man, whose body bore numerous tattoos, particularly a pair of angel wings inked on the back of his neck symbolizing a certain identity, was known as Daiwaller, the leader of the Black Crow Gang. Initially, the Black Crow Gang held the 3rd position in Diller City. But after a fierce clash between Jihad and another major gang resulted in mutual devastation, the police swooped in and seized the opportunity. The top 2 gangs consequently lost their rightful standings. Daiwaller, through his ruthless nature and cunning strategies, bolstered by the unwavering support of his behind-the-scenes benefactor, ascended to become the new head of Diller City. As the undisputed leader of the Black Crow Gang, his word was law within the city. Daiwaller had no intention of intervening in Jihad's secretive transfer to Kenya, as he had little direct involvement with him. However, the night prior, a prominent figure from the Black Triangle region reached out to him. This was the same night when Black Fox convened a meeting at police headquarters, designating Jihad as the focal point of their operations. This influential individual not only provided Daiwaller with detailed intelligence regarding the escort operation, but also presented an irresistible proposition that promised a lucrative reward of several $1 million. The sole condition for this exchange was to rescue Jihad, who was destined for Kenya, or, given the exceptional circumstances, to eliminate him. Young as he was, Daiwaller wielded considerable control over the city, driven by his ruthless ambition and insatiable appetite for wealth. As long as the compensation was sufficient, he was willing to undertake any task. Thus, without hesitation, Daiwaller consented to this clandestine arrangement with the Black Triangle figure and swiftly devised a series of ambush plans. This scheme involved both the underworld and legitimate circles. He offered substantial sums and threatened families to corrupt several Diller police officers responsible for escorting Jihad. Additionally, he arranged for armed gunmen in 2 vehicles to wait outside the courthouse, following the convoy discreetly. Behind the scenes, he also sought assistance from the Angel Legion, recruiting the organization's most skilled and highly priced assassins to set an ambush along the escort's return route, selecting a strategically advantageous position that provided a commanding view of the narrow pass. As long as the bribed police officer is positioned at this location, the joint convoy will be forced to a standstill. The 2 vehicles of gunmen that have been trailing closely will then be able to ambush the convoy from both sides, effectively immobilizing it. At that point, the assassin, enjoying a distinct advantage, will be able to execute precise shots one by one. Even if the convoy is comprised of special police forces, on this flat road, they will find no refuge from the inevitable fate of being systematically sniped. The entire plan is meticulously interwoven, and Daiwaller possesses absolute confidence in its execution. However, within this seemingly flawless scheme lies a significant vulnerability, an overemphasis on cunning while neglecting to adequately consider the capabilities of the convoy personnel. Daiwaller has only ever faced gang members whose strategic failures are rooted in a foundation of amateurism. Those drawn into this line of work are often ruthless and hail from ordinary backgrounds, devoid of any formal training. To put it plainly, the majority of gang members are reckless individuals, merely going through the motions of survival. The various schemes devised by Daiwaller have proven effective against such individuals. Yet this time, the adversaries are Kenyan special police, who have undergone rigorous military and police training, and the commanding officer, Black Fox, is a senior CIA operative. Not to mention, there is an imposing boss, the top-tier special forces soldier, Long Zhan, who has emerged from grueling training, accustomed to navigating the world's most perilous battlegrounds. Armed with the most scientific combat principles and ferocious fighting style, Daiwaller underestimated Black Fox's command capabilities and failed to anticipate the presence of such an extraordinary figure, sealing his fate for total defeat. Initially, Daiwaller believed that the 2 vehicles of gunmen he dispatched would merely trail the convoy without causing any issues. The convoy personnel possess only the right to self-defense, rendering them powerless against the gunmen. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case. According to the combat rules agreed upon by both governments, if the trailing gunmen do not fire first, the convoy, even if aware of the threat, has no recourse against them. However, Daiwaller did not foresee that within this joint escort team was a CIA operative, Black Fox, adept in surreptitious operations. Unlike local police, Black Fox is not bound by rigid adherence to the so-called right to self-defense. Instead, he chooses to exploit the loopholes in the combat rules, issuing decisive orders to engage directly, ruthlessly eliminating all gunmen in the open street. This effectively dismantled the intricate three-part scheme devised by Daiwala before it even commenced. Awaiting good news at the headquarters of the Black Crow gang, Daiwala, though furious upon receiving this information, did not regard the plan as a failure. For as long as the bribe traitor remains undiscovered, in conjunction with the sniper position midway, he still has the potential to halt the convoy entirely, ultimately eliminating or rescuing the target, Jihad, and fulfilling his transaction with the powerful figure of the Black Triangle. After the two gunmen were eliminated, Daiwala did not cease his operations. While secretly messaging the rogue officers and assassins to proceed as planned, he swiftly assembled a group of his subordinates, armed and ready, to pursue the fleeing convoy. Unfortunately for Daiwala, fate was not on his side. The appearance of Long Zhan, an extraordinary figure, salvaged a seemingly hopeless situation, leading to the complete collapse of Daiwala's lethal plan. Despite his growing fury, the escort convoy had already covered several kilometers, rendering any pursuit futile. With significant losses, Daiwala was left to simmer in his resentment. When he discovered the sniper at the mountaintop had been shot dead, his countenance turned as pale as a ghost. The sniper was his clandestine superior, a pivotal member of the Angel Legion, and had been brought in to assist. Now, he was lost. Daiwala was genuinely terrified. Given the Angel Legion's formidable strength and their extensive influence across the globe, he understood the gravity of his predicament. One cannot help but feel sympathy for Daiwala, the leader of the Black Crow gang. Despite having the power to dominate the region, he found himself stumbling inexplicably within his own territory. Ultimately, not only did he fail to secure the money, but he also found himself embroiled in chaos, with his very life now at stake. 4 hours later, as the sun withdrew its final rays, the escort convoy, having endured a fierce battle, finally returned to its starting point, the Mossabit military base. The convoy members, having gone an entire day without sustenance, disembarked and left the aftermath to the military personnel. Jihad was subsequently confined to a holding cell within the base. Now that Jihad was in custody, precautions were taken to prevent the informant Muddle from escaping. Black Fox, still drenched in sweat, had no time to freshen up. He took Long Zhan to the mess hall for a brief meal before heading to the holding cell. The cell was a windowless room, approximately 4 square meters, designed for interrogation. 2 law enforcement officers had arrived beforehand. One was adjusting the interrogation recording equipment while the other was providing Jihad with water. At this moment, Long Zhan finally caught a glimpse of Jihad's true appearance. Removing the black hood revealed a man around 50 years of age, approximately 175 meters tall, with a somewhat portly physique and a face lined with deep creases, exuding a certain menacing authority. Even in confinement, he displayed no signs of fear, his demeanor remarkably calm. Offering him water was a waste. Black Fox approached and took the water bottle from the officer, smiling broadly as he said, "Jihad, did you ever expect we would bring you here?" Jihad muttered in response, and the officer translated, "He is speaking Amharic, the official language of Ethiopia. And he says he cannot speak English." "Cannot speak English?" Black Fox crossed his arms, his smile growing even broader. "I find your inability to speak English quite amusing, for I happen to know an individual who is proficient in Amharic, and I believe you would take a liking to him." With that, the Black Fox snapped his fingers. The door, previously closed, was pushed open from the outside, revealing a middle-aged black man. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, his small, beady eyes seemed to squint, and his face was marred by unsettling flesh-colored lumps, alongside numerous scars that crisscrossed his visage. His appearance transcended mere ugliness. It was downright grotesque. When he grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed, protruding teeth, the effect was utterly revolting. Good heavens! One could only wonder where the Black Fox unearthed such a nightmarish specimen, capable of frightening children into tears at night, and surely daunting even adults by day. Dragon Zhan was taken aback. Previously, he had only understood that some individuals were unattractive, yet he had never comprehended the horror of true ugliness until now. The man entering the room epitomized a level of grotesqueness that could instill fear in the hearts of many. It was an eye-opening experience for him. Seated in the interrogation chair, handcuffed and shackled, Jihad, who had been composed moments ago, now exhibited unmistakable fear upon encountering the hideously unattractive individual before him. His gaze, directed towards the bailiff, was laden with desperate pleas for assistance. No wonder he was dubbed the Butcher, for even the notorious figures of the underworld recognized him. A spectacle was about to unfold, and Jihad musters all his strength to endure. The Black Fox took a seat nearby, wearing a charming yet eerie smile. "I have some matters to attend to. Teeny, come here and lend a hand." The middle-aged bailiff, having also recognized the repulsive figure, grasped the impending situation and hurriedly left the confinement room with the younger bailiff. Noticing the peculiar behavior of those around him, Dragon Zhan settled beside the Black Fox and whispered, "Who is this man? It seems everyone fears him." "Him?" The Black Fox arched an eyebrow. "His true name has faded from memory. He is simply known as the Butcher. Once a distinguished interrogation expert within the police force, he possessed remarkable skills. However, one fateful night, a group of traffickers invaded his home, murdering his wife and daughter before his eyes, while inflicting dozens of cuts across his face, nearly disfiguring him entirely. The grotesque visage he bears now is a testament to those scars. The anguish of losing his family, compounded by his disfigurement, drove him to the brink of madness. This is where things took a dark turn. The Black Fox tapped his head, and it dawned on Dragon Zhan that the gruesome lumps and scars on the Butcher's face were the result of those inflicted wounds. The density and intersection of the cuts gave his face a ghastly appearance. Chapter 382. The Butcher's methods during the conversation between Dragon Zhan and the Black Fox. The Butcher had prepared the interrogation tools. The Black Fox led Dragon Zhan to the adjacent observation room, continuing, "At that time, no one realized the Butcher's psyche had fractured. After his wounds healed, he continued his service in the police force. It was from that moment onward that he began his transformation from a policeman into the Butcher. In the ensuing 3 years, he exploited his position within the police force to clandestinely track down and eliminate over 50 drug dealers, each meeting a gruesome fate at his hands. Intriguingly, these victims shared a peculiar commonality. A certain part of their anatomy was removed and taken away, the whereabouts of which remain a mystery to this day. The sheer brutality of such acts left even the seasoned Dragon Zhan momentarily taken aback, eliciting an involuntary shiver. This method of execution was undeniably grotesque. "Do you feel a chill below?" Black Fox teased, casting a deliberate glance at Dragon Zhan's lower half. Her tone laced with playful mischief. She continued, "It wasn't until a decade ago that his heinous crimes were brought to light, causing quite a stir in the Black Triangle region due to their barbarity. The targeted drug dealers harbored a profound mix of fear and hatred towards this Butcher. However, owing to his psychological issues and the fact that his victims were criminals, he was not sentenced to death, but rather confined to a psychiatric hospital. Since he was institutionalized, how could he possibly be here now?" Dragon Zhan interjected, perplexed. "Isn't it impossible for someone in a psychiatric hospital to leave?" Black Fox arched an alluring eyebrow. "He is a skilled interrogator. His presence alone proves more effective than any interrogation technique. No one can withstand his scrutiny. Old Kip Seiler has concealed himself well, employing strict measures to protect his whereabouts. If it weren't for the top arrest plan, he would hardly allow us to utilize him." She added, "Well, let the Butcher take over from here. What is to come will not be pleasant, and it certainly won't conclude swiftly. I need to find a place to freshen up. Dragon King, would you care to join me?" Black Fox appeared in high spirits, seemingly enjoying the banter with Dragon Zhan. "Perhaps not," he replied, waving her off. "You are the first man I've invited to bathe. Are you truly going to forfeit this opportunity? Such chances are rare." Black Fox had initially jested, anticipating a playful challenge, but Dragon Zhan's firm refusal left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm notoriously known as the self-propelled cannon. I want to step down after just a few hours. With this limited time for interrogation, I haven't even warmed up to it, and I lack interest in half-hearted endeavors." With that, Dragon Zhan strode out of the interrogation room without a backward glance. "An amusing character," Black Fox mused, stifling a laugh as she watched him depart, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Dragon Zhan returned to a modest lodging at the base, cleansing himself of sweat and grime, before re-emerging outside the confines of the interrogation room. His curiosity piqued about how this torturous Butcher conducted interrogations. To his surprise, what he had anticipated to be a lengthy session lasting several hours, or even through the night, concluded in less than half an hour. Before his return, everything had already concluded, and even the Butcher had vacated the interrogation room. The report had been meticulously drafted and was placed upon the desk in the adjacent observation room. Only the unfortunate Jihad remained, once in good health but now a pitiful sight, his body marred by bloodshed, with needles, thin wires, small nails, and wood shavings embedded in his flesh. Alongside these numerous foreign objects piercing his skin, chunks of flesh had been excised, leaving grotesque craters carved by sharp instruments. Remarkably, despite the multitude of wounds, the blood loss was minimal, likely constituting only minor injuries upon examination. As the saying goes, every profession has its master. Long Zhan could unequivocally affirm that the butcher, having ascended to new heights, possessed an unparalleled understanding of human anatomy. His expertise in various methods of flesh cutting and drilling had reached an extraordinary level of finesse, rendering each movement as effortless as the act of dining. Only with such exceptional skill could one navigate the intricate process of torture while meticulously avoiding major blood vessels and lethal targets. Otherwise, given Jihad's current state, it would be inconceivable for him to remain both alive and conscious. This, indeed, was the most terrifying aspect. Long Zhan observed as Jihad was carried away on a stretcher by 2 law enforcement officers, accompanied by several soldiers, and transported via military vehicle to the nearest hospital for treatment. He couldn't help but marvel at the age-old adage that true masters often emerge from humble beginnings, hidden in plain sight. With the assistance of the sadistic interrogation expert, the butcher, who effortlessly acquired the most urgent intelligence, revealing the whereabouts of Mu-Hoda-Erwu. The next phase involved infiltrating the refugee camp to apprehend him. The Dadaab refugee camp was so unique that conventional capture methods were utterly impractical. In a society where laws are well established and stable, if the police possess irrefutable evidence and know the suspect's location, they can simply deploy officers to resolve the situation. Even armed assailants could be easily subdued by special forces. However, in Dadaab, should they proceed in such a manner, the capture operation would almost certainly fail. The Kenyan law enforcement system had already been compromised by traffickers. The more personnel dispatched, the longer the preparation time, and the greater the risk of exposure. It was highly probable that the moment the capture team set out, Mu-Hoda-Erwu would have already fled. Conversely, if the operation's secrecy were to be preserved with only a handful of undercover agents, extricating them from the refugee camp would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, unconventional methods had to be employed. To ensure the success of the primary capture plan, Heihu decided to keep the timing and location of the operation confidential, with only her privy to the strategy. Others, including Long Zhan, were to follow her lead without knowledge of the details. The following day, shortly after 3 a.m., in the pitch darkness, Heihu returned from her multinational escort mission with the remaining 6 uninjured special police officers and Long Zhan. They boarded a Russian-made Mi-17 helicopter stationed at the military base and headed towards the eastern border town of Dadaab. The location is less than 50 kilometers from Dadaab, situated in a region characterized by its intricate mountainous terrain, where most Somali refugees undertake perilous crossings. Both sides of the border are rife with human traffickers who charge substantial fees to assist refugees in their illegal entries. Almost every night, weary from the ravages of war, Somali refugees stealthily cross over from Somalia and are subsequently relocated to various parts of Kenya from this small town. The timing of these crossings typically occurs under the cover of darkness, which is the reason behind the nocturnal operations of the enigmatic Black Fox. Before departing from the military base, Black Fox not only informed Commissioner Kipsire to reinforce the special police unit, but also insisted on organizing a large-scale operation tonight in Duff to apprehend the traffickers. The motives behind this operation remained unspoken, leaving others curious yet hesitant to inquire further. As Black Fox and Long Zhan arrived by helicopter at the detention center playground in Duff, they found over 50 traffickers and illegal migrants already apprehended, guarded by armed border police, who were crouched with their hands on their heads. "Glenn, have all personnel gathered at this location? Our time is quite limited. We must fly to Dadaab shortly," Black Fox inquired. "Everyone is here, sir," Glenn, the government liaison officer, affirmed. "All right, let us proceed." After taking a few steps toward the playground, Black Fox turned and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" "Yes, sir," Glenn promptly replied, producing a cigarette and offering it, even igniting it for Black Fox. In recent days, Black Fox and Long Zhan had traversed hundreds of kilometers from the land of the hippopotamus to the capital of Kenya, Nairobi, to rescue a contact, only to face failure and subsequently retrace their steps back to Nairobi. They then embarked on a cross-border escort mission. enduring 2 gunfights before returning to the military base. After merely a brief respite of a few hours, they found themselves once again in Duff, hundreds of kilometers away. Constantly operating under high-pressure conditions, the intensity of their relentless work had begun to take its toll on Black Fox, though he remained silent about his fatigue. Smoking provided a momentary relief. Black Fox inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, her slender fingers delicately holding the pristine cigarette, the act accentuating the elegance of her long, fair neck. The allure was undeniably sensual, momentarily distracting even the steadfast Long Zhan. "Care for a smoke?" Black Fox asked, oblivious to the subtle shift in Long Zhan's demeanor as she offered the pack of cigarettes. "I don't need it just yet. I could manage for a couple more days without it," Long Zhan declined, showing little interest. Despite the tumultuous events that had transpired since yesterday, which nearly cost him dearly, Long Zhan remained unfazed. With his physical prowess and stamina, he could endure days without sleep, continuously engaged in battle without issue. "I do admire a man with such endurance." Black Fox flirtatiously winked at Long Zhan, casually sliding Glenn's pack of cigarettes into her pocket as she made her way toward the playground. There is a rather disheartening truth in the statement, yet it remains a candid observation. Those who possess striking beauty seem to captivate effortlessly, regardless of their actions. Hey-hoo, a woman with an exquisite figure, exudes a distinctive charm as she strolls, cigarette in hand, presenting a unique allure. Her rebellious sexiness creates a powerful visual impact, rendering her a veritable poison to men's hearts. Glenn, the liaison officer, is merely an ordinary man, utterly entranced by Hey-Hu in this moment, his expression unmistakably enamored. At this juncture, should Hey-Hu command Glenn to kiss her feet, he would not hesitate for a moment, readily succumbing to her allure. Her charisma is indeed exceptional. Although she may not possess Stella's striking beauty or Mandy's mature composure, her rebellious essence is exceedingly rare and would undoubtedly offer a delightful experience if savored. Long Zhan trails behind on the left side, observing Hey-Hu's striking profile, occasionally shrouded by curling wisps of smoke. Like any man, he cannot suppress the stirrings of imagination within his mind. Among the stowaways and traffickers on the playground, there are robust young men, anxious women clutching children, and hardened individuals adorned with unusual tattoos, yet no elderly figures are present. As Hey-Hu, Long Zhan, and Glenn approach, they capture the attention of the crowd. Most gazes filled with curiosity, alongside admiration for Hey-Hu's beauty. "Commander, I am Chahad, and I am in charge here. It is an honor to meet you," announces the senior squad leader responsible for the operation, as he jogs over to greet Hey-Hu. "You know what to do, correct?" Hey-Hu inquires. "Indeed. I am fully aware. I have received directives from above and will follow your command. Just let me know what you require," he replies. "I need to speak with the stowaways who have arrived in Dadab. The others are of no use to me, so you may take them away," Hey-Hu states decisively. "Understood, Commander." Senior squad leader Chahad gestures towards the playground, signaling to a squad leader, "Or, keep this group, and that group. The rest should be taken away immediately." "Understood, Commander." The stout police officer named Uller stands at attention, addressing the officers. "Listen closely, groups A, D, and C remain in place. All others are to be taken away." Repeating the order, he clarifies, "Only stowaways from groups A, D, and C are to stay." Upon hearing the command, a dozen officers swiftly spring into action, while the stowaways seated on the ground are ushered away. In no time, fewer than 20 individuals remain. Why are we running so far at this late hour? Are we looking for someone specific, or is there another purpose? One cannot help but inquire out of curiosity. "You shall soon find out," Hey-Hu cryptically replies, striding purposefully towards the remaining stowaways and traffickers. "If you wish to avoid imprisonment or deportation, I require answers to several questions. Should any of you satisfy all my inquiries, I can grant you legal residency in Kenya." With her words, Hey-Hu unleashes a potent opportunity, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the stowaways. "Firstly, I pose a question. Those who comprehend my preceding words, please raise your right hand." Although the official languages of Somalia are Somali and Arabic, the pronunciation of Somali bears a resemblance to English, compounded by a history of thorough British colonization, which has led to a degree of westernization among some individuals. Consequently, there exists a segment of the Somali population that predominantly communicates in English or possesses a rudimentary understanding of it. Whether they are undocumented migrants or the traffickers profiting from their perilous journeys, They largely belong to the class of stateless individuals, illicitly residing in Kenya. Upon hearing the prospect of obtaining legal status, an opportunity that seems almost too good to be true, numerous hands shot up in unison. Yet, four individuals remained bewildered, lost in a haze of confusion. Take those four as well, Black Fox instructed Chayad, who continued questioning the remaining group. Who among you has visited the Dadaab refugee camp and resided there? This time, only 8 hands were raised, a significant decrease. Among these 8, 4 bore tattoos that clearly indicated they were not mere migrants, but rather likely traffickers themselves. Exclude those with tattoos. Take them away, Black Fox commanded, gesturing for Chahad to continue removing those who did not meet the criteria. From the initial group of over 50, only 4 remained. Black Fox approached the first individual on the left, softening his tone slightly as he inquired, "Where is your hometown? What is your name?" The young black man, appearing to be around 25 and exhibiting signs of fear, responded, "I hail from Afmadao, Koijido village. You may call me Como." "Como, are you married?" Black Fox continued his questioning. "Yes." "Do you have children?" "I have 2, 1 boy and 1 girl." "Do you have any tattoos?" "No." "What is your reason for going to Dadaab?" The youth's voice was tinged with sadness as he replied, "My wife is still in Dadaab. I was captured and sent back 6 months ago. After saving money for half a year, I simply wish to see my wife and children." "Do you know how to get in?" Black Fox asked. "Damn, that's clever," he thought, impressed by the young man's ingenuity. Long Zhan, having listened to Black Fox's inquiry and reflecting on the arrangements made along the way, finally grasped the nature of Black Fox's scheme. Dadaab houses the world's largest refugee camp, surrounded by formidable fences and patrolled continuously by guards. Gaining clandestine entry is no simple feat, let alone evading external surveillance. Should a migrant manage to slip in and out undetected, it would indicate a knowledge of the secret pathways, allowing them to elude the watchful eyes of authorities. Black Fox required such an individual to facilitate her covert entry into the Dadaab refugee camp. As for why she did not opt for a more straightforward approach by engaging the camp's police, Black Fox was determined to keep her operation under wraps, ensuring that Matar remained unaware and unprepared, lest he attempt an immediate escape. Among the corrupt officers within the camp, none could be deemed trustworthy. While it may not be accurate to claim that everyone feels this way, it is evident that within the refugee camp, approximately 90 of the police and military personnel tasked with maintaining order have been thoroughly corrupted by human traffickers. Seeking their assistance in apprehending suspects is akin to alerting Muhodal. "Can you truly grant me legal status? If I can be of assistance to you, may I bring my family over?" Como, filled with trepidation, felt his hands tremble, yet still sought to advocate for himself. "Absolutely, you can trust me." Black Fox responded without hesitation. Indeed, she possessed the authority to do so, conferred upon her by Chief Inspector Kipsile. "Thank you. I am deeply grateful," Como replied, excitement and exhilaration flickering in his eyes. "There is a tunnel that was constructed. The last time I visited, I entered the Dadaab refugee camp through that very passage." "A tunnel? Excellent." Black Fox's interest was piqued, and she posed one final inquiry. "Extend your hands, palms upward." The young man, unaware of the intent behind the request, complied obediently. Black Fox examined his palms and the first segment of his index fingers, noting the absence of calluses and the lack of muscle development typically acquired through frequent exertion. She concluded that Como had not been accustomed to handling firearms, a determination that satisfied her. She then turned to the remaining 3 individuals, asking them the same questions and inspecting their hands. Among the 3, only 1 met the criteria. Along with Como, this left a total of 2 qualified candidates, slightly fewer than anticipated, but sufficient nonetheless. In the realm of intelligence work, attention to detail is paramount. Observing the entire selection process, Long Zhan grasped the essence of specialization and gleaned several useful insights. When confronted with insurmountable challenges, one can often derive solutions from the adversaries themselves, an eye-for-an-eye approach. Uncertain of how to infiltrate Dadaab, Black Fox sought out the most knowledgeable individuals in this regard, smugglers and traffickers. This reverse-thinking methodology was indeed enlightening. At 5:30 a.m., precisely when night transitions into day, the world appeared shrouded in a gray haze. 3 inconspicuous, somewhat used SUVs traversed the road into Dadaab, ultimately halting outside a 3-story motel just under 2 kilometers from the refugee camp. Long Zhan, Black Fox, Liaison Officer Glenn, Along with 2 smugglers and several plainclothes special police officers disembarked and entered the leftmost room on the ground floor. From the outside, the room seemed like an ordinary motel suite, but descending the stairs into the basement revealed an entirely different realm. Equipped with various surveillance and monitoring devices, it housed professional personnel on duty around the clock. This served as a command and operations center specifically established to apprehend Mu Hodel-Wushu, strategically located just outside the main entrance of the refugee camp to facilitate proximity to the target, enhanced by modern equipment and technical staff. One can monitor the surveillance in Dadaab from below, while simultaneously contacting the police headquarters above. This demonstrates that Kipsire has mobilized the entirety of the Kenyan police system for this paramount apprehension operation, nearly exhausting their resources. The arrival of the operations commander, Black Fox, signifies that the final capture is imminent. Prior to the official commencement, thorough preparations are essential. Jihad, unable to withstand the butcher's interrogation, divulged the whereabouts of his brother, Muhatarwashu. With this precise intelligence in hand, Black Fox must navigate through the overwhelming multitude of various drug dealers and gang members in the refugee camp, ensuring that Muhatarwashu remains unaware, while leading an elite team to infiltrate and capture him alive. Should the live capture prove elusive, they would instead seek to uncover his network, gathering pertinent criminal evidence. With either a witness, Muhatarwashu, or a plethora of physical evidence collected from his residence, the Kenyan police would be empowered to act decisively. They would rightfully deploy law enforcement officers to dismantle the Red Wave International Transport Company under the auspices of Muhatarwashu. Chapter 385. The selfish bastard. The Soleda crime group would find itself bereft of transport channels, thereby obstructing their ability to procure substantial quantities of contraband from the Black Triangle, halting significant transactions with Mexico. This would align with the objectives of the United States government, curbing the influx of contraband into American territory. To execute this final phase of the operation seamlessly, the key lies in discovering the means to access the smuggling tunnel and silently eliminate the gang members stationed within, ultimately capturing Muhatarwashu without a trace. This necessitates the involvement of Como and another smuggler, leveraging their unique roles. The secret underground chamber is expansive, primarily occupied by technicians operating computers and monitoring equipment, with a detailed map of Dadaab displayed on the right wall. Black Fox, accompanied by 2 smugglers, approached the map and inquired, "You mentioned a tunnel leading to Dadaab. Where's its location?" Como scrutinized the map for a moment, then pointed to a specific spot, stating, "It's right here. Do you have a way to get there?" Black Fox continued his questioning. The other smuggler, a man in his 40s with greater experience than Como, responded, "This tunnel is guarded year-round, and the sentinels are armed. For smugglers like us, as long as we pay, we can typically pass through without issue. But it's much harder for women. The human trafficking groups there are unscrupulous. Some women might be forcibly detained, and if lucky, they might be released after a few days. If not, well, the middle-aged smuggler left his statement hanging. But those present could easily infer the grim fate that awaited the unfortunate women. In such a chaotic environment, the value of life seems indistinguishable from that of a dog. Black Fox, however, displayed no interest in the plight of female smugglers. After years of service as a CIA operative, he had witnessed the darkest of deeds. His sole focus was to utilize the tunnel to expedite the completion of this drug enforcement mission. To the middle-aged smuggler, I said, "Excellent. This is precisely the location I require. Will you guide us inside?" "No, no, no. That is impossible." The smuggler shook his head vehemently, his voice laced with trepidation as he explained, "I have traversed this route 5 or 6 times and am acutely aware of its complexities. Navigating through the tunnels is exceedingly challenging. Although there are numerous traffickers utilizing these passages for smuggling, they are predominantly controlled by drug lords and gangs, with each entry point serving as a stronghold. They possess an array of firearms, and only drug mules and illegal immigrants can pass through. Even if the patrols from the refugee camp discover them, they merely turn a blind eye, too frightened to investigate. Unless absolutely necessary, it is imperative to avoid areas with tunnel entrances. This is basic knowledge among refugees." The middle-aged smuggler elaborated extensively, yet I remained unperturbed by the so-called dangers. I pressed on, "Are you familiar with these tunnels? Specifically, do you know their entrances and the locations they connect to within the refugee camp?" "Certainly. In pursuit of obtaining legitimate Kenyan identification, I must take this gamble," he replied, tracing 3 points on the map with his finger. "Here, here, and here." These are the 3 tunnels I am aware of, each capable of crossing the demarcation zone and leading directly into the camp. Interrupting him, I pointed to a spot on the map with my slender fingertip and inquired, which of these tunnels is closest to this location and how far is it? The nearest tunnel, he indicated, was the one leading from a repair shop. I entered through here last time. There are 7 or 8 drug mules at the entrance, all armed. The tunnel stretches nearly half a mile, with armed mules stationed every 100 meters. The exit is located in a large minibus within the refugee area. Once out, a narrow alley leads directly to your destination, approximately a mile away. If you go at night, you should not attract any attention. However, bear in mind that both the entrance and exit, along with the mules within the tunnel, are heavily guarded. If any commotion arises, it could draw the attention of mules and gang members from the camp, making your entry quite troublesome. The Dadaab refugee camp houses tens of thousands of criminals, a situation far more complex and dire than in Mogadishu. Rest assured, we shall manage them, I replied, a smirk of disdain gracing my lips. For I held little regard for these mules and gangs. With unwavering confidence, I stated, I need you to delineate this tunnel and the approximate locations of the mules within it. Can you accomplish this task? Absolutely. Perhaps influenced by my formidable confidence. The smuggler's fear gradually dissipated, and he accepted the task I presented to him. Glenn, I leave this to you. Heilung snapped his fingers, signaling the liaison officer Glenn to assist the middle-aged smuggler in sketching. As he extracted a cigarette and ignited it, he sauntered towards the sofa area on the right. Long Zhan followed, inquiring, are we truly going to breach that tunnel without hesitation? The situation regarding the tunnel's guards remains entirely unknown. Acting solely on the information provided by one smuggler seems rather reckless to me. In Long Zhan's view, intelligence is the cornerstone of a successful operation, and the scant information for this mission was indeed concerning. Having barely escaped the human meat grinder of Mogadishu after exerting immense effort, Long Zhan had no desire to find himself ensnared in another perilous predicament. If Jihad speaks the truth, our fortune is near. You should be pleased. Besides, you are here, an expert. If the situation turns dangerous, you will protect me, won't you? Heilung took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly in front of Long Zhan. His gaze filled with allure and a potent insinuation. Not necessarily. If only one of us can survive, I would choose to let you perish. Long Zhan fanned the smoke away with his hand, calmly uttering words that nearly caused Heilung to lose his balance. You truly are a selfish scoundrel, Heilung retorted, grinning and casting a sidelong glance at Long Zhan, before calling out, Noel, inquire with headquarters about when the reinforcements and equipment will arrive. Following the Ethiopian ambush incident, the original SWAT team leader, Yager, though not deceased, had sustained grave injuries and was hospitalized. The remaining responsibilities of the Kenyan SWAT operations were entrusted to Deputy Leader Noel for management and negotiations. Understood, sir. Noel saluted and departed. Chapter 386. Silent mode. Within 20 seconds, he returned to report, Sir, the Nibiru headquarters confirms that all personnel and equipment you require will be in place before noon. Excellent. Please notify the others. The net operation is tentatively scheduled for tonight. Everyone must assemble here by 5 p.m. Yes, sir. Noel saluted and exited. Are we commencing the operation tonight? This seems rather hasty. A more thorough analysis of the tunnel and operational plans would be prudent, Long Zhan suggested, frowning. No. The sooner the better. We are preparing, and Muhatar is also making arrangements. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. After succinctly explaining, Heilung discarded the cigarette, but, extinguishing it with his foot, and a sudden smile graced his lips. He reached out, caressing Long Zhan's robust chest, saying, You are my lucky star. As long as you are with me, we are bound to triumph. I haven't had a proper rest in 2 days. I need to get some sleep. Would you like to join me? There is still ample time. The others in the room, witnessing their commanding officer, Heilung, openly flirt with the burly figure, quickly turned their heads, pretending not to hear. One moment serious, the next moment alluring, Long Zhan found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Long Zhan's lack of interest, Heilung playfully blew a kiss. What a pity. It seems you've missed another opportunity for enjoyment. Until we meet again. With that, she swayed her perfectly proportioned waist and headed towards the basement's resting area. 6:30 p.m. As the daylight faded into twilight, the last glimmers of the setting sun dwindled, heralding the impending arrival of night. A contingent of special police officers dispatched from Nibiru combined with the earlier team, formed a fully equipped task force of 12 for the crucial net recovery operation. Accompanied by Long Zhan and Commander Black Fox, they departed from the hotel's underground garage in 4 civilian SUVs. This operation, the final and most significant of its kind, was outfitted with the finest gear and armor from the Kenyan police headquarters. In addition to standard tactical equipment, they employed night vision goggles and thermal imaging for the first time. A Bell 206 light multipurpose helicopter hovered above the mission area, providing aerial surveillance for the undertaking. Such an elaborate display, even within the context of the Third World in Africa, was indeed a rare spectacle. To evade detection by corrupt police forces, the convoy navigated around the outskirts of Dadaab, arriving at a concealed destination less than 500 meters from the entrance of Tunnel Number 1 as darkness fully enveloped the surroundings. Everyone disembarked to conduct final equipment checks and prepare essential supplies, while various situational reports were exchanged. Group A is all clear. Over, came the first radio response. Group B is fully prepared and ready for action. Over. Excellent, replied Black Fox, confirming the operational readiness of their communication devices. He commanded, Noel, take Group B to the left. I will lead Group A to the right. Everyone else, maintain silence while en route, and switch to autonomous fire upon nearing the entrance. Eliminate the targets at the entrance with utmost speed, understood? Received, responded the special police officers from both groups. As they adjusted their night vision gear and methodically advanced into the woods, forming a line towards Tunnel Number 1. Long Zhan was no stranger to night vision equipment, having used various high-end models. However, compared to the sophisticated gear of the Navy SEALs, the quality of the Kenyan police headquarters equipment was markedly inferior. Nonetheless, in these underdeveloped regions, possessing night vision apparatus was a considerable advantage over relying solely on bright lights for illumination during operations. Thus, despite the subpar gear, Long Zhan opted for the IR Patrol Monocular Thermal Imager, produced by Trigicon, which could be worn on the head or integrated with a rifle. This device offered 3 modes in black and white, white hot, black hot, and outline detection. He chose the thermal imager over traditional night vision goggles due to the limited clarity of the latter, which rendered subpar performance under such circumstances. The thermal imager, in contrast, provided clear highlights of personnel within its field of view. Furthermore, while outdoor maneuvers were obstructed by dense foliage, the thermal imager's ability to penetrate through grass and leaves conferred a distinct advantage. With a black tactical high-cut helmet, Long Zhan deemed his setup to be sufficiently adequate for the mission at hand. In a state of silence, the marching pace was relatively slow. After nearly 10 minutes of stealthy movement, the task force encountered no enemies and successfully traversed the woods, reaching the edge. A car repair shop, 2 stories tall and illuminated, was clearly visible just a few dozen meters ahead. Calling command, this is Team A, communication check. Command received, communication is normal. Calling command, this is Team B, communication verification. Command received, communication is normal. Black Crow 1 is in position and will provide support and guidance to the target area after you pass through the tunnel. With communications verified, Black Fox and Noel separated, one to the left and the other to the right, stealthily approaching the entrance under the cover of night. To avoid alarming the target, the helicopter remained absent. The 2 teams had to rely on their own instincts to draw closer. Long Zhan continued his role as a vigilant bodyguard, closely following Black Fox to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the operation. Perhaps the drug dealers and human traffickers at Entrance 1 had dominated this area for too long, becoming accustomed to others fearing to confront them. The perimeter around the repair shop was devoid of personnel, with no security measures in place. Taking advantage of the lax defenses, Teams A and B encountered no difficulties and smoothly approached the outer wall of the repair shop. With no unexpected incidents along the way, no adjustments were necessary. Upon reaching the target entrance, members of both teams refrained from further communication and immediately commenced their planned actions. Noel led Team B up the iron staircase on the right, stealthily making their way to the 2nd floor, while Black Fox, accompanied by Long Zhan, focused on the 1st floor, using an extended pinhole detector to locate the precise positions of all armed targets. Beep, beep. A pair of electronic tones echoed from the communicator, signaling that Team B on the 2nd floor was ready. Action! Black Fox decisively commanded through the communicator, and the special police locked onto their respective targets, simultaneously charging out from the shadows to open fire. Long Zhan adhered to the offensive strategy, following suit into the repair shop. Chapter 387. 1 against 3 gunfire erupted simultaneously on both the first and second floors. Equipped with silencers and utilizing subsonic ammunition, although the gunfire was intense, it remained relatively quiet. The duration of the shooting was brief, lasting less than 5 seconds. In that fleeting interval, 7 male targets on the first floor, along with 4 men and 2 women on the second floor, all fell into pools of blood. No prisoners were taken. The standing order was to eliminate all armed targets aside from the primary objective. This was the combat rule stipulated by Black Fox. His cold command was issued to ensure the operation's success. With personnel in short supply, only 14 in total, there was no possibility of assigning someone to guard captured drug dealers. Moreover, detaining them here posed numerous risks. The most effective solution was to eliminate them outright, thus preventing future threats. The armed personnel at the entrance have cleared the area with remarkable efficiency, and the next step is to traverse the tunnel. This phase is of utmost importance and perilous. Should we be exposed, the consequences could be dire. Our operation must be swift and discreet, ensuring that we maintain our cover until we reach our final destination. Black Fox cautioned everyone over the radio, then commanded, Team A, follow me. Team B, be prepared to provide cover at a moment's notice. Let us move. After issuing the order, Black Fox and Long Zhan led Team A into the tunnel behind the repair shop, followed closely by 6 members of Team B, led by Noel. The tunnel is scarcely a meter wide and approximately 1.7 meters high, supported only by a few wooden pillars. For malnourished illegal immigrants or drug addicts, this height is more than sufficient, allowing 2 individuals to walk side by side without issue. However, for Long Zhan, who stands over 2 meters tall, it presents a significant challenge. Clad in combat boots and a helmet, he found himself bending low to navigate the passage, ultimately having to remove his helmet to alleviate the height constraint. The narrow width of the tunnel made turning around a cumbersome task for him. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Long Zhan, despite feeling cramped, had no choice but to endure for the sake of the mission. Team A, following closely behind Long Zhan, felt a sense of comfort. Free from the fear of attack, his substantial frame effectively blocked the tunnel, ensuring that even if gunfire erupted ahead, they would remain safe from harm. The tunnel environment was surprisingly dry, contrary to expectations, though it was shrouded in darkness and permeated by a strong, unpleasant odor reminiscent of urine, intensely pungent. To avoid obstacles during construction, the tunnel was not a straight path, but rather a convoluted route, twisting and turning in various directions. According to 2 illegal immigrants, every 40 to 50 meters there was a dim yellow incandescent light, illuminating a slightly wider area, designated resting spots for the guards stationed within the passage, akin to refuge points in a tunnel. Both Long Zhan and the special police officers were equipped with night vision gear, rendering the dimness of the tunnel inconsequential. In fact, it aided their stealthy advance. Upon reaching the first light point within the tunnel, they encountered 3 armed African men. A door blocked the tunnel's entrance, and as Long Zhan's team utilized subsonic ammunition, these 3 men remained oblivious, engrossed in their gambling and conversation. The brief gunfight at the entrance of the repair shop had evidently not alerted them. Perhaps they were unprepared for the arrival of special police. As the 3 men displayed no caution, their weapons were propped casually against the wall rather than being worn. Positioned at a corner, Long Zhan was less than 5 meters away from this resting point. With such proximity and the width and height of the passage expanding to over 2 meters, they could proceed without firing a shot, thereby maintaining the silence necessary for their covert advance. Thus, the mission continued. Leading the charge, Long Zhan turned to He Hu and signaled with a series of tactical gestures, indicating that there was no need for gunfire, as he would handle the 3 foes himself. Alone? Are you certain? Long Zhan's bold declaration to take on 3 adversaries elicited a surprised response from He Hong, who inquired through gestures. No problem. Long Zhan responded with an okay sign. Without waiting for He Hu's reply, he reversed his light machine gun and stealthily drew his dagger, moving forward with quiet confidence. Every motion exuding assurance. Though He Hu felt this was perhaps overly rash, he found himself unable to voice a protest against Long Zhan. Instead, he watched anxiously, silently praying for a favorable outcome. In stark contrast to He Hu and the tense special police officers behind him, Long Zhan's demeanor was as calm as water. As he approached within 2 meters, he suddenly surged forward in a swift leap. His movements were remarkably agile, and his actions precise. With a sharp hiss, His right hand struck twice in rapid succession, as quick as lightning. Simultaneously, his left hand circled around to grip the neck of a black man who had his back turned to him. The man, struck in the heart by 2 swift stabs from behind, instinctively gasped in pain, only to have his throat crushed in that same instant. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Having successfully neutralized the first target, Long Zhan pivoted and executed a powerful roundhouse kick. The second black man, who had just turned around without fully comprehending the situation, was struck in the head by Long Zhan's boot, the force akin to being hit by a vehicle. The impact sent him flying, crashing heavily against the earthen wall of the tunnel. The third black man, witnessing a towering figure swiftly dispatching his companions, felt a wave of dread wash over him. His mind buzzed, and a chill crept up his spine as he was engulfed in an overwhelming terror. Just as a scream was about to escape his lips, it abruptly ceased. With a side kick that sent the second man sprawling, Long Zhan smoothly transitioned, executing a 180-degree turn, and thrust his bloody dagger forward with his long arm. The blade pierced the third man's throat with surgical precision. As the man's throat was punctured, he could utter no sound. Long Zhan then dragged the dagger horizontally across, creating a gaping wound that spurted blood. The man instinctively clutched at his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow, but his efforts could not avert his demise. His pupils dilated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Withdrawing his dagger, Long Zhan approached the wall to the left and plunged it into the heart of the dazed dealer, twisting it before extracting it. His speed and ruthless efficiency in killing were astonishing. Observing Long Zhan's impassive demeanor as he wiped the blood from his blade on the dealer's body before sheathing it, He-Hu felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 388, Discovering the Wealth Code. Even the worldly wise He-Hu was taken aback, and the Kenyan special police officers were left in utter disbelief. Their expressions were more exaggerated than one might display upon encountering a ghost. It seemed that even witnessing the event firsthand did not allow them to grasp that someone could eliminate 3 adversaries in less than 3 seconds through close combat. The entire process unfolded with remarkable fluidity, executed in one seamless motion, leaving the adversaries unable to utter even a cry for help. How many lives must one take to hone such a skill? This became a collective astonishment among the onlookers. Without the use of a single bullet, relying solely on close-quarter combat techniques, he effortlessly eliminated the first target with a dagger. Black Fox, under the illumination of the resting point, produced a map sketched by 2 smugglers, ensuring that Long Zhan memorized it entirely before leading the team onward. Long Zhan advanced at an astonishing pace, clearing 3 points in less than 10 minutes. The winding structure of the tunnel significantly facilitated Long Zhan's movements. The others, trailing behind Black Fox, were left several meters behind, unable to witness how Long Zhan executed his strikes. All they could hear were muffled screams and the dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh. By the time Black Fox and the special police arrived at the scene of the killings, Long Zhan had already pressed forward, leaving behind only the barely alive drug dealer, groaning amid the sound of arterial blood spraying. The dark, narrow tunnel was enveloped in silence, devoid of any cacophony. The sound of blood gushing forth resembled that of a water gun, hissing as it erupted, resonating eerily in their ears and provoking an involuntary physiological reaction. The sensation was bizarre and chilling, evoking a disconcerting illusion that their own blood was likewise spurting forth, sending shivers down their spines. Fortunately, neither the Kenyan special police present nor Black Fox, who led the team, were novices repulsed by the act of killing. They had encountered numerous scenes of death before, becoming accustomed to the grim reality. Aside from their increasing astonishment at Long Zhan's lethal prowess, there were no significant psychological disturbances. As the drug mules within the tunnel were quietly dispatched one after another by Long Zhan, the team's pace quickened further. After nearly 20 minutes in the tunnel, the once dimly lit passage, which had previously shown a light every 40 to 50 meters, suddenly became exceptionally bright, with wall lamps positioned less than 2 meters apart. This scene starkly contrasted with what they had encountered before. Upon witnessing this, Black Fox realized they had arrived at the final exit area. Less than 20 meters ahead lay the tunnel's egress. As long as they could exit smoothly, they would embark on the second and most critical phase of their operation. The entire journey through the tunnel had been remarkably smooth, the guards' vigilance waning to an almost non-existent level, a scenario that seemed incredible yet was entirely understandable. The drug dealers were untrained, mere hired hands going through the motions. Such lackeys, unlike disciplined soldiers, exhibited no commitment to their duties. Indeed, even a security guard on a monthly salary would likely display more dedication. Long Zhan had dispatched over a dozen of these scoundrels without a trace of guilt. Such wretches were hardly deserving of recognition as human beings. Leading the way, Long Zhan soon arrived at the exit, concealed behind a derelict bus stripped of its tires and resting on the ground. In comparison to the entrance at the auto repair shop and the interior of the tunnel, this exit was even more poorly defended. Long Zhan cautiously made his way through the shadows, only to find the surroundings devoid of any signs of life. The bus inside stood dark, resembling a truly abandoned vehicle in the wilderness. According to the information provided by 2 clandestine immigrants, this exit was typically guarded by 3 to 5 traffickers. The absence of anyone at this moment led Long Zhan to speculate that the previous night's operation had resulted in the arrest of a significant number of immigrants, leaving no one to traverse the tunnel that evening. The traffickers stationed here, finding themselves with nothing to do, likely chose to call it a day. Assuming that both the interior and entrance were secure, such complacency exists in every corner of the world. The smooth progress of their operation was unexpectedly fortunate, rendering many meticulously prepared contingency plans entirely unnecessary. Black Fox, in high spirits, couldn't help but wonder if this stroke of luck was a result of Long Zhan's presence. However, she could not ascertain if indeed it was his good fortune that led to this outcome. And this was merely the beginning of their good luck. Emerging from the bus at the tunnel's exit, Black Fox, accompanied by 2 teams of special police, advanced along their predetermined route, with aerial surveillance provided by a helicopter. Remarkably, they had yet to fire a single shot, successfully reaching the grand villa guarded by Muhoda Airwu. This location, being the largest refugee camp globally, frequently received aid from international organizations, with helicopters routinely hovering overhead for patrol. Thus, the auxiliary helicopter's presence went unnoticed, which was a primary reason for its use. With 12 special police officers, the ace operative Black Fox, and the top-tier soldier Long Zhan, who seemed possessed by a spirit of lethality, they took advantage of their surprise attack. They stealthily infiltrated the villa, dispatching over 10 bodyguards, until they apprehended the unsuspecting Muhoda Airwu, who was leisurely watching television. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes. The swift execution of their plan meant that by the time nearby traffickers heard the gunfire and rushed to lend support, the villa was already littered with the bodies of their comrades, and the attackers had vanished without a trace. The successful capture team retraced their steps back through the tunnel, safely executing the high-priority apprehension plan and delivering Muhoda Airwu to the capital S interior, Luo. On the return journey, Black Fox, who had not experienced such ease in years, found it hard to believe that a task of such high difficulty had been completed so effortlessly. Gazing at Long Zhan seated across from her, she increasingly believed he was her lucky star, her gaze unwittingly reflecting this newfound conviction. Unbeknownst to Long Zhan, who was preoccupied with regret, Black Fox's admiration was shifting. He lamented the fortune amassed by Muhoda, the linchpin of the drug supply chain. Knowing that the wealth accumulated over the years was substantial, perhaps even in the billions, the trafficking profits were illicit, typically transacted in cash. Only when the cash reached a significant sum would they contact international money laundering firms to cleanse the funds and deposit them into banks, transforming them into mere figures on a ledger. This implies that the building where Muhatar resides, appearing rather ordinary on the outside, is lavishly adorned within, resembling a grand European-style mansion, undoubtedly housing a considerable sum of cash. Should one manage to locate and abscond with it, such an endeavor could undoubtedly lead to overnight wealth. Moreover, the earnings from drug trafficking are ill-gotten gains. Once Muhatar is apprehended, any money left behind will likely be divided among other traffickers. It would be a fruitless endeavor, as no one would pursue the matter. Unfortunately, with the presence of the Black Fox and a particular Kenyan special police unit, Long Zhan could not boldly seek out the money. The entire operation proceeded with such remarkable ease that the duration of the conflict within the mansion was exceedingly brief, leaving no opportunity for Long Zhan to search, let alone devise a means to transport the money. He missed out on several million, even tens of millions, which truly pained him. Fortunately, although he did not secure the grand prize, Long Zhan's fortune was not entirely in vain. He inadvertently obtained a modest consolation prize. At that moment, Long Zhan was stationed at the back door to prevent any potential escapees. Consequently, he had no chance to search for the safe, nor could he abandon his post to sneak into the mansion, allowing Muhatar to slip away through the back entrance. As fate would have it, a drug dealer, realizing that their leader was no longer reliable, stealthily attempted to escape through the back door with 2 black duffel bags. To their surprise, they encountered Long Zhan keeping watch. Thus unfolded a real-life scenario akin to the fable of the waiting hare, resulting in a fatal encounter at the muzzle of Long Zhan's firearm. Upon seeing the 2 duffel bags, Long Zhan recognized their significance and eagerly opened them. One bag contained numerous white powder packets, weighing several kilograms in total. Though Long Zhan had never indulged in such substances, he was well aware of their nature and had no interest whatsoever. While undoubtedly valuable, they were ill-suited for transport, as they could easily be detected by drug-sniffing dogs, akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Even if he managed to evade detection, disposing of them would prove to be quite troublesome. Discarding the box filled with white powder, Long Zhan opened the remaining black duffel bag and was met with an unexpected delight. It was filled with crisp $100 bills, amounting to an estimated $700,000 to $800,000. Faced with this unexpected windfall, Long Zhan, after a brief moment of contemplation, embraced the philosophy of seizing the opportunity. Guided by the principle of if it's available, take it, with keen vigilance and ears attuned to his surroundings, he ensured that no one was watching and that there were no surveillance cameras in sight. Swiftly, he removed his tactical backpack, emptying its contents, 2 ammunition pouches, grenades, equipment batteries, emergency rations, and various other supplies, into a heap. He then filled the backpack with cash, secured it, and slung it back onto his shoulders. Finally, he placed the discarded supplies into the now empty black duffel bag, attached a high-explosive grenade to it, and tossed it into the room. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke erupted, and the walls crumbled. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, obliterating the duffel bag and its contents, erasing all traces of the encounter without a remnant left behind. If he could successfully bring back this sum of money, not to mention the 100,000 reward for completing the task, the total earnings from a single trip would approach nearly $1 million, a most comfortable prospect indeed. It is indeed true what they say: a horse does not thrive without night grass, and a person does not grow wealthy without unexpected windfalls. To accumulate wealth, it is indeed more comfortable to seek additional income. Having tasted the sweetness of success on his first mission, Long Zhan felt as though he had uncovered the secret to prosperity. If every endeavor could yield extra earnings, then Chapter 389 of Lewin sets a modest target of first amassing 300 million. The commission for accepting tasks, regardless of its amount, pales in comparison to how much one can discreetly acquire during the mission. That will be the core consideration for choosing future assignments. As for how to launder this money and ultimately use it legally, that can be addressed later. For now, it is enough to focus on bringing it back. Once he has gathered a reliable team, he plans to venture to Afghanistan to retrieve the 10 million buried underground, and at that time, he will seek a money laundering firm to cleanse it all in one go. Long Zhan's relentless pursuit of wealth may seem akin to that of an insatiable miser. However, the reality is quite the opposite. He is not obsessed with money. Rather, it serves as a tool to achieve his aspirations. He requires funds to pave a wide avenue towards his life's dreams. Establishing a legitimate private military contracting company on par with Blackwater, DynCorp International, and Fleur is Long Zhan's primary goal. However, starting such a company demands more capital than others. Without tens of millions of dollars, one cannot even approach the threshold. Money is the sole avenue to his dreams, and to realize his ambitions, Long Zhan must explore every possible means to acquire it. Thus, he has set a modest goal of first securing $50 million. With this amount, over 300 million RMB, he will have the standing to discuss his aspirations and the potential to become a respectable figure in the realm of warfare. The convoy traveled tirelessly for 5 to 6 hours, successfully reaching the headquarters of the Internal Bureau of Police. They handed over their primary target, Mukhtar Wusho, to Chief Inspector Kipazil, thus officially completing the contract with Black Fox. The remaining tasks, including prosecuting Mukhtar Wusho and sealing the operations of the Red Wave International Transport Company to sever the unique transportation line, no longer required the involvement of Black Fox as a narcotics consultant. The Kenyan law enforcement and Interpol would take over from there. Having finally concluded this round of drug enforcement, both Black Fox and Long Zhan felt a profound sense of relief, the weariness of their endeavors weighing upon them as they returned to the hotel to rest. Early the next morning, as Long Zhan prepared to leave, His plans were interrupted by a knock at the door. Black Fox was not there to bid farewell, but to present a new contract, one that necessitated their continuation. Long Zhan was not particularly pleased. It felt exhausting to transition from completing one task to immediately embarking on another. During this period, there has been a relentless pursuit of high-intensity work, and even with Long Zhan's robust constitution, he finds himself quite fatigued. Although he is eager to amass wealth, he is acutely aware of the significance of balancing work with rest. He certainly does not wish to possess riches without the vitality to enjoy them. However, there exists a direct correlation between the new contract and his previous contract concerning the primary apprehension plan, which he cannot simply discard. To be candid, the main incentive lies in the considerable offer made by Black Fox. Should Long Zhan assist her in accomplishing subsequent tasks, he is promised a remuneration of 500,000 to be paid in a lump sum and after taxes. It must be said that the CIA is indeed affluent and indulgent. Unlike the stingy Special Operations 6th Division of DG Black Team, which compensates a meager 100,000 for such perilous transnational drug enforcement missions. Upon hearing of the 500,000 commission, Long Zhan reluctantly agreed to collaborate with Black Fox after a painstaking 2 seconds of contemplation. He earnestly asserted, "A person of my caliber is completely indifferent to money. My acceptance of this task is solely on account of your reputation. Were it anyone else attempting to disrupt my return to a life of leisure, I would promptly send them packing." Long Zhan's performance was so convincing that Black Fox discerned no ulterior motives, believing wholeheartedly that his agreement was a favor to her. Overwhelmed by a blend of affection and gratitude, she embraced Long Zhan and bestowed upon him a kiss. The beauty was fervent, and Long Zhan welcomed her advances. The following day at 3 in the afternoon, after dealing with the fallout of a brawl, the reluctant yet eager Long Zhan and Black Fox boarded a plane heading to the American military base in Djibouti. This locale was hastily established to address the ongoing crisis. Designated as the M8 District Camp, they were received by Colonel Davis, who was responsible for providing the necessary support for their forthcoming operations. The duo's identities had transformed once more. From narcotics consultants in Kenya, they had now become counterterrorism specialists dispatched by the Department of Defense. Complete with military ranks, Black Fox as a major and Long Zhan as a lieutenant. Colonel Davis escorted them to the command center, presenting the most recent video materials to them. After reviewing the latest documents, Long Zhan, who had previously only grasped a general overview, finally comprehended the specifics of this military contract. It became apparent that the African Black Triangle region offered raw materials at remarkably low prices, enticing even the Mexican drug lords to reap substantial profits during their collaboration. The allure of wealth led to an insatiable addiction, driving them into a frenzy. Upon learning of the capture of Mahader Wusu, the Mexican drug lords recognized that the Black Triangle transport line had been irrevocably severed. Henceforth, acquiring large quantities of precursor chemicals for drug production would necessitate sourcing from other narcotics-producing regions, resulting in significant losses. Furthermore, during this period, the U.S. government was implementing a comprehensive anti-drug initiative on a global scale. A vast number of personnel have been dispatched to collaborate with various nations, embarking on a global anti-drug operation. The journey of Long Zhan and He Hu in Kenya is merely one segment of this extensive endeavor. Within a matter of weeks, the drug lords from Mexico and Brazil have suffered significant losses in this grand anti-narcotics campaign. Consequently, the beleaguered and frantic drug lords from Mexico and Brazil have directed their wrath towards the United States, resolving to confront the American government head-on in an effort to compel it to cease its global anti-drug initiatives. Since the arrest of Muhoda Airwu, a mere 2 days have elapsed, yet the drug lords have already dispatched several groups of terrorists, executing 2 attacks on American soil. The materials provided by Colonel Davis include numerous video surveillance files, which vividly document the sequence of these assaults. The first incident occurred less than 5 hours after Muhoda Airwu's capture, when a group of undocumented migrants was apprehended by the Border Patrol in the Laredo region, having crossed clandestinely from Mexico. Each year, thousands of individuals attempt to illegally enter the United States. The Border Patrol, assuming they were merely ordinary migrants, did not regard the situation with much concern, merely corralling them for transport to immigration detention. Unbeknownst to them, among this group was a human bomb. The ensuing explosion was catastrophic, creating a deep crater in the ground. In addition to the bomber, 5 migrants and 3 border patrol officers lost their lives or suffered severe injuries in the blast. The second terrorist attack, which occurred within the city, proved to be even more devastating than the first. It was precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, and a large supermarket, which had hired security personnel, was bustling with patrons, many either shopping for dinner or having just concluded their meals, marking the peak of consumer activity. At this critical juncture, surveillance footage from a nearby streetlight captured 3 expressionless men clad in loose vests entering the supermarket. Within less than a minute, a series of 3 violent explosions erupted, each separated by mere seconds. The once peaceful and lively supermarket was transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Shattered glass was propelled dozens of meters outside, and thick black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the harrowing screams of the terrified. Flames surged skyward. Long Zhan could clearly see in the footage a young mother with her child, who had just exited the glass doors of the supermarket, being violently propelled several meters away by the force of the explosion that erupted behind her. She fell to the ground, her fate uncertain. To label these individuals as insane would be a gross understatement. They are indeed madmen, reckless in their pursuit of wealth at any cost. After watching the videos of these 2 terrorist attacks, a chill ran down Long Zhan's spine. It is unfathomable to imagine living a carefree life, only to be suddenly beset by a group of deranged individuals launching suicide bombings. No one, regardless of their disposition, would wish to encounter such a horrific misfortune. Upon contemplating the formidable adversaries he must confront, Long Zhan found himself transported back to his military days, as if the fervor that had nearly dissipated within him was rekindled, instilling an unprecedented urgency to undertake a certain endeavor. While soldiers may possess national boundaries, the fight against terrorism knows no such confines. Following the 2 terrorist attack videos, numerous related reports surfaced, including a detailed account from a state television station regarding the incident. In total, 15 civilians lost their lives in the explosions, including 2 children, with the number of injured surpassing 50. Additionally, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Benjamin Reed, whom Long Zhan had once protected, delivered a commanding and stern condemnation during a press conference convened in the wake of the tragedy. "We are committed to restoring aid to the injured and standing with the families of the victims in the face of this misfortune. We are equally determined to prevent further attacks. I speak on behalf of the government to those who perpetrated this assault. Your bombs will not intimidate us. Rather, they have empowered us, granting us the authority to unleash a truly terrifying reprisal through the formidable might of the White Eagle military. Regardless of the means you employ, our global anti-drug initiative, championed by the White Eagle government, shall not be deterred by your explosives. In fact, with an allocated budget of $3 billion, we shall further augment our resources. The U.S. government will make it abundantly clear that we fear no threats. Any adversary shall be vanquished as we strive tirelessly to uphold world peace." Chapter 390. The retribution of the White Eagle. These successive acts of terrorism struck with alarming suddenness, catching even the highly capable U.S. intelligence agencies off guard. The videos and news materials provided by Davis merely skimmed the surface of the situation. After reviewing them, Long Zhan and Black Fox gleaned little of substance. They confirmed that the attackers hailed from Mexico, and that the puppet masters behind the scenes were inextricably linked to Mexican drug cartels, Brazilian traffickers, and human smuggling organizations. However, they were left with pressing questions. What identities did these suicide bombers possess? Which cartel was truly orchestrating these attacks? How had they successfully infiltrated U.S. territory through the Mexico-U.S. border? From where did they procure such a vast arsenal of explosives? Were there additional terrorists lurking within the country, preparing for further assaults? Colonel Davis was unable to furnish answers to these critical inquiries, as domestic intelligence agencies remained equally in the dark. Whether it be the FBI, CIA, or Department of Homeland Security, all were diligently conducting investigations. The occurrence of these attacks coincided with the capture of Muho, granting Long Zhan and Black Fox a distinct advantage in this operation. Consequently, CIA headquarters urgently notified Black Fox, offering a substantial sum to secure a military contracting agreement with Long Zhan, enabling the duo to continue collaborating in pursuit of answers to this series of pressing questions. Simultaneously, Long Zhan discerned the true intentions of the U.S. government through the Secretary of Defense's remarks. Ultimately, Clarifying these issues was crucial for the restoration of international credibility. The United States government has long been characterized by its brazen demeanor, and its recent grandiose initiative of a global anti-drug campaign is, quite frankly, a demonstration of American hegemony. Just as they began to witness some success, they were met with retaliatory attacks from terrorists. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. Consequently, the conditions for the completion of the contract with Long Zhan are straightforward. Identify and eliminate the masterminds behind this attack, sending a clear message to the world that the United States is not to be trifled with. Since this is a retaliatory operation, it does not necessitate a primary target for arrest, but rather a singular objective, an eye for an eye. To achieve this core aim, the CIA headquarters has granted the operative known as Black Fox extensive authority, allowing for the provision of all necessary resources for the operation, including the potential enlistment of elite units such as Delta Force and SEALs. Black Fox and Long Zhan's task is to uncover the perpetrators of this terrorist assault, employing any means of retaliation deemed necessary to ensure that the architects of this attack pay a grievous price, thereby serving as a warning to any groups that might seek to thwart anti-drug efforts through acts of vengeance. The phrase "no restrictions" must be underscored, as it entails numerous nuances. As a seasoned veteran, Long Zhan comprehends the implications immediately. This approach of retaliating in kind aligns perfectly with the long-standing image of the American government. However, it is essential for the U.S. government, regardless of its might, to maintain a facade of discretion. They cannot afford to act with the same unchecked audacity as they did decades ago. Thus, in the concluding section of the project contract, several cautionary notes are subtly included. All operations must remain highly confidential. Should either Long Zhan or Black Fox make an error that leads to exposure, or should unforeseen circumstances arise during the operation, then regrettably, their actions will be deemed personal endeavors. The U.S. government will wash its hands clean of any involvement, preserving its deniability, even possessing the right to take appropriate measures should the situation turn unfavorable. What constitutes appropriate measures? Black Fox, having been in this line of work for quite some time, is well aware of the games politicians play. Engaging in this field necessitates an acceptance of certain rules. Although Long Zhan may not fully grasp all the nuances, he has a vague awareness of the underlying implications. Nevertheless, recalling the success of their previous operations, he chooses not to dwell on it. Regardless of the challenges ahead, maintaining absolute self-confidence is paramount. This is Long Zhan's philosophy. After meticulously reviewing all the materials and confirming the accuracy of the contract presented by Davis, both Black Fox and Long Zhan affixed their signatures, officially accepting the anti-terrorism project. Given the pressing timeline, where every moment of delay could precipitate another terrorist attack, the contract stipulates completion within 7 days. Thus, upon signing, Black Fox and Long Zhan, accompanied by Colonel Davis, immediately immersed themselves in their work, entering an interrogation room guarded by armed security personnel within the base. As Long Zhan and who entered the room, they were met with the sight of a black man, approximately 30 years of age, shackled to a chair. His demeanor suggested he was not engaged in lawful endeavors. Upon noticing their arrival, the young man displayed evident signs of tension, yet he did not exhibit overt fear. His eyes darted around, indicating a keen intellect, likely formulating an escape plan. Colonel Davis soon followed, gesturing towards the young man, stating, "The base deployed a special operations team at dawn, covertly apprehending this individual. According to precise intelligence from the CIA, he is linked to the recent terrorist attack on a large supermarket. Our negotiation expert spent the entire morning with him, yielding no results. Whether we can extract any information now rests in your capable hands." With that, Colonel Davis handed over a radio and a military laptop to Hu, explaining, "This computer is connected to the base's intranet and contains all pertinent information regarding this operation. Should you require further assistance, feel free to reach out to me via the radio." Hu, exuding his characteristic efficiency, swiftly took charge. Long Zhan remained silent, observing the interaction. The operational methodologies of CIA agents starkly contrasted with military protocols, each possessing its own unique advantages. In the short time he had spent with Hu, Long Zhan had already absorbed numerous strategies. As the saying goes, one learns as long as one lives. Now, with the opportunity to observe and learn while receiving a salary, he was determined to seize this chance for self-improvement. After Colonel Davis concluded his briefing and exited the interrogation room, Long Zhan settled into a chair at the back, adopting the demeanor of an eager student awaiting an enthralling spectacle. He, who had demonstrated exceptional leadership skills during the primary capture operation, yet had yet to showcase his interrogation prowess. For those in the espionage profession, questioning was undeniably one of their most refined skills, and Long Zhan found himself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to glean more knowledge. However, He, who did not commence the interrogation in the conventional manner. Instead of immediately confronting the young man with a barrage of questions, he calmly took a seat across from the interrogation table, opening the military laptop provided by Colonel Davis and methodically reviewing its contents. He appeared to disregard the black man entirely, treating him as though he were invisible. What was happening? The young man had concocted no fewer than 10 strategies to counter He, whose interrogation, having successfully misled the negotiation expert earlier that morning. Yet, He, whose uncharacteristic approach shattered all his preconceived notions. In that brief encounter, the young man found himself at a psychological disadvantage. Was this the fabled counter-strategy? He, whose unconventional tactics indeed left Long Zhan captivated. The atmosphere within the room grew hushed, with Long Zhan content to play the role of an onlooker. He, who exhibited no inclination to initiate the interrogation, leaving the young man hesitant to speak, his anxiety mounting. This silence, a stalemate of sorts, often imposes the greatest psychological pressure. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. The young African-American man, initially composed, now found his forehead beaded with perspiration, his eyes betraying a palpable fear as a wave of intense anxiety washed over him. Just as he lifted his gaze for the 8th time, furtively glancing at the enigmatic figure of the black fox in search of a flaw to regain the upper hand, she finally diverted her attention from the computer. Rising gracefully, her high heels echoed a resonant cadence against the floor, each step imbued with an undeniable aura as she circled the table. She approached the young man, nonchalantly leaning against the edge of the table, peering down at him with an enigmatic smile, inquiring, "Barry, you seem rather tense. Are you feeling guilty? What is it that you fear?" Barry offered no reply, his gaze evasive. His eyes inadvertently swept over the floor to his left, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. There lay a large bucket of water. During his earlier dialogue with the negotiation expert, he had endured various interrogation techniques, among which the seemingly innocuous water had inflicted the most torment. The suffocating sensation of a cloth draped over his face while water was incessantly poured upon it had nearly broken him. The black fox observed Barry's reaction, casting a disdainful glance at the bucket beside him. With a mocking smile, she remarked, "Barry, did you think I would resort to water torture? You overestimate my methods. I never employ such crude tactics. They would tarnish my hands." Hearing her words, the young man felt a wave of relief wash over him, momentarily believing that this strikingly beautiful, eloquent woman was of a gentler disposition and would not resort to violence to extract confessions. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that enduring physical assault was one thing, but persuading him with mere words was a different matter altogether. Yet, Barry's laughter proved premature, for the next utterance from the black fox plunged his spirits from the heights of hope to the depths of despair, akin to a descent into the darkest abyss of hell. He finally comprehended the essence of a true femme fatale. The absence of visible marks from severe torture was a hallmark of water-based interrogation. It was an effective method when physical punishment was not an option. Regrettably, in Africa, I am free to act as I please, unconcerned with the trivialities that bind others. Why complicate matters? Simplicity is often more prudent, don't you agree, Barry? Chapter 391. The cruel interrogation. The black fox, her face adorned with a calm smile, spoke with a serene demeanor, yet to Barry's ears, her words resonated like whispers from a demon, causing his breaths to grow heavier. Barry's defenses had begun to crumble, and the black fox relished the oppressive atmosphere she had cultivated. With her smile still intact, she pressed on, "If you possess any wisdom, it would be wise to cooperate and answer every question I pose. I have no desire to lay a finger on you, not even a single nail." "Do you know why?" "What do you mean?" Barry's confusion mingled with fear as he gazed at the black fox. She refrained from providing an immediate explanation, instead turning the computer screen to face him. With deft fingers dancing across the keyboard, a high-resolution, real-time satellite image materialized on the screen. The display revealed a singular structure, comprising 2 houses and a swimming pool, an undeniable symbol of opulence in this part of Africa. Barry instantly recognized the building as his private villa. Indeed, Barry was exceedingly wealthy. Although the origins of his fortune were dubious and could be said to be founded upon the suffering of many innocents, it was irrefutable that he was among the wealthiest pirates in Somalia. The location hardly required explanation. You were more aware than I of how many of your family resided within such a grand abode. Should you choose silence in response to my inquiries, my mood would sour, leading me to indulge in more exhilarating pursuits. For instance, I might call for an airstrike, obliterating your home and sending your loved ones to their doom. Black Fox, having delivered her chilling threat, leaned in to gaze at the pool, her envy evident as she remarked on its charm, lamenting its potential destruction. She expressed a wish that, when the bombs fell, your wife, children, or perhaps your mother, would be gracing that very pool, allowing you to witness their blood staining the waters crimson. Throughout this exchange, Black Fox neither resorted to coercive tactics nor displayed any negative emotions. Rather, her demeanor radiated a beguiling charm. Yet, each word that slipped from her lips was akin to a dagger, causing Barry's heart to race in trepidation. It was clear that she was no ordinary agent, possessing skills that marked her as a seductive yet lethal femme fatale. Having spent time with her, he had nearly forgotten this aspect of her nature. Observing Black Fox's warm smile juxtaposed with her deadly intentions, Barry gained a new perspective on the audacity of intimidation. Surely, you wouldn't act so brazenly. Your government cannot harm civilians without cause, Barry protested, his fear intensifying as he regarded Black Fox as a formidable demon. Hoping against hope that she would not follow through on her threats. Civilians? She retorted with a scornful laugh, her earlier smile morphing into a sneer of disdain. Do civilians hijack cruise ships? Do they engage in kidnapping for ransom? Do they slay innocent crew members? You know precisely how you acquired this grand villa and what your so-called civilian family has done. Do you truly expect me to believe they are innocent? Barry found himself at a loss for words, yearning to refute her claims but unable to articulate a single response. The truth was undeniable. Those dwelling within the villa were not only his relatives but also his accomplices, and every penny he earned was inextricably linked to them. Black Fox, having effectively silenced Barry, continued to exert her pressure unabated. The live satellite feed was abruptly switched off as a video was opened, showcasing the horrific terrorist attack that occurred last night in the United States, which is equivalent to this morning in Somalia, resulting in dozens of casualties in a large supermarket. There was no need for Black Fox to inquire further. Upon witnessing the footage of the attack, Barry was immediately thrown into a state of panic. He hastily clarified, "These three individuals are Yemenis. They have no connection to us. The conflict lies between you and them, not with me. Furthermore, all of this transpired on land. I am solely responsible for operations at sea." Barry continued to stubbornly defend himself. To this point, even the CIA and FBI were unaware of the identities of these terrorists. Yet Barry could name them without a moment's hesitation. This was enough to confirm that they were on the right track, and pursuing the investigation further would surely yield results. Xing Feng admired Black Fox's adept interrogation techniques, unable to suppress a chuckle as he facepalmed. The individual was overly eager to exonerate himself, inadvertently revealing that the terrorists were Yemenis, thereby implicating himself in a direct connection to the attackers. The objective of playing the video had been achieved, marking a promising start to the interrogation, which lifted Black Fox's spirits. With arms crossed over his impressive chest, he began to sift through Barry's defensive statements, extracting useful phrases as he transitioned into the guided questioning phase. "Indeed, what you say is not incorrect, but you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. Yemen is just across the Gulf, which is quite a coincidence. As we all know, the Houthis in Yemen face significant challenges in acquiring international flight tickets. If they possessed the means to forge passports, they would fly directly into the territory of the Bald Eagle, rather than seeking out a smuggling ring in Mexico and traversing treacherous mountain paths to cross into the Bald Eagle's domain. Therefore, a pressing question arises. Why did they first enter Mexico? By what means did they gain entry into Mexico, and who facilitated their passage?" As Black Fox posed this trio of questions, Barry's forehead began to glisten with perspiration, transforming into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Black Fox utilized the information Barry had divulged as a foundation, meticulously peeling back layers of the mystery. First, since they had initially appeared in Mexico, it was clear they had not arrived by plane. Secondly, given the vast ocean separating the two continents, it would be implausible for them to have traveled by car or train. At this juncture, Black Fox deliberately paused, locking his gaze onto the increasingly anxious Barry. Applying pressure through his stare, With unwavering certainty, he declared, thus, only one method of illegal entry remains. They must have embarked from Yemen on a smuggling vessel, crossing the ocean to reach Mexico while you happen to be working at sea, overseeing the pirates in that region. No ship attempting to leave the Gulf could escape your watchful eye. Yet, you did not seize a lucrative opportunity with a smuggling vessel, which implies that someone must have paid you a toll in advance. The activities you conduct in the Gulf are not my concern, nor do I wish to delve into them. Since they have crossed into Mexico from your area, I have but one question for you. If your response pleases me, I may promptly send you home, and we shall act as if we have never crossed paths. However, should you fail to provide an answer, I regret to inform you that you will witness your family being obliterated. Barry, thoroughly intimidated by the overwhelming presence of Black Fox, appeared to be at his wits' end, merely enduring in silence. As Barry showed no inclination to cooperate, Black Fox's expression darkened. Coldly, she inquired, "Who provided you with the passage fee? Who funded the crossing of those smuggler boats?" "I grant you 1 minute to contemplate." Black Fox's inquiry was straightforward, and the answer directly influenced the potential for subsequent actions. Yet Barry continued to choose silence. Black Fox's deductive reasoning was remarkably sharp. With exceedingly limited information, she had deduced the central thread of the entire affair. This placed immense pressure on Barry, leaving him unable to deny the truth. However, there are rules in this world. If one accepts payment, one must mitigate the associated disasters. And Barry could not reveal the puppet master behind it all. Thus, he resorted to silent endurance, hoping that the individual before him, hailing from a nation of law and order, would not resort to madness. Barry's repeated non-cooperation swiftly depleted Black Fox's patience. She once again shifted the computer screen to display real-time satellite imagery, magnifying the image further, revealing 2 individuals sunbathing on a rooftop platform. "Is this your wife or mother? Perhaps a sister? I truly wish for them not to vanish, but if you persist in this manner..." Black Fox deliberately left her sentence unfinished, creating a suspenseful void for Barry to ponder. Self-generated speculation often breeds greater anxiety. Desperation overtook Barry, and he exclaimed, "There are countless pirates in Somalia. I cannot oversee them all. That bay is not solely under my jurisdiction. Numerous organizations specialize in smuggling, all supported by powerful figures. Passage does not require my consent. No, you are not that incompetent. Records indicate that you manage hundreds of pirates and numerous speedboats. I offer you one final opportunity." Black Fox's patience had worn thin. She issued an ultimatum. Despite his overwhelming fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Barry clung to a sliver of hope. "You are merely trying to intimidate me. You Americans require evidence for everything. You have no proof linking me to this matter. You cannot act against me." "Huh, you are correct, but regrettably. Today I am not bound by protocol. I need only issue a command." In response to Barry's naive protest, Black Fox, devoid of patience, smirked coldly, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she input commands. Then, using the communicator given to her by Davis, she connected to the Operations Command Center. "This is Major Helen. The mission directive has been transmitted. How long will it take to prepare?" "Reporting, sir. We are ready at any moment." "Then proceed." "Understood, sir. Commencing operation immediately." With the communication with the Base Operations Center concluded, Black Fox placed the communicator on the table, uttering no further words, silently fixating on the computer screen. Barry's heart raced suddenly, leaving him unable to discern whether this was mere theatrics or a grim reality, his gaze fixated on the screen. Chapter 392, The Darkest Frontier City. Surely, it cannot be true that an explosion is imminent. Although Long Zhan had witnessed the cold-blooded nature of Black Fox, he too harbored doubts about whether the operations department at this base would truly follow through with a bombardment of a pirate lord's residence at Black Fox's command. The truth, however, was that the recent terrorist attack had unequivocally provoked the wrath of the White Eagle government, which was prepared to go to any lengths for retribution. 2 minutes elapsed. In the interrogation room, so silent one could hear a breath, the sharp sound of an explosion suddenly pierced the air, emanating from the computer on the desk. The house depicted in the center of the screen had vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust and smoke. Given the magnitude of the blast, it could only be attributed to a surface-to-surface missile. No, Barry's flicker of hope was utterly shattered. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of his family, he was engulfed in a tumult of rage and sorrow, crying out in a torrent of incomprehensible dialect. Could it truly have exploded? Long Zhan was taken aback. Whether within the Navy SEALs or DG, special operatives like Long Zhan faced myriad constraints whenever they undertook missions: rules of engagement, battlefield ownership, cultural support teams, various restrictions that hindered their actions. Yet, within Black Fox's realm, it was an entirely different vista, devoid of such encumbrances. A simple command could unleash devastation. To bomb or to kill was merely a matter of will. What DG, as a premier combat unit, could not accomplish, Black Fox commanded with ease, leaving Long Zhan profoundly astonished. It was no wonder the CIA was viewed with trepidation worldwide. They indeed operated with impunity. In contrast to Long Zhan's worldview being upended, Barry, shattered by the loss of his loved ones, was steeped in grief. Black Fox, who had personally issued the bombing orders, remained unsettlingly composed. He switched the computer screen once more, unveiling a new live satellite feed. It displayed yet another house, also a villa, boasting a swimming pool, albeit smaller than the previous one. With a leisurely tap of his fingers on the table, Black Fox spoke with unhurried deliberation. "Barry, you possess a family that many would envy, with numerous siblings and several wives. It is unfortunate that you have chosen the wrong path, offending individuals you ought not to have crossed, and stubbornly refusing to cooperate. I am aware that I cannot annihilate them all at once, but I have all the time in the world. What transpired earlier was merely the beginning. I can proceed one by one at my leisure. I am confident that eventually, one among them will compel you to reveal the answers I seek. Now, behold, this is purportedly your first wife." "No, please, no." Barry, already on the brink of collapse after witnessing the first villa's destruction, could no longer endure the thought of Black Fox continuing this horrific campaign until all his family members were obliterated. Crying out in despair, he pleaded, "Stop, you fiend. Ask me anything, and I shall divulge all. I beg you, spare my family." "Very well," the Dark Fox replied with a radiant smile. "Your first wife may live." The pirate chief, Barry, could no longer withstand the interrogation and dutifully confessed everything. The Dark Fox relayed this information to the base's intranet, connecting with the CIA to verify and cross-reference all intelligence, ultimately uncovering the desired answers. These suicide bombers were not amateurs, they were professionals, trained in the infamous Khorasan camp in Yemen. This camp, backed by an international financial consortium, operated in war-torn and impoverished regions, luring recruits with promises of food, shelter, high commissions, or the allure of religious indoctrination that promised a glorious afterlife. After extensive brainwashing and training, these recruits were transformed into proficient warriors. They were then sold to organizations worldwide as human bombs for prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, often referred to as death soldiers. These individuals, after prolonged indoctrination, had their values and thought processes completely subverted. They not only embraced death, but regarded it as a form of transcendence, believing that they could take more souls with them to the afterlife, thereby achieving a higher status in the presence of their deity. They also hoped that in their next reincarnation, they might be born into wealth, escaping the destitution of their current lives. Thus, they cared little for the cause they served or the compensation they received. Upon leaving the training camp, they could do but one thing: execute one command, donning explosives and orchestrating suicide attacks aimed at maximizing casualties. The two recent terrorist attacks within the United States and at its borders were perpetrated by individuals from the Khorasan training camp. The vessel that transported for suicide bombers to Mexico, having paid a toll to Barry, was named the Lavarado. This Mexican-registered cargo ship was owned by the Horus Holdings Company, the proprietor of which was none other than Mexico's most notorious drug lord, Horace DeLu. Now that the identities of the terrorists and the puppet master were known, one could theoretically contact Mexican authorities to initiate a joint capture operation. However, in reality, this was not feasible. The intelligence obtained from Barry was neither publicly documented nor recorded, rendering it inadmissible as courtroom evidence. Without irrefutable proof, gaining the support of the Mexican government was impossible. Consequently, even if the Dark Fox knew who was pulling the strings, as an American, she could not employ overt military force to apprehend Horace DeLu across borders. Furthermore, and most crucially, it was common knowledge that Horace DeLu was Mexico's most powerful drug lord, a fact well understood by the Mexican government. Yet, the question remained, why had he not been apprehended? The answer was simple: Horace wielded immense power, rendering him untouchable. Mexico is intrinsically a nation plagued by profound corruption, where the tentacles of drug cartels have infiltrated the very depths of the governmental apparatus. The armaments possessed by these armed traffickers often surpass those of the military. Horace Delu, the most formidable drug lord, presides over a vast conglomerate comprising dozens of companies, epitomizing the archetype of a magnate, commanding respect in both the underworld and legitimate spheres. Horace Delu's formidable personal prowess is undoubtedly safeguarded by an array of clandestine protectors. As long as direct evidence remains elusive, particularly of the kind that necessitates synchronous audiovisual documentation, it becomes virtually impossible to exonerate him. The Mexican law enforcement is unlikely to apprehend Horace Delu, and rather, may extend protection to him. At his elevated status, it is inconceivable for him to partake in frontline transactions. All illicit activities are orchestrated without his direct involvement. A mere glance or subtle cue suffices for a legion of subordinates to execute his bidding. Concrete evidence is thus a rarity. Regardless of the prowess of the U.S. government or the far-reaching tendrils of the CIA, they find themselves impotent in confronting Horace Delu across national borders. Moreover, an explicit clause within the contract underscores a pivotal aspect: retribution. The U.S. government is not inclined to apprehend Horace Delu. Rather, it seeks to employ bloodshed as a means to intimidate and deter organizations that dare to challenge American interests. The notion of merely incarcerating Horace and subjecting him to legal proceedings would lack the requisite impact. A gruesome demise is deemed necessary to set an example. This is quintessentially American. It is precisely this vengeful spirit that propels the U.S. government to pursue Horace Delu relentlessly, even in the absence of solid evidence. Upon the transmission of interrogation data by Black Fox, a prominent figure within the U.S. government convened in urgent consultation with their advisory team. Consequently, a daring and unconventional operational plan emerged. Upon reviewing the strategy proposed by the U.S. government, Long Zhan grasped the extent to which the authorities could disregard international norms when motivated by a desire for vengeance, revealing the terrifying extremes of hegemonic ideology. That very afternoon, a military transport aircraft was dispatched by the base to ferry Long Zhan and Black Fox from the Djibouti military installation directly to Washington, D.C. Their initial landing in the capital, the epicenter of political power, facilitated a clandestine meeting between Black Fox and high-ranking government officials, underscoring the gravity with which the U.S. administration regards this matter. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the special flight, Long Zhan utilized the interval while Black Fox conferred with government dignitaries to discreetly manage the illicit funds accrued from their mission. The presence of a government-chartered aircraft facilitated this endeavor. Subsequently, the duo transferred to a private chartered plane, journeying overnight to McAllen, Texas, one of the darkest border cities where the U.S. engages with Mexico. Throughout this entire process, from their exit at the airport to their final hotel check-in, neither Long Zhan nor Black Fox encountered any visa or procedural formalities. Under normal circumstances, both individuals would undoubtedly be classified as illegal immigrants, having entered the country unlawfully. However, they traversed their journey without a care in the world, unbothered by any inspections, and were afforded the luxury of a private jet. In truth, this was not a mark of high status. Rather, it was a strategic arrangement designed to ensure that Long Zhan and Hay, who left no trace within the United States throughout their mission. This way, should the plan falter or unforeseen complications arise, the American government could effortlessly distance itself from the situation. Undeniably, this arrangement also served to protect Long Zhan and Hay, who indirectly. The method of erasing their presence rendered them effectively invisible. The tasks awaiting them, should everything proceed according to plan without any hiccups, would not expose them to any charges, even if their actions severely contravened Mexican law. Chapter 393. The Gray Fishing Scheme. The following morning, Long Zhan and Hay, who rose together, enjoyed breakfast and returned to their room to engage in casual conversation, unaware that time had slipped away until it was 9 a.m. A tall man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, unmistakably a professional private security contractor, knocked on their door. Long Zhan and Hay, who had already received a phone call notification, requiring no further words as they followed him. They took the elevator directly to the hotel's underground garage, where a black Cadillac van awaited, inside which sat a middle-aged white woman, approximately in her 50s. This unassuming woman was the one who had contacted Hay, who to provide the project contract for the two of them. It was Long Zhan's first encounter with the principal party, his first awareness of the woman's name, Mrs. K. and his first experience of collaborating directly with her. Indeed, Mrs. K was the operational commander, while He Hu and Long Zhan merely served as executors and frontline commanders. As for Mrs. K, who sported shoulder-length hair and a perpetual gentle smile, her exact affiliation with any governmental department in the United States, the extent of her authority, and the details of her background remained shrouded in secrecy. She offered no introductions, and Long Zhan found it inappropriate to inquire further. Through his collaboration with He Hu, he had acquired considerable insight, witnessing a style of operation starkly different from military protocols. He understood that, according to the conventions of the contracting sphere, even posing such questions would yield no answers. Some matters must forever remain a mystery. The armored Cadillac, evidently fortified against bullets, emerged from the underground garage and headed towards the city center, with no one disclosing their destination. Long Zhan was assigned to sit in the front passenger seat, clearly indicating that he was not the primary point of communication for this endeavor. He observed the city, infamous for its darkness along the American border, more chaotic than even Chicago, where, on average, 2 individuals fell victim to gunfire every hour, through the bulletproof glass exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness, impervious to sniper fire. Meanwhile, He Hu and Mrs. K occupied the back seat, appearing quite familiar with one another, engaging in conversation since the moment they entered the vehicle. Irina, it would be prudent for you to purchase some sunscreen. Your skin has deteriorated significantly since our last encounter. Would you like me to recommend a suitable product? Mrs. K, in stark contrast to the enigmatic high-ranking individuals portrayed on television, exudes a demeanor that is far more approachable, resembling that of a friendly neighbor. Despite the 20-year age gap with Black Fox, their conversation flows as if they were contemporaries. Rather than suggesting sunscreen for me, it might be more beneficial for you to advise those in higher positions to refrain from venturing into those desolate, dust-laden locales, thus sparing me the expense of purchasing such items. Black Fox remarked with a veiled implication. In recent decades, it seems that the regions where the United States has instigated unrest are invariably scorched under the relentless sun and beset by swirling sands. The outbreak of conflict is inextricably linked to vested interests. These areas harbor resources that are coveted, unlike the more temperate regions. Black Fox was acutely aware of what Mrs. K was alluding to, the substance commonly referred to as liquid gold, oil. Numerous wars have erupted over this commodity, and it is often in the parched deserts that one finds untold reserves of oil, enticing the insatiable greed of the U.S. government. How did those human bombs manage to traverse the borders? Has there been any intelligence from the CIA or FBI? Black Fox shifted the topic. There is evidence indicating that a smuggling organization under the Piam cartel assisted one individual in crossing the border. However, there have been no updates on the others. The Horace Deleu operation? Black Fox inquired. No, it is not. The connections between Horace Deleu and other cartels are exceedingly intricate, which is pivotal to the success of our operation. At this juncture, Mrs. K elegantly tossed her hair, implying subtly, the trade will never be entirely eradicated. We must devise effective means of counterbalancing it. Once Horace falls, a significant reshuffling will commence, and we must ensure our communications are established in advance to prevent chaos from ensuing. Upon hearing Mrs. K's remarks, Long Zhan couldn't help but shake his head, exhaling a quiet lament. Counterbalance? Merely an excuse. Who knows if you are complicit in this? The market for illicit goods in North and South America is vast, with annual transactions exceeding hundreds of billions. How many can truly resist such temptation? Black Fox and Mrs. K continued their dialogue regarding the operational details as the Cadillac limousine arrived at the Macaron municipal government, and they proceeded into the conference room together. This was an opulent meeting space, already accommodating 5 individuals upon luxurious sofas. Some were clad in military uniforms, others in police attire, and some in suits. Although introductions were not made, the expressions on their faces conveyed an air of superiority, as if they were silently declaring, "My identity is quite exceptional. I am amongst the elite." These individuals appeared to be of considerable stature, indicating that this operation involved various facets. Should they fail to secure the cooperation of these local officials and military personnel, subsequent actions could prove troublesome. One could only hope that Black Fox would rise to the occasion. As Long Zhan contemplated the American governmental structure, coupled with snippets of conversation overheard during the ride, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Black Fox. The United States operates under a system of autonomous states, which means that each province governs itself, and the national government does not wield complete control over state governments. It merely serves as a regulatory body with limited privileges. Despite Mrs. K representing the Washington government in enlisting Long Zhan and Heihu as counterterrorism advisors responsible for leading this operation. Gaining the cooperation of the state government necessitates instilling sufficient confidence in these significant figures regarding the two individuals. Hence, this meeting was convened. Now that everyone has arrived, I have already provided the relevant information regarding Major Helen and Mr. Gibulin, so I shall refrain from further introductions. Carlos, please connect with the minister to commence the meeting. Mrs. K settled into the single sofa on the right, directing the bespectacled man seated at the computer against the wall on her right. Shortly thereafter, the display screen at the front of the conference room illuminated with the image of a middle-aged Caucasian man in a dress shirt and tie, initiating a remote video conference. This individual was indeed the minister referred to by Mrs. K. Upon the appearance of the middle-aged man, the others in attendance offered their greetings. Among them, Long Zhan did not recognize anyone else, but he had seen this middle-aged man on television before. He was Philip Morton, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. Major Helen and Mr. Gibulin are our esteemed counterterrorism advisors for this meeting. If anyone has thoughts or questions, please feel free to voice them, the middle-aged minister began. Hearing this, a middle-aged, portly Caucasian man, lounging with his legs crossed in his chair, pointedly inquired, "What do you believe is the most valuable commodity trafficked by drug cartels across borders?" This question was a test of Heihu and Long Zhan's professional acumen. Long Zhan's expertise lay in counterterrorism special operations. Drug enforcement was the purview of the Drug Enforcement Administration, making it unnecessary for special forces to engage in such investigations. Faced with this specialized query, Long Zhan chose to maintain an air of aloof composure, remaining silent. Heihu, however, responded with poise, stating, 20 years ago, it was cocaine, now it is likely human beings. This commodity does not require extensive cultivation or complicated processing. Moreover, if individuals fail to cross successfully and are deported, they can still be charged again. The profit from a single journey surpasses that of the rarest items by more than threefold. Countries in South America, such as Mexico and Brazil, view the United States as a land of opportunity, with many yearning to immigrate illegally. This mindset parallels the domestic obsession with Western ideals, as individuals tirelessly seek to acquire U.S. green cards through various means. However, for a Mexican national, obtaining a green card is exceedingly challenging. Consequently, a vast population of illegal immigrants has emerged. Where there are people, there are transactions. Where there is demand, there is business. Assisting these immigrants in entering the United States has fostered a substantial market. Drug trafficking organizations, already equipped with smuggling routes, naturally capitalized on these opportunities, establishing human smuggling networks that charge hefty fees for their dubious services, promising to transport individuals across the border without guaranteeing their survival. This is the essence of illegal border crossing in the Mexican context, where human smuggling and drug trafficking are intricately intertwined. Heihu's response was astute and well-articulated, demonstrating her profound understanding of the Mexican drug trade. The government official posing the question appeared quite satisfied and chose not to pursue further inquiries. Advisor Irina, how do you distinguish and define a terrorist? What methods do you believe are most appropriate for dealing with them? This time, it was a stern-looking, middle-aged black officer in military attire seated across from the Black Fox. General, we are merely executors. The ultimate authority to define terrorism and decide on the methods to combat it lies with you. The Black Fox deftly returned the question, showcasing remarkable wisdom and emotional intelligence. Our definition is quite straightforward. Any individual or organization that employs illegal acts of violence to achieve their objectives can be classified as a terrorist. The ball returned from the Black Fox was perfectly angled, leaving no room for rebuttal, prompting the middle-aged general to elaborate. According to this definition, the Black Fox smirked slightly and responded with ease. The actions of the drug trafficking syndicate align perfectly with this definition. It seems our operation can indeed be framed as a counterterrorism initiative. At this moment, Deputy Minister Philip Morton interjected. Next week, the President will officially classify certain drug trafficking organizations as terrorist entities, which will broaden our scope of action. However, as we learned in Iraq, engaging an enemy during their internal strife often yields diminished returns. The minister left the rest of his thoughts unspoken, yet it was clear to all present what he implied. This operation, dubbed the fishing plan, had a predetermined strategy that everyone in attendance was aware of. It was indeed a delicate matter for the government to be involved in such illicit activities. Chapter 394, Unlocking Private Arms Brokers. It is rather intriguing that a Deputy Minister of Defense would partake in such gray operations. Observing this figure, often seen on television espousing justice, Long Zhan couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the world. While Long Zhan lamented the duplicity of politicians, the Black Fox seemed entirely accustomed to it. You need us to perform a task, and we shall do so. Simply instruct us on how. The Black Fox understood that politicians required their hypocritical facades. As the saying goes, they must maintain appearances while patting themselves on the back. Thus, he responded with utmost clarity, dispelling any doubts lingering in their minds. The territory of the drug trafficking organizations is currently quite stable, which complicates our operations. You, as counterterrorism experts, surely have better insights. What are your thoughts? The middle-aged black police officer asked, his tone respectful. The Black Fox exchanged a glance with Mrs. K, receiving encouragement from her eyes to speak freely. Without hesitation, he stated, I am well acquainted with the Mexican drug trafficking syndicates. Eliminating the leader of a trafficking group does not instigate infighting. Rather, it merely quells it. In fact, it may lead to a large syndicate splintering into 5, 10, or even more new factions, complicating matters further for us. Regarding this particular situation, I cannot conceive of a more effective approach. For now, your proposed plan appears to be the most feasible. Upon hearing the Black Fox's remarks, Deputy Minister Philip's brows furrowed in concern. In a low voice, it was stated, the fragmentation of the drug trafficking syndicate is precisely what concerns us. Such a scenario would lead to uncontrollable chaos. Therefore, it is imperative that the two of you lead the execution of this matter, ensuring that there are no mistakes. Madam K and the organization behind her have determined the main objective of this operation, to incite infighting within the Mexican drug cartels, allowing them to turn against each other. At that point, we shall collaborate with the Mexican government agencies, with both nations' law enforcement working in unison to reap the benefits of the ensuing turmoil. As for how to instigate conflict among the drug dealers, they conceived a rather unorthodox method. The advantage of this approach is that, if successful, it could effectively ignite the flames of cartel warfare. However, the drawback is the necessity for absolute confidentiality. Even the slightest leak could trigger a significant international uproar. Matters that the government wishes to address but cannot handle directly will be entrusted to Long Zhan and He Hu, who possess exceptional operational capabilities and have already prepared for the aftermath. This arrangement not only guarantees sufficient combat proficiency, but also ensures a high likelihood of mission success while minimizing personal risk. Compared to deploying national military forces, this approach is evidently more cost-effective. Long Zhan has now become a ghost, and for this mission, it is a straightforward transaction. You provide the funds, and I execute the task. Without further ado, he inquired directly, do you have the detailed address of Horace Delu? Not at the moment, Madam K replied, shaking her head. However, his child is already under our surveillance and can be acted upon at any time. Is he the only child? He Hu's brow furrowed noticeably as she posed the question. Yes, just the one, Madam K responded. How old is he? He Hu continued to inquire. 16 years old. 16? He Hu's frown deepened, and an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. As the saying goes, misfortune does not befall one's wife and children. This plan, which entangles his daughter, indeed seems somewhat inhumane, yet it remains the sole method available. Long Zhan sighed inwardly, unable to appraise the morality of the situation, for such judgment was beyond his capacity. The father, a notorious drug lord, has harmed countless individuals. And though the daughter has not been involved in her father's dealings, she undeniably exists within such a family dynamic. Having enjoyed a life of affluence, she must inevitably confront extraordinary circumstances. The world operates on a principle of balance. One gains, and one also loses. The only thought that Long Zhan could muster, within the confines of his control, was to approach the situation with as much gentleness as possible, striving to avoid causing undue harm to the young girl. After all, it is her father who has committed the crimes. He Hu, being a woman herself, is particularly sensitive to issues concerning females. It is precisely because this operation involves a 16-year-old girl that her brow has furrowed. Otherwise, given her ruthless and decisive nature, she would have shown no sign of emotional disturbance. This method of operation is wholly illegal, yet it is a necessary means to achieve the objective. The individuals present are all influential figures, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, as none wished to speak the uncomfortable truth. For nearly a minute, silence prevailed. The abduction of the king's only daughter would undoubtedly incite the king to wage war. Thus, only one critical question remains. Can you ensure that the king's wrath is redirected towards other drug trafficking organizations? After a brief internal conflict, Hu ultimately made his decision, emphasizing the most crucial point. Of course, you need not worry about these matters. Arrangements have already been made. Philip Morton responded affirmatively, then turned his gaze towards the middle-aged black man in military attire, indicating that he should convey the remaining details. The middle-aged general, having grasped the minister's intent, relayed the prearranged decisions to Long Zhan and Hu. The personnel for this operation must be hired by you. You are also responsible for procuring the necessary equipment, resources, and aerial support, including communications. We can only provide you with a route and funding to manage the logistical aspects. I need not remind you of the potential repercussions should this matter come to light. Thus, it is entirely detached from us. Once you cross the border into Mexico, all actions will be your personal endeavors. Do you understand? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would comprehend the implications of the general's words. Hu and Long Zhan were certainly aware. In essence, they would be in charge of providing funding, managing entry procedures, negotiating with the Mexican government, and gathering various intelligence and materials. However, they would not dispatch any enforcement units or even a single individual or piece of equipment to participate in the operation. The benefit of this arrangement lies in the ease of extrication, as the resources provided are merely virtual and can be easily erased from existence. Conversely, if troops and equipment were deployed and any remnants were left behind in Mexico, they would serve as evidence. Truly, they are masters of evasion at a national level, executing their plans with impeccable precision. Long Zhan privately marveled at the U.S. government's adeptness at shifting blame. Hu, accustomed to such practices, recognized that as an operative, abandonment is common in the event of a failed mission. However, she felt compelled to stipulate certain conditions. I can agree to your terms, but if you wish for this endeavor to succeed, I require your permission to engage in some minor transactions. This minor transaction was punctuated by deliberate pauses from Hu, signifying that it was no ordinary exchange. The implication was clear. The individuals and equipment she sought might enter the United States through illicit channels, and she hoped for a degree of leniency. For instance, the weapons required for this operation would be unattainable through legitimate means. While laws vary across U.S. states, regulations regarding civilian firearms are exceedingly stringent, with fully automatic weapons being entirely unavailable for purchase. Thus, Hu would inevitably need to resort to illegal methods to acquire automatic weaponry. Minister Philip understood her meaning and chuckled knowingly, responding in a manner laden with subtext. This is precisely why I sought you out. It will not be so easy for others to report on this. His words were unmistakably clear, granting tacit approval for all of Hu's actions. As the discussions drew to a close, the meeting was essentially concluded. Following a thorough exchange regarding certain details of the plan, the attendees dispersed. Black Fox dialed a mysterious number and subsequently escorted Dragon Battle to a seemingly upscale private winery in the city center. During their journey, Black Fox informed Dragon Battle that she was friends with the owner of this winery, having previously collaborated with him. Both were esteemed operatives of the CIA, known by the name Rudolph Jig. Eventually, her friend grew weary of the CIA and, possessing a gift for eloquence and socializing, amassed a considerable network of connections during his tenure. Consequently, he transitioned into a private military broker, primarily operating in South America. A broker typically refers to someone who facilitates transactions, earning commissions or fees from such dealings. Brokers, also known as intermediaries, can be found across various industries, each having their own set of middlemen. The operational methods of private military brokers are akin to those of ordinary brokers. Both engage in transactions without capital investment, merely acting as conduits between buyers and sellers. The distinction of a private military broker lies in the nature of their dealings, which pertain not to commodities of sustenance, but to personnel and equipment associated with military conflict. To put it plainly, they connect arms dealers with clients, introducing high-quality arms merchants to those in need. Given the sensitive nature of arms trade, which is laden with monumental profit potential, it is imperative to possess a sufficiently expansive network to thrive in this industry. Conversely, those who succeed in this realm are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. The fishing expedition led by Black Fox and Dragon Battle received no personnel or equipment support from the U.S. government, only assistance in the form of permits and financial intelligence. To effectively assemble an operational team, the involvement of a proficient private military broker was essential. Entrusting this task to Dragon Battle, a seasoned special operations veteran, would likely lead to confusion, as he would be entirely unfamiliar with sourcing personnel and equipment. After all, the trade of such items is shrouded in secrecy, and lacking the right connections renders even a phone call futile. For instance, if Dragon Battle were to reach out to the broker that Black Fox had contacted, he would likely feign ignorance, asserting that the call was misdialed and that he merely sold wine. In this moment, Black Fox's advantage as a seasoned operative became strikingly evident, as she effortlessly located an individual capable of resolving their predicament. With Rudolph Jig being an old friend of Black Fox, there was no need for convoluted verification processes. Upon meeting, they were ushered into an underground conference room. Black Fox introduced Dragon Battle to Rudolph Jig, and recognizing that he would be navigating this field for an extended period, Dragon Battle enthusiastically engaged in pleasantries with Rudolph Jig. The high regard in which Black Fox held Dragon Battle left Rudolph Jig quite astonished. He is well aware of his old friend, Black Fox, and his exceptionally high standards for companions. Only those of extraordinary caliber are worthy of his attention. The fact that Long Zhan has gained Black Fox's approval signifies that he is far from ordinary. Furthermore, Long Zhan's imposing physique exudes a formidable presence, complemented by his amiable and forthright demeanor. Rudolph responded with enthusiasm, providing his contact information to Long Zhan. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to the matter at hand. As old friends, Rudolph Jig, with his shiny bald head and perpetually cheerful expression, did not hold back. He directly inquired, "Old buddy, what do you require?" Black Fox raised a finger, stating, "Everything. I need all that you can provide. The finest personnel and the best equipment. I want it all. All of it." "Are you serious? This is within the United States, and even if I can connect you, what do you need these people and equipment for? We've known each other for so long. You can't put me in a bind." Rudolph's concern was genuine, not feigned. A broker's survival in the industry relies on connections and credibility. If the business he introduces turns out to be a disaster, damaging the reputation of arms dealers or PMC personnel, or if the equipment procured is subpar, resulting in failure, he would bear the blame, severely tarnishing his reputation. A single failed transaction could lead to his disgrace within the industry, rendering him unable to continue in this line of work. Rest assured, the higher-ups have already consented. Black Fox pointed upwards with his index finger. Rudolph Jig, who had been anxious moments before, instantly understood and regained his smile, signaling for the conversation to proceed. Allaying Rudolph's concerns, Black Fox continued, "I require drones capable of airstrikes. Can you contact Black Hawk aircraft? I need two. For the initial phase, I require comprehensive logistical and communication equipment for a small team, as well as at least 2 snipers and an assault team of demolitions experts. The team members must be veterans of operational special forces, with capabilities no less than those of the Navy SEALs or Green Berets." "Wait, hold on." The more Rudolph listened, the more he felt something was amiss. He poured a glass of wine for Black Fox and Long Zhan, incredulously asking, "Buddy, are you planning a coup? You know I never get involved in such matters. I just want to quietly make a little money." "Don't worry, it's just a matter of apprehending someone. It won't bring you any significant trouble. For the first phase, that's all we require," Black Fox reassured him. "How much can you disclose to me?" Rudolph inquired. Black Fox understood the implication of this question, but, considering the sensitive nature of the mission, could only decline. "We have been friends for many years. If you wish to continue operating in South America, it is better that you remain unaware. I don't need to know the details, but I must know where the individuals I help you find will be taken." Rudolph Jig acknowledged that Black Fox had his best interests at heart and understood the industry's rules. Some matters were better left unknown, lest they invite peril. As a broker, he bears the responsibility to both the buyer and the seller. He can offer the buyer premium services from Black Fox, while simultaneously providing sufficient information to persuade the seller to accept the task of serving Black Fox. Should he employ a dozen PMC operatives to engage in combat against the military, it would be tantamount to a reckless act leading to certain demise. Rudolph would find himself in dire straits, not to mention the PMC companies blacklisting him, those operatives having narrowly escaped death on the battlefield. would undoubtedly seek retribution upon their return. Rudolph Jig is merely a broker and lacks the capability to take matters into his own hands. Black Fox understands Rudolph Jig's predicament, but must adhere to industry regulations. Thus, he cryptically divulged 3 words: Mexico. Oh my God, could it be related to the Mexican government? The first thought that crossed Rudolph Jig's mind was the issue of the border wall, causing him to shake his head in dismay and hold his forehead in exasperation. Black Fox found his reaction amusing and clarified. It has nothing to do with the Mexican government. It merely involves a cartel over there. I need to locate an individual and bring her back. Relieved, Rudolph Jig sighed deeply, having been startled numerous times. Before finally posing the most crucial question, where will the payment come from? It wouldn't be from the treasury, would it? I cannot accept that. For a businessman, no matter how many intricate details are discussed, the matter of money always takes precedence. You needn't worry about that. Once you agree, funds will be transferred to you shortly, originating from an Argentine company, with all procedures in order and legal documentation. These arrangements had already been orchestrated by Mrs. K, with Black Fox merely serving as the messenger. With the mission parameters clearly established and the logistics in place, they could now negotiate the price. Well then, let us discuss the price. This appears to be a long-term assignment requiring armed helicopters, special forces level personnel, and a top-tier logistics team. For the comprehensive services you demand, a team exceeding 200 individuals is necessary. Initially, let us estimate the cost for 1 month at a minimum of $10 million. Rudolph added, this is a friend's rate. It cannot be lowered. Rudolph anticipated that Black Fox would engage in haggling upon hearing this price, mentally preparing to concede a few tens of thousands in the name of friendship. To his surprise, Black Fox erupted into laughter, her mirthful demeanor causing quite a stir. What? Is there a problem? Rudolph was taken aback, his expression resembling a bitter gourd. Black Fox, stifling her exuberant laughter, took a sip from her wine glass. Her alluring brow arched. I apologize, my old friend. I seem to have forgotten to inform you beforehand that I have requested an operational budget of $50 million, which can be disbursed at any moment, along with a waiver of liability within both countries. While others demand merely $10 million for a month, you are proposing a staggering $50 million. Black Fox's audacity was truly extravagant. At that moment, Long Zhan, who had been silent, suddenly pondered a question, his previously calm demeanor giving way to a rapid heartbeat. In the domestic landscape, receiving kickbacks has become the norm across various industries. Should the enigmatic Black Fox grasp this intricate strategy, it could yield a staggering income. A single contract could effortlessly net millions of dollars. Regrettably, such dealings remain shrouded in obscurity, making it impossible to bring them to light, especially in foreign lands where personal privacy is paramount. Long Zhan finds himself unable to inquire about the Black Fox, compelled to conceal his thoughts deep within. Perhaps in the future, when he possesses sufficient capital, he might dare to experiment with such ventures. If indeed he could, Long Zhan envisions the prospect of countless verdant dollars flowing into his pockets, reaping bountiful rewards from a lucrative transaction. The Black Fox proposes a staggering $50 million, complete with immunity, while Rudolph Giggle shares in the mirth. Is there any need for deliberation? Absolutely not. Cheers to our fruitful collaboration. With a resounding clink of 3 wine glasses, a colossal deal exceeding $100 million was sealed amidst their jovial banter. Having completed their preparations, they returned to the hotel, the night fully enveloping the sky. After a delightful dinner, the Black Fox, in high spirits, entwined herself around Long Zhan as they entered. Following a passionate encounter that lasted over 2 hours, the Black Fox emerged from her bath, clad in a silk robe that accentuated her exquisite form. She poured 2 glasses of red wine, settling into Long Zhan's embrace. Offering him a glass, she gently clinked it against his and, taking a sip, remarked, Dragon King, you are the only person I have yet to fully comprehend. However, one thing is crystal clear, you possess immense ambition. You are endowed with capability, intelligence, and everything one could desire, except for a platform to showcase your talents. You need an opportunity for the world to recognize you. Being forthright, she continued, there is no need for circumlocution between us. Long Zhan swirled his wine glass with his left hand while playfully caressing the Black Fox with his right. The eruption of war often necessitates a period of incubation. To incite a conflict between Horace Delu and other drug cartels, substantial groundwork must be laid, and you shall be the catalyst for this upheaval. The Black Fox wrapped her arms around Long Zhan's neck, her gaze imbued with an unusual obsession and a peculiar allure. In a hushed tone, laced with fervent anticipation, she urged, "I want you to unleash your potential. Through this operation, showcase your prowess to the world." Upon hearing the Black Fox's explanation and considering the operational plan he had reviewed, Long Zhan's understanding crystallized. "Am I to go alone? Will you not accompany me?" The sudden suggestion of him undertaking the mission solo astonished him. The Black Fox gently caressed Long Zhan's robust chest muscles, clarifying, "I must oversee matters here. Many arrangements require my prior attention. Thus, this operation must be undertaken solely by you. I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly excel." Eliminating Horus is merely one facet of a series of tasks that cannot be accomplished in a short span. This initial endeavor into Mexican territory to apprehend individuals is just the beginning of an elaborate phishing scheme, a small segment of a grander design. As the supreme commander of the phishing operation, the Black Fox needed to oversee the entire scheme, leaving her with no time to personally engage in the actions. By allowing Long Zhan to lead the assault team, they effectively divided their tasks, leveraging each other's strengths. Sensing the alluring fragrance of the woman beside him, Long Zhan downed a glass of red wine, quenching his parched throat and nourishing the fierce ambition burning within his heart. "What do you require of me?" he inquired. This undertaking was not particularly challenging for her. The Black Fox held immense trust in Long Zhan's capabilities, meticulously outlining the forthcoming actions and highlighting key points for him to consider. Aware that this mission was of utmost importance, Long Zhan listened attentively. Chapter 396. The frantic framing 4 days later, in Mexico City. Within a towering office building, a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a suit, sporting sunglasses and a prominent beer belly, strode confidently into the elevator lobby. Accompanying him was a stunning blonde secretary, and flanking him were imposing bodyguards. One does not venture out with bodyguards unless they are either wealthy or powerful. This middle-aged man, with his beer belly, outwardly appeared to be a prosperous businessman in Mexico City, but in truth, he was the second in command of the mammoth drug trafficking syndicate. Though not as formidable as the Horus Group, this drug cartel still wielded significant influence in Mexico City. The private elevator descended directly to the underground parking garage, where the quartet, as per usual, entered a Mercedes-Benz sedan, preparing to depart. It was not yet the end of the workday, and only their vehicle occupied the underground lot. As the Mercedes, driven by a bodyguard, emerged from the garage, it was poised to merge onto the main road ahead. Just as the vehicle was about to exit, a white commercial van, parked adjacent to the garage's exit, suddenly surged forward, slamming to a halt across the incline, completely obstructing the way out. With a screech and a thud, barely 5 seconds after the van had come to a stop, its side door swung open, and 2 robust men, each over 6 feet tall, sprang out, wielding Scar assault rifles, their bodies concealed entirely except for their piercing eyes. The driver and bodyguard of the Mercedes, recognizing the imminent threat, hastily engaged the accelerator, attempting to retreat back into the garage. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Without uttering a word, the 2 assailants acted with swift precision, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the Mercedes. The sound of gunfire echoed. 2 silenced Scar rifles discharged simultaneously, unleashing a ferocious hail of bullets. At a distance of less than 5 meters, the bodyguards seated in the front were caught off guard. Their lives extinguished before they could react, their bodies riddled with bullets, leaving the windshield stained crimson and shattered glass strewn across the floor. The middle-aged man with the beer belly, witnessing the demise of his bodyguards and realizing their vehicle could no longer retreat, turned pale with fear. Neglecting the terrified secretary's screams, he flung open the car door and stumbled out, scrambling towards the right side of the exit ramp, racing towards the front entrance of the building. His company resided within this office tower, where many employees were armed, and the 2 security guards at the entrance were likewise equipped with real firearms. If he could just reach the sanctuary inside, he would find salvation. The middle-aged Caucasian's intentions were commendable, as this was indeed his sole chance for survival. Alas, the disparity between thought and reality is often insurmountable. The rotund man, burdened by his beer belly, found himself unable to run, moving at a pace slower than a 3-year-old child. He had barely covered 5 meters when the passenger door of a luxury vehicle swung open. A towering figure, exceeding 6 feet 3 inches in height and more robust than the previous 2 gunmen, emerged, adorned with a bandit hat and wielding a gleaming white desert eagle. The hulking man slouched forward. Without the need for aiming, He raised his hand and fired. Bang! A bullet struck home, blood splattering forth. The devastating lethality of a .050 caliber bullet was vividly illustrated at such close range. The middle-aged man was hit in the knee, the 127mm projectile smashing through the joint, shattering bones to fragments. A torrent of blood mixed with bone shards erupted, creating a fan-shaped spatter on the ground. In excruciating pain, the middle-aged man cried out, his severed leg unable to support his corpulent frame, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. The masked giant did not approach him, displaying not a shred of compassion. Instead, he aimed and fired again at the man's head, watching as it exploded like a watermelon, before turning and returning to the vehicle. The entire sequence was executed with ruthless efficiency and chilling indifference. Approximately 3 seconds later, 2 gunmen armed with Scar assault rifles concluded their task with the Mercedes and returned to their vehicle. The masked man removed his hood, revealing a face chiseled like a knife, strikingly stern, a quintessential mix of Asian and American features. It was indeed Long Zhan. Is the task completed? Long Zhan's voice was devoid of emotion, resonating with a commanding bass that exuded authority, embodying the essence of a formidable boss. Completed, boss, responded the gunman, his voice robust and formal, echoing the cadence of a military yes, sir. It was clear he was no ordinary individual. What Long Zhan had instructed them to do was deliberately spare the female secretary, allowing her to convey a message to the notorious Mamos drug cartel lurking in the shadows. This was merely a lesson, a warning. Should they continue to interfere in the real estate dealings in eastern Mexico, their boss would ensure the complete obliteration of the Mamos. Although the message did not explicitly reveal their identity, the only competitor recently vying for the eastern land deals was the Horace Delu organization. Anyone who heard this message would undoubtedly connect the assassination to Horace. Long Zhan's intention behind the assassination and the framing was to incite conflict between various drug cartels in Mexico and the largest drug lord, Horace Delu, setting the stage for the forthcoming operation. Given the CIA's vast capabilities in intelligence, uncovering the rivalries among various drug trafficking organizations and Horace Delu would be a relatively straightforward task. What Long Zhan needs to accomplish is to lead a group of private military contractors whose combat prowess rivals that of Navy SEALs, in continuously shifting identities among various drug trafficking groups. Through a series of violent assaults and assassinations, they aim to incite discord between Horace and other drug cartels, escalating minor grievances into irreconcilable conflicts. As the largest drug lord in Mexico, Horace Delu, with his formidable strength, can currently suppress these major tensions, compelling other cartels to harbor their dissatisfaction in silence. However, this repressed fury will inevitably swell over time. Should Horace Delu reveal any vulnerabilities, other trafficking organizations will seize the opportunity to retaliate with full force, unleashing their pent-up rage and igniting a dark war among the cartels. The entire execution of this plan is what Long Zhan and He who seek to develop as their fishing strategy. After a successful assassination carried out by Long Zhan's PMC team, they departed Mexico City for another city that very night, facilitated by their internal contacts. Upon the arrival of Mexican police to investigate the attack, a press conference was convened that evening. Given that the deceased was a member of a drug trafficking group, the police spokesperson concluded that he had been killed by a rival faction. The vendettas between the black and independent factions occur as frequently as the ebb and flow of daily life in Mexico. Consequently, the police in Mexico City showed no intention of pursuing the perpetrator, instead remaining apprehensive about potential retaliatory violence that could plunge the city into chaos. The details released at the Mexican press conference drew the attention of operational command centers within the United States. Long Zhan's first solo operation, resulting in this public assassination in Mexico City, fully achieved its intended purpose. To this end, He who even called to commend Long Zhan on his impressive execution, promising a delightful surprise upon the successful conclusion of the operation. Though he did not disclose the nature of this surprise, Long Zhan, buoyed by his flawless start, grew increasingly confident in his ability to frame others for the crimes. With the clandestine support of logistics dispatched by Rudolph and acting on intelligence provided by the CIA, Long Zhan continued to implement the remaining framing actions. A month swiftly passed, during which Long Zhan and his PMC team maneuvered through 4 major cities in Mexico, orchestrating 6 remarkably successful attacks. Almost all of the top drug cartels in Mexico had been targeted in these assassinations. While there had previously been competition among these organizations, they had adhered to unwritten rules, maintaining a semblance of peace. However, the situation had now escalated into utter chaos, with suspicions fully igniting hostilities. The drug trafficking groups outside of the Russian-controlled consortium remained oblivious to the machinations occurring in the shadows. I once believed that Horace Duru's ambitions had grown insatiable. Transcending mere dominion over Mexico's drug trade, he aspired to consolidate various enterprises throughout the nation. Thus, he resorted to underhanded tactics to suppress the myriad industries under his purview. Such brazen bullying could not be tolerated. Conversely, Horace was convinced that rival drug cartels were dissatisfied with their current state, seeking to challenge his supremacy in the industry and usurp his position as the reigning king of Mexico. As the foremost drug lord in the country, Horace could not afford to overlook the provocation of his authority. He needed to assert his power and restore his reputation. With both sides harboring their own intentions, the conflict between them had reached a boiling point. Although the surface appeared relatively stable, beneath it lay a tumultuous undercurrent of animosity, each faction eyeing the other with disdain. The air thick with tension. It would only take a spark to ignite a full-blown war. A monumental clash loomed on the horizon. The current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Having successfully instigated this conflict, Long Zhan returned to Mexico City, poised to execute the final step of his initial plan. He traversed various cities, inciting discord among Mexico's other drug cartels, planting the seeds of resentment and retaliation against the formidable Horace Duru. This stage had been executed with finesse, rendering Horace the target of collective ire. The remaining task was to create an opportunity for those cartels, intimidated by Horace's power, to dare to take action. The pivotal figure in this scheme was none other than Horace Duru's sole daughter. Chapter 397. The rampaging maiden Long Zhan had been back in Mexico City for 3 days. Renting the 8th floor of a commercial office building adjacent to the city's premier international school, he utilized a telescope to observe the campus from above, gathering crucial intelligence for the operation. As the concluding battle of the first phase, Long Zhan needed to execute this mission flawlessly, allowing for no errors in the plan. To ensure the success of the operation, the availability of accurate intelligence was paramount. After 3 days of diligent observation, he had gleaned considerable information about the target. It was confirmed that Horace's daughter was a strikingly beautiful mixed-race girl in her final year of high school, bearing the melodious name of Sophia Duru. However, her demeanor was rather withdrawn and haughty, and she rarely interacted with her peers. After 3 days of scrutiny, Long Zhan had yet to witness her engaging in conversation with even a single classmate, nor had any classmates approached her. Clearly, as the daughter of a notorious drug lord, she had been ostracized by her fellow students. The reasons for this isolation eluded Long Zhan, leaving him to speculate that it might be connected to her father's notoriety. After all, being the daughter of the nation's most powerful drug lord rendered her identity exceedingly unique, embodying a paradox that could lead to markedly divergent personality traits. If she were extroverted and sociable, it would be effortless for her to become a prominent figure within the school. If one were to embody the archetype of an ambitious and formidable woman, endowed with boundless wealth, she could effortlessly rally the entire student body to become the queen bee of the school. Even a perpetually optimistic and cheerful demeanor would easily garner the affection of her peers. However, Sophia, with her reclusive and aloof temperament, stands as the most nuanced presence among them. Her father's esteemed position instills a sense of trepidation in her classmates, who, intimidated by the entourage of bodyguards that accompany her daily, hesitate to approach her. Sophia's inherent coldness further ensures that she does not seek to forge connections with anyone. This dynamic fosters a psychological effect. Her peers may perceive her as disdainful and unwilling to befriend them, which in turn cultivates resentment that morphs into aversion and discrimination towards her. The disdainful glances from her classmates only serve to reinforce Sophia's reluctance to engage with them, creating a vicious cycle that becomes a Gordian knot. Today marks the 4th day of observation, and Long Zhan, as is his custom, sits before the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping beer while scrutinizing the campus over 200 meters away through his telescope. With the afternoon dismissal signaling the commencement of action, Long Zhan's observations are more meticulous than usual, leading him to witness a rather intriguing scene. Sophia, whose life revolves around the monotonous routine of attending classes and returning home, appears to momentarily lose focus while walking across the playground. Upon exiting the classroom, She inadvertently collides with a male classmate. This boy, standing at a mere 1.7 meters, but resembling a rotund ball, seems to hail from an affluent background, yet possesses a volatile temperament. Rather than cower before Sophia, he boldly seizes her, hurling a barrage of verbal provocations and gesticulations. The specifics of his taunts remain elusive due to the distance, but Long Zhan discerns the derogatory gestures and expressions on the boy's face, suggesting that his words are undoubtedly harsh and incendiary. Having endured relentless scrutiny and whispered gossip from her peers, Sophia's pent-up fury can no longer be contained. Amidst the cacophony of dozens of classmates shouting around them on the school playground, under Long Zhan's watchful gaze, Sophia transforms into a fierce contender, engaging in a brawl with the overweight classmate. At just 16, still in the process of development, Sophia appears slender yet exhibits no fear towards her significantly heavier opponent. This revelation astonishes Long Zhan. Even more surprising is that, contrary to his expectations of Sophia suffering defeat due to the inherent physical advantage of her male counterpart, the unfolding confrontation starkly contrasts with his predictions. Despite her delicate and seemingly frail physique, Sophia demonstrates a level of ferocity and decisiveness that is rare among her peers. Eschewing defense and refusing to retreat, she allows the boy to land a punch squarely on her face. While the male classmate reveled in his moment of triumph after landing a punch, he was suddenly met with the wrath of a furious girl. With precise execution, she delivered a devastating uppercut aimed squarely at his groin. The pain inflicted is said to be tenfold that of childbirth, and the boy, struck profoundly, let out a cry and crumpled to the ground. However, Sophia was not finished. She swiftly followed up with a second assault. Extending 2 fingers, she deftly jabbed them into the eyes of her portly classmate, even mimicking the motion of gouging them out. Witnessing this legendary street fighting technique from hundreds of meters away, Long Zhan felt his eyes water. The surrounding classmates, overwhelmed by fear, shouted in panic, with some racing to fetch a teacher. Yet, Sophia's onslaught did not cease there. The excruciating sting in his eyes rendered her opponent helpless as he struggled to shield both his groin and face. In mere seconds, he lost both his sight and his capacity to continue the fight. Transforming into a veritable force of fury, Sophia, fearful that she might not knock him down, took several steps back to gain momentum before leaping to deliver a double-footed kick to his chest. After sending him sprawling to the ground, she mounted his plump abdomen, fists clenched, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon his face. By the time a figure, presumably a teacher, hurried over to separate the two, the boy's visage bore the marks of a brutal encounter, marred by scratches and speckled with blood. It appeared to be Sophia's first foray into physical confrontation. The onlookers, witnessing the bloodshed, were struck by fear, silenced by the gravity of the situation, particularly as they were still adolescents. The arriving teacher's expression shifted dramatically, intent on reprimanding Sophia. Yet, upon recalling the influential stature of Sophia Delu's father in Mexico, he hesitated, only leading the two to the administrative office. What a tempestuous girl she was indeed. As Long Zhan watched Sophia and her classmate being escorted away, he felt no sense of wrongdoing on her part, for it was the boy who had initiated the violence. In fact, he admired her instinct for combat, especially considering she was merely a 16-year-old girl. From a professional fighting perspective, Sophia's techniques were commendable. At such a young age, she displayed an understanding of leveraging her advantages, quickly assessing the dynamics of the confrontation and skillfully evading her opponent's strengths to overpower a stronger male classmate. This alone set her apart. Most girls of her age, when confronted by male bullies, typically resort to tears or seek a teacher's intervention, rarely daring to retaliate, let alone achieve victory through such decisive means. If there were to be a critique, it might be that Sophia's strikes were excessively brutal, not befitting a girl of her tender years. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that the insidious nature of schoolyard bullying should not be a part of her educational experience. A school should be a sanctuary for learning, free from such malevolence. In summary, one can only conclude that the world operates on principles of fairness. For every gain, there is an inevitable loss. As the daughter of Mexico's most notorious drug lord, Sophia embodies both virtues and vices stemming from this identity. The characteristics she displays evoke memories of the fierce Irina. Both women possess an innate ruthlessness. The only distinction lies in Sophia's portrayal as a cold, reclusive girl who rarely provokes others but fiercely retaliates when challenged, employing every ounce of strength to vanquish her adversaries without mercy. Her goal is to utterly incapacitate her foes. Conversely, Irina exudes an alluring danger, navigating society as a seductress. Outwardly harmless, she can incite boundless fantasies, yet beneath her smile lies a perilous venom. Sir, I believe abducting her at home would be significantly easier. While it may seem simpler to act in public, the risks are considerably greater, and complications could easily arise. Upon hearing someone speak to him, and realizing that Sophia had vanished from sight, escorted away by a teacher to the administrative office, Long Zhan shifted his gaze from the telescope to the high-rise room he occupied. Apart from Long Zhan, 4 others were present. These individuals did not disclose their backgrounds, but Long Zhan sensed a familiar aura among them, hinting at formidable pasts, whether from special forces or elite sectors. They each occupied distinct corners of the room, engrossed in their respective pursuits. From left to right, David Lee, a special operations driver and assault expert, was sprawled on the floor, laboriously performing push-ups. His mixed heritage of Black and Asian descent was evident. The most striking aspect of David was not his ethnicity, but his passionate dedication to fitness. Unlike Long Zhan, who believed in the adage that the morning sets the tone for the day and exercised only upon rising, David engaged in workouts whenever he had a spare moment, regardless of the time. Consequently, a glance in his direction would invariably reveal him immersed in physical training, whether it be push-ups, frog leaps, or Russian twists, a true fitness aficionado. Next was Nikolai Petrovich, an assault specialist and part-time demolition expert, meticulously packing various solids and liquids into a bag, materials that could be utilized as explosives or combined to create them. His appearance bore the unmistakable traits of Eastern European descent, particularly his thick, long beard, which hung down to his chest, a sight not often encountered among soldiers. Long Zhan's first thought upon seeing Nikolai was the popular internet term Yura, as he indeed had the air of an old Russian. The camelback filled with vodka was likely a unique touch only he would consider. Lastly, Paul Ramsey, a sniper and hacker, was currently utilizing a military computer link to the White Eagle's internal network to organize intelligence gathered over the past few days, as well as data necessary for their upcoming operations. Long Zhan perceived that aside from Paul's unkempt dreadlocks, which bore an unmistakable odor, and his complexion so dark that it rendered him nearly invisible in the dark, his overall performance was commendable, marking him as an extraordinary talent. The last individual was a medical officer and communications specialist, a representative of the Indiana tribe's descendants who had successfully entered the new era. His name was Jose Ignacio Camacho Avelin de Honoré Flagner. Indeed, his name was that long. This character not only possessed a cumbersome name, but also exhibited a peculiar personality. Being an incessant chatterbox, he would ramble on incessantly about trivial matters, regardless of familiarity with others, even engaging in lengthy soliloquies. It was he who had just been discussing the operational plan, lamenting its validity for what felt like the umpteenth time. His dissent was not genuine. Rather, he was merely restless and sought conversation. Long Zhan, accustomed to the intricacies of human behavior, found his resilience sufficient to tolerate such eccentricities. It is commonplace for capable individuals to harbor idiosyncrasies, particularly in this high-risk profession, where suitable outlets for stress relief are essential. A degree of peculiarity is entirely normal. After all, it was not just these 4 PMCs. Each individual possessed their own odd quirks and traits, with Long Zhan himself being an enigma. Since his severe injury in Somalia, he had not lost weight, but had instead become more robust. Just a few days prior, he had weighed himself and discovered that he had reached an unprecedented 128 kilograms, a staggering 256 pounds. This made him even larger than the most robust member of the PMC quartet, Peter Kovac. Consequently, he was unbothered by Jose's incessant banter. He explained, "What we need is chaos. Only in chaos do we resemble independent smuggling factions, not ourselves. Let us not forget our purpose. Indeed, we are instigators." "I say, can you not take a break?" interrupted Nikolai Petrovich, hauling a canvas bag filled with explosives, deriding Jose. "With your intellect, it is best to refrain from uttering nonsense. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." The two appeared to be well acquainted, and Jose did not take offense at the jibe. Squinting at Nikolai's long beard, he retorted with a grin, "You should first tidy up your beard, every time I see you eat." I am reminded of a mop pulled from a sewage pit. Paul Ramsey, who was sipping water, nearly spewed it across his computer at this repugnant analogy. Long Zhan worried that if their banter continued, he would soon lose his lunch. Rising to interrupt, he stated, "Time is nearly upon us. In less than 20 minutes. The target will be dismissed. Let us make haste to organize and inspect our gear. We shall depart promptly in 5 minutes." The formidable leader Long Zhan had spoken, leaving the once defiant Nikolai Petrovich, who had intended to retaliate, to cast a fierce glare at the grinning Jose. He retracted the aluminum flask he had poised to hurl and hastily assembled an alternative set of close combat gear. At the international school, the altercation between Sophia and her male classmate on the playground led them both to the principal's office, where the bespectacled principal regarded them sternly from behind his desk. The teacher who had intervened had vanished, evidently averse to becoming embroiled in the situation. It was her who instigated the conflict. She struck first. "Look at my face." Despite the male student's visage being marred, he sought to deflect all blame onto Sophia, simultaneously playing the victim. His cunning was rather adept. Sophia, however, had retreated into her cold, aloof demeanor, her expression devoid of emotion. In response to the male student's accusations, she calmly asserted, "He insulted me and struck me first. What would you have done in my position?" The principal remained silent, lost in thought. Given Horace Dulu's status in Mexico, he lacked for female companionship. Yet during his youth, while involved in gang activities, he had inadvertently suffered a grievous injury that rendered him incapable of procreation. Now 50 years of age, he had but Sophia, his sole cherished offspring, born from an unexpected liaison with a prostitute during his early days as a gang member, a fact widely known, though seldom openly discussed in his presence, as whispers and jesting persisted behind closed doors. The male student, too, came from a peculiar background, possibly having overheard disparaging remarks about Sophia from his parents or friends, which he brought to school to mock her. This provoked Sophia's fury, resulting in their confrontation. "Otto, you should head to the infirmary," the principal suggested, understanding Sophia's reclusive nature undoubtedly influenced by her mother's circumstances and feeling a pang of sympathy. He used the pretext of the infirmary visit to dismiss the male student. Turning to Sophia, he inquired, "Do you realize where you went wrong?" The male student's background was also noteworthy, placing the principal in a difficult position, given that Sophia had already bested him. The principal thought it prudent for her to admit fault, facilitating a resolution to the matter. Regrettably, Sophia believed she had acted justly. It was Otto who struck first and hurled insults, she protested, feeling indignant at the suggestion she should apologize. Rising from her seat, she had no desire to engage in further dialogue with the principal. "Wait, I did not permit you to leave," the principal interjected, feeling his authority challenged by her silent rebellion. His remaining sympathy evaporated as his countenance darkened. Once Sophia resumed her seat, her expression icy, the principal asserted sternly, "Do you believe I am powerless against you? Do you hold me in such disregard?" "This is entirely of his own making," Sophia maintained. "But you have no right to strike anyone." The principal's words clearly favored the male students, and the aloof and cold-hearted Sophia was not regarded as a model pupil in his eyes. Students who are reclusive and solitary often find themselves at odds with those who are articulate and charming, the latter more readily gaining acceptance within the social milieu. This is a trait inherent to human gregariousness. "How amusing it is," he initiated the altercation. "Yet you assert that I lack the right to retaliate. Am I simply destined to endure his blows? Or will you, in the aftermath, assist me in exacting revenge upon him?" Sophia's sardonic retort struck at the principal's vulnerabilities. He dared not lay a hand on the male student. Flustered, the principal, his countenance darkening, exclaimed, "I ought to expel you." Unfazed, Sophia met his gaze with unwavering determination, knowing full well that he would not dare to act against her. She provocatively challenged him, "Expel me then. I'm waiting." The principal's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him momentarily speechless. What was the status of Sophia's father? And what was the principal's own standing? To expel the daughter of such a formidable figure was an impossibility in all of Mexico. A tense silence lingered for several seconds, with Sophia's icy stare fixed on the principal until he struggled to swallow, his throat dry with apprehension. Only then did she, with a veneer of mockery, declare, "If you lack the courage to follow through, refrain from uttering threats. It diminishes my respect for you greatly." At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. With a quiet confidence that overshadowed the principal's authority, Sophia allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she stood. inclined slightly in a gesture befitting a victor, before departing the principal's office with a light step, eager to leave behind the man she so despised. The principal watched as the young girl, radiating an aura of power and aggression, exited, rendered mute by the encounter. The psychological impact of this moment was not solely rooted in fear of her father, but also in her remarkable composure, far beyond her years. This chilling calm, coupled with her status as the only daughter of a leading figure in the drug trade, painted a vivid picture in the principal's mind. 10 years hence, he envisioned Sophia seizing the reins of power from her father, standing atop the dark underbelly of Mexico, instilling unending terror across the nation. By then, he would be but a speck of dust. Upon leaving the principal's office, Sophia did not return to her classroom for her backpack, but rather proceeded directly to the parking area where 2 luxurious, custom Chevrolet vans awaited. Surrounding the vehicles stood 7 imposing bodyguards, clad in black suits, sunglasses perched on their noses, and polished shoes adorning their feet. As she approached, one of the bodyguards stationed by the second van, having collected her backpack from the classroom, opened the door for her and handed it over. The convoy, having retrieved Sophia, wasted no time and promptly drove towards the school gates. As the 2 vans departed the premises, a slightly used SUV accelerated, positioning itself closely behind them. Given that this was one of Mexico's premier elite schools, the parking lot was a veritable parade of vehicles arriving to collect students, forming a long queue. The bodyguards paid little heed to the SUV tailing them closely. Soon, the convoy departed from the school road, entering the main thoroughfare of the city and beginning to accelerate. In the back seat, Sophia, who was idly playing games on her iPad, impatiently remarked, "Why has the internet connection dropped?" The altercation with her classmates before school had left her emotionally unsettled. Chapter 399. Kidnapping. We are the most professional. The head of the security team, seated in the passenger seat, pulled out his phone and confirmed that the network signal was indeed lost, initially suspecting an issue with the vehicle's onboard network. He reached for his walkie-talkie and inquired, "Car 1, please check your mobile signal and network connection." The report came back, "No signal." Realizing that something was amiss, the head of security quickly shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Accelerate immediately, we may be in trouble." The protocol for bodyguards when protecting their employer consists of 3 stages. First, finding a way to exit the area. If that is not possible, then to seek shelter, and if evasion fails, to engage in defensive combat. Any engagement could jeopardize the safety of the employer, which contradicts the very principles of bodyguard protection. The swift decision to accelerate away was the correct choice. Despite Sophia's typically calm demeanor, she was still a 16-year-old girl on the cusp of adulthood, lacking the experience that comes with time. Upon hearing the bodyguard's warning of trouble, her expression shifted to one of visible anxiety. Due to their differing backgrounds and statuses, their immediate thoughts in the face of danger diverged significantly. Sophia's mind leaped to scenarios of kidnapping or gunfire. The head of security reacted with remarkable speed, and the driver of the lead vehicle was equally proficient, quickly accelerating and honking the horn in preparation for an escape. However, the school's location was distant from the city center, and the streets were not particularly wide. As the lead vehicle pressed the accelerator to the floor, poised to burst from the narrow street onto a broader, more complex highway conducive to escape, a car parked at the roadside suddenly erupted like a powder keg. The explosive force unleashed with devastating energy, and the lead business vehicle was caught in the blast, flipping over and sliding onto the road. Sparks flew as it scraped against the ground, effectively blocking the street. The sudden attack had clearly been premeditated, and the head of security felt an unprecedented threat. With no time to assist the overturned bodyguards inside the vehicle, his sole focus was on getting Sophia to safety, urgently commanding the driver to reverse. First came the explosion of the vehicle ahead, followed by the cacophony of the head of security's shouts. Sophia was terrified, her face turning pale. The head of security had reacted swiftly, and upon hearing the command, the driver promptly slammed on the brakes, quickly shifting into reverse to escape. Yet, this was a calculated ambush. Such premeditated actions left no avenue for retreat. The Chevrolet van had barely reversed a meter when the SUV that had been following since they left the school entrance not only failed to stop, but instead accelerated aggressively. With a resounding crash, the off-road vehicle violently collided with the rear of the luxury van, shattering the glass of both vehicles. The airbags within the van deployed, momentarily immobilizing the bodyguards inside, while the front of the off-road vehicle, visibly modified and not simply a stolen car, remained devoid of airbags. The path ahead was completely obstructed, and the rear was pinned by the off-road vehicle, leaving the luxury van with no means of escape, as the bodyguards frantically grappled with the deployed airbags. At this moment of vulnerability, the true assailants finally revealed themselves. Having calculated their position with precision, a Ford van came to a halt beside the Chevrolet luxury van. The door of the van swung open, but instead of a person emerging, a dark, ominous gun barrel extended forth. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, shattering the left window of the Chevrolet. The driver, constrained by the airbags, had no time to evade the onslaught, succumbing to the barrage of bullets. Subsequently, 2 masked men and 2 heavily armed thugs leapt from the vehicle, forming a highly coordinated assault team that flanked the luxury van. Positioning themselves strategically behind the B and C pillars, one of the gunmen, descending from the van, quickly scanned the interior, confirming the driver's demise and noting the absence of any other bodyguards. The only occupant remaining was a terrified Sophia, her pupils dilated in fear yet silent. With one hand pressing the gun against the head of the lead bodyguard, the other reached through the shattered window to disable the door lock. The 2 men who followed promptly seized the door handle and yanked open the rear door. A face, obscured save for 2 piercing eyes, loomed before Sophia, who was seated in the back, clutching her arms in dread. Upon seeing the ominous visage, the intruder yanked her hand, forcibly dragging her out of the vehicle. In that instant, Sophia lost her composure, screaming for help. By this time, pedestrians had long fled the scene in terror, scattering in all directions, too frightened to approach the site of the chaos. The only bodyguards capable of protecting her, 5 of them, had been in the first van, now utterly destroyed by the explosion. The leaking gasoline ignited, engulfing the area in flames, making survival for those inside nearly impossible. Among the remaining bodyguards, the one driving the second van had just been shot, while the bodyguard in the passenger seat, wounded, raised his hands in surrender, unable to act against the gun pressed to his forehead, with no one to assist. Despite Sophia's desperate cries for help and futile struggles at the door, her efforts were in vain. As a young girl of tender years, her strength paled in comparison to the towering figure before her, rendering her struggles utterly powerless. Ultimately, Sophia was forcibly dragged out by the imposing figure clad in a ghastly mask, as effortlessly as one might lift a doll, and hoisted onto his shoulder. Despite her frantic struggles, she was unceremoniously thrust into the Ford van parked by the roadside. Inside, the driver, already waiting, worked in seamless coordination with the masked giant. They forcefully stuffed a round ball into Sophia's mouth, secured by straps that wrapped around the back of her head. Her terrified screams were reduced to muffled whimpers trapped in her throat. Her hands were bound behind her back with adhesive tape, which was then connected to the waistband of her dress, rendering any attempt to bring her hands to the front futile, even if one possessed the ability to contort. Next, her legs, clad in knee-high socks, were tightly bound with plastic ties. After being stripped of her ability to scream, she found herself devoid of any means of movement. Finally, even her wide, fearful eyes were shrouded by a complete black eye mask, and her ears were covered by headphones, drowning her in the cacophony of blaring heavy metal music. Her senses of hearing, sight, mobility, and speech were entirely stripped away. The entire abduction unfolded with chilling efficiency, taking less than 20 seconds. Severed from the outside world, Sophia could only writhe helplessly in the back seat, embarking on her harrowing journey as a captive. Having completed this grim task, the masked giant strode over to the halted Chevrolet van. The sole surviving bodyguard, now shackled to the passenger door by metallic handcuffs, trembled under the threat posed by 2 armed figures in masks. "Convey to your boss, Horace Duluth, the fate that befalls those who cross us Taros. Let him bid a permanent farewell to his daughter at home," the masked brute growled ominously to the bodyguard. With that, he and his band of masked men climbed into the vehicle, which soon vanished from the street. Over an hour later, the Honda SUV bearing the masked figures arrived at a private airfield. The transition from the initial Ford van to this Honda SUV was due to 2 changes of vehicle en route, each evading surveillance cameras to ensure they were not being followed. As Professor Luo, a law instructor, had wisely noted, if he were to commit a crime, his understanding of the law would enable him to execute it flawlessly. The team executing this abduction, led by Long Zhan, possessed the world's foremost counterterrorism security expertise. They understood the art of perfect abduction better than any criminal. What defines professionalism? This is it. As the business vehicle came to a halt, a middle-aged man, already waiting, addressed the leading masked figure. "The plane is on the runway. Leave the vehicle here, and we will handle the rest." These individuals were logistical operatives arranged by the broker. Rudolph Gig. Understood. The masked giant signaled, and the business vehicle accelerated towards the runway. After stopping beside a private plane, Long Zhan lifted Sophia and led the way up the boarding stairs into the aircraft. As the other four imposing figures donned in hoods approached the aircraft, they brought with them an array of weaponry and equipment. The engines of the plane roared to life, and after retracting the boarding steps, it began to accelerate swiftly, soon soaring down the runway, heading north into the heart of America. It was only at the moment of takeoff that Long Zhan and his crew removed their hoods, concealing their true identities throughout the entire kidnapping operation. Chapter 400, An Unexpected Turn, 110, a sudden burst of activity. Several hours later, at the Naval Air Station in Texas, a small plane that had departed from a private airport in Mexico City brazenly landed on the military airstrip, gradually taxiing to a halt. Nearby, a vehicle awaited, an MPV with tinted windows. Leading the group was Long Zhan, cradling Sophia in his arms, who, despite her still developing physique, stood at a height of 1.7 meters. However, juxtaposed against the increasingly robust Long Zhan, she resembled a delicate doll. If Sophia were inclined to cooperate, she could even perch upon Long Zhan's arm. With a clear objective, Long Zhan descended from the aircraft, carrying Sophia, and proceeded directly into the waiting MPV, accompanied by the four private military contractors. Inside the vehicle, apart from the driver, sat the long-missed Black Fox, whom Long Zhan had not seen in over a month. How was Mexico? Was it enjoyable? Perhaps it had been too long since their last encounter, for Black Fox gazed at Long Zhan with an unmistakable warmth in her eyes. "It was fine," Long Zhan replied, placing Sophia in the back seat before leaning in to kiss Black Fox passionately, the fervent kiss leaving Jose and the others in stunned silence, mixed with jealousy and exclamations of disbelief. Unfazed by the astonished reactions of his companions, Long Zhan, after relishing the kiss, settled beside Black Fox and casually inquired, "Where to now?" "You're coming with me to Terminal 1, she replied. While a public display of affection might induce shyness in women domestically, Black Fox instead relished Long Zhan's ardor. "What about her?" Long Zhan gestured towards Sophia, who appeared resigned yet tense, her body rigid and occasionally twitching from nervousness. "Someone will escort them. Once you and I have concluded our matters, I'll arrange for a vehicle to take her where she needs to go. The subsequent arrangements will be in your hands," Black Fox stated, then opened the car door and stepped out, signaling for Long Zhan to follow. "Very well." Long Zhan shrugged nonchalantly, exchanging a few brief words with the four PMC members, with whom he had shared a pleasant camaraderie for over a month. He exited the vehicle, following Black Fox towards the nearby terminal. As Long Zhan and Black Fox departed, the small truck also revved its engines and left the airport. This was a military base in America, where armed helicopters and fighter jets were a common sight, and each terminal boasted its own independent command system. The command center of Terminal 1 had been temporarily transformed into the headquarters for Operation Fishing Plan. In front of the command center, 6 expansive screens displayed satellite maps in real time, each featuring a prominent location that seemed familiar to Long Zhan. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "These satellite images feel remarkably familiar. These are maps of Mexico, and these locations are notably significant." Hey, who picked up a laser pointer and directed it at the screen while explaining, "This is a villa located in the suburbs of Monterrey, where it is presumed Horace resides. Here is the map of Mexico City, showcasing a grand villa situated on the outskirts. The target you just retrieved has been living alone in this mansion, which boasts 20 bedrooms. I wish I were such a young girl." His final comment was laced with humor. However, the notion that a teenage girl could possess a sprawling estate of several thousand square feet, complete with a private helipad and an independent swimming pool, was indeed enviable by any woman in the world. "Are you not a young girl?" Long Zhan retorted with a playful blink. His flattery was skillfully executed. Women possess an unwavering desire for beauty and youth, transcending borders. Each woman wishes to retain the vitality of 18. Hey, who was no exception. The compliment from Long Zhan brought a radiant smile to her face, her alluring eyes sparkling with delight. Long Zhan was adept at charming women, effortlessly stirring Hey Hu's heart while choosing to prioritize the matter at hand over frivolities. Returning to the subject, he inquired, "After we extracted the target, did the Mexican police respond?" "Of course," Hey Hu replied. rolling her eyes in exasperation at Long Zhan's lack of awareness. Both the local state police and federal officers arrived at the scene, securing the area and launching an investigation. Just as she spoke, the dispatcher pulled up news footage from the incident location. Upon seeing the images, which displayed 7 bodies covered in black cloth, Heihu asked in astonishment, "Did you eliminate them all? Wait, they're all dead?" Long Zhan's tone rose in surprise. "We only shot 1 bodyguard. The remaining 5 perished due to an accidental fire ignited by the fuel tank. We deliberately left 1 alive to convey a message to Horus, so he should not have died at the scene." Long Zhan's statement about leaving a witness contradicted the reality of the deceased bodyguards, prompting Heihu to realize something was amiss. Turning to the dispatcher, she commanded, "Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage from the incident site. I need to know what transpired after the assault team departed." Accessing street surveillance from foreign countries is something most would not dare to conceive. Yet here it was a straightforward affair. Thanks to the clandestine cooperation between the U.S. and Mexican governments, coupled with the omnipresence of CIA operatives and hackers, the surveillance footage was promptly retrieved. The camera was positioned atop a high-rise building, offering a vertical wide-angle view. Through the footage, it became evident that less than 3 minutes after Long Zhan and his team departed in their van, a police car arrived at the scene. An officer exited the vehicle and engaged in a brief exchange with the head of the bodyguards. The specifics of their conversation remained unknown. After a brief dialogue lasting merely 10 seconds, the police did not release the handcuffs from the head of security. Instead, after surveying the area for onlookers, he drew his firearm and shot the head of security dead on the spot. Subsequently, he retrieved the head of security's handgun, fired a shot into his own thigh, returned the weapon to the deceased, and communicated via radio. Minutes later, numerous police vehicles arrived, cordoning off the entire scene. The officer who had discharged his weapon boarded an ambulance, exhibiting no hint of a lapse in judgment. The act of a police officer eliminating the head of security undoubtedly hinted at deeper issues at play. In light of this unexpected turn of events, Black Fox issued an immediate order: locate him at once and track his position with utmost urgency. Yes, sir. The police shooting of the head of security transformed what had initially seemed a straightforward plan into an enigma. To ensure the successful execution of the operation, Black Fox felt compelled to uncover the underlying reasons, leading him to make minor adjustments to the second phase of the phishing operation. The role originally designated to her was now entrusted entirely to Long Zhan, who had demonstrated exceptional capability throughout the first phase over the past month. Coupled with the profound rapport they had developed, Black Fox had complete faith in Long Zhan, believing that his leadership would yield better results than her own. Upon departing from the command center at Terminal 1, Long Zhan was transported by a vehicle arranged by Black Fox to a secluded area not far from the border. This location was an abandoned farm, uninhabited for several years, with the nearest neighbor miles away. The derelict buildings on the farm provided temporary shelter, and the access road met all the conditions for the subsequent phase of the plan. Given that Black Fox required time to prepare the props, Long Zhan would need to wait there for a while. To maintain their anonymity, Paul, Jose, and 2 other PMC operatives remained in the room with Long Zhan, either reading or resting. No one engaged in conversation with Sophia, a precaution taken to avoid revealing their voices and risking exposure during the ensuing operation. Throughout this period, Sophia was equipped with headphones, which continuously played music to isolate her hearing. This meticulous attention to detail was crucial for a transnational performance, as every nuance demanded precise control. The 5 men sat silently in a modestly sized living room that had been tidied up, not a sound escaping them. Even the notoriously loquacious Jose found himself compelled to refrain from speaking. This silence proved torturous for him, forcing him to occupy himself with food, physically silencing his chatter. Perhaps the prolonged wear of the black hood was discomforting, or perhaps the absence of any sound led Sophia to believe she was alone. The astute yet impulsive girl soon became restless, yearning to engage in some covert antics. Slowly lifting her hands for better circulation, Sophia attempted to bind them in front of her, yearning to remove the hood from her head. However, this subtle movement did not go unnoticed by Long Zhan. Seated less than 2 meters away, engrossed in a Playboy magazine, with a slight shift of his body, his large hand reached out, effortlessly crossing the distance to seize her fidgeting hand. Startled by the sudden grip, Sophia shuddered, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Please, do not harm me." Long Zhan did not apply much force. He could feel the delicate softness of her small hand, as well as the tremors emanating from it. Reflecting her current state of mind, he chose not to respond to her pleas, simply pulling her hand gently down and placing it back on her lap. His restraint spared her from violence and scolding, allowing Sophia to exhale slightly, her emotions stabilizing. In a conciliatory tone, she inquired, "What is it that you seek from me? Please tell me. I can persuade my father to comply with your demands, ensuring that you will not be pursued afterward. My father loves me dearly and will undoubtedly agree to all your conditions. I assure you, whatever is promised will be fulfilled." Chapter 401. The authenticity of HRT Special Police, Sophia's choice to negotiate rather than beg for mercy or call for help truly surprised Long Zhan. He couldn't help but commend her in his thoughts. Indeed, like father, like daughter, a mouse's offspring digs holes. In such a passive predicament, her ability to remain composed and devise a means of self-preservation at such a young age was commendable, befitting the only daughter of a formidable drug lord. Despite his admiration for the young girl, Long Zhan remained focused on his objectives, particularly one crucial aspect. He must not engage in conversation with Sophia. The subsequent phase of his plan would entail a transformative shift in his identity, and only then would his true voice be heard. Moreover, due to the intricacies of the plan, he would need to spend an extended period in her company, making it imperative to eliminate any potential risks. Otherwise, complications would surely arise. Receiving no response from Long Zhan, Sophia continued, "I have not seen your faces. I do not know who you are. If you release me, suddenly." A vibration from the phone resting on the table interrupted her words. Long Zhan glanced at the caller ID, realizing that phase 2 of the plan was about to commence. He signaled to David Lee, the tireless workout enthusiast who was busy doing push-ups, indicating that he should take Sophia inside. Once David had escorted Sophia into the room, Long Zhan stood up, clapping his hands to gather the attention of the other 3 individuals. "Everyone, rise, it is time to perform." With Sophia now taken into the inner chamber by David Lee, the chatterbox, Jose, let out a breath of anticipation. Zhu Lianpao often exclaimed, "Goodness, I nearly suffocated. At last, I can speak." Big Beard, stop sleeping like a pig. Did you not hear the command from the superior? Hurry and fetch the items. The grumpy old man retorted, "You motherfucker, the bag is less than 2 meters away from you, and you expect me to go get it? Enough of this nonsense." Long Zhan, accustomed to such eccentricities, interrupted their banter and urged, "The HRT team will arrive shortly. Let us swiftly don our gear." 4 large suitcases had been prepared in advance at this location. Long Zhan approached and opened one of them. His eyes were immediately drawn to a black jacket emblazoned with the conspicuous letters HRT. Beneath the jacket lay an array of accessories, weapons, protective gear, and police equipment, an entire set of SWAT gear. The assault team, led by Long Zhan, shed their bandit attire within the room and donned the SWAT uniforms, undergoing a magnificent transformation from captors to HRT operatives. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the farm, a convoy of 6 police cars sped towards their destination. The officers inside bore the unmistakable insignia of HRT. Upon their arrival at the farm, Long Zhan and his team were already dressed in their tactical uniforms, standing outside the house in anticipation of their arrival. The team leader, descending from the vehicle, approached Long Zhan with a smile and extended his hand in greeting. Sophia, who had been confined in the restroom, had finally removed her hood and freed her hands from their bindings. She had also discarded the blindfold and headphones. Despite re-entering the world, a sense of insecurity enveloped her. Gazing at the dilapidated restroom, which was a far cry from the opulence of the Horus group, she felt reduced from a princess to mere prey. The unpredictability of what might ensue next, coupled with the looming threat of her captors, exacerbated her feelings of fear and despair. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, Sophia sank to the floor, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunfire erupted from outside, accompanied by the shattering of glass and the destruction of doors, along with familiar shouts. "FBI, hands up. Quickly, get down to the ground. The living room is clear. Continue advancing." Hearing the commotion and the officers breaching the door, Sophia, who had been engulfed in despair, sprang to her feet, wiping her tear-streaked face. She felt a flicker of hope and anticipation ignite within her. Meanwhile, in the living room, just moments ago a bandit, Long Zhan had now transformed into the leader of the hostage rescue team, clad in SWAT gear, directing a group of officers with a flurry of commands into the air. The scene of the gunfight between police and criminals was so convincingly portrayed that it felt utterly authentic. In a remarkably brief span of time, all obstacles were efficiently cleared, leading to the apprehension of every robber, and the search for the captured hostages commenced. At the forefront was the valiant and indomitable Long Zhan, who precisely arrived at the restroom door where the hostages were confined. With a powerful kick, he shattered the wooden door, presenting himself as a paragon of justice. Gun in hand, before the tear-streaked face of Sophia. Upon seeing Long Zhan in his police uniform, Sophia's emotions, overwhelmed by the intense turmoil, became uncontrollable. She sank to the ground, burying her head in her knees, and began to weep profusely. The transition from the depths of hell back to the realm of the living, from paralyzing fear to a sanctuary of safety, is a profound emotional shift, and Sophia epitomized this experience. It's all right. I am a police officer, and I have come to take you home, Long Zhan reassured her, crouching down and gently embracing Sophia. His tone was imbued with warmth and compassion as he comforted her by patting her back, his every movement and expression impeccable. With such talent, his absence from the stage would indeed be a loss to Hollywood. Perhaps it was the solace offered by Long Zhan that allowed Sophia to feel the police's duty to protect civilians. Or perhaps it was the robust assurance emanating from his broad chest that instilled in her a profound sense of safety. Despite her tear-streaked face and the unsightly appearance from crying, Sophia, with her head buried, transformed her embrace into a desperate grip around Long Zhan's neck, clinging to him like a koala, treating him as her sole refuge. It was as if letting go would cast her back into the abyss. The self-directed drama of the police versus criminals culminated in a seamless transition from villainy to heroism, unnoticed by Sophia herself. Here, the truth unveiled itself in its most genuine form. The second phase of the phishing plan commenced smoothly, and the operation unfolded seamlessly, leading to the most crucial segment of the entire scheme, igniting all the preceding foreshadowing. Once Sophia's emotions stabilized somewhat, Long Zhan, embodying the image of a kind-hearted police officer, personally escorted her into the police car for their return to the precinct. After a while on the road, Sophia, spotting a sign by the roadside, asked in astonishment, "Am I in Texas?" Mexico City lies centrally in Mexico, over 800 kilometers from McAllen. "Yes," Long Zhan affirmed with a simple nod, as returning to the precinct required taking notes, and he refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Sophia, despite having interacted with her for several days. This was their first formal dialogue. As he spoke, he habitually turned to glance at Sophia, marking the first instance of him observing her expression up close when it was composed. To speak candidly, Horace was not particularly handsome, with a rugged face adorned with a beard. However, his daughter was undoubtedly a beauty. She possessed the quintessential features of Southern beauty: high cheekbones, deep-set, sparkling eyes, a nose reminiscent of Andy Lau's, and full lips akin to Karen Mock's, complemented by the well-maintained fair skin of someone from a prosperous family and a height of approximately 1.7 meters, neither too slender nor too plump. In 2 words, utterly perfect. At this moment, she is undoubtedly a charming young beauty. In the future, as she matures and her figure develops, it is unimaginable how many men she will captivate. It appears that Sophia's mother must be exceptionally beautiful, as she did not inherit her father's features. Long Zhan secretly speculated and withdrew his gaze, lest prolonged observation provoke Sophia's aversion. The convoy of police cars traveled for over half an hour, and when darkness enveloped the sky, they finally arrived at the FBI's McAllen branch. In order to conduct a thorough interview and foster a positive initial rapport, Long Zhan deliberately avoided the bustling office area and took Sophia to a more intimate conference room. This space was free from unnecessary distractions and lacked the oppressive seriousness of the police station, allowing for a more comforting atmosphere for Sophia. During the subsequent interrogation, he intentionally refrained from using intimidating recording cameras, opting instead for the traditional method of shorthand note-taking. Such meticulous arrangements were made to ensure a harmonious interaction between the two in the time to come. Sophia sensed Long Zhan's attentive care and, in a rare moment, nodded in gratitude. It is noteworthy that Sophia possesses a reclusive and cold demeanor. Throughout Long Zhan's observation, he had never witnessed her smile. For this seemingly icy young woman to express her appreciation was indeed a remarkable feat. When the stenographer arrived, Long Zhan personally brought over 2 cups of coffee, placing one in front of Sophia. Sitting across from her on the opposite sofa, he smiled gently and asked, "There are no refreshments here, only coffee. Please bear with it. How shall we address you? Sophia Delu. Long Zhan's consistently friendly demeanor prevented Sophia from feeling resistant to the interview, and she cooperatively responded. Sophia, a beautiful and melodious name. Suits your appearance perfectly. He did not hesitate to offer compliments, embodying a style of communication more typical of Western culture, which contrasted greatly with what was customary in their homeland. Having mingled in such circles for many years, Long Zhan had grown accustomed to this. Thank you. Upon hearing Long Zhan's praise, Sophia's gaze softened slightly as she looked at him. Her willingness to cooperate relieved Long Zhan. Chapter 402, Chinese Special Therapeutic Techniques. This was originally Black Fox's responsibility. Long Zhan was only meant to oversee the first phase of the operation. However, due to unforeseen circumstances requiring Black Fox's attention, Long Zhan had to step in. Interacting with a 16-year-old stranger was an experience he had never encountered before, and initially, he felt considerable pressure. Fortunately, it seemed that all women in the world were alike, as long as one acted with enough gentlemanly grace and tenderness. Complemented by well-timed sweet gestures, a favorable rapport could swiftly be established. Not to mention, Long Zhan's heroic image of breaking down doors to save lives undoubtedly earned him considerable points in Sophia's eyes. Taking all these factors into account, the atmosphere between them was much better than Long Zhan had anticipated, laying a solid foundation for their forthcoming performances. I need to ask you a few questions, and I hope you can assist me in my work. Did they harm you? Long Zhan omitted a lengthy and inconsequential dialogue filled with superfluous details such as gender and nationality, opting instead to delve directly into the thematic core of the performance. Sophia Kazalin gazed at Long Zhan with her large, expressive eyes and calmly shook her head. What is going on here? Long Zhan pointed to his own nose and gestured towards Sophia, inquiring about the swollen bruise on her nose. Sophia gently touched her nose, pursed her lips, and finally revealed a hint of youthful naivety. I got into a fight at school, she explained casually, her expression swiftly returning to its characteristic icy demeanor as she fixed her gaze on Long Zhan and queried, when can I go home? You have entered the United States and become part of an international case. We still need to investigate certain matters to ascertain the reasons behind your abduction. However, typically, this process does not take long, and we will return you home promptly, Long Zhan elucidated with a beaming smile, adding reassuringly, you can rest assured that you will be very safe here until you return home. Sophia remained silent, continuing to observe Long Zhan intently. Her expression and eyes revealed nothing of her inner thoughts. However, at that moment, her stomach audibly growled. Sophia's expression stiffened. Long Zhan, on the other hand, chuckled. Miss Alicia, I shall leave the remaining tasks in your capable hands. I will step out to prepare some things. Having written down the necessary notes, Long Zhan summoned a stenographer to record them and departed the conference room under Sophia's watchful gaze. Approximately 20 minutes later, Long Zhan returned to the conference room, carrying several paper bags. The restaurant's takeout was devoid of plastic bags, utilizing only biodegradable paper bags, and even the food was contained in specially designed paper boxes rather than foam or plastic containers. Long Zhan found this environmentally friendly approach commendable, though he noted the inconvenience of the paper boxes. Sir, the notes have been completed. If you need anything, feel free to call me from outside. The stenographer reported as they exited the conference room, leaving Long Zhan and Sophia alone. This is all I could procure nearby. It will have to suffice, Long Zhan said as he opened one of the paper bags and presented the food purchased from a Mexican restaurant before Sophia. Inside the left box lay chilaquiles, a traditional Mexican dish composed of chicken, shredded beef, flank steak, sausage, eggs, cheese, cream, onions, avocado, cilantro, and refried beans, all harmoniously blended together. The right box contained a cactus fruit salad. Mexico, renowned for its culinary uniqueness, is often referred to as the land of cacti, offering various cactus delicacies. Corn holds a status in Mexico equivalent to that of rice and flour in China. It is a staple that cannot be overlooked in any meal. Starved and with her stomach growling, Sophia observed the delectable spread before her, refraining from hastily devouring the food. Instead, she approached the meal with an air of aristocracy, savoring each bite with elegant composure. It appears that Sophia's value is not exaggerated. Horus indeed holds his precious daughter in high regard, providing her with the finest education and etiquette, treating her as if she were a scion of nobility. Observing Sophia's hunger to the point of her stomach growling, yet maintaining her ladylike demeanor while eating, Long Zhan could only shake his head in quiet admiration as he opened another paper bag. If you're hungry, eat quickly. No need to dawdle. If it's not enough, I can buy more, he called out to Sophia, taking a bite of the Mexican burrito he had retrieved. Nodding in approval, he expressed that it was quite good. He then pulled 2 raw eggs from another bag, munching on the burrito as he made his way to the coffee area. Sophia stared blankly at Long Zhan's retreating figure, seizing the opportunity to devour the burrito with vigor, her hesitation finally giving way to change. Mimicking Long Zhan, she scooped a generous spoonful into her mouth, chewing heartily. This novel approach to eating brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, and she quickly found her pace. After several minutes, Long Zhan returned, the burrito he had taken earlier now gone, replaced by 2 cups of coffee with milk, a pack of wet wipes, and the previously taken eggs. Here, wipe your mouth and hands. Are you full? He said, producing a pack of wet wipes and offering it to Sophia, who had finished eating but remained seated in the conference room, still in her familiar spot. It was evident that while Sophia appeared calm on the surface, she felt quite restrained in this unfamiliar environment. In response to Long Zhan's concerned inquiry, she merely nodded, accepting the wet wipes to clean her mouth. Long Zhan had become accustomed to Sophia's aloof yet cool demeanor, a blend of introversion and elegance. Have a cup of coffee to perk you up, he suggested, placing a cup before her, then peeling the shell off a warm, tender boiled egg. He subsequently retrieved a piece of cloth from a bag, moistening it with warm water to wrap around the egg. Sophia watched in confusion, unable to comprehend Long Zhan's actions until he sat beside her and said, "Allow me to help you with your injury. Using a boiled egg for warmth is quite beneficial for your wound." Long Zhan intended to mention its efficacy in promoting blood circulation, but he struggled to articulate the phrase in English. "No, I don't want that." Sophia instinctively shook her head in refusal, leaning away from him, having never encountered such a mysterious Eastern remedy. "I am a police officer and also a trained medical officer. Trust me, okay?" Long Zhan gazed into Sophia's eyes, striving to convey his goodwill through the window to her soul. He emphasized his role as a medical officer to leverage a psychological effect, hoping to persuade Sophia to accept his treatment. Given her initial rejection of the unconventional method involving the egg, no amount of explanation would suffice. The most effective approach was to assert his credentials as a doctor. In truth, the remedy proved to be quite effective. Upon hearing Long Zhan claim to be a medical officer of the police force, Sophia, despite her lingering skepticism, chose not to withdraw or refuse any longer. She accepted Long Zhan's remedy of boiled eggs, as the warmth of the freshly cooked egg permeated through the damp gauze. Soothing her skin, the doubt in Sophia's eyes dissipated, replaced by incredulous astonishment and comfort. Her gaze towards Long Zhan underwent a significant transformation, evolving from mere trust in a police officer to a complex blend of curiosity and intrigue. After assisting Sophia with the hot compress, Long Zhan retrieved some medicinal ointment from his bag to apply on her bruises. As he completed these tasks, the evening drew near, approaching 8 o'clock. Recognizing the inconvenience of caring for Sophia at night, coupled with other matters to attend to with Black Fox, he entrusted her care to Alicia for the time being. Half an hour later, Black Fox arrived at the Federal Bureau of Investigation branch, where he picked up Long Zhan and proceeded to a seemingly ordinary KFC in the city center. Upon entering, they casually ordered a few items and made their way directly to a table on the right side, where a diner with distinctive slanted eyes and a Mediterranean hairstyle sat, none other than the private military contractor, Rudolph Geiger. Black Fox had previously engaged in detailed discussions with Rudolph over the phone regarding the second phase of their plan. However, certain nuanced details were best addressed face-to-face to ensure precise arrangements. The choice of a crowded KFC was strategic. Often, bustling public places could serve as a veil of concealment. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. We need to transport her back to Mexico, to the territory of the Mamos drug cartel. If Horace intends to rescue her, a conflict is inevitable. What location do you deem most suitable? Black Fox succinctly summarized the second phase of their plan. Strangely, the initially unresistant Long Zhan found himself unsettled at the thought of retaliating against Horace Deleu by abandoning a young girl in the territory of one of Mexico's top 3 drug cartels. Rudolph Geiger, however, was indifferent to Long Zhan's thoughts. He was solely focused on Black Fox's inquiry. Having navigated the borders of the 2 countries for nearly a decade, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the border cities, particularly the drug cartel territories in Mexico. In less than 5 seconds of contemplation, Rudolph conceived an excellent location. I know a suitable spot. You can leave her at the Mendez Federal Checkpoint. It is far from Horace's territory and well within the Mamos cartel's domain. If Horace wishes to retrieve her, he will have to mobilize a significant force. Drug cartels are fiercely protective of their territory, akin to wild beasts safeguarding their domain. They absolutely do not permit unauthorized intrusions. Should Horace enter with a large contingent, a conflict between the two factions is inevitable. Chapter 403. The most resilient tactical vest in history. Rudolph, undoubtedly a product of the CIA, adeptly maneuvered through various allegations, scapegoating, and internal strife, rivaling even the cunning of the Black Fox. Should this plan come to fruition, the entire landscape of Mexico would be irrevocably altered. Given that they were in the heart of the mammoth drug syndicate's territory, their control over the region must be formidable. Could Horace penetrate their defenses? The Black Fox inquired. Rest assured, based on your previous actions, Mammoth will certainly allow Horace's forces entry. As for whether they will permit their exit afterward, Rudolph left the rest unspoken, his smile conveying all that was necessary. Very well, let us proceed with this. The Black Fox's apprehensions dissipated entirely, and he confirmed their course of action on the spot. I can assist in contacting the Mexican police, and I can also relay information to the drug cartels. The current concern is this. Rudolph furrowed his brow and paused. How did you locate the hostage? I require an explanation to ensure our narrative is compelling. Honestly, any explanation will suffice, the Black Fox replied nonchalantly. For the sake of uniformity, let us state that the CIA received an anonymous tip prompting the deployment of their elite HRT. After a fierce exchange of gunfire with the kidnappers, they successfully seized a farm in Brownsville and rescued the girl. All right, that is settled. When will you return her to Mexico? This was Rudolph's final inquiry. Only by confirming the timing of the transfer could he effectively coordinate the necessary personnel for covert operations. For instance, arranging for someone to deliberately leak information to Horace that his daughter had returned to Mexico and that the Mammoth Syndicate planned to take action against her. Alternatively, he could inform Mammoth that Horace would be bringing a large force into his territory. These intricate machinations and covert intrigues were part of the logistical responsibilities Rudolph accepted in this transaction. A contract worth $10 million a month was not easily earned. If we are to incite conflict between the independent trafficking factions, the sooner, the better. Secrets cannot be concealed indefinitely, the Black Fox asserted. There are no secrets in Mexico. Rudolph chuckled, his words laced with implication. Of course, I do not oppose this notion. Otherwise, I would not require your provision of armored vehicles. The Black Fox replied with a smile. The operation will commence by noon tomorrow at the latest. Do you have sufficient time to arrange matters on the Mexican side? Rudolph set down his chicken wings, wiped his hands and mouth, and confidently replied, No problem. Let us schedule it for noon tomorrow. The Mexican Federal Police and the security detail will arrive punctually to rendezvous with you at the border. The details of the operation were satisfactorily discussed. The Black Fox sincerely expressed, Thank you, my old friend. No, I should be the one expressing gratitude. You have brought me this substantial opportunity. Once this deal concludes, I can take a well-deserved respite in Europe, Rudolph replied with a smile as he rose, extending his hand toward Long Zhan. My friend, I have observed your efforts. You executed them splendidly. You are well suited for this line of work. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you for the compliment. The individuals you provided are indeed remarkable. Long Zhan rose to his feet and shook hands with Rudolph, subsequently following the Black Fox as they departed from the bustling KFC establishment, behaving like any ordinary patrons. The following morning, after a night of rest in the hotel, Long Zhan, driving a police vehicle provided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, prepared to head to the McAlron Division to commence the day's operations. However, fortune did not favor him from the outset. As he exited the hotel parking lot, a young boy, no older than a teenager, suddenly darted out, nearly colliding with his car. It was not that Long Zhan was driving recklessly or inattentively. Rather, this short-haired youth, adorned with a nose ring and appearing anxious, had failed to check the parking aisle for oncoming vehicles before his abrupt exit from the parking space. Had it not been for Long Zhan's quick reflexes, the boy would have found himself beneath the wheels. Are you blind? The boy exclaimed, his temper flaring as he slammed his palm against the hood of the vehicle and proceeded to accuse Long Zhan, playing the role of the wronged party. However, this tempestuous display lasted less than 2 seconds. when the boy caught sight of the intimidating figure of a burly man behind the steering wheel. With the words police emblazoned in bold black letters across the hood, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The previous moment's aggression vanished, and he hastily tucked his hands into his pockets, feigning ignorance of the police insignia as he hurriedly averted his gaze and departed. This young lad certainly exhibited peculiar behavior. Long Zhan discerned that the boy was likely involved with the juvenile criminal gang referred to as the Macalron Couriers, a term often used to describe those engaged in illicit activities such as smuggling and human trafficking, exploiting the vulnerabilities of American youths who are afforded special legal protections due to their citizenship. These adolescents, lured by monetary gains without any requisite skills, facilitate the transport of illegal goods across the U.S.-Mexico border. With a reported population exceeding 1,000, it is no wonder they have garnered the moniker of Macalron Couriers. Long Zhan himself was not affiliated with the Macalron police force and thus lacked the authority to inquire further. As their operation was about to commence, he deemed it unwise to waste time pursuing the matter. With a wry smile, he reflected on the audacity of the youth, who, despite lacking any discernible skills, displayed an inflated sense of self-importance before reigniting the vehicle and steering towards the FBI division. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident, and within a mere 10 minutes, Long Zhan arrived at his destination, the expansive warehouse located behind the CIA division. There, 3 newly armored Hummers, significantly bulkier than the standard model, stood prominently in the center, exuding an aura of grandeur. The escort team, bustling with activity, had doubled in size since their last collaboration, now including not only the idiosyncratic quartet of Jose and David Lee, but also 4 unfamiliar faces. These newcomers were PMC operatives assigned by Rudolph, now bearing the same designation as Long Zhan, HRT. I have heard that you personally assisted her with her injuries yesterday, which certainly evokes a sense of envy. Upon witnessing Long Zhan alight from the vehicle, Heihu casually remarked with a hint of acidity in his tone, "Why not go fetch your little princess? After today, you shall bid her farewell. What is it about her demeanor today that feels so peculiar?" Long Zhan observed Heihu's departing figure, bemusedly touching his nose, and proceeded forward for approximately 10 meters, ascending the iron staircase to the loft of the warehouse. The room, approximately 2.5 meters in height, contained some simple furnishings, resembling a quaint little space suspended from the ceiling. Upon pushing open the door and surveying the surroundings, Long Zhan smiled and inquired, "Sophia, did you sleep well last night? How does your wound feel now?" Sophia had already risen and taken a seat on the sofa, peering through the slatted blinds at the bustling police officers below. And she also noticed Long Zhan ascending. "If you could enlighten me about what is happening down there, I would feel much better." Kneeling on the sofa, with her back to the room and her petite form peering out the window, Sophia realized that this posture was not suitable for public view, especially in the presence of a male. She turned, clutching a sofa cushion, and sat facing Long Zhan. "It is the good news you have long desired. We are preparing to hand you over to the Mexican police, who will subsequently arrange for your return to your father. Please gather your things and come down promptly." Long Zhan felt that his acting skills were commendable, yet he found it disconcerting to lie to Sophia today. In an effort to avoid saying too much or appearing indifferent to others' feelings, he was aware that Sophia, with her keen insight surpassing that of her peers, might perceive the underlying tension. After speaking, Long Zhan turned and departed from the loft. Since the moment she was abducted from the vehicle, Sophia had constantly yearned to return home. Finally hearing the good news that she could leave and return home, a rare excitement flickered across her usually cold and expressionless face, resembling that of a lifeless wooden doll. She did not notice the fleeting oddness in Long Zhan's demeanor. "How does it look? Are you satisfied?" Upon returning to the ground beside the convoy, Long Zhan found Hei, whose expression had returned to normal. He patted the specially designed double-layered tactical bulletproof vest resting on a box over a meter high, crafted to Long Zhan's specifications. Hei, who had intended to hand it over, but found it cumbersome to lift with one hand. She could embrace it with both, yet such an action would undermine her commanding presence. Long Zhan effortlessly lifted it with one hand, inspecting the interior and exterior meticulously. He retrieved the double-layered ceramic bulletproof plates, checked them for any flaws, and reinserted them with satisfaction. "The materials are robust, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. I am thoroughly pleased." "Thank you." The standard heavy tactical vest design typically accommodates only a single bulletproof plate within its lining, allowing for the insertion of 2 plates that could severely compromise the lining's durability. Hence, Long Zhan specifically requested Heihu's assistance in procuring this custom-made double-layered tactical vest. As for why Long Zhan's defensive requirements for protective gear had escalated beyond that of the Navy SEALs and B Team, heading towards a more formidable and thicker direction, there were primarily two reasons. Firstly, reflecting on the recent journey to Ethiopia, where the sniper rifle failed to claim my life, I have experienced the advantages of a fully fortified defense. Secondly, venturing out independently, devoid of trustworthy and capable companions, I am compelled to rely solely on myself, necessitating a heightened vigilance to ensure my safety. I have no desire to see my grand ambitions thwarted, perishing in some obscure corner along the way. The weight of a tactical vest exceeds 40 pounds. Do you not find it burdensome when worn? This mission is merely an escort, and your preparation seems overly extravagant. Are you anticipating direct artillery fire? Despite Dragon's fierce and fearless demeanor, his cautious approach borders on the absurd, leaving Black Fox at a loss for words. Heavy? That is merely a concern for you. Dragon proudly flexed his impressive pectorals and began donning an upgraded version of the heavy tactical vest. Chapter 404. The Overseer from the Department of Homeland Security standard tactical bulletproof vests feature internal linings, typically situated at the chest, designed to accommodate ballistic plates and enhance the vest's protective capabilities. According to the NJ standards for bulletproof vests in the United States, levels 5 and 6 offer superior protection. Specially shaped ballistic plates can be inserted into the shoulders, sides, groin, and thighs. Regardless of whether the plates are ceramic, metal, or made from emerging ballistic materials, they are solid to achieve the requisite protection. The lightest plates weigh 2 to 3 pounds, while metal plates can reach 7 or 8 pounds. Higher-rated bulletproof vests are correspondingly heavier. A level 6 vest fully equipped with ballistic plates is akin to carrying the weight of a standard-sized woman. It is almost comparable to the bomb disposal suits worn by explosive ordnance technicians. Consequently, the ballistic layers of heavy tactical vests are typically only level 4 soft armor, with level 5 armor being quite rare. For their escort mission, Dragon and his team do not require direct combat gear, merely light equipment. The others were level 3 or 4 vests, complemented by tactical vests, resulting in a manageable personal load of around 30 to 40 pounds. While ballistic plates significantly enhance survivability, their substantial weight imposes a considerable burden on the body, rendering movement cumbersome. In an effort to increase comfort, Jose opted not to install the back ballistic plate. Yet Dragon chose the opposite course. Not only did he insist on a level 5 vest with side plate slots, but he also demanded an additional lining to accommodate double the ballistic plates. With 4 large and 4 small plates, one could only describe it as utterly unhinged. Witnessing Dragon don this excessively fortified tactical vest, one would hardly perceive any difference in his agility compared to theirs. Black Fox could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, deeming him a freak. Jose and the other 3 were left nearly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. After over a month of camaraderie, Dragon had consistently ridiculed their peculiar habits, while they sought to uncover his quirks. Until now, they had been stumped. But they finally arrived at a consensus. 1 word suffices: coward. 2 words: afraid of death. A statement so cautious it borders on incomprehensibility. For Long Zhan, the mere act of surviving outweighs all else, with everything else taking a back seat. Following a brief interlude concerning his equipment, Sophia descended from the upper level, having transitioned from her student attire of a short skirt to long-sleeved garments. "Come, put this on," Black Fox commanded, brandishing a relatively lightweight secondary bulletproof vest as he approached Sophia, imposing his will without affording her a moment to protest, and promptly encased her in it. Sophia exhibited a hint of reluctance, yet the stern demeanor of Black Fox rendered her unable to resist. Her gaze instinctively sought Long Zhan's, her expression a silent plea for assistance. The purpose of donning the bulletproof vest was to ensure safety, and with Long Zhan himself adorned in double-layered ballistic plates, he could not intercede on her behalf. He merely raised an eyebrow in a gesture that urged her to accept this form of protection. Once Sophia was properly equipped, Black Fox checked his wristwatch and issued his orders. "Time is of the essence. All escort personnel, board the vehicles and prepare to depart. Hurry up and get in." Long Zhan assisted Black Fox in hastening matters, guiding Sophia to the second armored Hummer. With a series of resounding thuds, the heavy doors of the vehicles closed. The trio of powerfully roaring Hummer military vehicles, their engines growling with a resonance akin to a 12-cylinder sports car, commenced their exit from the warehouse. The first Hummer, carrying Black Fox and 3 PMC operatives, including the driver, was the first to depart. Black Fox occupied the front passenger seat, while the second vehicle was piloted by David Lee, with the burly Nikolai Petrovich beside him. Long Zhan and Sophia settled into the back seat. The remaining 3 PMC operatives and a Homeland Security agent occupied the last Hummer. The presence of this Homeland Security agent served a purpose akin to that of military external support during cross-border operations, an ostensibly assistive role that in reality functioned as oversight. This was a routine operation indispensable for the mission. The might of the U.S. government far surpasses that of Kenya, and this operation was further bolstered by the aerial support of drones. The convoy departed from the FBI's hostage rescue unit at the McCarroll branch, traversing the Green Channel smoothly through the bustling city before reaching the border checkpoint between the two nations. As the Hummer convoy exited the U.S. border control and entered the Mexican checkpoint, the command base at Naval Terminal 1, observing the scene via drone, communicated with the convoy. "This is Bird, calling the escort convoy. I have spotted 7 Mexican police vehicles awaiting outside the Mexican border station and request to join your convoy." Black Fox, glancing through the windshield at the convoy over 100 meters away, recognized it as a communication from Rudolph. He activated the radio, responding, "Hummer convoy received. Permission granted to merge." The base liaison conveyed Black Fox's reply to the Mexican police convoy. The Hummer convoy successfully passed through the Mexican border station, with the 7 police vehicles splitting into 2 groups, 3 in front and 4 behind, integrating seamlessly with the Hummer convoy. Following the initially planned route, they proceeded along the national highway. In nations plagued by rampant organized crime and frequent gun violence, law enforcement must possess formidable firepower to uphold the law. The convoy arranged by the Mexican police is far more extravagant than the previous Ethiopian police escort. Among the 7 vehicles, 4 are armored pickup trucks, and the officers aboard are exceptionally skilled, equipped with bulletproof helmets and vests. It is evident that this is Mexico's elite special police force. The unique attributes of the special forces, combined with the trust placed in his old friend Rudolph, led the Black Fox to accept the integration of the Mexican escort team. However, despite his agreement to collaborate with the Mexican authorities, the Black Fox remained vigilant. After all, recalling the incident that transpired in Ethiopia, he understood the necessity of precaution to avoid repeating past mistakes. This was also the primary reason why he insisted that Rudolph provide 3 armored Hummers. The distance from McAllen to the federal checkpoint in Mendez spans nearly 200 kilometers, requiring close to 3 hours for the convoy to arrive. This entire journey occurs within Mexican territory, where the threat of ambush looms large, heightening the danger significantly. The command center in the terminal had long since entered a state of readiness. Even the elusive Mrs. K, rarely seen, had personally arrived at the headquarters to oversee operations. As the on-site commander, the success of the entire mission hinged upon the Black Fox, leaving him no room for complacency, even while seated in the vehicle. Today, the weather was splendid, devoid of the wretched sandstorms, and accompanied by heavily armed vehicles for escort. Utilizing the onboard radio equipment, the Black Fox initiated communication with a touch of classic American humor. He then commenced the verification process across various units. "Falcon, what is your status?" he inquired, referring to the MQ-8B Fire Scout drone operated remotely from the command center, which maintained an altitude of over 2,000 meters above the convoy. With a radius of observation spanning 10 kilometers, the drone operator reported no vehicles detected. No vehicles? The Black Fox pondered, astonished that not a single vehicle could be found within a 20-kilometer expanse. Even in this arid desert region bordering the two nations, one would expect to encounter something. Only desert. Repeating, only the desert. "You are currently safe," the drone operator reassured. To alleviate the Black Fox's concerns, he paused for approximately 2 seconds before adding, "Prior to departure, the Mexican government pledged to ensure a comprehensive clearance and vigilance along the route. It appears they have honored their commitment." "Understood," replied the Black Fox, reassured by the drone operator's explanation. Initially unsettled, he now felt a sense of relief. If the Mexican government had established checkpoints to assist the escort team in transporting Sophia to the inspection station, then the absence of other vehicles along the route was indeed a normal occurrence. Having confirmed that all conditions are normal and everything is under control, the radio communication came to an end. At this moment, Sophia, who had been silently seated beside Long Zhan, suddenly inquired, Why did you not stop for inspection at the border checkpoint? She noticed that all others who had crossed the border were subjected to scrutiny by the border officials, with each country conducting its examination. Yet, as the convoy traversed the border, neither country obstructed their passage, allowing them to proceed without even halting, merely pressing the accelerator to glide through. This anomaly struck her as peculiar, yet she could not ascertain the reason at that moment. Long Zhan was momentarily taken aback by her question, but quickly regained his composure and, affecting an air of mystery, replied with a chuckle, "Because we are quite special." Sophia was not easily deceived by Long Zhan's words. Her gaze remained penetrating as she remarked, "You do not resemble police officers. The officers I have encountered differ from you. Although both police and military personnel wield firearms, their occupational environments and adversaries diverge significantly, resulting in distinct manifestations of demeanor. The subtlety of this distinction is often imperceptible to the untrained observer, yet Sophia was acutely aware, her observations remarkably keen. For Long Zhan, Sophia's willingness to engage him in such discourse was a positive sign, indicative of a burgeoning mutual recognition between them. However, the intricacy of her question posed a challenge for him, rendering a straightforward explanation difficult. He could only approach the matter from a different angle. "We rescued you from the clutches of kidnappers, and now we are laboriously returning you. This is our duty, and you are the direct beneficiary. As for our identities, whether as police or military, it bears no significance for you. All you need to do is sit quietly, harboring gratitude, and await your homecoming." Long Zhan refrained from elaborating further or contesting her assertion, responding instead with a firm demeanor. Perhaps it was the shift in his expression, the absence of his earlier smile, and the palpable aura of gravitas that enveloped him, which suddenly intensified the pressure on Sophia. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further, realizing that continued inquiry would be futile. As the dialogue between Long Zhan and Sophia concluded, tranquility returned to the vehicle, save for the resounding roar of the Hummer's engine. Before long, nearly an hour had elapsed, and they had covered almost half the journey. At this pace, they would reach their destination in no more than 2 hours, rather than the anticipated 3. Unfortunately, while the initial stretch of road was paved with asphalt, allowing for speeds exceeding 100, the remaining path was far less accommodating. Calling Hummer 01, "This is Skylark. The asphalt road ends half a mile ahead." Upon hearing the alert from the command base, the Black Fox, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them and removed the microphone from the vehicle's communication system to inquire, "Please repeat." "The asphalt road ends half a mile ahead. The remainder is comprised of compacted dirt roads. The arid, hardened surface of the desert wasteland is inferior to asphalt, yet marginally better than the pockmarked dirt roads. However, it presents a particularly vexing issue. The dry weather generates an abundance of dust, which, when traveling at high speeds, creates a thick cloud that obscures visibility entirely." Understood. Black Fox has navigated this region for several years, and Rudolph Geiger was her finest partner back in the day. She is well aware of the challenges posed by driving in the Mexican wilderness. Calling 02 and 03, "We will enter the hardened sandy road after half a mile, where dust conditions are severe. To avoid falling behind, please don your thermal imaging devices." Hearing the alert and instructions relayed by Black Fox through the vehicle's communication system, Long Zhan turned to the driver, David Lee, and inquired, "Little Lee, have you brought the thermal imager?" David patted the bag on the right rear side of his seat, responding, "Yes, it's in my side pouch." Long Zhan reached for the steering wheel, stating, "Allow me to assist with the steering. You must put it on quickly. We have 4 vehicles ahead, and the dust will undoubtedly worsen." Indeed, nothing is ever simple. David, who had anticipated an easy journey, chuckled and muttered a complaint. With his right foot firmly pressing the accelerator, he turned to open the tactical backpack side pouch, retrieving the thermal imager and affixing it to his ballistic helmet, swiftly adjusting the settings before placing the helmet atop his head. The model of the thermal imager is AMPAS 29, developed and manufactured by the leading American optical company. Once secured to the night vision scope, it provides the dual functionality of low-light night vision and thermal imaging, significantly enhancing visual clarity. Suddenly, the Humvee jolted downwards several inches, the tires crunching over stones and sand with a resounding thud. A cloud of ochre dust erupted into the air at a visible speed, enveloping the entire convoy. Coughing from the dust that surged in through the front, Sophia instinctively covered her nose with her clothing, struggling to suppress her cough. Observing this, Long Zhan immediately shouted, "Close the windows and activate the internal air circulation. Damn it, this thermal imager is of little use." The dust rendered the road ahead a hazy blur. Even with the thermal imager, David could not discern the condition of the road, merely catching sight of a vague silhouette. What puzzled him further was that despite the deteriorating road conditions, the vehicles ahead showed no signs of deceleration. In fact, their speed seemed to be increasing. What the hell? Why are the vehicles in front speeding up? David cursed in frustration. As the 3 police cars and 1 Humvee sped along, the dust they kicked up was overwhelming, obscuring Long Zhan's view of the surroundings entirely. He could barely make out a square shadow approximately 10 meters ahead. It was the rear of Vehicle 1. Although this dreadful road was aggravating, and the lack of visibility felt unsettling, the commander, Black Fox, had not indicated any unusual circumstances, implying that all was well. "Do not concern yourself. If they accelerate, you must do the same to maintain distance," Long Zhan instructed. "Understood." David nodded and began to focus intently on driving. The visibility in these road conditions was nearly non-existent, forcing him to navigate solely by the shadows of the vehicles ahead. Even with a special driver's license that could qualify him as a race car driver, David dared not be negligent. He needed to be fully concentrated. Otherwise, on this treacherous gravel road, traveling at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour could easily result in a disastrous tumble. Surviving the perilous battlefield only to succumb to a car accident would be a most humiliating fate. The convoy sped along the hardened gravel road, never dropping below 80 kilometers per hour. As time passed, the inability to independently perceive external information created a palpable discomfort among the members of the Hummer convoy. This was a manifestation of humanity's instinctual crisis response. Losing external awareness would trigger such an instinct. Previously, on the asphalt roads, the Black Fox had moments to rest her eyes, but now, upon entering the gravel terrain, her brow had furrowed with concern. She strained to observe the situation ahead and to the sides through the hazy visibility. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, under the guidance of a police vehicle, the convoy approached an intersection where the Black Fox noticed 2 police cars and several officers waiting. Recalling prior communications from the command base, she understood that the Mexican government was assisting the convoy in clearing the route ahead, so the presence of police was not alarming. However, what struck the Black Fox as suspicious was that the armed police vehicle in front had redirected the barrel of its heavy machine gun from pointing straight ahead to the right side of the convoy. It appeared as though the officer was signaling to others at the intersection or observing the situation to the right. Yet, after nearly 2 hours on the road, this officer had shown no previous signs of movement. Why, at this moment, had he chosen to adjust his aim? The scene was all too familiar to the Black Fox, reminiscent of encounters with Ethiopian police in the past. A chilling realization gripped her spine as she considered the implications of this situation. Fixated on the barely discernible officer, she immediately called out over the radio to the drone, "Bird, this is 01. Is there an anomaly on the right side of the convoy?" Bird receiving. "The road is clear. There are no vehicles or activity on either side. Wait, what?" The tone of the drone operator abruptly shifted. Sensing trouble, the Black Fox's body tensed as she anxiously pressed for answers. "What is happening? Is there a situation? On the right, you have camouflaged personnel. One of them is shouldering a long cylindrical object. I'm zooming in. Oh my god, it's a missile, a portable anti-tank missile. Quickly, take cover." The drone operator's voice was filled with alarm, almost a shout. A portable missile? The Black Fox felt every hair on her body stand on end at this sudden revelation. However, she could not discern the outside environment and had no idea from which angle the missile might be fired. Even with the warning from the drone, effective evasion seemed impossible. The only feasible course of action was to lead the Hummer convoy off the road to the left. As the Black Fox turned his gaze from the right window to the left, urgently notifying the driver to evade, his eyes swept across the area ahead. Through the windshield, he caught sight of the special police marksman adjusting the direction of his gun, aiming directly at their Hummer vehicle from behind. "Be cautious, duck down." The Black Fox had no time to utter more, issuing a terse command instead. He swiftly leaned to the left, wedged in the spacious central console unique to the Hummer, lowering his entire body below the height of the windshield to avoid the lethal shards that could result from bullets penetrating the bulletproof glass. The central console could no longer accommodate 2 individuals, prompting the driver to adopt an alternative approach. At the instant the Black Fox offered his warning, he activated the front and back sliding lock beneath the seat, using his torso strength to push the entire seat back nearly half a meter. The space in the driver's area expanded, allowing him to easily crouch beneath the steering wheel. This evasive maneuver in response to a gunman's attack was a standard procedure in special operations training, particularly for elite forces in countries frequently encountering terrorist threats. The driver's adeptness indicated he was undoubtedly a member of our nation's special forces. Just as the Black Fox and the driver completed their evasive actions, the sound of machine gun fire erupted. The rapid-fire bullets, despite their velocity, did not penetrate the bulletproof windshield, which was over 5 centimeters thick, merely creating a pattern of small white cracks. This damage was a result of the bullets striking the glass without breaching it. Fortunately, the marksman's weapon was a Mendoza RM-27, 62mm general-purpose machine gun, commonly referred to as the Mexican Guardian rather than a .50 caliber heavy machine gun with overwhelming destructive power. Otherwise, the 50mm thick bulletproof glass would have offered no protection against a heavy machine gun's close-range barrage, leaving it utterly obliterated. As the Mexican police's machine gun opened fire, a portable anti-tank missile from the right was launched, trailing a long plume as it streaked towards the Hummer convoy on the road. Perhaps influenced by the thick dust or the launcher's lack of skill, or perhaps due to the missile's guidance system and detonation mechanism failing to accurately target the compact convoy, this missile, capable of toppling a tank, missed all 3 Hummer military vehicles. Instead, it detonated the first of the 4 police cars trailing behind, erupting into a spectacular fireball. The second police car, unable to evade in time, collided with the already flaming first car, inadvertently triggering a second explosion. The remaining 2 police vehicles, witnessing this chaos, were forced to brake abruptly. What on earth is happening? The sudden explosion behind them left Long Zhan bewildered. Peering through the thick dust, he could see the rear engulfed in flames, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Suddenly, the assault was initiated by the special police of the escort convoy, with the police vehicles of the protection team being overturned in the explosion. The remaining special police were indistinguishable as friend or foe, thanks to the foresight of Black Fox. The armored vehicle managed to evade a fate of being turned into a sieve for the time being. However, upon hearing the continuous explosions from behind, Black Fox realized that continuing down the road would render them nothing more than live targets for anti-tank missiles. The windshield was already on the verge of collapsing, covered in a network of cracks. While the bulletproof glass protected them from external gunfire, it offered no means to return fire from within. Continuing to flee would only result in further assaults. At this critical juncture of dual peril, Black Fox decisively issued orders via radio. The convoy came to an urgent halt, utilizing the bulletproof Hummer military vehicles as cover to launch a counterattack. The personnel aboard were not what they seemed. They were elite retired special forces turned private military contractors. Given the opportunity to engage, these Mexican police officers would prove to be no match. As for the single-man missile launch point on the right, Black Fox had already devised a solution. The moment the Hummer convoy halted, Black Fox refrained from ordering an immediate counterstrike, allowing the armed pickup trucks ahead to unleash a barrage upon the Hummer convoy. Grabbing the vehicle's radio, he called out, "Falcon, eliminate that damned missile site." "Received. Keep your heads down." Falcon swiftly responded, remotely controlling a reconnaissance drone to launch a precision-guided missile. "Missile, maintain stealth." Just as Black Fox relayed this to the team, a small white, traveling at speeds exceeding Mach 1 and nearly invisible, appeared high above. Boom. Approximately 100 meters to the right front of the Hummer convoy, a massive dark mushroom cloud erupted, the shockwave from the explosion roaring like a hurricane. The cautious dust above the convoy was instantly swept away. The debris propelled by the explosive shockwave struck the vehicle like popping popcorn, and the 2 special police officers in the rear, unprotected while firing their heavy machine gun, were left battered and bruised. Although these injuries were not life-threatening, the pain was undeniably real. Seizing the moment while the 2 officers were distracted by the rain of gravel, Black Fox quickly began to strategize via radio. "Vehicle 3, cover the rear. Vehicle 2, support Vehicle 1. Eliminate these bastards. Go, go, go." After issuing commands to the 2 Hummer military vehicles, Black Fox discarded the microphone, loaded his UMP submachine gun, and forcefully kicked open the deformed heavy door. He positioned his gun between the door and the vehicle body, unleashing a volley that silenced the heavy machine gun on the left. The Mexican special police in the 3 front vehicles were equally fierce, Upon witnessing the Hummer convoy retaliate, they promptly took cover behind their vehicles to engage in a shootout. Rat-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. On one side stood CIA operatives disguised as special police, seasoned by the brutality of battle, while on the other were the well-trained Mexican special police, bought off by the cartel to obstruct. Both sides possessed considerable prowess, exchanging fire with fervor. A minor incident has occurred, nothing too serious. I need you to remain inside the vehicle and refrain from moving. I will return shortly. Remember, do not wander off. The current situation with the convoy is exceedingly perilous, and Vehicle 1 requires urgent assistance. Long Zhan is unable to attend to many matters at once. After offering a brief word of comfort to the terrified Sophia, whose complexion had turned ashen from the explosion, she exited the vehicle, armed and ready to join the fierce gunfire. The deafening sound of the initial police car being obliterated by a missile left Sophia in a state of panic, huddled in the corner of her seat with her hands over her head. Despite Long Zhan's casual reassurance, her emotions did not stabilize. Rather, the sight of the occupants of Vehicle 2 disembarking to join the battle ahead, coupled with the vacant interior of the vehicle and the torrential gunfire echoing around her, only heightened her anxiety. This harrowing scene of bullets flying was enough to terrify even an ordinary adult, let alone a mere teenager. Driven by an instinctual sense of self-preservation, Sophia yearned to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Her wide, fearful eyes turned toward the car door that Long Zhan had left ajar when he exited. Neither Long Zhan nor Black Fox had any knowledge of the situation with the Mexican police cars at the rear. The special police forces attacking them consisted solely of the occupants of the 3 Mexican police vehicles ahead, thus making these 3 cars the primary target for Long Zhan and his team. In such close range, rapid exchanges of fire, precision shooting, and tactical cooperation are of utmost importance. Although these Mexican special police are well trained, there remains a significant disparity when compared to the special forces soldiers trained with the objective of eliminating enemies. Under the precise and effective command of Black Fox, alongside the formidable Long Zhan, the PMC operatives disguised as HRT Special Police swiftly gained the upper hand in the battle, particularly with Long Zhan suppressing fire from the rear, wielding an .48 Malawian Quach's light machine gun. No matter where these bribed special police attempted to hide behind their vehicles, they would be riddled with his relentless bullets. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark, and the battle, having arrived with sudden ferocity, concluded just as quickly. Within less than 2 minutes of gunfire, the traitorous Mexican special police were all eliminated, paying with their lives for their greed. Ceasefire. Vehicle 1. Move with me to conduct an inspection. Vehicle 2. Provide cover from the rear. Move. Black Fox commanded loudly, leading the team cautiously towards the 3 Mexican police cars, now riddled with bullets. Following the cessation of hostilities, a swift examination of the battlefield was conducted to ensure that all enemies had been neutralized, preventing any potential ambush from those feigning death or still alive. This precaution is one of the fundamental tenets of combat, a lesson earned through the invaluable experiences of countless predecessors who sacrificed their lives. The crisp sound of rifle fire resonated as Jose advanced from the right, dispatching a target who lay gasping for breath, having been shot in the chest and lungs. Right side secure, 5 confirmed kills. Upon hearing Jose's signal indicating the area was clear, Black Fox turned to the right, quickly receiving confirmation of safety from that direction. The center was under Black Fox's purview, thus no further reports were necessary from him. A total of 11 Mexican special police officers were ultimately confirmed dead. In stark contrast, none of the personnel from the armored vehicle convoy sustained any injuries, resulting in a remarkably favorable resolution that adeptly defused the crisis. The special police who initiated the attack had already been dealt with, while 4 vehicles of Mexican special police remained in the rear. Despite the intense gunfire that had just transpired, these officers refrained from engaging. Yet they also did not join forces with Long Zhan and his companions to eliminate the suddenly rebellious Mexican officers. Consequently, the identities of the remaining Mexican special police became increasingly enigmatic. To proceed with the unfinished escort mission, regardless of the considerations at play, it was imperative to neutralize the remaining Mexican officers. Only upon eliminating all potential threats could the convoy resume its journey. Chapter 407. Swept by submachine gun fire. 810. The previously ambushed portable missile operator had missed, resulting in 2 police vehicles being engulfed in flames, obstructing the path between the armored convoy and the remaining Mexican officers. Long Zhan and He Hu's group were unable to ascertain the specifics of the situation behind them. Spread out, be cautious. He Hu issued new orders, while Long Zhan gestured and shouted to convey the message. The others immediately took position, forming two groups to circumvent the burning police vehicles, closing in on the rear police cars from either side of the road. The remaining Mexican officers, upon hearing the gunfire and the missile attack from the riders, could surmise what had transpired. Police corruption and betrayal were common occurrences in Mexico. Sharing the same identity as the Mexican police, they were aware that the ones under attack were the American Special Forces. Given the sensitive nature of the cross-border armed operation, their actions had not been disclosed to the outside world. Thus, whatever unfolded would remain unknown to the public. The remaining Mexican officers found themselves in a precarious position, hesitant to act recklessly, with their sole focus on rescue efforts. They worked to extricate the injured officers from the two burning police vehicles. As Long Zhan and his team encircled from both sides, one of the highest-ranking Mexican officers, visibly anxious, maintained a ready stance with his weapon. He called out, "I am the captain of the escort team. Please do not fire. What happened ahead has nothing to do with us. Lower your weapons. Put your guns down." He Hu raised his right hand above his head, making a fist, signaling for everyone to find cover and remain vigilant, while issuing authoritative commands to the Mexican officers. He then signaled Long Zhan with a tactical gesture, indicating that he should approach to inspect the situation regarding the weapons. At this juncture, regardless of any words or actions to provide explanations, no longer held any significance. The only path forward was to disarm them. Everyone disembarked from their vehicles, tossing their weapons to the ground and kicking them forward, hands raised above their heads. "Slowly, let me see your hands," Long Zhan said, stepping closer while warning the Mexican Special Police. "This truly has nothing to do with us. We are from the Federal Police Department, and the ones attacking you are state police. We have 4 injured personnel that urgently require medical attention." The Special Police captain, however, did not lower his weapon. Instead, he pointed to several severely burned officers lying on the ground, pleading for assistance. Long Zhan did not wish for these officers to be in cahoots with their predecessors. However, to ensure his own safety, his primary objective was to disarm these individuals. "Stay calm. We will provide assistance, but you must first have your comrades relinquish their weapons." Just as Long Zhan's words hung in the air, a Mexican federal police officer, positioned behind the car door and obstructing Long Zhan's line of sight, suddenly opened fire without warning. The onslaught began with a barrage intended to eliminate. Despite his robust physique, akin to a Siberian brown bear, Long Zhan succumbed to the relentless assault, crashing to the ground in agony from multiple wounds. At that moment, both parties stood in a tense standoff, nerves taut. The gunshots resonated like a command to commence hostilities. In a swift response, Jose, David, and the other 6 contractors, along with Black Fox and agents from Homeland Security, retaliated against the Mexican police in less than half a second. The Mexican federal officers, paralyzed by instinct, began to pull their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the Americans. The officer who fired first was undoubtedly a corrupt traitor. In this precarious situation, his actions amounted to a desperate gamble, dragging the uncorrupted officers into the fray. In truth, his objective was achieved. The remaining 10 Mexican officers, overwhelmed by sheer panic and instinctive self-preservation, were led into chaos. Submachine guns, assault rifles, and mounted machine guns erupted simultaneously. Bullets danced through the air like a tempest. The 11 remaining Mexican officers, lacking the battlefield experience of private military contractors, were woefully outmatched in both reaction and marksmanship. Within mere seconds, the Mexican federal police were utterly decimated, reduced to a mere sieve of flesh. With ruthless efficiency, Black Fox dashed from cover to aid Long Zhan, propping him up and placing his head on a stable surface. As he swiftly examined Long Zhan's condition, concern etched on his face, he urged, "Where are you hurt? Speak quickly. Damn it, these bastards are relentless. I've taken several hits." Long Zhan grimaced, uncertain of his injuries but acutely aware of the sharp pain coursing through his body. Seeing that Long Zhan had sustained multiple gunshot wounds, Black Fox's worry intensified, prompting him to hasten his actions. The old Russian and the iron enthusiast rushed over to assist in assessing Long Zhan's injuries. Once they unfastened Long Zhan's heavy tactical vest and the combat gear beneath, exposing his chest, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was not that Long Zhan's pectorals and abs were formidable, but rather that there were several areas of contusion and swelling, with not a single penetrating wound, his skin intact. Long Zhan extracted 2 deformed bullets from the Kevlar plate that had absorbed the impact, slamming them to the ground in frustration. Damn it, it's fortunate I'm tough, otherwise, I would have been done for. The close-range impact of handgun bullets, with their formidable kinetic energy, not only inflicts excruciating pain upon Long Zhan at the point of contact, but also results in a rather inconsequential bruise and swelling, inflicting minimal harm. Fortunately, Long Zhan was clad in level 5 body armor, which afforded him superior protection, and it was fortunate that he was struck by 9mm submachine gun rounds. Had he been wearing level 3 or 4 armor, and had the police officers firing upon him wielded assault rifles, the outcome would undoubtedly have been far more severe. The rifle bullets striking the ballistic plates would be deflected, yet the remaining 2 rounds from soft body armor would be utterly inadequate, inevitably penetrating Long Zhan's body. Black Fox meticulously confirmed that there were no significant issues, allowing his previously anxious heart to settle. He remarked with a smile, "It appears your choice was indeed wise." The specially tailored heavy tactical vest had been crucial in saving his life. Even the old Russian and the iron enthusiast were compelled to acknowledge Long Zhan's foresight. "Is anyone else injured?" After confirming that Long Zhan's injuries were not grave, Black Fox began to inspect the other personnel. The absence of replies indicated that no one else was hurt. At that moment, a contractor standing by vehicle number 3 shouted to Black Fox, "Commander, we have received word from the command center regarding a new development. An unidentified police convoy is approaching from the south, approximately 5 kilometers away." "Understood." Black Fox signaled his acknowledgement and commanded everyone, "All aboard. We must leave immediately." The arrival of the Mexican police convoy in this desolate area, without any prior alarm, within mere minutes of the breakout, indicated a premeditated plan. If they were to arrive and confront them here, Black Fox would have no means to clarify the situation. Whether it led to renewed conflict or a stalemate, the consequences would be dire. After all, they were not true SWAT members. This operation was a clandestine endeavor, relying heavily on their superficial identities for protection. Thus, for various reasons, it was unwise for Long Zhan and the others to remain, to avert the escalation of events. Especially with the number of deceased Mexican police officers being too great to conceal, which could ultimately evolve into an international incident, the orchestrators, such as Mrs. K, would have no choice but to abandon the vehicle to safeguard their interests. The most prudent course of action was to avoid any encounter, departing before the Mexican police convoy arrived, and to continue with their escort mission. Having realized this, Black Fox promptly issued the necessary orders. However, as Long Zhan returned to vehicle number 2 and opened the door to take his seat in the back, his expression suddenly shifted, sensing that something was amiss. "Where is she?" Black Fox, passing by vehicle number 2, glanced inside and discovered that the key figure of this escort operation, Sophia, had vanished from within the vehicle. "I had instructed her to remain in the car. She must have been frightened away by the gunfire." Long Zhan's brow furrowed, his complexion darkening. The outcome of the escort mission was now jeopardized by the disappearance of the hostage, a situation far more distressing than a betrayal by the police. The Black Fox gazed upon the boundless expanse of the desert wilderness and felt compelled to issue another command. "Everyone, gather around. An unforeseen situation has arisen, and we have a new mission. Time is of the essence." Just then, the lingering pain in Long Zhan's shoulder interrupted the Black Fox's words as he firmly stated, "We must depart swiftly. You lead the team north. I will find her." As the one responsible for safeguarding Sophia, her disappearance weighed heavily on Long Zhan's conscience. It was a dereliction of duty on his part. Acknowledging that the fault lay with him, Long Zhan was unwilling to shift the burden onto others, nor did he wish to impose additional risks upon them. A true man takes full responsibility for his actions. Since she was lost under his watch, it was incumbent upon him to retrieve her personally. The Black Fox stood rooted to the spot, observing Long Zhan for a prolonged moment, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her eyes as if she wished to dissuade him from taking such a perilous risk. Ultimately, however, she acquiesced, for in Long Zhan's gaze, she discerned an unwavering resolve. "Very well, you have prevailed. Take the supplies, change your attire. As this journey may not be an easy one, prepare yourself mentally." The Black Fox then patted Long Zhan on the shoulder, signaling him to change into civilian clothing inside the vehicle and to bring along some provisions. After all, they were in the desolate borderlands of Mexico, where one could traverse miles without encountering a soul. "Hurry along now. She finally rose on her toes and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Long Zhan, offering him her heartfelt blessing. The Black Fox was acutely aware of the dangers he would face alone within Mexican territory. She longed to accompany him, yet as the commander, she could not do so. Chapter 408. Tempestuous, a rocket propels upon encounter. 9:10. With the plan altered, the escort mission was halted, and they were to retrace their steps. I need you to inspect the 3 Humvees in the shortest time possible. Either replace or swiftly repair them to ensure they are operational. Furthermore, the Black Fox remained composed and clear-headed, swiftly and meticulously outlining the tasks at hand. With such an unexpected turn of events, all 7 vehicles dispatched by the Mexican police had been compromised, rendering the escort mission untenable. Should the convoy proceed to the checkpoint, it would likely be ensnared by the Mexican authorities the moment it halted. The only course of action left was to return, investigate the matter thoroughly upon their return, and facilitate communication between Mrs. K and the Mexican government. Once the results of those discussions were forthcoming, they could deliberate on a new strategy. After the Black Fox had orchestrated the necessary arrangements and returned to the side of the second Humvee, Long Zhan had undergone a complete transformation. All remnants of his special police gear were gone, save for his sunglasses. He now donned a pair of ordinary jeans and a jacket. From a law enforcer, he had morphed into an imposing yet unremarkable figure. Take this high-precision map of the border. It will prove useful. The signal here is exceedingly poor, and your phone may be of little assistance. The Black Fox placed a paper map encased in a waterproof bag into Long Zhan's hands, then retrieved a small black disc, no larger than a coin, from the pocket of her tactical vest. This is a miniature positioning signal transmitter. Once you approach the boundary area, it will immediately alert me, and I shall send someone to retrieve you. Understood? All right, I comprehend. You should hasten to depart with your companions. Perhaps we shall meet again in a few hours. Long Zhan tucked the small black disc into his jacket pocket and secured the only weapon, a silver Desert Eagle, at his waist, concealing it with his coat. The choice of the Desert Eagle over the P226, M9, or Glock was deliberate. Long Zhan's hands are larger than average, making the powerful 50 caliber Desert Eagle more comfortable and responsive to grip. Moreover, the formidable power of the Desert Eagle appealed to him. He favored weapons that are robust and potent. Additionally, he was somewhat influenced by cinematic portrayals, particularly those featuring his favorite actor, Schwarzenegger, firing the Desert Eagle. The thrill of a headshot akin to a hand cannon was undeniably exhilarating. Most importantly, unlike the B-team, which had ample time to prepare a full set of equipment and coordinate with teammates for any situation, operating solo necessitated reliance solely on oneself. Often, one cannot afford both a compact, lightweight sidearm and a powerful primary weapon. For instance, with Sophia having fled, carrying a light machine gun within foreign territory seemed rather inappropriate. In such exceptional circumstances, the Desert Eagle, with its significant firepower comparable to that of an assault rifle, yet compact enough for ease of transport, undoubtedly emerged as the optimal choice. Considering all these factors, Long Zhan could not forsake the formidable Desert Eagle. Having secured his weapon and attire, Long Zhan knew he must not linger, lest Sophia escape too far. Grabbing a simple denim backpack filled with water, rations, and emergency supplies, he slung it over his shoulder and jogged westward. This stony road stretched north to south, while the east had previously been bombarded by missiles launched from drones. Thus, Sophia had only the western route for her escape. "Hey, Dragon King, take this with you," Black Fox called out, halting Long Zhan's departure as he removed his meticulously customized MP7 submachine gun. "No need. I have this. It suffices," Long Zhan replied, lifting the hem of his denim jacket to reveal the gleaming Desert Eagle, performing a stylish flourish before reholstering it. "Return alive," Black Fox imparted as parting words, then briskly made his way toward Vehicle 1. As Long Zhan jogged away from the road, disappearing beneath a small hillside to the west, the Hummer convoy, which had been momentarily halted, began its return journey along the road. In the recent fierce gunfight, although none of the convoy members had sustained fatal injuries, many bore wounds. Some were injured during the abrupt stops in the vehicle, others were struck by stray bullets or debris during the firefight, and some incurred injuries from tactical maneuvers on the gravel surface, such as Black Fox, whose right thigh bore a cut from a bullet's ricochet against sharp stones. Others, like the Iron Hand, suffered penetrating wounds to their arms. These minor injuries had been temporarily addressed and would not pose significant issues in the short term. However, if prolonged, there exists a risk of wound infection. Minor infections can lead to sepsis, and there are numerous cases of amputations. Black Fox, with years of battle experience, is acutely aware of these potential dangers and has deemed it unwise to continue the mission. This is one of the reasons for Black Fox's sudden decision to terminate the operation and order a full retreat. Feather, we have numerous injured personnel on our side. Could you arrange for a rescue helicopter to be stationed at the border checkpoint? The vehicles, racing back at high speed, relayed the request via radio. Feather acknowledges. I have communicated with the base, and arrangements for a helicopter return will be made. After addressing the rescue request, Feather continued. Please be aware that the crisis has not yet been resolved. 8 police cars are still tailing you and have increased their speed. Damn it. Black Fox cursed, then, in a grave tone, stated, Feather, I need you to clear a lane for us at the border. This is a serious request, not a joke. We will push through anything obstructing our path. Black Fox understood better than anyone the dire consequences of being trapped within Mexican territory, potentially facing an international military tribunal. Feather acknowledges the request for a reserved lane. You can rest assured. Just then, communication from the base indicated the approach of police sirens, now less than 500 meters away. The cumbersome, armored Humvees were significantly hindered by their weight, making it nearly impossible to evade the smaller police cars on the highway. Within 20 minutes, as the Humvee convoy barely returned to the asphalt, the 8 police cars were already within arm's reach, the distance between them diminishing further. Unit 3, Unit 2. Maintain maximum speed. I will handle these pests. Realizing the necessity to deal with the police cars, Black Fox commanded the 2 leading vehicles before seizing the assault rifle secured to her tactical backpack. She rose to open the armored roof hatch, previously prepared for the installation of a heavy machine gun. Initially leading the convoy, Black Fox's vehicle had now become the last in line due to the forced retreat. In mere moments, 2 minutes elapsed. The wailing of police sirens was now almost upon them. Through the rearview mirror of the Humvee, Black Fox could clearly see the police convoy, now less than 100 meters away. As the distance closed to under 50 meters, Black Fox, already prepared, emerged from the hatch. On her shoulder rested a formidable M72A 266mm rocket launcher, a product of collaboration between the American Tally Defense Systems and Norwegian Raufoss Ammunition Company, among others. The warhead housed 340 grams of octagen-high explosive, with a penetration capability of 304 millimeters, slightly more powerful than the RPG-7. The first Mexican police car, upon spotting the ominous barrel, was momentarily paralyzed, just as it prepared to evade the impending attack. Observing the ever-decisive Black Fox, this time she acted with equal swiftness and precision. With a swift motion, she aimed and squeezed the trigger, executing the action in one fluid motion. The rocket propelled from the launcher, its fiery tail streaking through the air, plunging directly into the first Mexican police car. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a spectacular plume of smoke skyward. In an instant, the police car that had been pursuing fervently was engulfed in flames, lifted into the air, and upon crashing down, was reduced to nothing more than a charred skeleton of metal. Without hesitation, she unleashed the rocket launcher, true to her notorious reputation for obliterating entire families. How ruthless! How audacious! How resolute! With a single rocket, the first police vehicle was effortlessly dispatched. The second police car, located roughly 70 to 80 meters away, was not spared from the ensuing chaos. The driver, overwhelmed by fear, overcorrected the steering wheel, causing the speeding vehicle to veer left, ultimately losing balance and rolling over on the highway like a tumbling gourd. Debris scattered across the road as officers were thrown from their seats. The 2 wrecked police cars effectively blocked the highway, rendering any subsequent pursuit impossible, or rather, unwise. After all, a rocket launcher is designed for armored tanks. While these police cars are akin to fragile eggshells, approaching them would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom. Having decisively neutralized 2 police vehicles, and with an unmanned drone overhead providing guidance, coupled with the support from Mrs. K's government forces at the command center, Black Fox's return journey posed little issue. However, upon her return, there was no denying that the challenges awaiting her could only be described as overwhelming, demanding an exhaustive toll on her mental faculties. Foremost among her concerns was the necessity to ascertain the direct connection between today's events and Rudolph, whether they were mere coincidence or the result of covert collusion. She harbored no desire for her longtime ally to have been compromised by drug traffickers. After parting ways with the armored vehicle convoy, Long Zhan discovered that, as Black Fox had predicted, his phone had lost all signal. The little X indicating no reception in the top right corner of his phone's screen was a sight he hadn't encountered in years, evoking a sudden wave of nostalgia. In stark contrast to his homeland, where even the most remote corners boasted robust live streaming capabilities, the communication infrastructure in the Americas, particularly in the United States and Mexico, lagged significantly behind. Even the world's sole superpower, the bald eagle, had yet to achieve nationwide signal coverage, with many areas devoid of any reception beyond the city limits. Observing the disparity from a rural perspective filled Long Zhan with a sense of pride regarding his nation's progress. Chapter 409. The Desert Eagle's precise headshot deprived of the ability to navigate via mobile maps. Long Zhan relied on the high-precision map provided by Black Fox, jogging westward for approximately 10 minutes. At last, amidst a chaotic heap of stones in the wilderness, he spotted the petite figure of Sophia. This girl certainly moved swiftly. As she disappeared behind the rocky outcrop, Long Zhan let out a sigh of relief, murmuring a smile as he quickened his pace. After a minute or so of running, he reached the pile of stones. As he contemplated the little girl on the other side of the rocky pile, Long Zhan felt a slight relaxation in his mood, the initial urgency dissipating. However, when he stood atop the rubble and gazed downwards, his countenance abruptly shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his silver-black hawk from his waist, crouched slightly to stabilize his stance, and positioned the weapon with both hands. The target was over 150 meters away. The challenge of hitting it with a handgun was formidable. Yet Long Zhan had no choice but to attempt it. He trusted in his marksmanship, believing he could achieve what others deemed impossible. Releasing the safety, he chambered around, aligned his sights, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang! The gun discharged. Over 100 meters away, a man, forcefully dragging the struggling and screaming Sophia by her hair towards a vehicle parked by the roadside, was struck in the back of the head, his cranium obliterated. A gruesome spray of red, white, and black splattered the car and Sophia's face. Startled, Sophia shut her eyes and screamed, crouching beneath the car door, paralyzed by fear. Even forgetting to flee, too terrified to move. Human beings possess an innate response known as the uncanny valley effect, wherein entities resembling humans or humanoid creatures evoke an instinctual dread. Ghosts, demons, zombies, and the deceased perfectly exemplify this phenomenon. In an instant, a living person transformed into a mutilated corpse, presenting a harrowing visual shock that overwhelmed Sophia's thoughts, leaving her mind blank. Long Zhan, more than 100 meters away, observed Sophia crouching beneath the vehicle, fully aware of the consequences that could ensue, yet he had no alternative. Should Sophia be forcibly taken into the car, even his swiftest sprint would fail to catch it. Fortunately, the distance was manageable, and with the Desert Eagle's effective range of 200 meters, it outperformed other handguns. Thus, he was able to utilize his steady aim to eliminate the sudden threat. Rushing down from the rocky pile again, anxiety compounded by the blazing sun drenched Long Zhan's clothing in sweat, his face glistening with perspiration. "Why did you run around? Now you're afraid?" he remarked, casting a glance at Sophia, who remained crouched. He disregarded her for the moment, dragging the headless corpse aside and carelessly discarding it into a small pit by the roadside. When he turned back, he found Sophia had lifted her head. Though she refrained from screaming in terror, her gaze was fixed intently upon him, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of fear, confusion, and something else he could not decipher. Since he could not fathom her emotions, he chose to disregard them. "All right, it's safe now, so let us get in the car," he stated, opening the passenger door and fixing a direct gaze on Sophia. His intent unmistakably clear. She was to obediently enter the vehicle. Yet, Sophia remained motionless, her expression blank as she continued to stare at Long Zhan. Truly unbelievable, he thought. Exasperated, Long Zhan was utterly inept at soothing children and had no interest in doing so. Without hesitation, he approached and picked up Sophia, unceremoniously tossing her into the passenger seat. Sophia seemed momentarily dazed, offering no resistance as she allowed Long Zhan to handle her. It was only when he fastened her seatbelt and retrieved a pack of wet wipes from his bag to clean the blood from her face and neck that a flicker of awareness returned to her eyes, prompting her to murmur a barely audible thank you. Evidently, she was not as dull-witted as she appeared. Long Zhan chuckled softly at her words, playfully pinching her pert nose. circling around to the other side of the vehicle. He raised his gaze to the sun in the sky to ascertain their direction before settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine to turn around. As they drove along the road, he inquired, "What transpired just now? Why did that man attempt to seize you? Was there some conflict between you?" Long Zhan was genuinely curious. Sophia had vanished from his sight for barely over a minute. She had descended from the rocky pile in no more than a couple of minutes. This meant that her encounter with the unknown man could not have lasted more than 10 seconds at most. It was improbable that such a brief meeting between two strangers in a desolate area could escalate into such a fierce confrontation. Even if the man had been driven by lust, he would likely have initiated conversation rather than resorting to violence immediately. Only under the circumstances of prior acquaintance and an evident hostility would such an explosive conflict arise upon first meeting. Long Zhan's deductions proved accurate. The man belonged to the Black Scorpion gang, affiliated with the Mammoth Group, a faction his father abhorred. The members bore tattoos of a black scorpion on their necks. Had he managed to capture Sophia, the implications were dire. Sophia's unspoken words hinted at her father's disdain for this group, suggesting a relationship rife with animosity, perhaps even enmity. It was a foregone conclusion that being captured by an adversary would lead to a grim fate. As Long Zhan recalled the earlier moment of dragging the body, he distinctly remembered the long-haired, Hispanic man sporting a 5-centimeter black scorpion tattoo on his neck. Initially, he thought it merely a personal quirk, unaware of the gang affiliation that lay beneath. Many gang members adorned their bodies with tattoos, particularly across the Americas, where such markings were often prerequisites for membership, a means of identification that was difficult to remove, serving as an alternative oath of allegiance. "Where are you taking me now?" Sophia asked, her expression blank as Long Zhan pondered these matters. "Due to unforeseen circumstances, including those who kidnapped you bribing the police. We must return for the time being and devise another plan to get you home," Long Zhan explained. Before he could finish, Sophia asked with a perplexed expression, "Who kidnapped me? Does it involve you?" Perhaps it was the guilty conscience of a thief caught in the act. Long Zhan was genuinely taken aback by her direct inquiry, though he managed to conceal his momentary lapse behind the dark lenses of his sunglasses. "The young girl is remarkably astute. It seems I must exercise greater caution," Long Zhan silently reminded himself, then adjusted his tone and demeanor. With a calm and composed manner, he said, "Your father has many enemies, and I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. You may inquire with him upon your return home." 5 hours later, at the command center of Macaron Air Force Base in Texas, He had just disembarked from the helicopter with his team when he encountered Madame K approaching him, her expression indicating that things were not quite right. "What a memorable Sunday this has turned out to be," He remarked with a dry joke as a greeting. "May we speak privately?" Madame K inquired. Though phrased as a question, her tone left no room for doubt, and her positioning was quite strategic, effectively blocking Heihu's path. "All right." Heihu gestured for Jose and the others to attend to their injuries and clear the area. He then pointed to his dust-covered appearance and less than ideal state, saying, "Could you please wait for a moment? I need to freshen up." "Of course. I'll be waiting for you in the conference room," Madame K replied without hesitation, leaving him with those words as she turned and departed. During the journey back, Heihu had already prepared himself for the various troubles that awaited him upon landing. He found a place to wash his face and changed into clean clothes before making his way to the conference room. With Long Zhan still in Mexico, news could arrive at any moment, necessitating preparations for his return. Heihu was the first to speak. "My associate is currently with the girl, and I have complete faith in him. He will bring her back before nightfall. I am not concerned with that." Madame K's expression remained impassive, seemingly having lost interest in the task at hand. "This was a surprise attack. What you desire is an Afghan-style retaliation, and I have been executing your orders. The unforeseen circumstances are beyond our control. But that is not Afghanistan." Madame K interrupted Heihu's explanation, her words suddenly becoming more fervent. "That is our neighboring country, where 54 million Americans have relatives. They can sit at home and witness on their televisions the reports of Mexican police being killed. We have no choice," Heihu countered, raising his voice slightly to explain. "The ones ambushing us are those very police. They have been corrupted by drug traffickers. If we do not retaliate, we will be eliminated. They fired the first shot. Enough. That is irrelevant. To those watching the news, to the politicians above, this detail holds no significance." Madame K spread her hands in a gesture of resignation. "The president is already aware of this situation. He cannot accept it. And the order to terminate our operation has come from above. Brothers, the end of the month is approaching, and the new year is near. To ensure that everyone enjoys a good celebration, and as a token of appreciation for last month's contributions, I, Xiao Bing, am presenting a grand burst of updates today, 10 chapters, totaling 30,000 words. This is equivalent to 15 chapters of 2,000 words each from before. It has taken me many late nights over the past month to compile this, and I hope everyone finds it enjoyable. This month, I humbly request your support with monthly votes. In light of the tireless efforts of the little soldier, I kindly ask my brothers to clear their reserves and cast their votes, providing further encouragement for him. Only then can he diligently accumulate his work, striving to unleash a wave of updates that will delight us all. Monthly votes serve as motivation. Thank you in advance. Chapter 410, Crisis. The true face of a politician, what did you say? Black Fox exclaimed in astonishment, fearing she had misheard. Our operation has been terminated. It is over, and everything has been lost. Mrs. K articulated each word with precision, her face betraying a bitter expression. She had devoted considerable time to this endeavor and did not wish to abandon it midway. Damn it, Bai Chi. Black Fox slammed her fist onto the table, her cheeks flushed with anger. I have fulfilled my responsibilities, and my people are still risking their lives. You must also uphold your duties and locate that coward, ensuring he sits down to hear your explanation clearly. This was your plan. You cannot abandon it halfway. Grant me 2 more days, and I assure you I can bring it to a perfect conclusion. The coward Black Fox referred to was none other than the representative of the U.S. government for this mission, Deputy Minister of Defense Long Zhan, who had yet to return from the other side. Black Fox needed to find a way to ensure the mission continued. If the operation were to be halted, it would signify the disappearance of the government's covert support, transforming the action from gray to utterly black. Long Zhan had no record of entry or exit, effectively rendering him an illegal resident in Mexico. Dozens of Mexican police officers had perished on the border, and the Mexican government needed to provide an explanation to the public, urgently seeking a scapegoat. Should Long Zhan be apprehended by the Mexican authorities, he could easily be presented as the fall guy. That would spell significant trouble. Morton was indifferent to whether the mission could be accomplished. His only concern was whether his position would be impeached. Even his support for this so-called revenge operation was merely a means of accumulating political capital. Black Fox, infuriated, expressed her frustration, while Mrs. K, unable to meet her demands, patiently explained. In conclusion, she added, the public favors a divine figure who advocates for their justice. They are unconcerned about the truth of the matter. These are the games politicians like to play, and I neither wish to hear them nor concern myself with them. I merely seek an explanation for why we are abandoning the mission. I still have someone executing the task. What will happen to him? Black Fox said angrily. Black Fox remained aggressive, and Mrs. K's patience was wearing thin as she retorted sharply, you took your people out and killed over 20 Mexican police officers. And you still demand an explanation from me? They were all officers serving Horus, and this is something you must clarify to your superiors. As long as this holds true, we can secure the treatment we deserve. We no longer possess any standing, Helen. Mrs. K's tone was filled with despondency, and she ceased any further argument with Black Fox. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he continued, you should not have been present there. Your mission was merely to incite conflict among the Mexican drug trafficking factions, not to wage war against the Mexican government. Regardless of who has bribed these officers, as long as they don the uniform of the Mexican police, the government cannot turn a blind eye. The fact that you can conceal your identity and stand here conversing with me, rather than spending the remainder of your life in prison, represents the utmost I can do for you. Do you understand? Does this imply that change is unattainable? We have collaborated for so many years. Coercion will not yield desired outcomes, and constant anger will not resolve issues. He softened his tone, opting to appeal to emotions as a means of persuasion. You have been in this line of work for many years. You should grasp the essence of what I am saying. Mrs. K fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes glimmering with a chilling intent, and raised her voice slightly, stating, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. Currently, the Mexican government lacks direct evidence to implicate us in the deaths of their police officers. However, if that girl falls into their hands, I fear I will no longer be able to protect you. She witnessed firsthand your confrontation with the Mexican police, eliminating them all. She is living proof. If the government captures her, not only you but even I will find it impossible to escape this turmoil. Now, while the situation has yet to fully unravel, it is time for you to awaken, Helen, and make your choice. Although some decisions may be painful, we along with many others, must endure the anguish of severing certain ties. At this point, Mrs. K chose to refrain from further commentary, allowing him to contemplate her words, and she turned to exit the conference room. The Mexican government operates similarly to the American government, structured as a federation with leftist and rightist factions. The leftist parties have an alliance with Mrs. K, which means they will remain silent on this matter and may even extend assistance before the situation escalates. Conversely, the right-wing conservatives will act diametrically opposed, whether to combat the rival leftist parties or due to their conservative principles. They will feel compelled to provide an explanation to the public. They will exhaust all means to uncover the true culprits behind the murder of over 20 Mexican police officers, not resting until their objectives are achieved. He understood the implications of Mrs. K's words. In the absence of her capacity to assist, her individual influence was insufficient to alter the decisions made from above. What actions should he take next? Should he heed Mrs. K's prudent counsel to ensure his safety? Or should he confront the American government to safeguard Long Zhan? It was a dilemma of choosing between two paths. As Mrs. K asserted, he was engulfed in anguish. It was as if fate had conspired against him, for even drinking cold water seemed to cause discomfort during such ill-fated times. His circumstances had taken a drastic turn, rendering the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, Long Zhan was equally beset by misfortunes, as though haunted by a malevolent star. In this border region, the majority of individuals are likely involved in smuggling or illegal immigration. The modes of transportation they employ often require frequent changes, with some vehicles even being stolen, and maintenance is virtually non-existent. Finding a reliable vehicle in this peculiar area is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The vehicle belonging to the Black Scorpion gang member slain by Long Zhan was a second-hand car that had never seen maintenance. It groaned and creaked with every movement. Long Zhan had intended to drive this battered Ford pickup directly to the U.S.-Mexico border to contact the Black Fox for his return to America. However, within 5 minutes of driving, the vehicle, a dilapidated second-hand model, began to emit a troubling sputtering noise and subsequently lost power, coming to a halt. In this sparsely populated desert wasteland, being without a vehicle is nothing short of a nightmare. The initial plan to return to the border within 2 hours had already failed before it even began. Traversing over 100 kilometers on foot would take an eternity. Yet, this was not the gravest of concerns. The terrain appeared uniformly desolate, devoid of any landmarks or signs that could assist in self-locating. Despite possessing a detailed map provided by the Black Fox, the absence of specific targets or reference points rendered it futile. Long Zhan found himself unable to pinpoint his exact location. Even the most meticulously marked military maps were of no use without accurate GPS coordinates. They were merely cumbersome and ineffective. Long Zhan was lost, with both the map and his phone proving useless, and continuing along the highway on foot posed significant dangers. Nearby, a fierce gunfight had erupted, resulting in the deaths of over 20 Mexican police officers. It was certain that the vicinity would soon become a hive of activity, whether from members of smuggling organizations, the Black Scorpions, or the Mexican police. Should any faction discover him, Long Zhan feared that his life would be forfeit. He could either leave his body in this desolate Mexican wilderness, becoming one with the earth, or be unjustly blamed for the deaths of the 20 officers. Ultimately, prioritizing his own survival, Long Zhan had no choice but to abandon the idea of walking along the road. Even if he did so, the likelihood of encountering vehicles would be greater. He ventured into the desolate, semi-arid wasteland, relying solely on the sun for directional guidance. Heading north toward the border over 100 kilometers away, his only glimmer of hope lay in encountering local hunters or solitary smugglers who could provide accurate location information, allowing him to correlate with the military map and ascertain his position to hasten his journey to the border and call for the Black Fox to retrieve him. Thus, he walked for over 6 hours, from midday until dusk, as the entire arid landscape of sand and stone became enveloped in a soft orange glow. Long Zhan encountered no one to ask for directions, not even a small creature. All that surrounded him were endless stretches of sand and stones, along with desiccated, wild grasses. As the sun descended, painting the sky with vibrant hues, the scenery was undeniably picturesque. However, Long Zhan found himself in a rather distressing predicament. After traversing over 6 hours, covering more than 20 kilometers, he had yet to encounter a single soul to inquire for directions. Reluctantly, he had to confront a disheartening reality. He was lost. Moreover, Due to the hasty departure, his provisions were insufficient. Although his rations and military meals remained untouched, the drinking water had already been depleted. In normal circumstances, a single person could manage with 2 days' worth of water. However, in the scorching and dehydrating desert wilderness, the consumption for 2 individuals intensified dramatically. The duration of sustenance was inevitably reduced several-fold. Even if he wished to conserve, the forced abstinence from water would lead to severe dehydration, with dire consequences in this desolate terrain. Not to mention the lurking threats of malevolent individuals or the potential of becoming prey for wild beasts. In addition to being lost and lacking potable water, the onset of night posed a significant challenge. The dangers were not merely from packs of wolves or solitary cougars, but also from the rapidly plummeting temperatures after sunset. The sweltering heat of the day gave way to the chill of night, a characteristic of arid wilderness. Long Zhan was not a wilderness survival expert, nor had he brought along a sleeping bag. As the temperature dipped, he might endure it with his robust physique. Yet Sophia, already fraught with anxiety throughout the day, was in a fragile state. Should she catch a chill or fall ill in such an uninhabited region? Long Zhan was at a loss for how to manage the situation. He had confidently guaranteed to complete the mission and bring her back. Yet now, the thought of returning with a lifeless body was unbearable. What could be done? What else but to forge ahead? They could not simply remain stationary and await their demise. As dusk settled, they continued onward until the sun vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only the last whisper of light. Fortune finally smiled upon their perseverance. Chapter 411, Special Law. The Law of No Retreat. As Long Zhan ascended a large sand dune, intending to find a spot to kindle a fire for the night, he noticed below a flat expanse enclosed by a fence over a meter high, sheltering a modest 2-story wooden cabin. The windows and doors were intact, and clothes were hanging in the yard, indicating that someone resided there. At last, they had encountered living beings. Sophia, let us hurry down. In the midst of despair, they had stumbled upon hope. Long Zhan exhaled with relief and called to the nearly exhausted Sophia, resolved to spend the night there. After nearly 3 minutes, they carefully maneuvered down the right side of the dune, approaching the quaint wooden cabin with cautious steps. Just as Long Zhan pushed open the gate, a woman in her 40s emerged from the cabin. Upon seeing the towering figure of Long Zhan, she instinctively turned and retreated inside, slamming the door shut behind her. What is happening here? Do I appear that intimidating? Dragon Zhan, taken aback, touched his nose and glanced at the perpetually cold-faced Sophia, only to find her stifling a laugh at his predicament, which rendered him even more speechless. After much effort to encounter this particular family, leaving so abruptly was simply out of the question. He resolved to stay at least one night, determined to restore his dignity in front of the young girl. Dragon Zhan adjusted his amiable expression and strode purposefully toward the firmly shut door. Yet, barely 5 steps into his approach, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Bang! The sharp report of a shotgun echoed ominously. The bullet struck the ground, sending sparks flying, mere inches from Dragon Zhan's toes. In North America, the vast majority of countries, be it Canada, the United States, or Mexico, permit citizens to legally possess firearms. The fundamental reason for this is not akin to that of small nations like Switzerland, which lack a necessity for large standing armies yet require a degree of national defense, thus advocating a policy of universal conscription. Citizens are required to serve in the military, and upon completion, they can take their firearms home, effectively granting them a gun ownership license. In times of war, every individual becomes a potential soldier. The reasons for gun ownership in North America are multifaceted. For instance, the unique system of land ownership allows citizens to possess vast tracts of land, granting them absolute control that the government cannot infringe upon. Take, for example, John C. Malone, the largest landowner in the United States, who alone owns over 9,000 square kilometers of land. To grasp the magnitude of such ownership, consider this. The total area of Shanghai, lauded as a fashion capital among China's first-tier cities, is a mere 6,340 square kilometers. The comparison starkly illustrates the vastness of Malone's holdings. This has given rise to the humorous notion circulating online that conquering the United States requires neither guns nor cannons, but merely the financial means to purchase it outright. Naturally, this is merely a jest, meant to elicit a chuckle. The legality of purchasing land is one matter. The feasibility of actually acquiring it is another. Should one possess an abundance of wealth and seek to buy land, one must also contend with the willingness of others to sell. The autonomy afforded by private land ownership means that if someone is unwilling to sell, there is little recourse, not even from the Washington government. In addition to the private domains of the affluent, North America is also home to a long-standing cowboy culture that predates its founding, once flourishing in its heyday. Both in the United States and Mexico, numerous cowboys choose to live off the grid, purchasing land far from urban centers. While their land holdings may not rival those of the wealthy, the sheer number of individuals collectively amounts to considerable territory, which should not be underestimated. Under the influence of these two distinctive factors, vast expanses of land in North America remain sparsely populated due to private ownership. Within these sparsely inhabited territories, not only do numerous wild animals thrive, but the persistent presence of gangs, the inherent conflicts between newcomers and indigenous peoples, and the lingering issues from the Civil War pose significant threats to the safety of these landowners. If one were to inquire, what about the police? The response would be that in these locales, genuine peril arises, rendering the police rather ineffectual. Given the vast expanse of private land owned by John C. Malone, it is certain that no police station would be located within, as law enforcement cannot serve as a private entity for any individual. Thus, in an area spanning 90 to 100 kilometers, there would be no state law enforcement present. Should John C. Malone find himself in danger, it would take the police at least 2 to 3 hours to traverse the unchanging rural roads to offer assistance. In such an interval, one could lose all hope. Consequently, landowners are compelled to safeguard themselves, legally possessing an arsenal of firearms. The possession of self-defense weapons necessitates corresponding legislation, giving rise to the unique Stand Your Ground law. According to this distinct statute, citizens engaged in fierce confrontations on private property, including their homes, are not obliged to retreat. When their safety is perceived to be threatened, they are permitted to employ lethal force and initiate an attack. This law embodies a fervent endorsement of democratic liberty, granting citizens an unbounded right to self-defense, and has been enacted in over half of the states under the federal system. In such exceptional circumstances, citizens across North America, regardless of their affinity for firearms, acquire legal weapons for the sake of personal security, supported by the Stand Your Ground law. Individuals are empowered to use their weapons unconditionally against intruders on their private property or in their homes. Even if they were to fatally wound an intruder, they would bear no legal repercussions. A few years ago, a news story featured an Asian woman who single-handedly engaged 4 thieves in a midnight shootout, heroically dispatching 3 of them. Ultimately, she faced no legal charges and was instead celebrated as a symbol of female empowerment. In contrast, had a similar situation occurred domestically, one would need to possess superhuman reflexes to confront a knife-wielding intruder. It would require the ability to disarm the assailant with lightning speed at the very moment the blade grazes one's body, to constitute justifiable defense. Any hesitation in disarming could result in injury, rendering one incapable of resistance. Should one use their household knife against an intruder and succeed in killing them, it would be deemed premeditated murder, leading to imprisonment. Conversely, in North American countries, the concept of excessive self-defense does not exist within the legal framework. Unauthorized entry into one's home warrants the use of lethal force. The notion of retreating to allow for peace is also non-existent. To put it bluntly, one might say, "I am not your father. Why should I yield?" The dynamics of both parties wielding knives or firearms are fundamentally akin, albeit influenced by differing cultural customs, which shape the legal systems of each nation. While Long Zhan may not have extensive formal education, he enjoys a diverse array of topics and possesses a keen understanding of the characteristics inherent to the North American region. However, knowing and experiencing firsthand are entirely different concepts. To intrude recklessly into a home and face no legal repercussions is unimaginable. The woman fired a warning shot into the ground, demonstrating considerable restraint. Long Zhan could fully comprehend her reaction, yet he found himself mildly perplexed. He had shown no hostility towards this Mexican woman and was accompanied by a young girl. Yet this middle-aged lady reacted with such volatility. He had barely taken 2 steps forward when she fired a shot from the window. Although it was merely a warning shot, aimed away from his body, the suddenness of this action startled Long Zhan significantly. The sound of the gunfire also sent a jolt through Sophia, who was trailing behind him, causing her to retract her foot as if struck by an electric shock. Perhaps it was then that the woman noticed Sophia, hidden behind Long Zhan. Or perhaps it was Long Zhan's open gesture indicating his benign intentions that prompted her to refrain from firing again. Instead, she opted to slightly open the door, holding her single-barrel shotgun in a relatively standard position, her gaze crossing over Long Zhan to glance at Sophia. She then called out, "Big guy, I need you to leave my home immediately. Otherwise, the next shot will not be fired into the ground, but aimed at your head." The woman spoke in Spanish, Mexico's official language, laced with a strong dialect. As a master of 8 languages, Long Zhan was well-versed in the world's second most spoken language, and even the slight variations in her speech posed no obstacle for him. Upon hearing her warning, a plan began to form in Long Zhan's mind. "Sophia, if you wish to avoid spending the night in the desolate wilderness, where you could easily fall prey to wild beasts, it would be prudent for you to persuade her to allow us to rest inside for the night." Sophia attended an elite international school, akin to a prestigious bilingual institution in their home country. She was fluent in American English, facilitating seamless communication with Long Zhan, and as a genuine Mexican, her command of Spanish was even more proficient. Beyond the linguistic advantages, Long Zhan's strategy involved a subtle manipulation of circumstances. This middle-aged woman, likely in her 40s or 50s, would naturally harbor a heightened sense of wariness towards unfamiliar males. Such feelings were entirely understandable, particularly if she had children of her own, as encountering a child could evoke her maternal instincts. Women, especially young girls, tend to foster a sense of empathy and are often more amenable in communication, particularly towards other females. Sophia fit both criteria perfectly. "I see what you're aiming for. I can only attempt this and hope for the best," Long Zhan thought. Due to her socially reserved nature, Sophia lacked confidence in her ability to persuade the Mexican woman. However, to avoid spending the night in the wilderness, she steeled herself to take a chance. Chapter 412. A change of heart at the command center of the Air Force Base. Long Zhan was entangled in negotiations over their lodging for the night with the formidable middle-aged Mexican woman, while on the other side, the Black Fox found herself ensnared in a quagmire. Previously, she had discussions with the operational leader, Mrs. K. Now, the situation escalated to involve the Deputy Secretary of Defense of the United States. The conversation took place through a remote video call. I find it perplexing why they did not place her directly in a location in Mexico, opting instead to bring her back first and then send her again. Minister Philip Morton, without any preamble, immediately addressed the core issue. Retrieving her only to return her seemed somewhat superfluous without any context. Firstly, we lack suitable infrastructure in Mexico to accommodate the hostage, and furthermore, such actions would impede our ability to fulfill the mission and ensure the safety of our personnel, replied Black Fox, maintaining a tone of measured assertiveness while addressing each point. While it may seem straightforward in words, the reality of executing such a plan is fraught with numerous complications and risks. Long Zhan led the first phase of the operation with the intention of inciting a civil war within Mexico's drug trafficking factions to achieve the retribution stipulated in the mission contract. At the time of Sophia's abduction, it is worth noting that not only was there no appropriate facility for her detention in Mexico City, but the potential for provoking a civil conflict among the drug lords was also uncertain. Kidnapping the sole daughter of Horus undoubtedly would have incited his wrath. As the sovereign of the underworld in Mexico City, he could easily summon hundreds, if not thousands, to his aid. If Long Zhan and his team were to retreat, even slightly later, they might find themselves trapped within the city. Moreover, the prospect of searching for a location to detain the captured Sophia would only grant Horus ample time to organize his forces, potentially leading to their demise in Mexico City. The subsequent plan to throw Sophia into a rival gang's territory and prompt Horus to rescue her, igniting a drug war, would be rendered impossible. Thus, from any perspective, it was unfeasible to accomplish both the first and second phases of the mission within Mexico simultaneously. Philip likely surmised some of this, and coupled with Black Fox's elucidation, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. He then shifted the topic, asking, "This girl is aware of the entire sequence of the mission, correct?" "No." Black Fox shook her head. "She is only aware that we rescued her from the kidnappers. She is oblivious to the rest." "What about the 25 Mexican police officers you killed abroad? Did she not witness any of that?" Philip inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he posed a particularly pointed question. "Minister, I must clarify your description. It was not we who killed the Mexican police officers. Rather, we eliminated those who had attacked us," Black Fox insisted, unwilling to accept the blame. Acknowledging otherwise would equate to an admission of guilt. If the situation were to be handled well, it would not pose a problem. However, should it veer into darker territory, the need for someone to take the fall could determine her fate. Having been entrenched in this line of work for nearly a decade, Black Fox was acutely aware of the implications. She must advocate for her own rights. The unceremonious correction from Heihu left the minister exceedingly displeased. With a grim expression, he directly inquired, "Where's that girl now?" It is inconceivable that someone in the minister's position could be a fool. Even in the absence of a direct answer from Heihu, he was capable of deducing the situation. The reason Sophia was under the protection of a PMC escort team composed of retired special forces, yet chose to abandon her protection and flee, was undoubtedly because she had witnessed something she should not have. Given that she was privy to information she ought not to know, it became imperative to address this unpredictable variable. "I have someone escorting her to the border," Heihu asserted. Undeterred by the minister's stern demeanor, Heihu pressed on. "Do you have a specific location?" No. This is hardly amusing." The minister expressed his dissatisfaction with Heihu's response. "However, I have provided him with a GPS beacon that will activate upon his successful arrival at the border. It has been nearly 7 hours. Are you certain they will still be alive by the time they reach the border? What if that girl is captured by someone else? Do you understand the dire consequences if she falls into the hands of the Mexican government? We cannot afford to take that risk." The minister spoke with utmost seriousness, and both Heihu and Mrs. K were acutely aware of the inherent dangers. They were all inextricably linked. Should this government-sanctioned cross-border abduction be exposed, not only Heihu and Mrs. K, but even the minister himself would face repercussions. "I trust he will reach the border." Heihu, fully cognizant of the risks, found himself unable to adequately respond to the minister's further inquiries, resorting instead to feeble arguments. The conference room fell into a silence that lingered for approximately 10 seconds. It appeared the minister had reached a decision, specifically designating, "Mrs. K, I leave the subsequent handling of this matter to your discretion. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, the minister abruptly terminated the communication. This statement, though seemingly lacking in direct orders, had in fact determined much. Speaking partially, the remaining implications were left for the subordinates to decipher. This was a quintessential bureaucratic maneuver. Mrs. K understood the minister's intent. After a moment of complex contemplation, she turned to Heihu and stated, "We cannot allow her to fall into anyone else's hands. Once the beacon is activated, I expect your team to eliminate any threats immediately. I hope you comprehend my words. I require a thorough eradication, leaving no one behind, including your own." Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Mrs. K's words were chilling, devoid of any trace of the emotions one would expect for a colleague from merely a day prior. Heihu's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, gazing at Mrs. K for a prolonged moment before responding at a deliberately measured pace. "Do you realize how rare he is? Do you know his true identity? Is this truly the only path forward?" "I neither know nor wish to know," Mrs. K replied indifferently, continuing her cold and ruthless tone. "All I know is that I can drop a stone from the upper floor and hit dozens of veterans on the street. You desire those currently in active service? That is certainly within my capacity to provide. Rangers, Berets, Navy SEALs, even DevGru, SFODD, and the 24th STS, 24th Special Tactics Squadron, and so forth. Whatever you wish for, I can procure it. The finest retired soldiers from land, sea, and air await your selection, and then you merely need to choose a partner." Just as Bisony incessantly criticizes the politicians, it is evident that they regard soldiers with little respect. The words of Lady K have unveiled the true nature of these politicians. "I cannot acquiesce to such demands." Black Fox remains untempted, steadfastly holding on, for Long Zhan occupies a place in her heart beyond that of a mere soldier. "Now, are you the one to show mercy?" Lady K mocked. "I have done much for you and borne considerable risk on your behalf. By what right do you question my choices, compelling me to abandon him?" Black Fox, both vexed and infuriated, rose to glare at Lady K. "Do you still not comprehend? The nature of this situation is entirely distinct from any previous encounters. If mishandled, we may very well find ourselves incarcerated." Lady K's sudden elevation in tone pierced directly to the heart of the matter. Black Fox felt compelled to retort. Yet, despite her mouth opening for what felt like an eternity, she struggled to assemble her thoughts into a coherent rebuttal. Ultimately, no words emerged, and she could only weakly return to her seat, her mind engulfed in turmoil. If she relinquished Long Zhan, matters would become significantly simpler. Yet Black Fox was unwilling to let go. How could she save Long Zhan while also preserving her own safety? This conundrum loomed before her. Chapter 413. The 7 Deadly Sins occupied a significant portion Mexico. 8 o'clock in the evening. It has been proven that Long Zhan's strategy of utilizing Sophia for communication is indeed world-class. Through Sophia's sincere dialogue, she touched the heart of the inherently kind-hearted Mexican woman, allowing the two to successfully bid farewell to sleeping outdoors and secure a place to rest for the night. The seemingly stern Mexican matron was, in reality, a warm-hearted individual. She not only arranged beds for the two, but also prepared a meal that, while not extravagant, was distinctly representative of traditional Mexican farm cuisine, a quintessential Mexican burrito accompanied by various dishes unfamiliar to Long Zhan. In comparison to the bland military rations designed to supplement nutrition, Long Zhan found himself far more inclined towards these authentic Mexican burritos. During their stay, the woman's husband returned from town and welcomed the two. He also recognized Sophia's identity. The reason for his recognition is quite simple. The influence of Horus is immense. Currently, all television stations and channels across Mexico are broadcasting news about Sophia's abduction and her sudden reappearance upon entry. This Mexican gentleman had just returned from town, and the front page of the newspaper he held featured Sophia's photograph. Under such overwhelming media coverage, nearly everyone, save for those residing in remote areas, is aware of this incident. Although the Mexican uncle recognized Sophia, he harbored no ulterior motives nor made any effort to feign ignorance. Instead, he openly engaged in conversation. Upon learning that Long Zhan was an escorting special police officer, he relaxed his soul guard. At this moment, Long Zhan realized that as long as they established mutual safety, these rugged hunters residing in the wilderness exhibited a far more genial and hospitable demeanor than the deceitful urban dwellers. Their affections, whether fondness or disdain, were plainly etched upon their faces. In gratitude towards this hunter couple, Long Zhan generously offered most of his military rations to them. The Mexican uncle, who occasionally ventured into the wild for several days, was elated to receive such provisions. After their meal, he warmly invited Long Zhan to join him in the yard for a bonfire, where they shared drinks and stories under the starlit sky, devoid of electricity or light bulbs. Having traversed much of the globe and encountered myriad wonders, Long Zhan found a kindred spirit in the Mexican uncle, whose lineage of cowboys had thrived on this land for generations, affording him a wealth of intriguing experiences. The two exchanged tales of their adventures, enjoying a delightful rapport until nearly 9 o'clock. Suddenly, the satellite phone Long Zhan carried emitted a series of slow beeps, indicating an incoming call. Reluctantly, he concluded their pleasant conversation, retrieved the satellite phone from his bag, and ascended to a higher vantage point atop a pile of stones. The satellite phone, relying solely on satellite signals rather than cellular towers, required a clear and open location for effective transmission. The device in Long Zhan's possession boasted a rudimentary yet dependable capacitive screen, mechanical buttons, and a protective foldable cover to prevent accidental activation while in his pocket. Visually, it resembled the once mighty Big Brother phone, capable of inflicting harm, with the most conspicuous feature being its 3 prominent foldable antennas. Upon extending the antennas and connecting the call, the distinctive, melodious voice of Black Fox resonated through the receiver, imbued with a mature timbre that was unmistakable. "Have you located the girl?" Black Fox's tone was markedly different from before, skipping pleasantries and diving straight into the matter at hand, momentarily catching Long Zhan off guard. After a brief pause, he responded, "Yes, she is with me now." A long exhale echoed through the phone, and after several moments, Black Fox continued, "Latest developments. They want us to eliminate all threats. You must dispose of her." "Dispose of her? Why?" Long Zhan queried, bewildered. "She knows too much. They cannot allow her to exist anywhere. You are now the only one who can accomplish this, so you must find a way to eliminate her." Black Fox's voice was low and grave. Long Zhan sensed that something serious had transpired on her end, significant enough that she could not take any remedial action. However, even if he had surmised some of the hidden truths, Long Zhan could not heed the words of the Black Fox. He was not a cold-blooded, remorseless killer. He possessed his own principles. To take the life of an innocent girl without cause was an act he could never commit. He simply could not bring himself to do such a thing. Furthermore, during the time spent with Sophia, Long Zhan had truly witnessed the violent girl's genuine side beneath her cold and aloof facade. Their relationship had evolved beyond that of a mere police officer and a girl. They had become kindred spirits across generations. Thus, Long Zhan responded without hesitation. I cannot do this. What did you say? Black Fox was taken aback. She is innocent. We both know this. I cannot harm her. If it truly comes down to eliminating her, you must find a way to facilitate our passage. After that, do as you will. This represented the final line Long Zhan would not cross, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Indeed, Long Zhan was true to his name, possessing a fervent obsession with wealth and an openness towards women, embodying 3 or 4 of the 7 deadly sins. Yet, deep within, he held steadfast to his own principles and would persist unwaveringly. No reason would sway him. Dragon King, do not put me in a difficult position. You must comply with this request. Do you understand? Black Fox was indeed in a precarious situation, as Madame K demanded the elimination of the target. To ensure Long Zhan's safety was already an act of defiance on her part. But Long Zhan remained oblivious. Given their intent to eradicate any traces, you had indeed placed her in an impossible situation, had you not? I will not take action. That is my line in the sand. If it must be done, you should find a way to ensure our safe passage. Long Zhan stood firm in his convictions, asserting that the villains should bear the burden of villainy, not him. 3 words, not possible. Black Fox fell silent for several breaths. Though she yearned to acquiesce to Long Zhan, her current circumstances were untenable, and she could only respond. I cannot assist you with this. There are matters on my end you can surely imagine. Very well. Long Zhan vaguely sensed something amiss. While he felt a flicker of anger, he understood this was the harsh reality of society. A mere toothpick could not topple an elephant. However, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, failing to realize he was no longer the target of elimination, but merely believed he had shed a burden. A failed mission would result in severing all ties between them, a standard procedure when cooperating with the government. Contemplating the predicament Black Fox might currently face, Long Zhan chose not to press her further, nor to insist on her bringing him back to American soil. He spoke calmly. Do what you must. I trust your judgment. This was Long Zhan's expression of faith in Black Fox, and perhaps a test of their relationship, to ascertain whether it was merely transactional or something more profound. Black Fox remained silent for a long time, the weight of his words heavy upon her heart, draining her of the courage to continue their dialogue. Ultimately, she could only offer a simple, good luck, before ending the call. Long Zhan sat quietly on a stone atop the mountain, holding a disconnected phone. Gazing at the exceptionally clear, twinkling stars in the pitch-black night sky, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. It is often said that in every profession, excellence can be found. However, Long Zhan deeply understood that within each field lies a perilous underworld. To navigate this peculiar realm, one must exert considerable effort. Otherwise, one remains an outsider forever. Chapter 414. The Sole Path to Resolution. Long Zhan recognized that refusing to eliminate Sophia while attempting to return to the United States according to the original plan was an impossible endeavor. Sophia was an innocent victim of his own abduction, and he could not bring himself to end her life for the sake of self-preservation. Even the coldest of hearts could not commit such an act. This delineates the distinction between humanity and savagery. Given the current perilous situation, he pondered how to extricate himself from this chaos and secure a chance for survival. Long Zhan immersed himself in contemplation. The reason Black Fox had reached out to him discreetly was undoubtedly due to pressure from Madame K and the minister. He could surmise the current sentiments from above and the matters they were wary of. Their primary concern was to eliminate any potential threats, ensuring that the Mexican government's right wing had no incriminating evidence, rendering the deaths of the 25 Mexican police officers as unsolved cases. With clarity regarding Madame K and the minister's priorities, a coherent strategy began to take shape in Long Zhan's mind. The American politicians, led by the deputy minister, were apprehensive that he and Sophia, still within Mexico, could be apprehended by the Mexican police, which would serve as evidence linking the deaths of those officers to covert actions by American government officials. Such undeniable proof would leave no room for denial. Following media sensationalism, it would undoubtedly escalate into a global scandal of immense proportions, potentially more severe than the Prism scandal. The American government would certainly not accept blame and would seek ways to absolve themselves. At that juncture, not only Madame K, but even the high-ranking Deputy Minister Philip would be sacrificed by the American government to quell the crisis. This urgency from Madame K and Deputy Minister Philip to eliminate witnesses was thus elucidated. Since both Madame K and Deputy Minister Philip were concerned about the possibility of Long Zhan and Sophia falling into the hands of the Mexican police, they opted for preemptive measures to eliminate any future risks. Long Zhan, therefore, discovered the means to resolve the predicament. If he could return to American soil, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. The Mexican police would be unable to pursue him across borders, and he and Sophia would not serve as evidence. Consequently, Madame K and Deputy Minister Philip would not have to fear being sacrificed by the American government, thus eliminating the need for further bloodshed. Moreover, Long Zhan could still claim the remuneration he rightfully deserved. The task had been cancelled by the American government, and thus the responsibility lay squarely with them. Since Long Zhan had already expended his efforts and bore no fault in the matter, Madame K was obliged to provide him with his due compensation. This was a fair and just demand, to ensure not only his survival, but also the successful acquisition of his deserved commission. Long Zhan had strategically retained a trump card for his protection. In matters of survival, Long Zhan has always been exceedingly cautious. He has perused all available information regarding Sophia and is aware that her mother has long since separated from her father, currently residing in Chicago, USA. Simply returning Sophia to the United States and placing her in her mother's care, while discreetly alerting the American media, would alleviate the crisis faced by Mrs. K. Furthermore, the fear of the public scrutiny that the media could incite would likely result in Sophia being placed under house arrest, severing her ties with the outside world, thus rendering any notion of eliminating her impossible. While it may be permissible to kill a black person within the United States, the murder of a white civilian is a crime they cannot afford to commit. Should he succeed, Long Zhan would have acted with utmost righteousness, alleviating any lingering guilt and bringing the matter to a satisfactory conclusion, while also reaping personal benefits. By leveraging Sophia's exposure, he could attract significant media attention, rendering Mrs. K hesitant to take action against him, thereby extricating himself from the peril of having to silence her. After all, Long Zhan is unaware of the capabilities of his superiors in the Special Operations Unit and whether they could safeguard him in this situation. Since he cannot rely on his superiors for certainty, he must devise his own strategy. In truth, utilizing the media to his advantage is Long Zhan's greatest trump card, with Sophia serving as the pivotal catalyst. With these two essential elements in play, returning to the United States becomes inevitable. However, lacking legal transit documents and facing covert operations by Mrs. K and her associates, there is no legitimate route available for crossing the border. Thus, only one option remains: smuggling. Regardless of his previous mission in Kenya or the current contract, Long Zhan has encountered abundant information regarding smuggling routes from Mexico to the United States. As long as he can find a professional smuggler, returning to the U.S. clandestinely should not pose a significant challenge. After contemplating and formulating a comprehensive plan, Long Zhan descended from the hillside and returned to the wooden cabin, now past 9 o'clock in the evening. In this remote location devoid of signal, electricity, or running water, the two-story wooden cabin appeared dimly lit by candlelight. Long Zhan's plan to enter the country illegally was hindered by his uncertainty regarding where to find a smuggler. Consequently, he retrieved a stack of cash from his bag and approached a local Mexican man. "Money makes the world go round," is Long Zhan's motto. His unwavering belief in this adage stems from his previous life as a mercenary, where he traversed various tumultuous and underdeveloped countries, necessitating his adaptation to diverse environments. Seeking the assistance of locals often simplified missions. Compared to asking for help, offering monetary compensation proved far more effective. Promises and written checks hold little weight in war-torn nations. Tangible cash is far more persuasive. In most cases, a 10,000 check is less valuable than a mere 1,000 in cash. As opportunities achieved through financial means increased, Long Zhan developed the habit of carrying cash for emergencies. Now, in this critical juncture of life and death, it is time to harness the allure of money. By a stroke of fortune, the Mexican uncle frequently visited a quaint little town where he fortuitously met a smuggler known as the Little Snake. They encountered each other during the daylight hours in the town. Despite Dragon Zhan's identity as a special police officer, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of smuggling routes. However, the Mexican uncle refrained from probing further. Having lived many years, he was acutely aware of what inquiries were appropriate and which were better left unasked. He readily acquiesced to the requests put forth by Dragon Zhan. Whether their camaraderie stemmed from mutual rapport or the substantial stack of green bills mattered little to Dragon Zhan. With the smuggling arrangements finalized, Dragon Zhan roused Sophia, who had succumbed to slumber after a long day, and discussed their forthcoming plans. To ensure Sophia's cooperation in the smuggling venture, Dragon Zhan candidly revealed their current predicament, explaining that they were in the territory of the gang with which her father had the worst relations. Given their circumstances, it was impossible to proceed to the designated checkpoint or traverse this area to deliver her to Mexico City in search of her father. The only prudent course of action left was to return to the United States via clandestine means, thereby reuniting her with her mother. For the journey to unfold smoothly, they needed to establish a fabricated identity, aligning their personal details in advance. Sophia's intent was to journey to the United States to reunite with her father, escaping the impoverished conditions of Mexico in pursuit of a new direction in life. They agreed upon a pretense. Dragon Zhan would assume the role of her hired guide, aiding her in reaching the United States and locating her father. Dragon Zhan articulated this plan methodically, while Sophia listened attentively, with her intelligence and maturity surpassing her peers. Coupled with the myriad experiences they had shared thus far, she required little further explanation from Dragon Zhan. Trusting and understanding him, Sophia raised no objections. After confirming their respective information, Dragon Zhan gathered his belongings and departed the room. He emptied his bag of all provisions and presented them to the Mexican uncle, informing him that he would temporarily store the remaining items there. He then borrowed a large shovel and proceeded to the backyard. In the center of the yard, he excavated a pit and buried all his possessions, including the silver Desert Eagle, the backpack, and the satellite phone, wrapped in oilcloth. Thus, Dragon Zhan was left with only a stack of U.S. dollars, intended as payment for the smuggler. Chapter 4:15. You can be my boyfriend. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, having scarcely slept for 3 hours, Dragon Zhan awakened the groggy Sophia. They embarked in the uncle's pickup truck towards the nearest town. After more than an hour and covering several kilometers, the trio arrived at Yuri town. The uncle went to contact his acquaintance in the smuggling trade, while Dragon Zhan and Sophia waited in the vehicle. The quiet of the small town in the dead of night was palpable, with only the occasional sounds of cats and dogs breaking the silence. Suddenly, Sophia turned to Dragon Zhan, speaking for the first time since he had informed her of their intention to cross the border into the United States. Is crossing the border really that difficult? She inquired. Perhaps, especially for you, Sophia Delu, Dragon Zhan replied with a slight smirk. Upon hearing these words, Sophia lowered her head. After a brief pause of several seconds, she retrieved a sharp hunting knife from the compartment of the passenger seat. Then, she detached the overhead mirror and, gazing into it, she swept aside her long, dark hair. In truth, her actions held little significance. Long Zhan discerned her intentions, feeling both gratified and somewhat pained for this perceptive young girl. Sophia understood that she had become a figure known nationwide, and wherever she went, she could easily be recognized. Any exposure could bring calamity upon them both. Thus, cutting off her beautiful long hair to transform into a short-haired tomboy would prove highly effective. As she caressed her soft, thick locks, a sense of reluctance filled Sophia's eyes. Yet, in less than 5 seconds, that reluctance was replaced by resolute determination. Having made up her mind, she spoke softly to her reflection, but it will indeed be useful, won't it? Long Zhan adjusted his own disguise, donning a black cap, and chose not to continue persuading her. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, "We still have a little time. Let us verify the information once more." Sophia responded lightly. Grasping a small tuft of hair, she nearly cut it to the root, casting one last reluctant glance before decisively tossing it out of the car window. Long Zhan personally favored girls with long hair, and he felt a pang of regret as he watched the golden strands scatter in the wind. However, their current situation was far from optimistic. Certain changes were imperative. Sophia's understanding and lack of deliberate defiance brought joy to Long Zhan's heart, reinforcing his belief that sparing her life was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Continuing the previous topic, he instructed, "I will say it once, and you will repeat after me. From this moment on, your name is no longer Sophia. You shall be called Katerina." "My name is Katerina," Sophia echoed as she cut another lock of black hair. "You hail from Sweetown." "I come from Sweetown," he continued. "If anyone recognizes you and inquires about our relationship, you must say that I am your hired guide, assisting you in returning to your mother. Can I simply say you are my brother?" Sophia, having harbored doubts previously, could not help but ask. That won't work. It would contradict the lie we crafted. We are not truly like siblings, Long Zhan replied, gesturing between them with a smile. Our skin tones and facial features differ too greatly. I appear to be of mixed Asian and American descent, while you are unmistakably American. At this, Sophia bit her lip, suddenly exclaiming, "Then you could be my boyfriend." Coughing in surprise, Long Zhan was momentarily taken aback, his bewilderment evident as he chuckled. "You, who usually scarcely utter a word, nearly scared me to death with that declaration." Sophia paused for a moment, and then a faint smile graced her lips. On her typically expressionless and cold visage, this smile bloomed like spring flowers, both beautiful and endearing. After about 5 minutes, Long Zhan and Sophia successfully completed their list of fabricated information to be relayed to the smuggling gang during their escape. At last, Long Zhan pointed at Sophia's feet and said, "Take off your shoes for me, the left one." Sophia had transformed from her once flowing long hair to a short, somewhat rugged style that exuded a certain handsome charm. Indeed, one's hairstyle can significantly influence their demeanor. Yet, regardless of the cut, if one possesses striking features, any hairstyle will appear attractive. Conversely, those less fortunate in appearance will remain so, regardless of their coiffure. This truth may sting, yet it remains undeniable. Upon hearing Long Zhan's request, Sophia obediently removed her black leather shoe without hesitation, resembling a well-behaved child. Before her, Long Zhan lifted the insole of her shoe, revealing a small black chip affixed to the sole with white tape. Realizing there was a hidden secret within her footwear, Sophia inquired, "What is this?" "A miniature GPS tracker. Just in case you were to get lost, it would allow us to locate you again. However, it is no longer needed, so I shall remove it," Long Zhan explained as he extracted the GPS device and casually discarded it out the window. This was merely a fabrication on his part. In truth, the tracker had been discreetly installed to pinpoint Horace's exact location, facilitating subsequent plans. After all, Horace's men would undoubtedly return Sophia to him without delay. Naval Aviation Command Center. "Commander, the tracking signal has ceased moving. Its last known location is along Mexico's Highway 1938. Based on the previous trajectory, it appears to be heading north towards Reynosa." Upon hearing the report, He-Hu, who remained at the command center in the dead of night, leaned against the wall, resting his chin on his hand, offering no response. Mrs. K, standing at the center of the command hub, observed the expression on He-Hu's face and discerned her thoughts. Having collaborated for several years, they were practically confidants. And Mrs. K hesitated to confine He-Hu. "Perhaps you should return to rest. I will dispatch another team to resolve this matter," she suggested. "No." He-Hu, who had been seated, suddenly stood, shaking her head with a resolute expression. "I shall handle this myself. I am well aware of his capabilities. If you believe he is merely as he appears, I must inform you that your dispatch personnel will be eliminated within Mexico." "Oh, is that so?" Mrs. K crossed her arms, clearly skeptical of He-Hu's assertion. To her, Long Zhan was merely a member of the DG logistics team. A soldier who had earned a Navy Cross in Somalia, but still just one man. No matter how formidable he might be, sending a team of special forces would easily suffice to neutralize him. "I understand your disbelief. However, you will come to realize this in due time. For now, the final cleanup must be undertaken by me." He-Hu refrained from insisting further, for Long Zhan's remarkable nature defied any conventional explanation. However, there exists one undeniable truth that the Black Fox is acutely aware of. As long as Long Zhan successfully navigates this perilous challenge, his formidable combat prowess, which resides within his imposing physique, coupled with a sharp intellect that starkly contrasts his brawny appearance, along with an ingrained ambition and insatiable greed, guarantees that he will not remain inconspicuous in this lifetime. It is certain that he will ascend to become a genuine Dragon King. This potent sixth sense compels the Black Fox to undertake the final arrangements, regardless of the substantial risks involved, even if it means incurring the wrath of Madame K. Chapter 416. The most lucrative venture. After exchanging information with Sophia, Long Zhan took the liberty of disguising her exquisite, yet conspicuously beautiful visage with dust and soot from the exhaust pipe, rendering her less noticeable. Shortly thereafter, the Mexican uncle returned, accompanied by his familiar associate, the little snakehead. After introducing Long Zhan and Sophia to the little snakehead, the Mexican uncle, noting the late hour, bid farewell to Long Zhan and prepared to depart. In a gesture of gratitude, Long Zhan presented the Mexican uncle with an additional 1 10,000, promising that once he concluded his current undertaking, he would visit his home to express further appreciation, thus marking the end of their brief camaraderie. Their fleeting acquaintance, marked by mutual understanding, could barely be classified as friendship. Prior to meeting Long Zhan, the little snakehead had already been informed of Long Zhan's requirements by the Mexican uncle. Once the Mexican uncle drove away, the little snakehead wasted no time in proposing a freight charge of 10,000, equating to 5,000 per head, a preferential rate for friends. Typically, the cost would range from 7,000 to 8,000 per person, and during peak smuggling seasons, it could soar beyond 10,000. There was no necessity for initial capital, nor was there significant risk involved. Even in the unfortunate event of capture during the smuggling process, the most severe punishment would be deportation by the U.S. Immigration Service. Given Mexico's thoroughly corrupt judicial system, a mere bribe would suffice to facilitate one's release and allow continued operations. Even if only 20 individuals were smuggled per trip, one could earn upwards of 100,000 in a single night. Over the course of a month, this could accumulate to several $1 million, translating to tens of millions annually. Such enterprises that yield pure profits in the tens of millions are exceedingly rare throughout Mexico, marking it as a veritable industry of exorbitant profit. It is no wonder that when the Black Fox responded to queries from officials of the Macron government regarding the most valuable commodities along the U.S.-Mexico border, the correct answer was not drugs, but rather human lives. Long Zhan carried 10,000 in cash and had already given the Mexican uncle 2,000. Faced with the daunting freight charge of 10,000, Long Zhan found himself unable to produce the sum and could not rely solely on his overwhelming physical strength to coerce the little snakehead. Reluctantly, he resorted to employing his knowledge of psychology, linguistics, and exceptional diplomatic skills to navigate the negotiations. After several minutes of verbal sparring, he eventually succeeded in persuading the little snakehead, who was left thoroughly convinced. The little snakehead, pleased with the outcome, pocketed the cash and demonstrated commendable efficiency in his dealings. Calculating the time, he noted that there was still a vehicle available for the night and promptly took Long Zhan with him in his Chevrolet, setting off towards the northern border. In less than an hour, they were en route. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Long Zhan and Sophia found themselves traversing a checkpoint manned by 4 armed men in their Chevrolet sedan, arriving at a village that exuded an air of irreverence. This small village, bustling at 5 o'clock in the morning, stood in stark contrast to the tranquil town they had previously encountered. While the town had been enveloped in a profound darkness, devoid of any signs of life, this village was ablaze with lights. The shops lining the streets remained open, and various vehicles traversed the roads, creating a scene reminiscent of a lively marketplace. The smuggler did not halt in the town, but drove straight through the heart of the village, eventually stopping at an expansive open space on the eastern side, measuring over 1,000 square meters. Surrounding the area were numerous vehicles, and illuminated by headlights and small spotlights, 2 distinct groups of individuals became visible. One group was stationed around the perimeter, armed and vigilant, while the other gathered in the center, comprised of men, women, and even children, each burdened with luggage, suggesting they were preparing for a long journey. To the right of the clearing stood a steel-framed structure with a canopy. The smuggler who had brought Long Zhan and Sophia parked the car and instructed them to wait there while he entered the building alone. Long Zhan speculated that this structure served as the headquarters for the smuggling operation, where various smugglers would report in before transporting their charges. In less than 3 minutes, the smuggler returned to Long Zhan. "I've arranged everything for you. Head over there, by that minibus, and hand this to the person who comes," he instructed, handing Long Zhan 2 playing cards inscribed with a name and numbers. The name was Locke, accompanied by the numbers 46 and 47. Without allowing Long Zhan a chance to respond or inquire further, the smuggler hastily started the engine and departed, seemingly eager to return to rest. Long Zhan smirked, realizing this individual was likely a secondary smuggler, merely responsible for bringing people in, not for their safe passage. Engaging in human smuggling was inherently illegal, and those involved in such activities were often second-rate characters with poor service attitudes. Anything resembling a legitimate transport service would have struck him as suspicious. The direction indicated by the smuggler was less than 20 meters from Long Zhan's position, situated in the right corner of the expansive area, right where the group with luggage huddled together. as he counted the more than 20 individuals present. Long Zhan couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Is America truly a paradise? He mused. Let us go, he said, adjusting Sophia's cap to make her face less conspicuous while pulling down his own captain's hat and raising the collar of his coat. With a reassuring pat on Sophia's shoulder, he grasped a suitcase filled with various items meant to disguise their identities and began walking towards the minibus together. So many people. Sophia gazed at the bustling scene before her, utterly astonished at the sheer number of people gathered together for the purpose of clandestine crossing. The audacity of such brazen smuggling left her in disbelief. This was a side of the world unseen, a reality that she would come to comprehend as she matured. For a blossoming young girl on the cusp of adulthood, Long Zhan felt it unnecessary to expose her to the darker facets of existence, thus refraining from elaborate explanations. They made their way to the front of the minibus, where Long Zhan called out to the seated crowd, "Excuse me, I have just arrived. Whom should I speak with?" "Just wait. He will return shortly," replied a youth of approximately 25, who scrutinized Long Zhan and Sophia with a discerning eye. Noticing that the two were clad in similarly shabby attire, he tightened the blanket wrapped around himself, choosing silence. During the day, the sun blazed fiercely, while the nights, especially in the early hours, brought a distinct chill. Long Zhan and Sophia were dressed in second-hand clothes purchased from a local uncle in Mexico, some of which were already faded and worn. Their attire was of such poor quality that it barely matched the value of $5 at a street market. This humble clothing, combined with the dust they deliberately smeared on their faces, rendered them as two inconspicuous Mexican refugees, their skin weathered and coarse from labor under the sun. The young man responded to Long Zhan, not out of kindness, but rather due to the observation that Long Zhan's imposing stature might offer some assistance during their perilous journey. In this world, love is seldom bestowed without reason. The human traffickers merely guided the way, indifferent to safety. The routes chosen to evade border enforcement were invariably remote and desolate, situated in areas seldom trodden by human feet. The untamed wilderness harbored myriad dangers, and it was a grim reality that each smuggling attempt often resulted in casualties. Some would meet their fate while traversing rivers in darkness, slipping and being swept away without a soul to lend a hand. Others might fall from treacherous cliffs, where only a rudimentary rope offered support, resulting in tragic accidents. There were also those who, exhausted and separated from the group, became lost in the vast, unforgiving desert of the border. The migrants, mere ordinary individuals and refugees deprived even of sustenance, were typically of frail constitution, driven by a desperate hope for a better life. The series of perils encountered during the crossing represented a relentless gauntlet. Should one manage to align with a robust smuggler, the likelihood of survival could increase by more than 50%. Chapter 417. A sudden turn of events. Long Zhan and Sophia settled into silence, awaiting the arrival of the human trafficking group to facilitate their crossing. Hundreds of kilometers away, within the territory of the United States, two Navy variant Black Hawk helicopters ascended from the McCarran Air Force Base. As dawn approached, they headed south towards Mexico, maintaining radio silence and flying at an altitude of less than 100 meters to evade radar detection. Inside the lead Black Hawk sat He Hu, along with Long Zhan's acquaintances, Jose and David Lee, among others. The faces of the 5 individuals were devoid of any expression, betraying neither the excitement nor the tension one might expect during the execution of a mission, leaving their inner thoughts shrouded in mystery. Their orders were distinctly unusual. They were tasked with eliminating Sophia, who possessed too much knowledge, necessitating a ruthless approach to silence her, as well as Long Zhan, someone they were all too familiar with. Would they indeed carry out this grim task? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. The truth remained elusive. Unbeknownst to Long Zhan, Mrs. K and Philip had dispatched a helicopter under the cover of night to infiltrate the area, desperate to contain a scandal that could ignite into a raging inferno threatening their own safety. A monumental crisis, one of life and death, was swiftly approaching him. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes with Sophia seated beside him, a young man clad in leather and denim, sporting a nose ring, approached with a nonchalant whistle, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon reaching Long Zhan and his group, he casually remarked, "Good morning, future Americans. How is everyone feeling today? Have you all paid your dues? The flight to paradise is about to depart. Those who have settled their fares, please hand me your tickets." Long Zhan understood that the tickets referred to something far more sinister. He rose and presented the 2 slips of paper he held. 2 individuals? The young man inspected the tickets and glanced at Sophia, who sat with her head bowed. He then informed Long Zhan, "The child must take another vehicle. This one is reserved for adults." Sophia, wearing a cap, her hair cropped short, and dressed in boy's attire, was not recognized by the young man, who failed to even perceive her as a girl. Mistaking her slight stature for that of a smuggled child, he proceeded without hesitation. "Oh no, no, no." Upon hearing that he would be separated from Sophia, Long Zhan shook his head vehemently in refusal, insisting, "We must go together. Could you accommodate us?" "Huh. I'm not in the business of charity," the young man retorted. Long Zhan interrupted him, discreetly presenting a rolled bundle of cash. Feeling a sense of relief for having kept something in reserve, he handed over $8,000, realizing he had no surplus funds remaining. In a peculiar quirk stemming from his lack of money, Long Zhan had, on the way there, skillfully pilfered a small sum from the young man's pocket. During his years as a mercenary, he had learned a variety of underhanded skills, thievery among them. Little did he know that the $1,000 he had surreptitiously reclaimed would prove invaluable in this moment of need. The young man accepted the money, verifying its authenticity with a quick rub, and broke into a wide grin. "All right, you all can board this vehicle shortly." As he turned to leave, he flashed Long Zhan a playful gesture, seemingly commending his resourcefulness. Indeed, money could move mountains. Its influence remained powerful everywhere. Long Zhan smiled in return, casting a glance at Sophia, who was now staring at him in astonishment, curious about the source of his sudden wealth. He blinked in a rare moment of delight. However, at the moment when Long Zhan was in high spirits, a young boy, clutching a packet of white powder, briskly approached the iron shed. His gaze inadvertently swept past Long Zhan, and suddenly, he halted in confusion. After scrutinizing Long Zhan for a few seconds, his expression shifted from bewilderment to astonishment. As if recalling something, his surprise swiftly morphed into terror, prompting him to turn and dash into the sole structure in the vicinity, the iron shed. If Long Zhan had also noticed the boy, although he would not have experienced the same level of fear, he would nonetheless have felt an ominous premonition and turned to leave without a backward glance. The boy who rushed into the building was the same one who, during an early morning encounter, had nearly collided with Long Zhan's police car in the parking lot, only to flee in fright upon realizing it was a police vehicle. Despite Long Zhan not being a police officer, the boy had perceived him as such at that moment. The boy hurriedly entered the shed and relayed the information he possessed to the gang leader. Upon hearing of the arrival of the police, the leader was taken aback. However, given his responsibility over such a vast territory, he was no novice and had various methods at his disposal to handle such extraordinary circumstances. 2 minutes elapsed. The young man with the nose ring, who had been collecting tickets earlier, returned to the open area, his face betraying no signs of alarm, and called out to everyone, "Get up! Everyone onto that blue bus." He specifically addressed Long Zhan, saying, "You should come too. Bring your child along." Due to the darkness and poor visibility, coupled with a lack of deliberate scrutiny, Long Zhan failed to sense anything amiss. He rose and guided Sophia onto the blue bus. The interior of the minibus had a height of only about 1.8 meters, requiring Long Zhan to stoop to enter. The vehicle had been specially modified, with all original seats removed and replaced by rows of welded benches, allowing only a scant 10 adults to sit. What was once a small bus now accommodated over 20 passengers, akin to a mid-sized bus. Long Zhan, tall and broad-shouldered, found it difficult to fit comfortably. Even occupying 2 seats felt cramped, so he opted for a spot near the door where space was slightly more generous. With Sophia being slender, the two managed to sit together snugly. The young man with the nose ring was the last to board. Glancing casually at Long Zhan as he took the seat beside the driver and called out, "Everyone's here, let us get moving." With a roar, the decrepit bus engine lamented as the vehicle slowly lurched forward. The specially modified iron benches provided no comfort, and the bus swayed violently, causing discomfort as they shifted uncomfortably on the metal bars. It would take approximately half an hour to reach the departure point at the border. Noticing Sophia's discomfort, Long Zhan took the initiative to make a more intimate gesture, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and securing her gently in his embrace. Sophia's body tensed for a moment before she relaxed, glancing up at Long Zhan, her eyes filled with gratitude and other unspoken emotions. The blue bus, moving at a speed of merely 30 to 40 miles per hour, jostled along the dirt and stone road for approximately 20 minutes before arriving at a quaint village. We had reached our starting point. When we disembark, Please do so in an orderly fashion and stay together, the young man with a nose ring muttered, his demeanor strictly adhering to protocol as he drove the vehicle into the brightly lit village. However, as the bus approached the village center, where 3 cars illuminated by their high beams were stationed, the young man suddenly stood up from the driver's seat. With swift precision, he drew a handgun from his waist and pivoted to aim it directly at Long Zhan's head. In a flash, 3 additional guns, wielded by figures that appeared to be smuggler-like, emerged from 3 different directions, all targeting Long Zhan. The expressions on their faces revealed a mix of tension and evident arrogance, their identities unmistakable as they masqueraded as snakeheads. Chapter 418. With 4 guns trained on his forehead, Long Zhan's countenance turned icy. He realized a flaw had emerged in his meticulously crafted plan, yet he could not discern its nature. It was imperative to maintain composure at this moment, otherwise, he would find himself commemorating his demise a year hence. Do not be afraid, everything will be fine, he reassured Sophia, who was startled by the unfolding scene. As he gently patted her tightly clasped arm, Long Zhan refrained from any futile resistance, fully aware that the 4 armed men were intensely focused, rendering any attempt at defiance futile. A reckless struggle would only exacerbate the situation. Should one of the gunmen be particularly skittish, a sudden movement could trigger a shot, with disastrous consequences for Long Zhan. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he slowly raised his hands. Long Zhan's identity as an American law enforcement officer, coupled with his imposing stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuded an aura of formidable danger. Despite having raised his hands, the young man with the nose ring remained exceedingly cautious, his weapon unwavering and steady, indicative of an experienced criminal with blood on his hands. Get out of my way, he bellowed, glaring fiercely as he shoved aside the smugglers between him and Long Zhan, fixing his gaze on the latter as he demanded, "Do you have a gun?" "No," Long Zhan replied, still unable to identify a moment to counterattack. He endeavored to mask his intentions, projecting a demeanor of cooperation. Simultaneously, he prepared himself in silence, ready to strike should an opportunity present itself. Long Zhan was confident that with his hand-to-hand combat prowess, given just a single opening, he could neutralize all 4 gunmen within a second. Once he secured their firearms, he would fear no multitude of adversaries outside. Armed, he could face any threat. As a finely honed war machine, he held sufficient confidence against a group of self-taught, unrefined snakeheads. They remained oblivious to Long Zhan's true identity, a figure who had already amassed 1,000 kills. Nevertheless, his facade as an American police officer was equally intimidating to the snakeheads, ensuring that they remained entirely vigilant. Even though Long Zhan had already stated that he was unarmed, the youth with the nose ring sent one of his henchmen to conduct a search. He and the remaining 2 continued to aim their firearms at Long Zhan, their eyes fixed intently upon him, adopting optimal shooting stances that left no room for chance. The searcher, likely accustomed to inspecting illegal immigrants or frequently apprehended by border patrols, exhibited a professional demeanor in his actions. He meticulously patted down Long Zhan's pant legs and thighs, removing his hat and coat to conduct a thorough examination from top to bottom. It was as if he were on the verge of parting Long Zhan's hair to inspect each strand. Under the eaves, Long Zhan had no choice but to bow his head and endure the search, allowing the youth to confiscate the remaining few $100s he had. Though the sensation was exceedingly stifling, as an elite who had undergone rigorous anti-capture training, he possessed the fortitude to withstand such indignities. Moreover, in moments of heightened danger and urgency, maintaining composure was paramount. "Everyone out of the vehicle, hurry up, get out." After searching Long Zhan and confirming that he posed no lethal threat, the youth with the nose ring relaxed his vigilance slightly and began to wave away the undocumented immigrants still inside the vehicle. The other 3 remained on high alert, their guns still trained on Long Zhan. Damn, do they really have to be this meticulous? Even at this juncture, they refused to lower their weapons. Long Zhan felt both anxious and helpless, compelled to await a more opportune moment while his body, poised for action, gradually relaxed. In most cinematic narratives, once antagonists have searched their prey and ensured the absence of threats, they often believe they have seized control of the situation and proceed to lower their guard. Boasting of their prowess, Long Zhan had prepared himself for this. Had the other 3 lowered their weapons, he would have acted immediately to regain control. With 4 guns aimed at his head, retaliation was unfeasible, but if it were merely a single handgun, it would be akin to having none at all for Long Zhan. Regrettably, Perhaps due to their frequent dealings along the border, these four, who appeared to lack professional training and had emerged from the streets, exhibited a vigilance that rivaled that of any seasoned expert. From the moment they drew their weapons until now, they had afforded Long Zhan no opportunity. Once all the undocumented immigrants had been expelled from the vehicle, the youth with the nose ring leaned out the window and, pinching his lower lip, whistled. Vehicles nearby received the signal, and doors swung open as a dozen henchmen emerged. This group immediately divided their tasks. Some went to manage the 20 or so disembarked immigrants, while others spread out around the minibus to maintain control. Among them was a young white man with a long goatee and tattoos adorning his neck, who swaggered onto the bus with an air of arrogance. Following closely was a young white boy, his face still youthful and barely in his teens, his eyes flickering with evident instability, a stark contrast to the youth with the nose ring. It was clear he was a recent recruit to the gang. Upon seeing the goateed man approach, the youth with the nose ring respectfully said, "Boss, everything's taken care of." The bearded man, with an expressionless face, nodded slightly and settled across from Long Zhan, challenging the boy with a tilt of his chin. "Have you discerned who he is?" Yes, the boy stammered nervously. Overwhelmed by Long Zhan's gaze, he dared not meet it directly, casting only a fleeting glance before turning away. It was indeed him. At that moment, Long Zhan's understanding deepened, as the enigma within his heart unraveled. Countless schemes and strategies were futile against fate. Long Zhan found himself at a loss for words. Having received confirmation from the boy, the bearded man scrutinized Long Zhan with casual interest, inquiring, "Were you in Texas a few days ago?" "No, I was not there. He must have mistaken me," Long Zhan replied, maintaining his composure. It was time to showcase his acting skills. The bearded man glanced at the boy before refocusing on Long Zhan, smirking mockingly. "My people never lie, especially in my presence." Mid-sentence, the bearded man suddenly noticed a child sitting beside Long Zhan, cautiously stealing a glance at him, which struck him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. With his years of experience as a smuggler, he sensed an undeniable problem. This was not good. Sensing the bearded man's gaze shift towards Sophia, Long Zhan felt a pang of anxiety, realizing Sophia had revealed a flaw, causing his brow to furrow. "You, go remove her hat." "Yes, boss," replied the young man adorned with a nose ring, as he approached and took off Sophia's cap, revealing a face that, despite a hint of dust, could not obscure her innate beauty. "It's you, Sophia Duru." The moment he recognized Sophia, the bearded man's expression changed drastically. Losing the arrogance he had just displayed, he immediately commanded, "Stefan, take her to my car. Remember, keep a close watch. No mistakes are to occur." "Understood, boss." Stefan, the young man with the nose ring, now wore a look of disbelief and astonishment as he gazed at Sophia. It was as if he could hardly fathom that the protagonist who had stirred up such turmoil throughout Mexico had appeared right before him. Chapter 419. A psychological game for a smuggler like Stefan. Someone like Horace, a titan in the realm of drugs, was a legendary figure, an unattainable entity throughout a lifetime. Now, being in proximity to the daughter of such a legendary character filled him with both trepidation and exhilaration, causing his throat to dry as he unconsciously licked his lips. This rather lecherous gesture, coupled with his tattoos and piercings, exuded a certain malevolence. Sophia, frightened by the young man, instinctively sought the safest refuge, clinging to Long Zhan's arm. This action revealed that, although Sophia had not spent much time with Long Zhan, his consistent care and concern had indelibly etched a remarkable impression in her heart. He was more than just a trustworthy figure. He was a guardian who could shield her from the tempest of life. Long Zhan sensed Sophia's anxiety, yet he found himself devoid of the means to retaliate at that moment. A forceful counterattack could jeopardize Sophia's safety. The bus was surrounded by armed snakeheads, their vigilance at an apex. Should a confrontation arise, they would be the first to engage. The bus's slender frame would offer no protection against bullets, and the interior would inevitably become a tempest of gunfire. Long Zhan, utilizing his combat experience, could skillfully evade enemy fire and seek an opportunity to strike back, thus increasing his chances of survival and escape from the bus to over 50%. However, with the inexperienced Sophia in tow, the dynamic shifted, rendering Long Zhan's survival odds increasingly bleak. His character and modus operandi dictated that his own life took precedence. The inevitable outcome would be Sophia falling victim to the chaotic gunfire. If Long Zhan wished to ensure his own safety while maximizing Sophia's chances of survival, He needed to identify the perfect opportunity, which had yet to present itself. Furthermore, with Long Zhan now a source of danger, Sophia, due to her unique status, was paradoxically safer. Thus, it would be more prudent for her to depart rather than remain in this precarious situation. With Sophia no longer a liability, Long Zhan would find it easier to unleash his capabilities. "You go ahead with them. I will find you shortly," he said, offering a gentle smile as he patted her shoulder. "Will you truly come for me?" Sophia, not a naive child, perceptively grasped the gravity of their predicament. She feared that this separation might turn into a permanent farewell. "Of course, I assure you, I never lie, especially to a woman," Long Zhan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, his eyes brimming with confidence. He then kissed Sophia's forehead softly, murmuring, "Go now, I shall see you soon." Perhaps sensing Long Zhan's predicament, or perhaps due to her own uncertainty, or maybe the kiss provided her with clarity, Sophia chose to trust him as she was led off the bus by the young man with a nose ring, her gaze lingering with reluctance. All the previous migrants had been ordered off the bus, and now Sophia was taken away, leaving behind a sparse group of 5, Long Zhan, the bearded leader, and 3 gun-wielding snakeheads who remained ever vigilant. "This is no place for you. What are your intentions? Don't tell me you're here for a vacation at the border. Even a child wouldn't believe such nonsense," the bearded leader said, producing a butterfly knife and leisurely trimming his not-so-long fingernails. "Of course not," Long Zhan replied with calm assurance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since you've recognized her, I won't beat around the bush any longer. We've encountered a slight complication and need to return the girl to the United States discreetly. Sophia is indeed of great value to you, but unfortunately, her worth is beyond what a mere snakehead like you can handle. To you and your loved ones, she is an exceedingly perilous and lethal presence. Should you inflict harm upon this girl, it would incite a new and bloody battlefield, with you as the first casualty, leaving no avenue for retreat. In the treacherous game of drug cartels, you are woefully insignificant, akin to the fragile weeds by the roadside. Alternatively, you may allow me to make a call to ensure the safety of both her and myself, thus averting unnecessary troubles for all involved." Long Zhan, a master of psychology, comprehends the vulnerabilities inherent in human nature. By leveraging the influence of Sophia's father, he can apply pressure to the bearded boss, who merely subsists on menial errands, creating a situation where caution prevails. "Are you an underling of Horace Deleu?" The bearded boss mistakenly believes Long Zhan is a police officer in the employ of Horace, a notion not uncommon in Mexico, almost universally recognized. Long Zhan's predicament serves as a living testament to this. Had it not been for the sudden betrayal of the Mexican police escort, forcing them to retaliate and resulting in the deaths of over 20 officers, this unfortunate affair would not have transpired. He would have long completed the escort mission, returned to American soil, collected his commission, and enjoyed a peaceful slumber with the Black Fox. Observing the bearded boss of the human trafficking ring, who mistakenly considers him a traitorous cop, Long Zhan cleverly played along, responding, "It is quite obvious, brother." Upon hearing this, the bearded boss's expression shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he rose and departed the bus. Noticing that only 3 gunmen remained inside, Long Zhan contemplated engaging them, confident in his close combat skills to eliminate them. However, seeing the bus surrounded by armed heads of the snake, he abandoned that thought. The bearded boss, having disembarked from the bus, approached his SUV, resting his hand on the door and stating, "Sophia Deleu, I know you. I am not your enemy. Do not fear. We are here to protect you. Yet, before we return you to your father, I need you to answer me seriously. Who is the muscular man accompanying you?" "I do not know him. He is my hired help, pretending to be my brother to escort me back to my mother," Sophia replied, unaware of the specifics discussed between the bearded boss and Long Zhan. She based her response on the previously agreed information. "He claims to be a police officer bought off by your father. Are you aware of this?" the bearded boss inquired. This detail was not part of their fabricated story, and Sophia's expression subtly shifted in response to this unexpected turn. Fortunately, Sophia's naturally aloof and cold demeanor rendered this slight change unnoticeable, particularly as she sat in the vehicle with limited visibility. Chapter 420. Captured. "I do not know. He approached me voluntarily. I suspect he received instructions from my father." Sophia's answer was astute, perfectly addressing the bearded boss's inquiry while preemptively filling any potential gaps in their narrative. It is rare for someone of her age to possess such a mindset and reaction. The bearded leader failed to discern the issue and re-entered the bus, taking a seat directly opposite Long Zhan, and provocatively inquired, "So, what shall we do now?" If Long Zhan were merely an American police officer, the bearded leader could have dispatched him without a second thought. However, now that Long Zhan had transformed into a subordinate of Horace, the most formidable drug lord in Mexico, the bearded leader, a mere minor head of a human trafficking syndicate, found himself compelled to weigh the pros and cons meticulously before arriving at a final decision. He certainly did not wish to provoke the powerful overlords, leading to a fate of being discarded in the wilderness. Could they possibly shift their position? He pondered. I find this is not an ideal setting for conversation, do you not agree? Long Zhan's gaze swept across the three armed henchmen. Of course, that can be arranged, but I must bind your hands and feet. What do you think? The bearded leader extracted a cigarette from his pack and lit it. Very well, let it be so. With the plot to take the leader hostage having failed, Long Zhan maintained his composure and swiftly devised an escape plan in his mind. I can call my associate. He will assist in contacting our leader, and then our leader will speak with you. Realizing he could not extricate himself alone, Long Zhan conceived another scheme, to summon Black Fox for aid, albeit uncertain of Black Fox's willingness to come. The bearded leader stared at Long Zhan expressionlessly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, retrieving his phone from his pocket and gently tapping it on his right thigh. All right, you may call him. Does it truly work? Long Zhan thought to himself, stifling his elation as he leaned forward to grab the phone. At that moment, a sudden thud resonated as the henchman to Long Zhan's right seized the opportunity presented by Long Zhan's bent posture, striking him forcefully on the back of the head with the butt of his gun. Long Zhan was left dazed, unable to react before being struck twice more on the same spot. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A blow from the gunstock is far more forceful than a punch. An ordinary person would succumb to just one blow, let alone Long Zhan, who endured 3 consecutive strikes. The resulting impact on his brain was overwhelming, and even someone trained in iron head techniques could not withstand it. Bind him up, use the usual method, commanded the bearded leader, casting a glance at Long Zhan, who lay bleeding on the ground, devoid of consciousness. A cold smirk crept upon his lips, brimming with satisfaction over the success of his cunning little scheme. Long Zhan's imposing physique presented a significant threat, making it perilous to control him through conventional means. Having navigated the treacherous waters of drug trafficking for decades, the bearded leader, well acquainted with various deceptions, had employed a clever ruse. He feigned cooperation while secretly plotting his move. This instance revealed that being overly formidable could, at times, be a disadvantage, instilling a heightened sense of vigilance in one's adversaries. Had Long Zhan appeared even slightly weaker, the leader might have acted with less caution, exposing more vulnerabilities. Given Long Zhan's fierce combat capabilities, he likely would have escaped through any openings presented. As for why the leader abruptly changed tactics, launching an unprovoked attack while disregarding the threat posed by Horace, it may well stem from a lack of fear of Horace himself, for this was not Horace's territory. The defeat of Long Zhan was merely incidental. It was Sophia who held the true significance. No, please, you cannot do this. Sophia, who had been anxiously watching through the window, cried out in distress upon witnessing Long Zhan brutally knocked unconscious. In her panic, she yearned to intervene and halt the atrocity. Alas, the youth with the nose ring steadfastly guarded the door, firmly blocking her escape. With Long Zhan incapacitated on the ground, the vigilance of the snakehead gunmen noticeably waned, no longer exhibiting the ferocity they had moments ago. In a mocking gesture towards Long Zhan's identity as a police officer, they deliberately cuffed him with a set of handcuffs. Subsequently, they used 2 sturdy sticks with ropes to gag him and covered his head with a yellow burlap sack. The opening of the sack was secured around his neck with several layers of tape, demonstrating an alarming level of professionalism, reminiscent of standard Mexican cartel bindings. The 3 gunmen, working in unison, heaved and dragged the recently plump Long Zhan, whose weight had soared to nearly 250 pounds, from the minibus and shoved him into the trunk of a dilapidated pickup truck. Proceed, proceed, commanded the snakehead leader, who then took the passenger seat in the vehicle occupied by Sophia. The dozens of snakeheads that had settled in the village sprang into action upon receiving the orders. The previously tranquil environment erupted into chaos, with some shouting to rally personnel, others cursing and urging haste, all amidst the roaring engines of automobiles. Within a minute, the snakeheads split into 3 groups and departed. The leader personally escorted Sophia, along with 3 other vehicles, away from the village in the opposite direction, distancing themselves from the border. A group of snakehead operatives disembarked from their vehicles, setting off on foot towards the border. The youth with the nose ring led the remaining convoy, comprising nearly 20 snakeheads of varying ages from teenagers to those in their 40s, as they continued eastward along a road parallel to the border. After approximately 20 minutes, the convoy, led by the nose-ringed youth, arrived at the edge of a long-abandoned mine. This remote location, far from the city center and nestled in desolate wilderness, was indeed a prime spot for disposing of bodies. The youth's familiarity with the area suggested that he had brought many individuals here for nefarious purposes before. The 3 vehicles halted at the mine's edge, forming a semicircle facing the pit, their headlights illuminating a vast, bright expanse. All the snakeheads disembarked, taking various positions around their vehicles, sitting, leaning, or lying beside them. At a glance, several young boys could be seen among them, including the one who had betrayed Long Zhan, leading to his exposure. Bound and unconscious on the ground, Long Zhan was once again dragged forward by the robust snakeheads, placed directly in the center of the collective beam of light from the 3 vehicles. As he lay motionless, gazing into the dark abyss of the mine, the boy who had reported him began to comprehend the impending fate that awaited. His eyes filled with regret and trepidation. He lamented his earlier decision. The youth had recently joined the Serpent Gang, lured by his cousin's assurance that running a simple errand would earn him more than his father's month of arduous labor, with no danger involved. Chapter 4:21. A desperate turnaround. The last time the youth had been in Macaron, it was during his first foray into smuggling, where his anxiety had distracted him, leading to a reckless collision with Long Zhan's police vehicle. He had never contemplated harming anyone, let alone taking a life. Regrettably, certain professions are easy to enter but nearly impossible to exit. Even now, as he grasped the gravity of the situation, that a life would be lost due to his influence, his remorse was futile. This forsaken mine was not an arbitrary location. It held sacred significance for the gang. To truly become a core member of the organization, one must kill a person in the presence of fellow members as a rite of passage. The deliberate choice to bring Long Zhan to this place was meant to ensure his demise, while simultaneously recruiting a new core member. The young man with the nose ring, one of the gang's minor leaders, presided over this ritual. Under the gaze of the gathered onlookers, he approached Long Zhan and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen, rousing him from unconsciousness. Drawing a pistol from his waistband, he arrogantly declared, "Disgusting American cop, your time has come to an end. Fortunately for you, you won't perish like a wild dog. Instead, you will serve as a sacrificial offering for a child's formal initiation into our ranks." Long Zhan, bound and gagged, lay curled up like a lobster, utterly motionless. Anyone witnessing his plight would conclude he had lost all capacity for resistance, rendered a lamb awaiting slaughter. The 20 or so onlookers, all drug dealers, shared this belief, as none drew their weapons, adopting a spectator's demeanor. The young man with the nose ring was similarly disinclined to execute Long Zhan immediately. Instead, he whistled and gestured toward the first car on the left, shouting, "George, come here. You must kill him if you wish to join us and earn big money." The George he called upon was the very youth who had recently been introduced by his cousin, merely seeking to earn some pocket money. It was due to this act of reporting that the gang leader had granted him the opportunity to become a core member ahead of schedule. The other underage errand runners looked on with envy at George, who had been afforded this chance, even though he had joined after them. In that moment, George stood bewildered, resembling a robot as he trembled and stepped forward to accept the pistol, glancing at Long Zhan, tightly restrained and struggling under the weight of 2 men. He moistened his parched lips with great difficulty. The gun barrel hovered over Long Zhan's head, yet he lacked the courage to pull the trigger. After all, he was still just a child. Kill him if you don't want to die yourself. The young man with the nose ring urged impatiently, his voice cold and commanding. A mere act of disobedience could lead to one's demise. The surrounding youths, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Their gazes towards the young man with the nose ring filled with terror and dread. The adult gang leaders and gunmen appeared unfazed by the scene, showing no sign of concern. At that moment, an older gang leader emerged from the convoy alongside George's cousin, stepping into the illuminated area. "Come, child. Take this gun and eliminate that individual. You shall become the bravest warrior, a new member of the Brea family," he encouraged, patting George on the shoulder, clearly attempting to ease the tension. Let me handle this, boss. He is merely a child, new to our ranks. Perhaps we should choose another. Granting him another chance next time, George's cousin interjected with a friendly tone, hoping to prevent any fatal outcome for his younger relative. Having followed the nose ring youth since his own adolescence, he felt emboldened to speak out, having served under him for over a decade. No, no, no. The nose ring youth's expression darkened slightly, but he did not relent. His gaze remained fixed on George. Answer me. You can do this, can't you? George, merely seeking a means to earn money, had no intention of taking a life. Breathing heavily, he trembled as he lowered the gun, shaking his head in fear to indicate his inability to proceed. He cast a desperate glance towards his cousin for assistance. At that moment, all the gang leaders were unarmed, including the nose ring youth himself. The only firearm present rested in the hands of young George, who lacked the courage to pull the trigger. His hand, now drooping toward the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the moment of their lowest vigilance had arrived. You're utterly useless, the nose ring youth exclaimed in frustration, striding forward to seize the gun from George. Yet, just as he lifted his foot to take a step, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, transforming his surprise into sheer terror. Lying curled on the ground like a lifeless shrimp, Long Zhan suddenly sprang to his feet, as if resurrected from the dead. His robust arms, restrained behind his back, swelled with muscle, unleashing a terrifying force that converged upon the handcuffs at his wrists. With a sharp crack, the metallic handcuffs connecting ring was wrenched apart under the immense strain. Though the silver bracelets still adorned his wrists, they were no longer connected. How is this possible? The nose ring youth and the other gang leaders stood dumbfounded, witnessing the extraordinary display of raw strength as Long Zhan shattered his restraints. In that moment of shock, they lost their sole opportunity for survival. With a silver bracelet on each wrist, Long Zhan seemingly already knew the location of the armed George and charged forward the instant he broke free. As he dashed, he seized the burlap sack from atop his head, which, despite being bound with tape around his neck, was as fragile as paper against such overwhelming strength and was effortlessly torn apart. In the fleeting moment of regaining his sight, Long Zhan stood before the young George. His left hand swept across George's front in a locking embrace, firmly controlling him at the center of his chest, using his body as a human shield. With precision, his right hand grasped George's wrist, pressing his thumb into the webbing, while his other fingers followed suit. In a fluid motion, he executed an unarmed disarmament. Long Zhan sprang up from the ground as if resurrected, swiftly breaking the handcuffs, tearing off the hood, and ultimately seizing the handgun from young George. The entire sequence appeared prolonged, but lasted less than 2 seconds in reality. The snakeheads remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In the next half-second, a gunshot rang out. In this sunken pit, the sound of the handgun was jarringly piercing. With that gunfire, a spurt of blood erupted from one man's head, his body collapsing to the ground like a felled tree. A single shot to the head. The deceased was neither Long Zhan nor young George, but rather the arrogant youth with a nose ring, who had believed he controlled the situation and had been urging George to eliminate Long Zhan as a blood offering. Just a moment ago, he had been flaunting his power. The next, he lay lifeless on the ground. His eyes remained wide open in death, filled with disbelief and fury, unable to accept the reality of his demise. Chapter 422. 1 against 18. The crowd, initially bewildered by Long Zhan's sudden resurgence, finally awakened to the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the nose ring youth's collapse, filled with both shock and terror as they sought to restrain Long Zhan. Alas, it was too late. Long Zhan had bided his time, resolved that if he were to act, it would be to turn the tide of the encounter. With the youth's demise, he unleashed a thunderous retaliation. Before the snakehead gunmen could draw their weapons, Long Zhan, having already fired once, discharged 2 more shots within mere seconds. The middle-aged snakehead who had come to George's defense, alongside George's cousin, were the closest and quickest to react, drawing their guns. Yet, before they could disengage the safeties, Long Zhan executed them both with close-range headshots. The proximity of the shots caused blood to splatter onto George's face, the warm sensation overwhelming him, prompting a panicked outcry. Having completed his first wave of counterattack, eliminating the 3 nearest threats, Long Zhan now turned his attention to the remaining snakeheads. The Browning M1935 in his possession, with its 13-round magazine, was insufficient to address the entirety of the situation. Releasing the still screaming George with his left hand, he tucked the handgun into his waistband with his right, delivering a swift kick to George's back, sending him sprawling. With a clean roll to the side, he positioned himself beside the bodies of George's cousin and the middle-aged snakehead. Both hands reached out simultaneously, seizing the handguns from their grasp, a Ruger P-08 and a Colt M1991. Though both were replicas and had likely passed through countless hands, their rifling nearly worn down to nothing, they would serve their purpose in the impending chaos. However, within this combat range of less than 15 meters, the ability to fire is sufficient to yield the same results. With ammunition at hand, one can inflict mortal wounds. Transforming into a dual-wielding dragon warrior, he wasted no time. He sprang up and dashed to the right, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. His two firearms erupted in a symphony of shots, sending bullets toward the right-side pickup truck. The four gunmen stationed beside the vehicle, having drawn their weapons, were still a step behind the dragon warrior, succumbing to his relentless assault. Eliminating the outermost enemy on the right, the dragon warrior leaped onto the side of the pickup truck, seizing the positions of the slain gunmen. As he landed behind the far right side of the vehicle, a hail of bullets from over 10 serpentine figures and gunmen on the left rained down upon the pickup. Fortunately, the dragon warrior's speed and reflexes were exceptional. He instinctively chose to seize cover. Had he remained in the open ground before the vehicle, the concentrated fire from the multitude of handguns would have undoubtedly turned him into a mere sieve. Now, with the pickup truck as his shield, the dragon warrior had ample space to exploit his advantages. He fired from beneath the vehicle, aimed at feet, and shot through the doors to strike at his foes. He executed agile maneuvers, firing from the front and rear of the truck, even using corpses to draw fire. A myriad of unconventional tactics was unleashed upon these serpentine foes. The serpentine figures, relying on two other vehicles for cover, lacked professional combat training and were light years behind the dragon warrior in practical experience. Under the onslaught of his seemingly endless strategies, they were utterly overwhelmed. Even though they boasted a significant numerical advantage, with 18 against a single warrior, the scene appeared surreal, as the lone dragon warrior dominated the engagement. In less than a minute, all the serpentine figures between the second and third vehicles were dispatched. After eliminating these adversaries, the dragon warrior scavenged their bodies for supplies, replenishing his ammunition and launching a more ferocious assault on the remaining foes. Indeed, an offensive, encircling the remaining 10 or so adversaries with just one man seemed implausible, yet it unfolded before their very eyes. Close-quarter combat demands more in terms of reaction speed, shooting precision, tactical prowess, practical experience, and mental fortitude than long-range engagements. Each aspect plays a crucial role in determining the outcome. The dragon warrior excelled in all these areas, effectively crushing the serpentine gunmen. He capitalized on opportune moments, utilizing feints to find advantageous positions, and after exposing himself to fire, he deftly retreated. The serpentine figures were oblivious to such strategies, blindly firing without coordination. Though they appeared to outnumber him, they fought as individuals, lacking any semblance of teamwork, utterly ignorant of how to cover for one another's advances. A team devoid of cooperation fared worse than a single individual, amidst the chaotic flurry of gunfire. Even if the remaining serpentine figures contemplated a synchronized charge, they were paralyzed by fear. No matter how formidable the dragon warrior might be, they dared not venture forth, terrified of being struck down by friendly fire in the darkness. This led to all the snakeheads taking refuge behind the vehicles, each firing indiscriminately, granting Long Zhan the opportunity to systematically dismantle them. 5 minutes into the gunfight, Long Zhan had maneuvered from the far-right pickup truck to the cover of a compact car in the center, leaving only 8 snakeheads cowering behind the moonlit vehicle. Having witnessed Long Zhan's prowess, they shrank back, reluctant to emerge. In a desperate attempt to protect themselves, they even shot out the tires of an SUV, deflating them to lower the vehicle's profile, thereby avoiding the risk of being targeted from beneath. With the 8 snakeheads hiding behind the vehicle, Long Zhan found it exceedingly challenging to charge forward. No matter how skilled or swift he was, it was impossible to eliminate all 8 adversaries simultaneously. The best outcome would likely result in mutual annihilation. Long Zhan was unwilling to perish alongside such scum. If only he had a grenade, he could obliterate them all with a single throw. However, such was not the case. Had the snakeheads possessed grenades, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. Never granted the opportunity to reverse the tide and seize the initiative. Stuck in a stalemate, Long Zhan could not advance to eliminate the enemy, while the snakeheads dared not rush out from their cover. Nevertheless, the snakeheads retained a distinct advantage. Long Zhan was unable to call for reinforcements, while the snakeheads had already placed their distress calls, summoning nearby allies who would arrive in mere minutes. Once additional reinforcements joined the fray, Long Zhan would find himself at a severe disadvantage. If the approaching snakeheads had any wit, they could easily encircle him from behind, mounting a pincer attack that would surely overpower him. As Long Zhan overheard the frantic cries for help from the snakeheads, beads of sweat began to form on his brow as time slipped away. As a lone wolf, he could not afford to be trapped. In a bid to evade his predicament, he resolved to attempt a forced assault from the left. However, the snakeheads retaliated fiercely, firing upon him and forcing him back. At that moment, the thunderous roar of engines pierced through the pre-dawn wilderness, echoing with alarming clarity. Long Zhan, utilizing his keen auditory perception, estimated that at least 3 vehicles were approaching, situated 1 to 2 kilometers away. This distance was not vast. They would arrive shortly. Remaining in his current position was untenable. Should they encircle him here, escape would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Contemplating his options, Long Zhan swiftly reached a decisive conclusion. Since breaching the last barrier to annihilate the remaining snakeheads was impossible, and with reinforcements soon to arrive, the best course of action was to retreat. Resolute in his decision, he abandoned any further attempts to break through, instead turning to sprint into the cab of the pickup truck behind him. Engaging the gears, pressing the accelerator, and releasing the handbrake, the second-hand pickup surged forward, propelled by a fierce engine, as Long Zhan expertly executed a racing-style launch. As they approached the precipice of the mine, a dashing figure executed a sharp 90-degree drift, flooring the accelerator as he veered toward the right side of the pit. That scoundrel intended to flee. We must pursue him. Our reinforcements have arrived. We cannot allow this wretched fiend to escape. Quickly, get in the car. Let us chase after him. Immediately, call used to join the pursuit from the side. This rogue has slain so many of our men. He must meet his end here. The 8 once timid traffickers, now emboldened by the arrival of their comrades, began to boast and rally. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, they scrambled into the remaining 2 vehicles, racing after Long Zhan's retreating figure. Long Zhan's pickup truck had lost a headlamp, leaving only one to illuminate the path ahead. Navigating through the desolate mining area was fraught with peril. A moment's lapse in vigilance could send the vehicle tumbling into the abyss, resulting in certain doom. Yet, in a desperate bid to evade his pursuers, Long Zhan had no choice but to keep the throttle fully engaged. The truck bounced across the uneven terrain of the mine, its inadequate suspension rendering the ride akin to a carnival attraction. Despite his efforts to steady himself, Long Zhan's head repeatedly struck the roof, and after a few hours of this, he might well develop a steel skull. Fortunately, the rough stretch was confined to the mine. Once Long Zhan burst through the gates and onto the concrete highway beyond, the truck finally stabilized, allowing his speed to increase. However, the 8 vengeful traffickers, now split into 2 vehicles, accelerated in pursuit, maintaining a steady distance of mere meters behind him. Regardless of how much Long Zhan pressed the accelerator, he could not shake them off. After all, his dilapidated vehicle was lacking in performance. The highway chase had commenced, but this was not the worst predicament yet. Having driven less than a kilometer, Long Zhan encountered headlights approaching from an intersection ahead. The identity of the oncoming convoy was unmistakable. They were reinforcements for the traffickers. The support vehicles showed no signs of slowing, intent on colliding with Long Zhan's pickup to bring it to a halt. Lacking armor and weaponry, he was unwilling to engage in a skirmish. To preserve his sole means of escape, Long Zhan veered right, forsaking the route to the nearest city in favor of a path toward the border. With a shriek of tires on asphalt, Long Zhan showcased his expert driving skills, deftly maneuvering the aging truck in a drift, surging onto another road. The 3 vehicles barreling toward him were taken aback by the sudden high-speed turn. In their haste to pursue, the occupants leaned out of their windows, brandishing rifles and commencing a barrage against Long Zhan's pickup. The sound of AK-47 fire erupted, a stark contrast to the feeble discharge of a handgun. Listening to the bullets whizzing past the side of the vehicle, a cacophony of gunfire resonated as numerous rounds struck the car, forcing Long Zhan to execute an S-shaped maneuver. He swerved from side to side in an attempt to evade the rifle fire raining down from behind him. The dilapidated pickup truck was already sluggish, and now, in a bid to prevent losing control and potentially rolling over, its speed inevitably diminished. This led Long Zhan into a vicious cycle, with the gap between him and his pursuers narrowing with each passing moment. Long Zhan yearned to strike back and break free from his predicament. But after ransacking his mind and searching the pickup, he found himself utterly devoid of options. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. All he could do was steer with one hand while extending his other arm out the window to fire his handgun, hoping to intimidate his relentless chasers, perhaps even striking luck in the process. However, the pursuing serpentine heads were undeterred, and fortune did not favor Long Zhan either. After emptying the magazine of his M1911, he was met with no effective damage inflicted upon his foes. Damn it! Long Zhan cursed as he discarded the weapon in frustration. At that moment, a more absurd and troublesome calamity befell him once again. With a loud bang, the right rear tire of the pickup suddenly burst, causing the high-speed vehicle to lose balance and begin to sway dangerously. Even with Long Zhan's desperate attempts to stabilize the car, its speed plummeted sharply. Realizing he was on the verge of losing his sole means of escape and would soon be encircled by enemies, he slammed his fist violently against the steering wheel. The pursuing convoy, in stark contrast to Long Zhan's dire situation, reveled in their advantage. Witnessing the tire blowout, sparks flew as the steel rims scraped against the ground, and the remaining tire could hardly regain any speed. The pursuing serpentine heads grew more exhilarated, firing their rifles with increasing ferocity while emitting various excited cries. To them, Long Zhan was already a helpless prey on the chopping block. Aboard the pickup, he understood that escape was no longer an option and began to prepare for a final, desperate fight, all while managing the vehicle with one hand and organizing whatever ammunition he could find. His eyes scanned the surroundings rapidly, searching for a suitable escape route. But as the rubber from the blown tire flew off and the steel rim succumbed to the relentless pavement, the pickup was left dragging helplessly across the road. Unable to continue its flight, Long Zhan found no suitable terrain to aid him in evading this lethal crisis. The hunters, having realized their prey had lost its capacity to flee, began to slow down, arrogantly shouting as they prepared to close in for the kill. Yet at that moment, a new vision emerged. The sound of helicopter rotors reverberated through the air, emanating from the distant boundary. The old year was bidding farewell, and 2022 was upon them. In this moment, we find the serendipity of encountering one another in this narrative, journeying together from 2021 to 2022, embarking on a new year. This is our fate, and the good fortune of the little soldier. Here, the little soldier extends heartfelt New Year wishes to all the brothers, wishing them happiness, good health, and favorable outcomes in all endeavors. In the hopes of the new year, may my brothers continue to steadfastly support the seals, while I, as a humble scribe, will endeavor to craft each narrative with care. Let us journey through 2022 together, witnessing the day when Long Zhan ascends to greatness. As the chapter unfolds, Long Zhan heard the distant thrum of an approaching helicopter, mistaking it for the Mexican Border Patrol, and a torrent of expletives surged through his mind. Confronted by his fugitive status, he could not suppress his frustration, cursing vehemently. With the relentless pursuers of the smuggling ring behind him and the Mexican police helicopter blocking his path, it was a dire predicament for anyone to endure. The pursuing smugglers, too, mistook the sound for that of the Border Patrol's helicopter. Unlike Long Zhan, who was filled with dread at the sight of the aircraft, the smugglers regarded it with utter disdain. Seasoned by years of operation along the border, they had long since established a tacit alliance with the Mexican authorities. Throughout the process of trafficking, the Mexican border police, having received their share of the spoils, seldom intervened, fearing the American Border Patrol instead. With such a covert collaboration in place, the arrival of the helicopter posed no threat to the smugglers as they relentlessly pursued Long Zhan, and might even assist them in capturing or eliminating him. Feeling emboldened by their perceived advantage, the smugglers drove directly towards Long Zhan, their audacity escalating. A pickup truck had become immobilized in the road, leaving Long Zhan with no avenue for escape. Faced with the helicopter overhead, he realized there was no escape left. Convinced that death was imminent, a surge of fury welled up within him. Cursing his fate, he resolved that if he were to perish, he would take a few with him. With a fierce determination born from desperation, Long Zhan abandoned the thought of fleeing, transforming once more into a gunslinger as he seized the pickup to mount a counterattack. With a rapid succession of gunfire, he unleashed a barrage from his twin pistols, targeting the driver's seat. The oncoming vehicle, brimming with smugglers, had its windshield shattered like glass under his aim, instantly killing the driver. The passenger, quick to react, managed to steer away from the line of fire and veered off the roadway. The two vehicles that had been in hot pursuit screeched to a halt, positioning themselves in the middle of the road. The smugglers disembarked, engaging Long Zhan in a fierce exchange of fire. Aware of Long Zhan's limited ammunition, they understood that once he was depleted, his fate would be sealed. Thus, the smugglers in the two cars, along with others who had taken refuge along the roadside, refrained from a reckless advance and instead sought to flank Long Zhan from the sides. Confronted with their cunning, Long Zhan found himself at a disadvantage against their insidious tactics. Even as he sought to take a few down with him, the odds were heavily stacked against him. The exchange of gunfire continued for less than 2 minutes. As two more vehicles, having trailed him from the mines, arrived at the scene, skillfully maneuvering off the road in an attempt to encircle Long Zhan from behind. The pickup truck cannot serve as a 360-degree cover. Once two vehicles successfully maneuver around to the rear, Long Zhan finds himself with nowhere to evade, as bullets will find him regardless of his hiding place. Is he destined to perish here, at the hands of these insignificant adversaries? Filled with anger and frustration, Long Zhan feels utterly powerless, forced to watch as the two vehicles flank him, approaching from either side of the highway. At that moment, helicopters arrive at the scene of the gunfire, their bodies devoid of any indicator lights or searchlights shining down. In the gray sky before dawn, the two helicopters resembled dark phantoms. Upon witnessing their arrival, flying low and barely 20 meters above the ground, Long Zhan's fury ignites as he raises his weapon, ready to unleash his frustration. With no means to eliminate the snakehead, he decides instead to direct his remaining bullets at the helicopters. But in the next instant, Long Zhan is taken aback. The side doors of the helicopters swing open, and several gun barrels emerge, not aimed at him, but rather at the snakeheads surrounding him. The sound of silenced rifles erupts, their flames dazzling against the night. The snakeheads, who had anticipated Long Zhan's demise, are caught off guard by this sudden, dense barrage. In that initial volley, at least 7 or 8 snakeheads fall. As the helicopters hover above, relentlessly raining down ammunition, the snakeheads, unable to find cover, can only scream in agony as they are struck. Within a mere 3 minutes, over 20 snakehead gunmen from 5 vehicles lie lifeless on the ground. The air is thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, saturating the vicinity. Just moments ago, Long Zhan was ensnared in a dire predicament, prepared for death. Now, he stands alone as the sole survivor on the battlefield. His marksmanship is precise, his training evident, and his methods decisive, indicating that he is no ordinary individual. Lacking night vision equipment and with visibility poor, Long Zhan is unaware of the helicopter's origins, relying solely on his instincts for judgment. Simultaneously, the despair that had gripped him begins to dissipate. The elimination of all the snakeheads, while leaving him unharmed, suggests that the helicopters are not his adversaries, at least. They do not wish for his demise. As Long Zhan contemplates the purpose behind their sparing of his life, one of the helicopters descends slowly to the middle of the highway, approximately 10 meters away, and a familiar silhouette gracefully leaps down. Black Fox. Long Zhan recognizes her instantly. After countless training sessions together at night, he knows every detail of her form, making it difficult to mistake her identity. Yet, along with this recognition comes a new question. Based on the information relayed in their previous phone conversation, Black Fox could not have crossed the border solely to rescue him. So why has she now appeared? With this perplexity in mind, Long Zhan does not approach her, but instead waits for Black Fox to reach him. Upon her arrival, he remarks, "I never expected to see you again, given how events have unfolded." In Dragon's words, there lies a multitude of meanings, layered and intricate. Typically, before Dragon, the Black Fox exudes an aura of sensual elegance, often laced with a hint of playful provocation. Yet, in this moment, she adopts an uncharacteristically grave demeanor. With a stoic expression, she states, "If I were to inform you that my orders are to eliminate you, would you find that more surprising?" Surprised? Dragon, grasping the Black Fox's chin and playfully lifting it, chuckles. "To die beneath the peonies is to linger in elegance, and to perish at your hands would be an honor. But would you truly have the heart to let me perish? You are incorrigibly thick-skinned. I fear that trait will follow you into your next life." The Black Fox, momentarily speechless, swatted away Dragon's teasing hand. The frost on her face melted in an instant, and with a playful punch to Dragon's chest, she remarked, "Come now. It is time to attend to serious matters." Chapter 425. A more mysterious place, serious matters? Have you procured the bunny costume? Dragon, having narrowly escaped death, thanks to the Black Fox's considerable risk in crossing borders for his rescue, joked, his spirits lifted. The Black Fox shot him an exasperated glance and turned to walk toward the helicopter, saying, "If you dawdle any longer, your little girlfriend may encounter grave trouble." My little girlfriend? Initially perplexed, Dragon soon detected the hint of jealousy emanating from the Black Fox and promptly realized the implication. He chuckled and teased, "What's this? The all-capable CIA agent, Miss Black Fox, is feeling jealous? How delightful. Are you not concerned that I might change my mind? I suddenly find the idea of following Madame K's orders to eliminate you rather appealing," the Black Fox said languidly. "All right, I concede. I surrender. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely, my savior," Dragon exclaimed, raising his hands in mock surrender. Yet, in the next moment, his right hand became audacious, playfully landing on the Black Fox's pert backside. No matter how he struck that shapely form, he never grew weary of it. Observing Dragon's increasing reckless demeanor and his complete disregard for her threats, the Black Fox found herself at a loss. Too weary to engage with this shameless rogue any longer, the duo boarded the helicopter, the doors sealing shut as they ascended once more into the sky. "Hey, Chief, you seemed to be in a bit of a predicament earlier. I took down 5 enemies, which should earn at least 2 rounds of drinks. When will you treat me?" "Boss, our orders were to eliminate you, yet here we are, having rescued you. If I don't receive my commission, you must compensate me." The peculiar quartet, including Jose, surrounded Dragon as he rejoined the family. At this juncture, Dragon began to grasp the reality of their mission. The Black Fox and her team had not come solely to rescue him. Rather, they had arrived to obliterate all evidence and eliminate him and Sofia in Mexico. Conversely, the Black Fox had audaciously altered the mission, transforming the assassination order into a rescue operation, resulting in the earlier events. As for Jose and the others, they disregarded Madame K's orders entirely. The primary reason lies in the fact that it was Black Fox who recruited them, not the elusive Mrs. K, who lurks in the shadows. Black Fox is indeed the true mastermind behind this group of private military contractors, PMCs. There are 2 secondary reasons. Firstly, having collaborated with Long Zhan for over a month, the team leader has forged a commendable rapport with them. PMCs, emerging from formal military backgrounds, place a greater emphasis on camaraderie, loyalty, and future prospects, unlike mercenaries who are solely driven by monetary gain. Secondly, given that they have already entered the country illegally, eliminating Long Zhan and Sofia within Mexico serves a purpose akin to returning them to the United States. The only distinction is that the former is a more decisive, sweeping action, while the latter could lead to complications in the aftermath. For instance, suppressing any news regarding Sofia to prevent journalists from extracting information that might expose the involvement of the U.S. government in the elimination of the Mexican convoy would require considerable manpower and resources. PMCs engage in one-off transactions, and subsequent complications are of no concern to them. For these myriad reasons, the cadre of private military contractors who followed Black Fox ultimately chose to heed his commands. "This is your equipment." After Long Zhan and Jose exchanged pleasantries, Black Fox tossed a bag to Long Zhan. Inside were the tactical gear and weaponry that Long Zhan had removed when he changed into civilian attire after parting ways with the convoy, including a custom heavy tactical vest and a tailored 48 Malawian kwaches. "How did you know I would be there?" Long Zhan inquired, donning the gear with curiosity. "God does not wish for your demise. Your fate is not to perish," Black Fox retorted with a smirk, gesturing towards the cockpit. Night Owl 1 is equipped with a monitoring and data collection system capable of detecting anomalous sound waves within a 20-kilometer radius. While tracking Sophia's signal, Night Owl 1 intercepted a barrage of gunfire 15 kilometers to the east. Initially, we intended to withdraw, as engaging in gunfights was not our objective. However, an instinct told me that something was amiss. Thus, we diverted our course and fortuitously encountered you, who was cornered and nearly eliminated by Little Rollo. As he recounted this, a distinct smirk graced Black Fox's lips, as if to imply, even someone as formidable as you can experience a fall from grace. In a predicament where he was bound, battling against over 20 adversaries, and ultimately managing to escape unscathed, how many individuals in the world could accomplish such a feat? Long Zhan felt no embarrassment. Rather, he radiated confidence, leaving Black Fox, Jose, and the others momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that Long Zhan had faced such an exaggerated scenario prior to his highway escape, believing it to be merely a chase. Reflecting on how Long Zhan, starting from bare-handed combat, could extricate himself from the clutches of over 20 gunmen, the mockery in Black Fox's eyes was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Jose and the old Russian, among others, could only express profound admiration for Long Zhan's inscrutable prowess, marveling at the fact that he had engaged 20 foes and emerged without a single significant injury. Long Zhan suddenly recalled something and questioned the Black Fox with a hint of confusion. "You mentioned earlier that you were tracking Sophia. How are you doing that?" "I dismantled the GPS tracker before departing, so it is impossible for there to be any signal feedback." "You only removed one," the Black Fox replied, raising his chin with a smug expression. "By employing multiple strategies simultaneously, one can ensure that the target remains in plain sight. This is a standard practice of the CIA." "Impossible. That can't be true." Long Zhan shook his head adamantly. "I thoroughly checked every inch of Sophia, and I am certain that there is no tracking device left behind." "Did you check her bra?" the Black Fox asked with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "Damn." Upon hearing that it might be hidden there, Long Zhan felt exasperated and shot the Black Fox a middle finger. "Hiding it in such a place is simply unbeatable. Even if you gave me 100 chances, I would never dare to check that area on Sophia. I certainly do not wish to be seen as a creep. There are even more mysterious places. Would you like me to reveal where it is hidden?" The Black Fox, noticing Long Zhan's discomfort, only fanned the flames of his teasing. "No, I do not need to know." Long Zhan could easily guess the location of something more concealed than a bra, shaking his head in refusal. For once, the Black Fox, who had often found himself outmatched by Long Zhan, basked in the triumph of winning over him, his mood buoyed as he proudly lifted his graceful neck. Chapter 426. Negotiation is nonsense. Just eliminate them. As Long Zhan and the Black Fox engaged in their light-hearted banter, the Black Hawk helicopter remained steadfast in its mission, racing through the low skies towards the southeast. The Snakehead boss, along with Sophia, had departed in that very direction. The helicopter, unbound by terrain, soared through the sky, hindered only by inclement weather, easily achieving speeds in excess of 300 kilometers per hour. In contrast, the vehicles on the ground were significantly slower and heavily influenced by the conditions of the terrain, despite the Snakehead boss and Sophia having left over half an hour prior. They could not evade the helicopter's rapid pursuit. An hour later, as the sun rose like an orange pancake, it leaped from behind the mountains, illuminating the eastern horizon. On the highway, bathed in the morning's warm glow, a convoy of a pickup truck and an SUV cast long shadows as they sped along. Two Black Hawk helicopters spotted the target, and no further orders from the Black Fox were necessary. With a swift acceleration, they swooped down in low flight. The convoy, realizing they were being pursued, saw the Snakehead boss comprehend the gravity of the situation slipping beyond his control. He ordered an increase in speed while instructing his subordinates to resist. Several members of the Snakehead's crew leaned out of the vehicle, firing rifles and handguns at the helicopters above. However, their marksmanship was already poor, and with the vehicles moving at high speed, coupled with the considerable distance between them, their aim was nearly impossible to gauge. The sound of gunfire erupted chaotically, yet few shots found their mark on the helicopters. The Black Hawk, designed as a military attack helicopter, boasts defensive capabilities that far surpass those of civilian helicopters, rendering the occasional bullets fired at it utterly inconsequential. As they approached within a mere 30 meters, the helicopter's side doors swung open simultaneously. Long Zhan, along with Jose and 3 other military contractors, launched a fierce assault on the convoy, the outcome of which was discernible within a mere 10 seconds of fire exchange. The pickup truck at the rear was transformed into a veritable hive of destruction, losing control and flipping over on the highway, erupting into a fiery explosion. Inside the SUV ahead, which housed Sophia, Long Zhan and his team refrained from indiscriminate gunfire, instead opting to maneuver to the side and puncture the tires. Deprived of one tire, the SUV was rendered incapable of further escape. To avert a catastrophic rollover, it swayed precariously forward for over 100 meters before finally halting in the middle of the road. 2 Black Hawks flanked the scene, with the one carrying Long Zhan landing on the road. "Go, go, go!" Long Zhan commanded, brandishing a silver Desert Eagle as he leapt from the cabin. Following closely were Lao Maozi and Lu Tai Quang, maintaining a semicircular formation, flanking Long Zhan on either side as they approached the SUV from the rear. Given the uncertainty surrounding the vehicle's interior, a rear approach was imperative. The rear of the vehicle was obstructed by the B-pillar, C-pillar, rear doors, and seat backs, all of which would impede shooting angles for those inside. Conversely, those outside could avoid much of the danger emanating from within the city by advancing from the rear. If they could strategically position themselves to obscure the C-pillar's line of sight, their safety would be further enhanced. In contrast, approaching from the front would expose them to the full view through the expansive windshield, granting those inside a superior shooting angle. Should the occupants inside choose to engage in a suicide attack, those advancing from the front would become easy targets. "Get out of the car. Hurry, or I will blow it up," Long Zhan called out as he edged within 3 meters of the SUV's rear, his eyes and aim fixed on the windows, ready for any eventuality. The leader of the snakehead, recognizing Long Zhan, felt a surge of fear replace his initial panic. He could not fathom how Long Zhan had managed to escape, but one thing was painfully clear: his reappearance signified the demise of all his underlings. Realizing he had kicked a hornet's nest, the snakehead leader understood the grave predicament he faced. Perhaps fearing that Long Zhan would indeed detonate the vehicle, or perhaps seeking to negotiate, he positioned Sophia in front of him as a human shield. He ordered his pale-faced subordinate to open the rear door on the right side, preparing to sit inside and parley with Long Zhan. This tactic displayed cunning. Sitting inside the vehicle afforded him better protection, with Sophia acting as a buffer in front of the only open door. If confronted by ordinary police, they might have been at a loss to rescue Sophia. The scene of a negotiation between criminals and law enforcement, often depicted in films, was set to unfold on this scarcely traveled road, offering the snakehead leader a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately for him, Long Zhan and his team were not ordinary police, but seasoned soldiers forged in the crucible of life-and-death combat. The style of action was destined to be increasingly resolute. Within mere seconds of the SUV's rear door swinging open, before the leader of the snakehead gang could utter a word, Long Zhan decisively squeezed the trigger, disregarding the fact that the snakehead leader was shielding Sophia. His gun pressed against her temple. Such was the confidence and audacity he exhibited. A gunshot rang out, the .50 caliber bullet whistling through the air, narrowly missing Sophia by a mere 2 centimeters, and striking the snakehead leader squarely on the bridge of his nose, shattering it and leaving a gaping hole the size of a finger. While the front appeared relatively normal, the aftermath was gruesome. The terrifying cavitation effect of the .50 caliber bullet obliterated the entire rear of the snakehead leader's skull, leaving behind a cavity larger than a palm. The brain matter that once resided within was violently expelled, splattering against the cracked car window in a grotesque display of white, yellow, black, and red, thick, repulsive, and horrifying. In the fleeting moments of his life, the snakehead leader's eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions: fear, shock, and an unwillingness to accept the reality that someone could act so decisively, blasting his head apart without hesitation. Having spent a lifetime dealing with law enforcement, his reliance on hostages had often proven successful, yet this time he faltered, just once, and it cost him his life. As Long Zhan fired, his allies, Liu Tiekwang and the Old Russian among others, swiftly followed suit, their shots ringing out within a mere half-second. The 3 snakeheads inside the vehicle, including the driver, had no time to react before they were eliminated. With all adversaries neutralized, Long Zhan dashed to the side of the vehicle, half his body inside as he pulled Sophia out. Without pausing for even a second, he pivoted and sprinted towards the helicopter. Cradled in Long Zhan's arms, Sophia gazed up at his profile, her eyes shimmering with a complex mix of emotions. Her body remained still, surrendering completely to his lead, trusting him utterly. Meanwhile, Black Fox, waiting inside the helicopter, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of the towering Long Zhan carrying the petite Sophia, who seemed almost delicate in comparison. The presence of this young girl evoked a profound sense of threat within him. Chapter 427. The private military contract of GRS having intercepted Sophia and dealt with all the snakeheads, Long Zhan appeared to have extricated them from danger. However, the real trouble was just beginning. Mrs. K's directive was to eliminate, while Black Fox had unilaterally altered it to a rescue operation. The return journey by helicopter was straightforward. Maintaining a low-altitude flight path, they could traverse over 100 kilometers northward across the border to re-enter the United States. Yet, the pressing question remained: how to justify their actions to Mrs. K upon their return. To safeguard both Long Zhan and Sophia from being arrested and dealt with secretly upon landing, Black Fox and Long Zhan engaged in extensive discussions throughout the journey. After identifying all potential channels at their disposal, they ultimately devised a feasible plan. After the Black Hawk crossed the border into American territory, Long Zhan, accompanied by Sophia, disembarked midway, opting not to accompany Heihu to the McLaren Air Force Base. Rudolph, who had previously coordinated with Heihu, arrived with his team to retrieve Long Zhan. Upon receiving a call from Rudolph, Long Zhan immediately reached out to his superior, Kobe, in the 6th Special Operations Group to report the troubles he encountered and request assistance. As an elite member of the 6th Special Operations Group, Kobe would undoubtedly devise a means to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, Heihu also contacted the CIA headquarters, urging his superiors to exert pressure on Madame K. Once the helicopter arrived at the airbase, he proceeded to the command center to engage in face-to-face negotiations with Madame K, employing coercive tactics to broker a deal. He threatened that if the safety of Long Zhan and Sophia was not guaranteed, he would expose Sophia to the media. Heihu showed no leniency, using Sophia as leverage, which understandably infuriated Madame K, yet the circumstances left her with little choice. She could only ask Heihu to wait briefly while she conferred with the deputy minister. During their discussions, the background of Heihu's and Long Zhan's communications intervened, transforming the situation into a three-party negotiation. At 11 a.m., after more than an hour of deliberation, the three representatives finally reached an agreement. Due to the sensitive nature of Sophia's identity, it was crucial to keep her hidden for a while until public interest waned. Consequently, she would be secretly transported to Chicago, where her biological mother would care for her. Simultaneously, the CIA would dispatch a surveillance team to maintain covert observation of Sophia until the public had forgotten about the death of the Mexican police officer. The public's attention tends to follow trends, and memories of hot topics rarely endure for long. Even the global scandal of the Prism incident faded from collective memory within a year or two. No matter how significant an event, time eventually disperses its impact. As for Long Zhan, his background in a specialized department endowed him with a wealth of top-secret knowledge. Thus, maintaining confidentiality posed no challenge. However, to penalize Long Zhan for disregarding orders and refusing to eliminate the crucial witness, Sophia, he was compelled to undertake a perilous mission unconditionally. This served as both a means of atonement and a way to provide Madame K and the deputy minister with a graceful exit. Upon receiving Madame K's final decision, Heihu promptly relayed it to Long Zhan. Upon learning that the vital witness, Sophia, was safe and that he merely needed to execute a mission, Long Zhan unhesitatingly accepted. Since joining the Navy SEALs, each of Long Zhan's assignments has been fraught with danger, and he has undertaken an innumerable array of missions. Therefore, an additional so-called high-risk task was no different from quenching his thirst. Given the urgency of this critical assignment, Long Zhan had no time to reminisce with Heihu. Upon returning to McLaren, he was promptly escorted to the airport. The responsibility of escorting Sophia to Chicago would fall solely to Heihu. After surviving the harrowing ordeal in Mexico, Long Zhan had developed profound trust in Heihu, harboring no doubts regarding his capability to escort Sophia safely. He firmly believes that Sophia is under the unwavering protection of the Black Fox and will undoubtedly not be discreetly dealt with. Sophia, on the other hand, feels a deep reluctance to part ways with Long Zhan. During their brief days together, the myriad experiences they shared have left an indelible impact on Sophia, who has lived a life of strict protection and monotony since childhood. An indescribable yet profound emotion has begun to blossom within her heart. Long Zhan can sense Sophia's attachment and wishes to personally escort her to her mother, yet circumstances dictate otherwise. To ensure that Mrs. K does not harm Sophia, Long Zhan must comply with certain conditions. Moreover, he is no paragon of virtue. Should Sophia express her affections, he might find himself at a loss for how to respond, which could lead to an awkward situation. After all, Sophia is merely 16. To avoid becoming an inappropriate figure and causing her unnecessary distress, they decide to part ways, allowing Sophia some time to reflect and grow, ideally until she reaches the age of 18. Long Zhan ultimately envelopes Sophia in a hug, disregarding her reluctant gaze, and entrusts her to the waiting Black Fox. He then proceeds with his contact, traveling to Macaron Airport. "This is for you," his contact says, handing him a prepared suitcase containing identification documents, a plane ticket, and some personal belongings, along with mission details. With some time before boarding, Long Zhan is encouraged to peruse the contents. Upon entering a VIP lounge, the contact retrieves the suitcase and briefly introduces its contents before departing. Long Zhan unzips the suitcase, finding the plane ticket and passport on top. Upon examining the ticket, he notes that there is still over an hour until departure. What urgent mission awaits him? Setting the ticket aside, he picks up a folder beneath it, opens it, and begins to read while seated on the sofa. The documents are divided into two parts, a contract and mission details, totaling just over a dozen pages. The contract is for a private military contracting position, involving joining the GRS team in Libya to protect CIA personnel during operations there, an elite security unit established by the CIA following the GRS 9/11 incident. This unit does not belong to third-party security firms or the CIA's formal staff, but operates similarly to domestic institutional employment. In simpler terms, these are CIA contractors dedicated exclusively to the agency's private military company. The contract stipulates that compensation is not a lump sum, but calculated daily at 1,200. Based on this daily wage, one could earn over 30,000 a month. It appears quite lucrative, far exceeding the salary of a DG service member. However, the reality is quite different. Such contract work comes with no guarantees and no insurance. In the event of death, there would be no compensation for loss. And regardless of tenure with the CIA, there is no pension upon retirement. Chapter 428. 13 Hours of Crisis. The current position of Long Zhan within the 6th Special Operations Team of the Black Unit bears a resemblance to the nature of GRS, both serving a shadowy sector associated with a certain American agency. The singular distinction lies in the differing contractual arrangements. Members of the 6th Special Operations Team enjoy greater liberties than the employees of GRS. The latter are exclusively contracted to the CIA, tasked with aiding and safeguarding intelligence personnel across over 100 intelligence stations worldwide. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the duration of their assignments, compensation is typically calculated on a daily basis, akin to contract labor. In contrast, members of the 6th Special Operations Team experience more autonomy, aside from 3 mandatory objectives. They are free to roam as they please. Their remuneration is a one-off payment, dispensed upon the successful completion of their tasks, resembling more of a temporary employment arrangement. Having perused the military contracting document before him, Long Zhan gleaned an understanding of the nature of the impending assignment and subsequently delved into the mission dossier. The essence of the content revealed that the Libyan civil war had largely concluded, and the CIA had been tasked with recovering various hazardous weaponry accumulated during the conflict. Notably, the focus lay on the anti-tank missiles and chemical weapons, specifically yellow cake, acquired from the rebel forces against Colonel Gaddafi's army. GRS's role was to assist several CIA operatives, whose intellect was commendable but combat prowess lacking, in the recovery of such armaments. As he swiftly reviewed the particulars within the document, a phrase struck Long Zhan's mind: 13 Hours of Crisis. Although he had not seen the film, it was based on true events. At the time of the actual incident, Long Zhan was present in Benghazi, Libya, engaged in temporary work under a rebel faction. The American ambassador was tragically slain at a makeshift consulate, marking the first instance in history of such an event. The repercussions were profound, garnering coverage from every mainstream media outlet globally, and knowledge of the incident permeated various circles in Benghazi. As a mercenary serving the cause of war, Long Zhan had numerous avenues to acquire insider information. Before the U.S. government and journalists disclosed the specifics surrounding the ambassador's demise, he had already unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Armed with this first-hand experience and bolstered by the descriptions within the mission dossier, recalling the details was an inevitable endeavor. 13 Hours of Crisis posed significant challenges, akin to a condensed version of the Mogadishu Marathon. If memory served correctly, reports indicated that GRS lost 2 operatives, alongside the ambassador and the information officer, culminating in a total of 4 fatalities. Without meticulous planning, he could easily become the next casualty. Long Zhan had essentially deciphered the plot. Placing the contract and dossier back into his suitcase, he began to reflect on the details from the news reports he had observed, contemplating strategies that would ensure his survival through this impending calamity. Prior to the onset of the 13 Hours of Crisis, ample time remained to prepare adequately. Long Zhan was confident that with proper deployment and thorough preparations, he could navigate the impending turmoil unscathed. Even in the most conservative of thoughts, one must strive not to become one of the fallen. Over 10 hours later, at Benina Airport in Benghazi, Libya, Long Zhan descended the stairs from the aircraft, donning sunglasses to shield his eyes from the harsh glare of the sun. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. A charred Boeing 747 lay abandoned over 200 meters away on a desolate runway to the right of the airport. The perimeter of the runway was lined with high-voltage barbed wire. The wide exterior of the airport terminal bore numerous pockmarks and craters, with even the highest control tower displaying a gaping hole several meters in diameter. The path from the runway to the terminal was littered with armored vehicles and fully armed soldiers. A glimpse reveals the entirety. From the visible remnants at the airport, Long Zhan could vividly imagine the intensity of the civil war that had raged in Benghazi. Entering a city where war appeared to have subsided, yet was rife with violence and turmoil, was akin to stepping into a perilous minefield. One must remain perpetually vigilant, lest they be reduced to mere fragments. As Long Zhan made his way out of the airport, he scanned the area at the entrance and quickly identified the GRS employee sent to retrieve him. Clad in a deep blue shirt and jeans, complemented by a pair of blue sunglasses, the man awaited him. Long Zhan, I require a guide. Long Zhan approached, extending his hand and discreetly delivering the prearranged code. Tyron Woods, follow me, the man responded, momentarily taken aback by Long Zhan's imposing stature. After a brief pause, he shook Long Zhan's hand and turned to head towards the adjacent parking lot, where he opened the door of a Jeep and took the driver's seat. Long Zhan followed suit, tossing his luggage into the back seat before taking a seat in the passenger side. Fully loaded, Tyron produced a handgun, presenting it to Long Zhan with the grip facing outward. His movements were professional, as were his words. The G19 from Salient International Weapons Company, identifiable by its gold titanium nitride-coated barrel, was a commendable sidearm, albeit lacking in some aspects. Long Zhan pulled back the slide to ensure it was chambered, his right thumb disengaging the safety as he concealed the firearm between his thigh and the car door. A mini handgun. It suits you well, Tyron remarked. A former Navy SEAL who had previously received a fax notification from DRS mentioning Long Zhan's own background in the SEALs, which influenced his amiable demeanor. After all, we hail from the same unit. I prefer the larger ones, robust and formidable, Long Zhan replied with a grin, then delved into the core of the matter. The information I received mentioned we have a small team. What are the others' compositions? 3 former Marines and 1 ex-Army Ranger. All are standard assault troops. Now it's up to you, seasoned veteran, to hold the fort, Tyron said as he started the vehicle. Though it may have sounded like flattery, Tyron's words reflected the genuine state of affairs. Regardless of whether they belong to the Marine Corps or the Rangers, they are categorized as conventional assault forces, distinct from special operations units. Moreover, the Dragon Warriors, reputed to be among the most formidable elite forces, surpass even the Navy SEALs. The disparity in strength between these groups is indeed significant. What about you? Would you care to introduce yourself? Dragon Warrior inquired with a smile. I hail from the same origins as you, a former member of the Navy SEALs, serving as the captain of the DRS squad. I hope our forthcoming collaboration will be fruitful. The military is a realm that emphasizes prowess, and Dragon Warrior S. might has earned him both recognition and humility from Tyron, who showed no inclination to assert his authority as a captain. Certainly, Dragon Warrior replied with a smirk. It feels quite pleasant overall, especially as a newcomer. Chapter 429. The most powerful machine gun in history. KPV Tyron Woods successfully met up with Dragon Warrior and immediately drove back to the CIA intelligence station in Benghazi. The journey from the airport to the station spanned over 10 kilometers. Both men, having once served in the Navy SEALs, shared a bond of camaraderie that fostered an amiable atmosphere for conversation. How long have you been here? Has it always been this chaotic? As the Jeep traversed the coastal highway, Dragon Warrior gazed through the windshield at the surroundings, noting the armed militias roaming freely and the remnants of destroyed tanks littering the streets, making it hard to believe this was Libya's second-largest city. Benghazi serves as the headquarters for the Revolutionary Interim Government, the National Transitional Council, which is home to numerous anti-government factions, including the Fatwa Brigade, Ansar Brigade, and the February 17th Martyrs Brigade, each comprised of extremist religious militias, individuals driven by fervent ideology. Tyron provided a brief overview of the situation in Libya, indirectly elucidating the chaos that ensued. A group united by religious beliefs, under the leadership of fervent zealots, had taken up arms to join the anti-government struggle. Regardless of how corrupt or inept the current government may be, one thing is certain. a band of armed civilians cannot effectively govern a nation. Dragon Warrior was well versed in the Libyan civil war, and his inquiry to Tyran primarily aimed to gather insights on the progress of the conflict. After Tyran's explanation, Dragon Warrior felt a sense of clarity. As their conversation continued, the jeep veered left off the coastal boulevard, navigating through a district reduced to ruins by bombings, making its way toward the city center. However, as Tyran turned left from the main street, proceeding through an alley towards the CIA intelligence station, both he and Dragon Warrior sensed something amiss. Less than 5 meters into the alley, they discovered it obstructed ahead, where a group of armed soldiers had established a checkpoint, meticulously inspecting the vehicles trapped within the narrow passage. Dragon Warrior leaned forward, peering through the windshield to survey the steps on either side of the alley. He observed armed personnel stationed every 5 meters along the railings, effectively sealing off the alley. Any individual daring to make any sudden move would be met with a barrage of gunfire. Damn it, the situation is dire. Tyrone, well acquainted with the Benghazi environment, furrowed his brow upon seeing the barricade ahead, instinctively aware of the impending crisis. He turned to glance at the rear of the vehicle, attempting to reverse out of the narrow alley to evade the perilous armed factions. However, he quickly realized the predicament. The gradient of the slope rendered it nearly impossible to discern the conditions within prior to entry, and now, retreating was a formidable challenge. To exacerbate matters, a van had followed closely behind, effectively pinning the jeep in place. Even with Tyrone's forceful attempt to back away, he could not dislodge the van. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Long Zhan peered through the windshield and saw a checkpoint ahead where an individual had attempted to breach the blockade, only to be shot dead, collapsing into a pool of blood. The crowd, previously stalled at the exit, erupted into chaos upon witnessing the violence. Some, struck by terror, crouched with their hands on their heads. Others scrambled back into their vehicles, while some fled in panic, seeking an escape from the alley. Is this situation normal? Long Zhan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he glanced towards Tyrone. Our allies are from the February 17th Martyrs Brigade, but these armed groups are not. Each faction here is asserting its dominion in its own manner. If we fall into their grasp, we shall find ourselves in grave trouble, Tyrone explained, simultaneously shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, attempting to signal the van behind to retreat as well, only to hear a loud crash as they collided. Turning to assess the situation, Tyrone realized that the van's driver had fled in terror. Frustrated, he slammed the steering wheel and shouted, "Damn it, we are trapped." Long Zhan, observing the civilians fleeing past the vehicle, smirked and quipped, "Shall we make our escape as well? Though it may seem rather undignified." "We're out of time," Tyrone replied, his expression grave, as he picked up the radio and called out, "Headquarters, this is Tyrone. I repeat, this is Tyrone. Please respond." "Headquarters here, Tyrone. What is your status?" "I have encountered 8 armed militia members on the 5th Ring Road and am stuck in an alley. Is there a solution?" Tyrone reported. "Understood. Remain stationary for now." "What a truly practical suggestion," Tyrone retorted sarcastically. Bang! The driver of the vehicle in front, in a panic similar to Tyrone's, attempted to reverse, inadvertently crashing into the front of the jeep. Tyrone was jolted forward, exclaiming a frustrated curse. It was then that the movement of the vehicle allowed Long Zhan to see the previously obscured left side of the alley. Good grief. They have a KPV heavy machine gun. Long Zhan's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. The KPV, a Soviet-manufactured heavy machine gun, firing 14.5 by 114 mm ammunition, equivalent to the anti-tank rifle rounds used during World War II, was indeed a formidable weapon. Despite its classification as a heavy machine gun, it was more akin to an automatic cannon, boasting firepower that surpassed the M2HB machine gun. It could utilize B-32 full metal jacket tungsten armor-piercing incendiary rounds, capable of penetrating 32 millimeters of homogeneous armor within a range of 500 meters. The BZT full metal shell steel armor-piercing tracer rounds and MDZ high-explosive shells can also be employed. The KPV utilizes a 145 millimeter caliber round, a specification that pushes the limits of heavy machine guns, possessing an inherently terrifying lethality. Even more alarming is its quadruple configuration, featuring 4 145 millimeter barrels. Once the foot pedal is pressed, all 4 barrels fire simultaneously, unleashing dozens of rounds per second, each hurtling toward the enemy at nearly a kilometer per second. Such an exaggerated caliber combined with an intense offensive, would effortlessly reduce various civilian vehicles to mere fragments. And even conventional armored vehicles would be rendered as sieves in an instant. China has also produced a replica of the KPV, known as the Type 56 145mm quadruple anti-aircraft machine gun. If one were to compile a list of the most feared infantry weapons encountered by Dragon War over the years, the KPV heavy machine gun would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. To call it the most formidable heavy machine gun in history would not be an exaggeration. When mounted in the bed of a pickup truck, it can sweep across any terrain it traverses. The firepower is simply overwhelming. Upon hearing Dragon War mention the KPV, Tyrone felt a chill run down his spine and seized the radio to urgently call, "Headquarters, we are facing a grave situation that requires immediate resolution."